Chapter 1-A Cheating Mission. Konoha 2-1 End Year, Ninja Academy. The first ninja war had just ended, but the cruelty of war seemed to have been far away from people for a long time. The whole class was filled with the happy laughter of children playing and the noise of running around. Sitting in a seat at the top of the classroom was a young boy who looked out of place in the noisy atmosphere. He has black hair and a pair of deep black eyes under his messy bangs. Although he looks a little childish, his handsome face indicates that he will be a handsome man when he grows up. This person is none other than our protagonist, the current Uchiha Kagura. Of course, he didn't have this name a few years ago. He was just an ordinary otaku on Blue Planet. He only remembered that as a Naruto fan, he was playing a Naruto mobile game at home that night. Suddenly there was a flash of white light and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself turned into a 3-year-old child. The scene of waking up is still vivid in my mind. I was soaked at that time, and there was a group of people around me shouting something at me. I was stunned for a long time before I understood what had happened from the words of the people around me. It turned out that the original owner of this 3-year-old body accidentally fell into the river. Fortunately, someone found him and rescued him quickly. Are you really lucky? Only he knows it in his heart. The original owner of this body might have died in the accident, and my soul just traveled through time and space to take over his body. Looking at the dazed child in front of them, everyone thought he was just scared of an accident, shook their heads, and took him home. He followed his parents home in a daze, and it was not until the next day that he learned his current name. Uchiha Kagura. Uchiha? I actually traveled to the Uchiha clan in the Naruto world? When he learned of this fact, now it should be said that Kagura felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Yes, in the original world he liked Uchiha very much. The handsome Sharingan and high-end settings make it the most popular clan in Naruto. But as he was familiar with the plot of Naruto, he naturally knew that it would not be so wonderful if he traveled through time and space to become one of them. Let's not talk about Uchiha Madara, the big boss behind the scenes, and just talk about the near future. A little monster named Uchiha Itachi appeared in the Uchiha clan, and for the so-called justice, he wiped out the entire clan. What is genocide? That means your life is in danger. Back to the present, Kagura, who was staring out the window with her chin in her hand, couldn't help but sigh. A few children not far away were whispering. Hey, what is that Uchiha monster daydreaming about again? Keep your voice down, do you want to be beaten by him again? Humph! What are you afraid of? Can't a few of us beat him alone? You said the same thing last time, and he got us both beaten up. Please stay away from me this time. Ah! Lord Kagura is so handsome even when he is in a daze. Naturally, Kagura heard the discussions of the little kids nearby. But at this moment he was not in the mood to pay attention to these children. It has been 5 years since I traveled through time. In order to change his fate of being killed in the future, he forced himself to practice continuously. Unconsciously, due to his strength far beyond his peers, he gradually earned the title of monster from the Uchiha clan. As a time traveler, he naturally has a system. But unlike the protagonists of other novels, this system did not give him any tasks or rewards. It just displayed his abilities in the form of data. Every improvement in your abilities can only be achieved through your own hard work. Fortunately, this ability to quantify also allows him to clearly see the results of each practice. After 5 years of practice, the 8-year-old has the following abilities. Dakujutsu, Single Megatama Sharingan, Progress 93.5%. Physical Skills, the 4th Gate, the Gate of Injury, Progress 86.5%. Chakra, Chunin Level, Progress 32.5%. I don't know if it's because this body is truly gifted, or if it's a benefit brought by the system in the body. His cultivation speed is obviously faster than others. When Kagura was 5 years old, he was able to open the single Megatama Sharingan. Just to keep a low profile, I never show it in front of others. After all, according to the records of the Uchiha clan, anyone who could open a single Megatama before the age of 10 was considered a genius. As for physical skills, he compared it with the plot of Naruto in his memory and thought that he should be able to surpass Rock Lee, a physical skills genius of the same age. Just as he was looking out the window and sighing again, a slightly arrogant girl's voice sounded beside him. "Hey! Little fool, what are you sighing about?" He didn't need to look back, he knew who was coming just by the voice. Never mind him. "Tsunade, come on a date with me after school. I found a very good bookstore this time, and there are some books in it that we can't buy normally. Jiraiya, if you really dare to take Tsunade to buy that kind of book, I think Sarutobi-sensei might twist your head off." Kagura turned back helplessly, and as expected, it was the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. Of course, they are still far from being strong enough to be called the three ninjas. In fact, Kagura, who entered the Ninja Academy at the age of 5, has been their classmate for 3 years. Compared to the tycoons of the future, Tsunade is now just a tyrannical princess. I don't know if it's because of the influence of her second grandfather, Senju Tobirama. Ever since Kagura entered school, she has disliked herself as a member of the Uchiha clan and often comes to provoke him for no reason. With the idea of not wanting to get involved with these little brats, Kagura initially adopted a strategy of ignoring Tsunade's provocation. It's not that he's aloof, you can imagine a person with the soul of a 20-something stuffed into the body of a child. Naturally, he had no interest in interacting with these peers. However, due to Tsunade's special background, she developed a slightly arrogant personality. After a verbal provocation failed, she couldn't help but attack Kagura. Kagura naturally wouldn't tolerate this and beat her up severely. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were Tsunade's best friends, were also drawn into the battle, but as expected, all 3 of them were beaten up by him. However, this action seemed to stir up a hornet's nest. After learning about this, other boys in the class challenged Kagura one after another. Page 2. But if even people with the qualifications of the 3 ninjas couldn't win, these little brats would naturally not get away with it either. After almost all the boys in the class were beaten by Kagura, gradually these people no longer dared to challenge him. And Kagura's name as a monster was confirmed because of this. As for the girls in the class, most of them are fans of Kagura's looks. So sometimes, if a person is handsome, he can really do whatever he wants. In the end, only the 3 ninjas led by Tsunade still had the courage to challenge Kagura after many failures. Over time, the few of them slowly developed an alternative friendship. As Tsunade and the other 2 walked towards Kagura to talk, the students around them began to discuss quietly. As expected of Princess Tsunade, she is the only one who dares to approach that monster. That's right, but why is Jiraiya so familiar with that monster? Ah! What a monster! You certainly don't understand the appeal of someone like Kagura-sama. Looking at the 3 people in front of her, Kagura couldn't help but start to have a headache again. The reason why he is so sad now is actually related to the 3 people in front of him. It has been exactly 5 years, and this is the first time that the system has given itself a task. Just this morning, the system's task information appeared in his mind. However, no matter how he looked at the content of the task, he felt that the system was playing tricks on him. Ding! Please complete the task, kiss one of the 3 ninjas. Chapter 2 Accident. Mission: kiss any one of the 3 ninjas to complete the mission. Mission rewards. 1. You can increase the progress of any of the 3 attributes by 10%. 2. You can randomly draw a ninjutsu and learn it. Looking at the mission information appearing in her mind, Kagura felt excited but also angry. The excitement is naturally because this broken system has finally issued a task to me. You have to know that since you came here, apart from being able to check the progress of your own abilities, this so-called system has not been of any help to you at all. Compared with those colleagues who came with the nine-tailed fox as soon as they traveled through time, I am simply too weak. Especially the sense of crisis brought about by his reincarnation as a member of the Uchiha clan made him even more dissatisfied with it. But today's mission information made him realize once again that he was also a man with a golden finger. As for the anger, it was naturally directed at the content of this task. What does it mean to kiss one of the three ninjas? Brother, among these three people, only one is a woman. Although Tsunade is still a washboard now, Kagura certainly knows the future development of this woman. The nickname Juhao is not for nothing, and he also has the secret technique to maintain his youthful appearance. It can be said that if you have to find a wife, the one in front of you is the best choice. But anyone can pursue her, except me. If I have to say why, it is naturally because of my Uchiha name. I have always deliberately kept a distance from Tsunade and others. Besides not wanting to take the children to play, it was more because of the family relationship between the two sides. This was last year when Tsunade's second uncle, Senju Tobirama, was ambushed and killed when he went to the Hidden Cloud village to sign a peace agreement. Otherwise, given the character of the second Hokage, if he spoke a few more words to Tsunade, he would probably be caught by the Anbu and interrogated at night. Thinking about these random things, Kagura unconsciously looked at Tsunade in front of her. Seeing the strange look Kagura gave her, Tsunade crossed her arms and took a step back, saying shyly, "You? What are you looking at?" Realizing her own impertinence, Kagura immediately changed her expression. He rubbed his forehead with his right hand and said, "What can you show me? Why are you coming to see me? You want to fight me again?" When Tsunade heard Kagura's first sentence, her chest rose and fell in anger. But as he said, Tsunade is still a washboard and can't arouse anyone's interest at this moment. Except for a little pervert with white hair and a red line under each eye. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade finally suppressed her anger and stated the purpose of her visit. "Stupid, isn't tomorrow the school's graduation day? I thought you probably don't have anywhere to go. Would you like to have dinner with us tomorrow night to celebrate?" But as soon as she finished speaking, Kagura's voice answered, "No, thanks." "Thank you." Tsunade was also stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect Kagura to refuse so straightforwardly. Before she could get angry, Jiraiya, who was standing aside, rushed forward first. Since the aisle was only one person wide, Tsunade was standing in front. Jiraiya jumped onto the table, squatted down and looked down at Kagura, and said unhappily, "I say, kid, don't reject other people's kindness so easily. We invited you because we consider you a friend." Looking at Jiraiya, whose face was almost touching hers, Kagura was about to say something helplessly. At this time, an accident happened. Since Jiraiya was squatting on the table and staring at Kagura, his butt was raised towards the next row. At this moment, a student in the next row happened to get up from his seat and leave. He whispered, "Make way." Without waiting for Jiraiya to react, he stood up and pushed Jiraiya. Jiraiya, who had no time to react, was pushed forward and fell, and in front of him was Kagura, who opened her mouth to speak. Kagura felt like something was blocking her mouth, and the words that were about to come out of her mouth were interrupted. Kagura's eyes widened as she looked at the familiar long line of red eyeshadow in front of her. The originally noisy classroom seemed to have been paused, and everyone looked over in a daze. Tsunade, who was closest to the two of them, felt her mind go blank, and she seemed to have not yet understood what was happening. The student who started the whole thing was the first to react. He said silently, "Well, it's none of my business. I already said to let go." After saying that, he left the scene quickly as if he was escaping. Tsunade finally reacted at this time and punched Jiraiya so hard that he flew several meters away. He shouted angrily, "Jiraiya! What on earth are you doing?" This sound seemed to remove the pause button, and the originally silent classroom suddenly became lively. "Damn, Jiraiya, are you that fierce? As expected of Jiraiya. Even monsters dare to invade. I would like to call you the strongest pervert in Konoha. Jiraiya. How dare you kiss Lady Kagura? I will fight you. Jiraiya, who had not yet recovered from Tsunade's attack, was surrounded and beaten up again by a group of girls. He hastily stretched out his hand to Orochimaru and shouted. It was just an accident. Page 3. Orochimaru, save me. Orochimaru, who remained calm throughout, returned to his seat leisurely, as if he had not seen this scene. Kagura, the protagonist, helplessly covered her head with her hands and closed her eyes. The farce was eventually stopped by the teacher, who returned to the classroom. Jiraiya, who was rescued from the siege of girls with great difficulty, had already been bruised and swollen, and his original appearance was almost unrecognizable. Even so, he still murmured miserably to Orochimaru. You are such a heartless person, you didn't even save me. Faced with his friend's questioning, Orochimaru still maintained a calm expression and ignored him. The sun slowly set, and as the classroom bell rang, they finally finished school. Looking at Kagura's back as she left, Tsunade pursed her lips, as if she wanted to say something. Finally, as if he thought of something else, he stomped his feet angrily, turned around and walked to the other side. He gnashed his teeth and shouted. Jiraiya! Get over here! Kagura, not noticing what was happening behind her, walked straight towards her home. At this time, the Uchiha clan was still an influential clan in Konoha village. All Uchiha clan members were planned to live in an area near the center of the village. Passing through the center of Konoha village, Kagura has arrived at the Uchiha gathering place. As he walked slowly, many Uchiha clan members appeared on both sides of the road. Some old people and children greeted him enthusiastically, and Kagura nodded to the tribesmen along the way. Brother Kagura! Suddenly, a childish little boy appeared in front of him and called to him sweetly. Looking at the child in front of her, a hint of helplessness flashed in Kagura's eyes. He squatted down, stared at the little boy in front of him, stroked his hair and said. What's wrong? Little Fugaku? Yes, the 3-year-old boy in front of him was Uchiha Fugaku. If you still don't know who he is, then you will definitely be more familiar with his other identity. He is the father of Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke, the Uchiha clan leader who wanted to lead his people in rebellion 20 years later. When she thought that she might be killed by the son of this little guy in the future, Kagura's hand that was stroking his hair couldn't help but tighten. However, Uchiha Fugaku, who was unaware of Kagura's complicated thoughts, still spoke in that sweet childish voice. Brother Kagura, I heard that you will graduate from the ninja school tomorrow. And he also defeated Tsunade from the Senju clan and graduated first, right? Looking at the clear eyes of the child in front of her, Kagura nodded with a smile. Seeing Kagura nod, a light seemed to flash in Fugaku's eyes, and he said excitedly. I knew that Kagura nii is the strongest. I want to be like my brother and be the pride of the Uchiha clan. Do not. You don't have to work so hard. Looking at the excited Fugaku in front of her, Kagura really wanted to advise him like this. After saying a few perfunctory words, Kagura finally sent the slightly excited child back home. By the way, it seems his wife Mikoto won't be born for another 2 years. If his marriage with Mikoto had been disrupted, Uchiha Itachi would not have been born. Wouldn't I be killed? No, there's still a chance that he'll end up rebelling against Konoha. Then even if Itachi was not there, there was still a great possibility that the Uchiha clan would be exterminated. The most important thing is, if this had been done, then the idiot Uchiha Sasuke would not have been born. So when Kaguya Otsutsuki appears later, who will cooperate with Naruto to fight the final boss? Thinking about all these things in her mind, Kagura unknowingly walked to her home. Opening the door, there was no one inside. It doesn't mean that the time traveler must have both parents orphaned. The truth is that Konoha has just experienced the Warring States period and the First Ninja War, and there are countless examples like his where both parents were ninjas and died on the front line. Therefore, Kagura has never seen her parents since she traveled through time, and of course even if she had seen them, she would not have much affection for them. After closing the door, I finally felt a sense of relaxation from being alone, and couldn't wait to check the system. Although it was a little different from what he had imagined, the mission of kissing one of the three ninjas was finally completed. Looking at the prompt in the system that the task was completed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the two rewards, he added the first one, which increased a certain attribute by 10%, to the pupil technique without hesitation. In fact, during these years of practice, he also discovered a fact. That is, the higher the level, the slower the effect of cultivation will be. Take pupil surgery as an example. It took him only 2 years to open his eyes. But it has been 3 years since he opened his eyes, and he is still stuck at the level of a single Megatama Sharingan. Moreover, compared with the other two items, adding another 10% to the pupil technique can break through to the next level. You don't have to think too much to know which item to add. As he clicked OK, a feeling of pain came from his eyes. If he looked at the mirror at this moment, he would find that his eyes had automatically transformed into a single Megatama Sharingan. As the pain in his eyes grew stronger, the single Megatama in his eyes began to slowly turn. Fortunately, the pain only lasted for 5 minutes and then stopped, and the rotating Sharingan also stopped. But if you look closely, you will see that Kagura's Sharingan has changed from a single Megatama to a double Megatama. Feeling the changes in her body, Kagura quickly looked at the system. When she saw the following mark on the system: Eye Technique, Double Megatama Sharingan, Progress 6.5%. He finally felt relieved. Without immediately experiencing the changes brought about by the new Sharingan, he went straight to the next reward, randomly selecting a jutsu and learning it. A turntable appeared in his mind. On the fast-spinning turntable, one could vaguely see the names of ninjutsu such as Water Dragon Bullet, Reikari, and Immortal Reincarnation. Following his expectant look, the turntable finally began to slowly stop. When he saw the last ninjutsu displayed, he couldn't help but be surprised. It's actually this. Chapter 3 Graduation. Nothing happened that night, and in the blink of an eye it was the next morning. Today is their graduation day, and Kagura got up early in the morning and made breakfast for herself. What? You asked what ninjutsu he drew last night? Don't worry, the answer will be revealed in the next few chapters. It has to be said that as a villager of Konoha village, Kagura is lucky. Because both of his parents died on the battlefield as ninjas, he, as an orphan, can receive a living allowance every month. Although it is not much, it is enough to support one's life needs. He still maintained the Chinese eating habits, and only after eating a bowl of hot noodles he made himself did he leisurely set off for school. To celebrate the graduation of students, Ninja Academy also set up ribbons and other decorations in front of the school gate today. The graduation assessment for the students of the ninja school was completed a week ago. Unlike other schools, graduating from ninja school does not mean you can just follow the routine and study for a certain number of years. Instead, he is a child who, after learning, has achieved certain accomplishments in ninjutsu and has initially learned the 3 body techniques. Only then will they graduate from the ninja school and be granted the status of genin. Those who failed the exam would either become ordinary people or repeat a grade and continue their studies at the Ninja Academy. Therefore, even the students who graduated in the same batch as Kagura and others had different ages. For someone like Kagura to graduate with the first place at the age of 8 is a new record in the Ninja Academy. Naturally, Kagura and the others didn't need to attend class today, so after arriving at school, everyone was gathered in the auditorium. After listening to the speech by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was about to become the 3rd Hokage, and awarding forward protectors to all the students, their last day at the Ninja Academy ended. Of course, it also heralds the birth of a new batch of genin. After the group was disbanded, the school atmosphere became lively again. Only on this day were the children's parents allowed to enter the school. Page 4. Some students were holding the Konoha forehead protectors they had just received and were excitedly telling their parents something. Some parents proudly picked up their children and told them seriously what they need to pay attention to after becoming a ninja. Of course, as mentioned before, there are quite a number of children in Konoha village who are war orphans whose parents have died. At this time, Kagura was playing with the forehead protector in her hand while chatting with Orochimaru, who was also alone. In fact, during the 3 years of getting along, Orochimaru was very different from the perverted image he originally had in mind. At this time, Orochimaru had not yet fallen into the abyss of darkness. Although he was usually taciturn, he was generally a polite and good boy. Looking at Orochimaru's fair complexion, Kagura said, "So, you three were put into the same class in the end, right? In fact, there is no need to ask." Kagura, who has long been familiar with the plot, naturally knows that these 3 people will be assigned to the same class after graduation. Orochimaru nodded, then asked, Yes. What about you, Kagura? Which class were you assigned to? Do you know who you will team up with later?" Hearing his question, Kagura shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. Seeing Kagura's statement, Orochimaru continued to ask in confusion. Didn't you ask other students? Even if the teacher doesn't notify us, as long as we know where we need to gather tomorrow, we can roughly know who we will be grouped with." Hearing this, Kagura touched her hair embarrassedly and said, "Well, you also know the relationship between me and those classmates. So I didn't ask." Hearing this, Orochimaru shut his mouth in due time. What is Kagura's relationship with her classmates? Including myself, most people in the class have been beaten by him at least once. How good can this relationship be? Fortunately, someone came over to them and resolved the awkward situation. There were 2 people walking towards them, one of them had dazzling silver hair, his spirits were erect, and he was wearing a combat uniform similar to that of a jonin. The other person had a watermelon-like head, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, and was wearing a set of indescribable green sportswear. These 2 are none other than Hitaki Sakumo and Might Dai. Well, he is the father of Kakashi and Guy in the future. Yes, these 2 are also students in the same class as Kagura and the others. It can be said that they are the only 2 male students in the class who have not been beaten by Kagura. So relatively speaking, Kagura's relationship with them is not bad. Hitaki Sakumo, who already had the Konoha forehead protector on his head, walked up to Kagura and said with a cheerful smile, "As expected, my test scores this time are still not as good as yours. But I will definitely become a chunin faster than you." Looking at the passionate silver-haired boy in front of him, who would have thought that he was the father of Kakashi, who had dead eyes all day long. Might Dai on the side also excitedly interrupted. "Haha, it turns out that a man needs a strong rival in his life. Don't worry, I will definitely become a chunin faster than you." With his eyes narrowed, Kagura turned his head to look at the shiny watermelon-headed guy and said helplessly, "But I remember you didn't graduate this time?" "Yes." Although they were from the same batch of students, Might Dai did not pass the assessment this time and was held back. Might Dai didn't care when he heard Kagura's complaints. Instead, he gave Kagura a thumbs up, showing his shining white teeth and laughed. "Haha, it's okay. My powerful enemy is waiting for me on the road ahead." Sometimes Kagura really envies this inexplicable self-confidence. After exchanging a few words, the 2 left. At this time, Tsunade walked towards them. Behind her, there was a woman following slowly. The woman had red hair tied into a bun and wore a crown-like ornament on her head. There was a purple diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, talisman-like decorations hanging on her 2 buns, and she was wearing a white kimono. It was Tsunade's grandmother, Hashirama Senju's wife, and the first-generation Jinkriki of Konoha village, Uzumaki Mito. Seeing this person walking towards them, Kagura and Orochimaru quickly bowed. This man insisted on loving the village, supporting and protecting the people he loved, and spent his entire life protecting the existence of the village. Kagura still truly respects him. Although she was already in her 40s, Uzumaki Mito, who still had a beautiful appearance, smiled at the two and said, "Tsunade is in trouble for both of you to take care of her at school." Before the two of them could respond, she tilted her head slightly, looked at Kagura and continued. "Are you the strongest Uchiha of this generation?" Looking at the kind woman in front of her, Kagura felt a wave of nervousness coming over her. "Just kidding, don't be fooled by her harmless appearance, she is the current Nine Tails Jinchuriki. And due to the effect of the Nine Tails Chakra, it is said that she has a keen sense of malicious intent." Feeling Uzumaki Mito's scrutinizing gaze, Kagura felt uncomfortable all over. Fortunately, the feeling of scrutiny did not last long. Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly, and the atmosphere suddenly became softened. She nodded and said, "Don't be nervous. Well, I can feel that you are a good kid. I believe that the future of Uchiha will have a better future in your hands." Seeing Kagura, who seemed a little overwhelmed, she did not continue to say anything, but turned to Tsunade beside her and instructed. "Have a good time with your friends today, but don't come back too late." Tsunade, who usually looks like a little delinquent, is now as well behaved as a rabbit. She bowed her head and responded obediently. "Got it, Grandma." With Uzumaki Mito's departure, the atmosphere among the crowd became relaxed again. Tsunade, who had returned to her normal state, raised her head and said to Kagura, "Idiot, what do you think about my invitation yesterday?" Faced with this question, Kagura was confused. "No, didn't I clearly refuse yesterday?" Hearing Kagura's continued refusal, Tsunade frowned. As if she had thought of something, her frown smoothed out, and she looked at Kagura with a malicious smile and said, "If you don't come, I will tell my grandmother that you bullied me." "Nanny? This is a bit unreasonable of you." Chapter 4 Companions. As the crowd dispersed, the area in front of the ninja school slowly returned to calm. After explaining to his family about tonight's party, Jiraiya finally arrived at the place everyone had agreed on in advance. Looking at Kagura with black hair and black eyes, his eyelids couldn't help but raise. He asked in a bad tone. "I say, kid, didn't you say you couldn't come yesterday? Why did you come here today?" Faced with the questioning, Kagura didn't bother to respond to him and just rolled her eyes at him. It turns out that reasoning with women doesn't work. Under Tsunade's threat, Kagura finally came along. Page 5. After all, the reason why he kept his distance from Tsunade at the beginning was because of their identities. In fact, from a psychological point of view, Kagura does not dislike Tsunade. Moreover, after graduating from school, the two are destined to be assigned to different teams, so the chances of them getting together again will become fewer and fewer. Thinking of this, Kagura stopped resisting and resigned herself to following them. At this time, Tsunade stood up and shouted at Jiraiya angrily. "Why do you care so much? Kagura is here now, so just shut up and stay still." Jiraiya shrank his head and pouted in grievance. Tsunade acted like a big sister, looked around, waved her hand and said, "Okay, now that everyone is here, let's go." At this time, Orochimaru, who had been calm all the time, asked, "But where are we going? We just said we wanted to get together, but we didn't think about where to go." "Oh." Hearing this, Tsunade paused and slowly lowered her raised hand. "Yes, they just said they were going to have a party, but they never discussed where to go." She tilted her head and thought about it, trying hard to imagine the gatherings of the elders. Suddenly he clenched his right fist and clapped it on his left palm, and said excitedly, "Let's find a place to have a good meal." Every time my father and his friends get together, they always look for a place to drink and eat. Kagura and Orochimaru looked at each other and said in unison. It's the end of the month and we have no money. Yes, these two orphans live on the relief funds issued by the village every month. Although it's not a small amount, don't expect there to be too much left. Jiraiya touched his head and said. I used all my pocket money to buy books the other day. As he said this, he chuckled a few times embarrassedly. Having said that, the three of them suddenly looked at Tsunade in unison. Looking at everyone's gaze, Tsunade nervously took half a step back. Jiraiya's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. I heard that your father is the son of the daimyo of the land of fire, Tsunade. You should have a lot of pocket money, right? Facing everyone's expectant gazes, Tsunade swallowed her saliva and said unnaturally. My family stopped giving me pocket money a long time ago. They're afraid I'll take it to the casino. Her voice became quieter and quieter, until in the end the three of them could hardly hear what she was saying. Hearing this, Kagura suddenly realized. Oh, I almost forgot that this guy in front of me also has the nickname Casino Fat Sheep. And her gambling nature was developed from following the first generation of Hokage when she was only a few years old. Kagura sighed, narrowed her eyes and looked at Tsunade and concluded. So, you are going to use threats to force me to come here. And then we found out that we poor guys have nowhere to go. Although what he said was a bit harsh, Tsunade had to admit that he made sense. Looking at the dejected Tsunade, Kagura shook her head and smiled bitterly. Then he raised his hands and clapped them, and after getting everyone's attention, he said. Well, it's not completely impossible. You all have some money on you, right? Can you please take it out? Although the three of them didn't know what Kagura wanted to do, they looked at each other in confusion and obediently took out the money. After counting the funds raised by everyone, Kagura nodded with satisfaction and said to herself. Yes, not bad. That should be enough. After saying that, he ignored the three people and walked out. Although the people behind him didn't know what was going on, they still followed him consciously. Following Kagura's footsteps and turning a few streets, they found themselves at a vegetable market. Hey, Grandma, you look very energetic today. Yes, please get me some meat, about enough for 4 people. Oh, just a green onion. Come to think of it, sister, you seem even more beautiful today. The three of them looked at Kagura with dull expressions as she walked expertly between the stalls. Before long, bags of food appeared in Kagura's hands. Although she guessed what Kagura was going to do, Tsunade still asked hesitantly. Are you going to prepare your own meal? Giving her a cold look, Kagura asked back. Otherwise? Tsunade opened her eyes wide in surprise and asked again. Can you cook? Otherwise? Hearing his answer, the three of them were surprised and looked at him with admiration. Kagura finally came to her senses after noticing something was wrong, and asked cautiously. You don't know how to cook? The three of them nodded in unison. He looked at Orochimaru in disbelief and said. Don't you live alone? So what do you usually eat? Well, usually I buy cup noodles, and sometimes some bread. Orochimaru said. Glancing at him with disdain, Kagura curled her lips and said. No wonder you always look malnourished. Orochimaru. After purchasing food, Kagura brought everyone directly to his home. Come to think of it, this was the first time he brought someone to his home after traveling through time. After entering the door, Tsunade looked around excitedly. The place where Kagura lives is very small and can be seen almost at one glance, but it is very tidy. After Tsunade volunteered to help, but accidentally split the chopping board in 2 with a knife. Kagura frowned and invited the 3 gods to the living room. When he was still on Blue Star, although he was a otaku and could not be considered a great chef, he still knew some cooking skills. Combined with the 5 years of training from living alone after traveling through time, Kagura can now be said to have mastered the art through practice. In less than an hour, 4 dishes and a soup were served to everyone. The fragrant aroma made the 3 of them feel a little restless. Jiraiya moved his nose and felt the saliva in his mouth secreting crazily. Seeing the 3 people swallowing their saliva secretly, Kagura laughed secretly and said, "Okay, you're welcome. Let's get started." As soon as he finished speaking, Tsunade, who had been impatient for a long time, picked up a piece of brightly colored meat and put it into her mouth. Her eyes lit up and she exclaimed loudly, "Kagura, your cooking is so delicious. What's this? Oh, this is twice cooked pork. Hiss, so spicy. What about this one? Page 6. That's Mapo tofu." After just 20 minutes, the 3 of them were lying on the floor, contented. Jiraiya rubbed his belly and said, "I didn't expect your cooking to be so delicious, Kagura. I think it's a waste for you to be a ninja. You should open a restaurant." Hiccup. Although I really want to refute him, at this moment I think Jiraiya is right. Tsunade agreed after burping without any manners. Orochimaru didn't say anything, but closed his eyes as if savoring the taste just now. Kagura sat calmly at the table, picked up a cup of hot tea and took a sip, not wanting to pay attention to them. "By the way, who do you think will be our respective team leaders tomorrow?" Tsunade rolled over and suddenly asked. As if the topic had been opened, the 3 of them began to chatter away. In the end, even Kagura, who looked like an old man, slowly joined the discussion. Youth is always beautiful, and soon noise and joyful laughter were heard from Kagura's house. The bright moon quietly climbed up into the night sky at some point, and the 3 people walked out of Kagura's house one after another. While waving goodbye to Kagura, he walked towards his home. Looking at the people walking away, Kagura stood at the door, as if wanting to keep the relaxation of this moment. "Ahem. I didn't expect you would invite Kagura to your home, it really surprises me." At this moment, a voice came from beside me. Kagura turned her head and said respectfully, "Good evening, Mr. Mirror." The person who spoke was Uchiha Kagami, a rare person in the Uchiha clan who could gain the trust of Senju Tobirama. Last year, when he followed Tobirama Senju to the Hidden Cloud Village to sign a ceasefire agreement, he was attacked by Kinkaku and Ginkaku from the Hidden Cloud Village. In order to help him and Danzo and others escape from the predicament, Senju Tobirama went to meet the enemy alone, but later died due to serious injuries. Although Uchiha Kagami escaped from the ambush and returned to the village, he was seriously injured and fell ill. Kagura, who was familiar with the plot, knew that this peace-loving tribesman in front of her might not survive this year. Smiling at Kagura, Uchiha Kagami said, "Xiao Kagura, you are too lonely, always alone, which makes people a little worried. But I feel relieved to see that you are starting to make friends. I'm just afraid that I won't live long. The Uchiha clan is too proud. I have a feeling that something might go wrong in the future. I hope your generation can lead the Uchiha to truly integrate into Konoha." "Oh, your hunch was right. Not only will there be problems, but the entire clan will be wiped out in 20 years. After complaining a few words in his mind, Kagura did not respond. He just looked at the slightly blurry figure in the distance and muttered to himself, "Companion? It seems to be pretty good." On the next morning, Kagura arrived at the gathering place that the school had notified him of yesterday. In addition to being curious about the team members and leading Jonin in the next few years, it was more because the system issued another task for him last night. Mission: successfully capture the Jonin spell during the team assessment. Mission reward: 1. Start training the tailed beasts. 2. You can randomly draw a ninjutsu and learn it. The tailed beast he has been thinking about. As the protagonist, you would be embarrassed to go out in this world without a few tailed beasts living on your body. The so-called assessment, which he had not taken seriously before, suddenly became important, and for this reason, Kagura adjusted his state early in the morning. As time passed, he finally waited for the other team members and the leading jonin. Just looking at those figures, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be them? Chapter 5 Class. Looking at Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade who were slowly walking towards her, Kagura looked at the piece of paper with the meeting place in her hand in confusion. Why is it you guys? Both parties asked at the same time. It's really not surprising that they reacted this way. The rule that 3 people form a group has been set since Konoha was founded. After learning last night that these 3 people formed a team as in the original history, both sides did not ask about their respective gathering places. After all, everyone subconsciously thought that they were divided into different groups. Haha, your meeting place is correct. Due to the size of this class, Kagura was specially added to our 7th class. While everyone was still confused, a voice came from above them. Everyone looked upwards following the sound and saw a figure standing on a tree looking down at them. Sarutobi-sensei. The 4 said in unison. Hee. With a slight smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped down from the tree and continued. So, this year's class 4 will have people. And I am your class teacher. But, sensei, aren't you about to take over the position of Hokage? Can you lead us to take on missions later? Tsunade asked in confusion. Sarutobi scratched his head and explained. I haven't taken office yet, so I have to finish the work at hand. My current mission is to lead Team 7. If I become the Hokage later, there will naturally be other Jonin to become your teachers. All right. After clapping his hands, he took out 3 bells from his waist and continued with a smile. Back to the topic, all ninjas who have just become genin must go through an assessment. See the 3 bells in my hand? No matter what method you use, you will be considered qualified as long as you can snatch the bell from my hand. If you can't get any, then I will give you a ranking based on your performance. The person who didn't get the bell at the end would be tied to a stake as punishment. After saying this, he drew his hands inwards, and the 3 bells disappeared from his hands. He took out a stick of incense from his shirt, lit it, and stuck it on the wooden stake. He looked at the people in front of him and announced. The assessment officially begins, and the duration is 1 stick of incense. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes froze, several black shadows flashed by, and everyone disappeared on the spot. Looking at everyone's reactions, Sarutobi crossed his arms, held up his right hand, rubbed his chin, and chuckled. Come on, the game officially begins. Before he finished speaking, his figure had disappeared from the spot. Jiraiya was squatting on a tree at this time, his eyes fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen not far ahead. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had his right hand on his brow and was looking around as if looking for them. Jiraiya's attention was attracted by the bell hanging around his waist, and he smiled triumphantly. Haha, teacher, you really underestimated the enemy. While Sarutobi was turning around and had his back completely facing him. Chance! He glared hard, suddenly jumped down from the tree, and rushed towards Sarutobi's back. Haha! The bell belongs to me. Ah! Before he could finish his words, his feet were suddenly caught by a noose. The whole person was suddenly hung up, with his head downwards, suspended in the air. Page 7. At this time, Sarutobi also turned around and walked towards him, laughing. Boy, you have 2 problems. First, if you want to ambush the enemy, please don't speak loudly when you rush over. Otherwise your ambush will be meaningless. Second, when you are about to ambush the enemy, please use your pig brain to judge whether there is a trap. Don't fall for such a simple trap. After he finished speaking, he walked in front of Jiraiya and poked his head with his index finger rudely. I don't accept it, put me down. Jiraiya, who was hanging in the air, struggled hard and kept yelling. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to say something else when suddenly a shuriken flew towards him from deep in the woods. He jumped back and easily avoided the sneak attack. But just as he stood firm, several more shurikens appeared from the woods and shot towards where he landed. Sarutobi Hiruzen still took out the kunai from his waist calmly, intending to directly deflect the attack in front of him. Just as the shuriken reached him, a voice came from deep in the forest. Shadow Shuriken! As the voice was heard, the several shurikens suddenly split into dozens of black shadows and rushed towards them. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then he smiled with satisfaction. He still did not make any unnecessary movements, but his right hand suddenly transformed into black shadows, and he actually knocked down dozens of shurikens with one hand. At this moment, a figure appeared in the air. My feet hurt. The person who came was Tsunade. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already sensed her, kicked hard and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Tsunade suddenly fell from the air with a courageous momentum. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire ground collapsed in the shape of a spider web, with her right foot as the center. This is really a powerful woman. Looking at the scene in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. Tsunade did not stop after landing, but gathered chakra in her hands and continued to rush towards him. This time, Sarutobi did not retreat but advanced instead, and rushed towards Tsunade. Just as the two figures crossed each other, he slightly turned sideways and perfectly avoided Tsunade's straight punch. He even had the energy to get close to Tsunade and start to educate her. It's powerful, but it's only useful if you hit the enemy. Before Tsunade could show any surprise, her arm had already been grabbed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Suddenly, Tsunade stopped abruptly and was held by Sarutobi Hiruzen like a toy. She spun around twice in place and then thrown towards a big tree. There was another loud bang, and Tsunade directly crashed into the big tree and fell to the ground, stirring up a large amount of dust. There is a flaw. Before the dust and fog over there dispersed, Orochimaru, who had been hiding in the woods, finally attacked. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen threw Tsunade out of his hand, Orochimaru rushed out from behind him. He held a kunai tightly in his hand and threw it resolutely towards the figure. A black shadow flew by, and the kunai accurately pierced the man's back. Success! Bang! Before Orochimaru could react to the surprise of being hit, as a grey mist rose, the figure suddenly turned into a wooden stake. Damn it! It's a substitute technique. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a voice sounded from behind him. Hey! Didn't I just say that when you ambush an enemy, you should first consider whether there are traps? As soon as he finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen swung his hand knife. With a muffled groan, Orochimaru fell down. At this time, only 2 minutes had passed since the entire battle began. At this point, the 3 ninjas were all destroyed. Chapter 6, Secret, the Secret of Physical Techniques. After a brief fight, 2 people fell down and one was hanging in the air, screaming. Looking at the failed disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with satisfaction and said, "Well, except for that idiot Jiraiya. You two have made great progress, but you lack the experience of fighting against each other." After saying this, he looked around and suddenly shouted towards the woods not far away. "I said, that Uchiha boy! Aren't you going to come out yet? Your companions have all fallen down." There was a sudden silence, and a figure slowly walked out of the woods. The person who came was Kagura, who had been hiding in the dark and observing the battle. When he was about 20 meters away from Sarutobi Hiruzen, he stopped. He sighed inwardly. He had originally thought that with the help of those 3, he could cause some trouble to this person, and then take advantage of the chaos to gain an advantage. But he didn't expect that the whole battle would end in less than 2 minutes. In such terrain and facing such an opponent, an ambush no longer has any meaning. Gripping the kunai in his hand, he looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen and assumed a fighting stance. At this time, his eyes had already turned into Sharingan, and the two Megatama in his eyes were slowly rotating. The moment he saw Kagura's Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a serious expression on his face for the first time. He said thoughtfully, "You have actually opened the second Megatama Sharingan. No wonder the flaw I deliberately exposed just now only attracted Orochimaru. You saw through it from the beginning that it was a substitute, right? But it seems that even the Uchiha clan doesn't know that you have opened the Sharingan." Holding the kunao in her right hand and raising it to her brow, Kagura replied solemnly, "The trump card should always be revealed last, right?" After saying that, without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to speak again, he turned into a shadow and rushed forward. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly calmed down and took out a kunao to fight back. As the sounds of several metal collisions were heard, the fighting between the two men was so fast that it turned into an afterimage. After the actual fight, Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more surprised. This kid! His physical skills are so strong? This has already reached the level of Chunin. And with his Sharingan's observation ability, I can't defeat him in a short time with physical skills. At this time, Tsunade and Orochimaru outside the field finally calmed down and sat on the ground. Watching the fight between two people not far away, their faces turned pale. This Kagura, he never used his true strength in school. Judging from his current performance, we can't even get close to him. Tsunade thought through gritted teeth. She slowly clenched her fists. Although she was unwilling, the distance between her and the other person was obvious. When, following an unusually loud crash, the two figures finally reappeared. They fought each other. And for a while both sides were in a stalemate. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not expected that Kagura's speed was not only faster, but also her strength was far beyond his expectations. Looking at the kunao that were in a stalemate, Kagura suddenly began to form seals with her free left hand. What? Just as a bad thought flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, Kagura on the opposite side had already finished her hand seals. Page 8. He clenched his left hand into a fist and placed it on his mouth. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A huge fireball appeared in front of Kagura. However, just a moment before the fireball appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already released the shuriken in his hand. He took a step back and clapped his hands on the ground, and a huge stone wall appeared in front of him. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. Orochimaru was obviously even more surprised when he saw this scene. As he was determined to study all ninjutsu, he naturally understood what it meant to be able to form hand seals with one hand. If chakra is blue energy, then hand seals are a way to help ninjas quickly guide the chakra in their bodies into ninjutsu. Only after having a deep understanding of ninjutsu can one use one hand to make hand seals or reduce the number of hand seals to successfully perform ninjutsu. Obviously, Kagura's attainments in ninjutsu were far beyond their imagination. Of course I made this up. But I also want to complain about the setting of Naruto. In the early stage, Kakashi had to make hand seals for half a minute to steal a B-level water dragon bullet technique. In the later stages, the A-rank Reikari and Raise Nan can be fired instantly. On the battlefield, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could breathe a sigh of relief, two Kagura suddenly appeared behind him. One of them jumped into the air, quickly formed hand seals, and then spit out fireballs from his mouth continuously. Fire style, Phoenix Fire. Another person threw several shurikens at him, and those shurikens suddenly increased to dozens in the air. It was the ninjutsu that he had just copied from Orochimaru, Shadow Shuriken. With a huge explosion, dozens of attacks fell on the place where Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing. The huge explosion also stirred up a cloud of grey fog, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. At this time, even Tsunade and the other three who had been watching on the side stretched their necks unconsciously, wanting to know the result. Did you make it? Just as this question flashed through everyone's mind, a voice sounded from the grey fog. Water release water dragon bullet. A water dragon suddenly appeared from the dust and mist, sweeping towards the two Kagura who had just launched the attack. The water dragon swept across the entire half of the court, and the two Kagura disappeared into a puff of smoke the moment they were attacked. Kagura, who was standing in front of the stone wall, seemed to have just reacted, and when he was about to retreat, the voice appeared behind him again. Earth escape, heart beheading technique. At this time, an accident happened again. At the moment when Sarutobi Hiruzen grabbed Kagura's ankle, the Kagura in front of him suddenly turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. This is also a shadow clone. As soon as this thought came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked. The real Kagura appeared from the collapsed ground, and at this time he had formed a hand seal in his hand. Union? He still wants to use fire escape. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the hand seal clearly, a quick judgment flashed through his mind. Kagura looked serious and shouted. The secret technique of Konohagakuer, 1000 years of killing. After saying that, he thrust hard towards the chrysanthemum in front of him. Tsunade, oh, ah. Jiraiya, number, damn. Orochimaru. O__O. Silence. The scene was as silent as death. It turns out that even a character as strong as the Hokage would temporarily lose his combat effectiveness after being hit hard by the chrysanthemum. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was lying on the ground with his head on the ground and his butt raised high. He was foaming at the mouth and was obviously unconscious. After searching his body for a while, Kagura finally found the 3 bells. He raised the bell high in excitement, enjoying the thrill of victory. The 3 people outside the field looked at each other and finally spoke. Well, he defeated Sarutobi-sensei, right? I guess so. Sarutobi-sensei is already in that position. But why do I always feel weird? Yes, although he seems very passionate now. But I can't get excited at all. Ignoring the 3 people's conversation, Kagura excitedly looked at the prompt in the system that the task had been completed. Yes, the ninjutsu he drew that night was the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Let me explain here that this is somewhat different from the shadow clone technique. Its real use is to suddenly create thousands of shadow clones to attack the enemy. However, the chakra requirements to achieve this effect are extremely abnormal, which is why it was included in the Forbidden Book of Ninjutsu. For Kagura now, he can only create 3 shadow clones at most. He knew very well that at this stage he could not defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen, the enemy who had the title of Ninjutsu Professor, by relying on ordinary ninjutsu. After much thought, only the strange ninjutsu like the 1000 years of killing has a chance. So he buried himself underground early in the morning and used 3 shadow clones to attract Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. Then he will deliver the fatal blow at the last moment. As it turns out, he succeeded. Only then did he realize what was happening and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was lying beside him. Well, there may be some trouble later. Chapter 7 Teacher, you are so lustful. The sun sets, and the afterglow of the setting sun paints the mountains and forests an orange-red color. On an open flat ground in the woods, 2 people were tied to wooden stakes, lowering their heads dejectedly. It was the failed Jiraiya and the successful Kagura. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept rubbing his butt with one hand, while preaching to Kagura with great sorrow. Is this what you learned at Ninja Academy? What? There are so many ninjutsu, but you don't learn them well. What are you learning? Even if you want to learn physical skills, there are plenty of options. Tell me, did you create this yourself or did some asshole teacher teach you? Faced with Sarutobi-sensei's anger, Kagura couldn't help but shrink her head. Hearing this question, he tried to think about it, and then hesitantly replied. Yes, Hitaki Sakumo taught me. Nani? Sarutobi Hiruzen tried hard to recall the owner of this name, and a young man with silver hair and a determined face appeared in his mind. I didn't expect that a seemingly upright young man could develop such a vicious ninjutsu. Poor Hotaki Sakumo didn't know at this time that because of someone's slander, his impression in the mind of the third Hokage had plummeted. In fact, to some extent it is not slanderous. Kagura remembered it very clearly. In the original plot, it was indeed mentioned that the 1,000 years of death was invented by Hotaki Sakumo. He passed it on to Kakashi, and then Kakashi and Naruto carried it forward. Feeling the pain faintly between his buttocks, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his eyebrows in pain. Tying Kagura to a wooden stake was also an act he did in anger. Now that I think about it, Kagura did nothing wrong. After all, I said at the beginning that no matter what method I use, as long as I can defeat him and get the bell, I will be the winner. But I didn't expect that it would end up in such a shameful way. Thinking of this, he put on a stern face and untied Kagura. Kagura breathed a sigh of relief after finally getting free from the wooden stake. He had anticipated Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger, so this brief period of binding was the lightest punishment he could imagine. Although he won in the end, it doesn't mean that he is capable of fighting against a cage-level strongman. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take this battle seriously from the beginning. It can be seen from the fact that he was still thinking about something while defeating Tsunade and others. Page 9. The strength he had been hiding all along also caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to misjudge the difficulty of the battle from the very beginning. Simply put, this success was more due to luck than to real ability. Looking at the children in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt tired and shook his head and said, "Although Kagura used some tricks, he still won in the end. This is the world of ninjas, regardless of the process, only the result matters." After a pause, he glanced at Jiraiya, who was still tied to the stake, and continued. "As for you three, although Tsunade and Orochimaru still have many shortcomings, I can see their progress. But Jiraiya, you don't even have the awareness of being a ninja. Therefore, I declare that the three who have passed this assessment are Kagura, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. As for you..." At this point he pointed at Jiraiya and said, "As a disqualified person, you will be tied up here for one night as punishment." After Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the result, the other three left immediately. Although they were told that they had passed the test, Tsunade and Orochimaru did not look excited when they left. There was no way. The blow that Kagura brought to them today was too great. Today they realized that Kagura had never taken them seriously when they were in school. That tiny gap is just my imagination. As for Kagura, having read the original plot, he naturally knew the purpose of this assessment. This is not meant to verify everyone's strength, but to awaken everyone's team consciousness by leaving one loser. However, due to his own actions, the atmosphere has completely changed, and Sarutobi-sensei can't continue with the original script. In this case, there is no point in staying where I am. I might as well go home early and check out the system rewards. Looking at the backs of the three people walking away, Jiraiya no longer had the momentum to shout, but lowered his head like a dejected rooster. Seeing his depression, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, "What's wrong? After seeing the true strength of your companions, were you shocked?" Jiraiya replied with a humming voice, "That Kagura is too cunning, he has been hiding his strength this whole time. Besides, Tsunade and Orochimaru are much stronger than me." Looking at the student who had lost confidence, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down beside him and seemed to recall the past and comforted him. "Jiraiya, there is no shortage of geniuses in the ninja world. But being a genius doesn't mean you can become a strong person." Hearing this, Jiraiya finally raised his head, looked at the teacher in front of him and asked, "Then how can one become a strong person?" Sarutobi smiled and replied, "Hard work, luck, talent. The most important thing is a strong heart. Everyone has their own talents. You don't have to compare yourself with others. It's more important to stick to yourself." Listening to the teacher's encouragement, Jiraiya's eyes slowly regained their luster. He smiled confidently and said proudly, "It's just that I just didn't perform well today. My escape technique is the strongest in Konoha. Every time I go to the bathhouse and use the escape technique to peek, I never fail. Looking at the shameless disciple in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen curled the corners of his mouth but didn't say anything. After a long silence, a voice sounded. Next time, call me when you go to the bathhouse. Teacher. You are so lewd. Shut up. On the way back, Kagura was humming a song in a good mood. He originally planned to collect the reward from the system after returning home, but faced with the temptation of the tailed beast, he couldn't wait to click to collect the reward halfway. After pressing confirm in his mind, the strange changes he had imagined did not occur. He turned his head and checked himself carefully, only to find that nothing had changed. Finally, when I turned my attention back to the system, I discovered the changes in the properties. I technique, double Megatama Sharingan, progress 14.2%. Physical skills, the fourth gate, the gate of injury, progress 90.1%. Chakra, Chunin level, progress 42.1%. Tailed beast, one tail, fusion degree 1%. How did this attribute improve so much? It seems that fighting against a cage-level powerhouse is of great benefit to one's own growth. You have to know that based on Kagura's previous experience, if she relies solely on her own training, it will take at least 1 to 2 weeks to achieve this level of improvement. The newly added tailed beast attributes also attracted his attention. One tail. Muttering to himself, he pondered for a while, then turned his mind to his own body. Just as he expected, after careful investigation, he found that a tailed beast had appeared in his body at some point. Looking closely, it was the one-tailed fox, Shikaku. But unlike the ferocious appearance in my impression, the one in front of me is pure white. The chubby face looks quite cute, and now it is sleeping soundly inside its body. As if it felt Kagura's gaze, it rubbed its eyes with its paws, turned over and continued to sleep. Is this really a tailed beast? It's not a mascot, is it? Several question marks appeared above Kagura's head. It's just that the system won't answer his questions, and now he has no way to verify it. In desperation, Kagura had to put this issue aside for the time being. Well, since the tailed beasts seem to be a little different from what I imagined, I might as well extract the ninjutsu. After all, this is what can really enhance yourself. But just as the turntable in the system started, Kagura, who had been walking slowly on the side of the road, suddenly stopped. His own keen perception told him that there was an enemy. And he was watching him not far away. Chapter 8 Look Me in the Eyes. Watanabe Takeshi, a member of the first generation of the Root organization. Although he was only a chunin, he was honored to be chosen as a member of the Root. His ancestors were all ninjas, and they followed the Senju clan a long time ago. After years of chaos in the Warring States period, the war finally came to an end thanks to the extraordinary genius of Hashirama Senju. As a child, he still remembered the genuine excitement of his parents on the day when the establishment of Konoha village was announced. But the good times did not last long. With the death of Hashirama Senju, the countries began to move again. Not long after, the first ninja war broke out. After returning from a mission, he saw the bodies of his parents covered with white cloth. He didn't shed tears at that time, because he knew in his heart that this was the fate of a ninja. But from then on, he worked harder to complete each of his tasks. But the cruelty of this war was beyond people's imagination. On the eve of the final peace, the seemingly omnipotent second-generation master died after being injured in a shameless ambush. After returning to the village, Danzo, who followed that adult, decided to inherit that adult's will and established the Root organization. As a follower of the Senju clan, when Lord Danzo invited him, he joined the Root without hesitation. We are the guardians of Konoha's shadow, with our roots deep in the darkness. Watanabe Takeshi always remembered the philosophy that Lord Danzo told everyone when he first joined. After joining the organization, he never left the village again. He transformed himself into an eye in the darkness, and followed Lord Danzo's instructions to monitor everyone who posed a threat to the village. This afternoon, a mission suddenly came from Lord Danzo. The mission instructed him to monitor a child named Kagura from the Uchiha family starting today. Page 10. Looking at the 8-year-old boy not far away, Watanabe Takeshi did not think that a person of this age could do anything for the village. However, the guidance from the organization made him calm down and carry out his tasks faithfully. Looking at the young man humming happily on the road, feeling the joy, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. But for some reason, the young man suddenly stopped walking and looked at his body from front to back. After standing there in silence for a long time, he suddenly smiled nervously and continued to move forward. Watanabe Takeshi frowned, thinking that it was just the result of his youthful temper, and continued to carry out his mission. Night had already fallen, and the young man did not seem to be in a hurry to go home. Instead, he wandered around the village. As he wandered, the two gradually came to a remote place in the village. Surveillance is actually a skill-based job. As the environment around him changes, it becomes difficult for Watanabe Takeshi to hide. Just as he jumped to a secluded place in a house, an accident happened. At a crossroads, Watanabe Takeshi felt that he had just blinked his eyes, and the young man suddenly disappeared from his sight. Surprised, he didn't bother hiding himself and rushed directly to the middle of the intersection. Just as he was looking around in confusion, a voice came from behind him. "Look into my eyes." He was startled and immediately turned his head to look, and a pair of Sharingan with double-grooved jades appeared in his eyes. "Move the time forward slightly." The moment she realized she was being watched, Kagura's muscles tensed and she was about to rush in the direction of that gaze. But after a moment, he relaxed again and still stood there. Coincidentally, at this moment, the slowly rotating wheel of the system finally stopped. The skill he drew this time was Bi Tian Shen. This is the ninjutsu known as the most powerful illusion. When seeing this ninjutsu, Kagura smiled from the bottom of her heart. His mind changed, and he continued walking as if he didn't notice the surveillance. Walking slowly along the road back to the village, Kagura began to wonder who was monitoring him. First he ruled out enemies from other countries. This was the period right after the First Ninja War, and the defense of the entire village and its surroundings was extremely strict. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not dare to let these genin gather in the woods outside the village. If there really were enemies outside trying to invade, it would be impossible for them to sneak in so silently. It was because she realized this that Kagura stopped her intention to attack. If he is from Konoha village, then why is he monitoring me? Besides, I have been in this world for 5 years. Why did they start monitoring me only today? So is there anything different today from usual? Assessment, exposing strength, Uchiha clan. After piecing these clues together, he felt that he had found the truth. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, he unleashed strength far beyond his usual level today. This is how it all started. He was clear about Sarutobi Hiruzen's character. The third Hokage was more inclined to education rather than violent law enforcement. His ideas about the village are more in line with Mamahashi's, so it's unlikely that this was an order from him. Moreover, as his direct teacher of Class 7, he himself is the best supervisor. There is no need to send out such people who can be easily discovered to monitor yourself. So in the current Konoha village, there is such intelligence capability that can understand what happened in the afternoon at the first time. There is only one person who is hostile to the Uchiha clan and has the ability to send people to monitor him. Danzo. So are the people who come here the Roots people? With the advantage of being familiar with the plot, Kagura instantly understood everything and also knew the identity of the observer. But the question is, what to do next? Pretending not to know you're being watched? No, he is not an innocent person. If you are monitored for a long time, some of your secrets may no longer be hidden. Kill the watcher? This won't work. If someone is just spying on you, you kill him/her? And then tell Konoha's top leaders that you are innocent? Then in the end, I'm afraid I have no choice but to become a traitor and escape from the village. You have to know that I have been practicing hard over the years just to avoid being killed by Uchiha Itachi and to stay alive. Now I will become a traitor and be wanted by the whole village? That really means you are living too long. As he was thinking about it, he saw the god of Otherworld who had just understood the system, and an idea came to his mind. Then he deliberately walked towards a remote place, and under the cover of night, he finally lured the observer out from the darkness. Look into my eyes. The moment Watanabe Takeshi turned his head, the pair of Megatama's Sharingan appeared in his mind. Looking at the enemy in front of her who had become confused, Kagura couldn't help but sigh at the power of Kota Amatsukami's ninjutsu. Even after the author released this ninjutsu, he probably felt that it was too buggy and added restrictions to it. If one does not possess the chakra of Hashirama Senju or Uchiha Shisui himself, even if others obtain Shisui's eyes, it will take more than 10 years before they can perform this ninjutsu. Of course, this limitation does not exist for Kagura. After thinking about it, Kagura began to control Watanabe Takeshi's consciousness. In the world of Watanabe Takeshi. After hearing that voice, he immediately turned around and took an alert stance. But he never expected that the person standing behind him was Lord Danzo. He quickly put away the shuriken and knelt on one knee to salute. Danzo glanced at him, without much comment, and said calmly, "I came here to inform you that the mission has changed. From now on, there is no need to monitor Kagura anymore. Go to Sarutobi Hiruzen right now and start monitoring his every move." This. Watanabe Takeshi looked confused. In fact, although it has not been officially announced, everyone in the village knows that Sarutobi Hiruzen will be the new Hokage of Konoha. After all, this was an appointment directly from the previous incumbent, Tobirama Senju. Danzo snorted coldly and continued to say to Watanabe Takeshi, "Have you forgotten the promise you made when you joined Root? You don't need to think about why, just faithfully complete the orders I give you." "Yes, Lord Danzo." The confusion on Watanabe Takeshi's face disappeared, and he lowered his head and gestured to the Danzo in front of him. Looking at Watanabe Takeshi who was walking away with a determined look on his face, Kagura once again marveled at the power of Kota Amatsukami. "I hope Sarutobi-sensei can understand what I am trying to convey to him." After completing her arrangements, Kagura took a step forward, humming a song again, and headed back towards her home. Chapter 9 Night Talk. Looking at Watanabe Takeshi lying at his feet, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. After talking with Jiraiya at the trial grounds, he returned to the village. Although he has not been officially announced as Hokage, he has actually begun to take on the work of Hokage. So after taking a day to play with his former apprentice, he still had to rush back to the Hokage building in the evening to complete today's work. But as soon as he reached the door of the Hokage building, he felt a sense of surveillance. It has to be said that the newly established Root organization does lack strong people. Danzo was naturally aware of this, so the orders he usually gave to these members were mostly to monitor people at the Genin or Chunin level. However, he had not expected that Kagura, who was only 8 years old, had stronger strength than he imagined, and she easily discovered his arrangements. Since even Kagura can detect it, then Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, must be no worse than him. If Watanabe Takeshi was still conscious, he would naturally know that people of this level were not someone he could monitor. But under the influence of Bi Tianchen, he automatically ignored this point. After noticing that gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hesitate and immediately launched an attack. It was just that he subconsciously held back his strength when attacking, so Watanabe Takeshi was only knocked unconscious by him instead of being bleeding on the spot. Page 11. Seeing the appearance of the monitor, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly found a matching face from his memory. This person should be called Watanabe Takeshi, a Chunin from Konoha village. and he was sure that this person had joined the root organization. You know, Danzo established the root with his consent. Sarutobi Hiruzen personally checked the list of the first batch of people to enter. At this time, the guards guarding the Hokage building finally came out. When they saw the person falling down at Sarutobi Hiruzen's feet, their expressions changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hands at everyone and said calmly, "Send this man to the root, and Danzo will understand what happened." In the office of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo sat opposite each other, with a steaming cup of tea in front of each of them. After Danzo came in, the two of them maintained an eerie silence. At this time, Danzo was still young, and he was not wrapped in gauze, nor did he deliberately hide one of his arms. Although there is an X-shaped scar on his chin, it does not affect his handsome face. As a man who is capable of competing with Sarutobi Hiruzen for the position of Hokage, he has a calm aura. It can be said that if it were not for the personal appointment of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, he may not be unable to replace Sarutobi Hiruzen and become the third Hokage. Finally, it was Danzo who spoke first and broke the silence. "I never gave the order to monitor you." After a pause, he continued. "You and I both know very well that if I really had this idea, I would not send such a character here. The only person who could come here to carry out this kind of mission is me." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. He picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip slowly, and then spoke. "I know. But I want to know what mission you originally assigned to Watanabe Takeshi." After looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen in silence for a few seconds, Danzo finally chose to confess. "The person I originally asked him to monitor was Uchiha Kagura." Uchiha Kagura. Muttering to himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen savored the meaning of these words. In an instant, he understood many things. He laughed out loud, shook his head helplessly and said, "It seems that you still have a lot of people around me. Uchiha Kagura just revealed his strength this afternoon, and you were able to take action so quickly." Danzo remained calm and explained. "You must have misunderstood something. You do have my people around you, but their mission is not to spy on you. After all, those who come out of the root will eventually become Anbu. They were just sent by me to protect you. After all, in reality, you will be the third Hokage of Konoha village." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the cup, looked into Danzo's eyes and said, "Then your defense against Uchiha Kagura may not be a misunderstanding." Danzo did not deny it and said, "Yes. You should know the horror of Uchiha better than me. Even a figure like Lord Tobirama never dared to let his guard down against the Uchiha clan. I don't think it's wrong to monitor the younger generation who have outstanding abilities. The problem is that you failed." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, put his hands on the table, looked down at Danzo and said, "Although I don't know how that kid Kagura did it, but the person you sent to monitor him was deceived by his magic and came to me. This is him expressing his goodwill and dissatisfaction. Not killing the man shows that he still has good intentions towards the village. By sending people to me, he is expressing his dissatisfaction." He stared seriously into Danzo's eyes and warned, "If you can do it without him finding out, that's fine. But since he has the ability to discover, stop what you are doing. I don't want a potential future to be pushed against Konoha because of your personal suspicion." Danzo frowned, still wanting to refute. "But..." "No buts. Lord Mito had seen the Kagura with his own eyes during the graduation ceremony yesterday. Mito-sama believed that the boy was no threat to Konoha. You should be well aware of Mito-sama's abilities." Even Danzo fell silent when he heard the name of Uzumaki Mito, who had dedicated his entire life to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen left the table and came to the window. Gazing at the Konoha village under the night sky, he spoke again. "Danzo, I understand your determination to protect the village. However, the village cannot develop by simply using dark means. Times have changed. I firmly believe that the leaves can dance better in the sunshine. Danzo is gone. Although he didn't say anything in the end, he also acquiesced to Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. Looking at the backs of his former companions hidden in the darkness, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt more and more how difficult it was to become Hokage. Sarutobi-sensei. Suddenly, a voice brought him back to his senses. When he turned around, he saw that the person coming was Tsunade. It turned out that after today's test, Tsunade felt distressed about her own weakness for the first time. After thinking for a long time after returning home, she decided to come and see the teacher to ask about the future training direction. Knowing Sarutobi Hiruzen's daily schedule, she headed straight for the Hokage building. Because of her special background, the famous Princess Tsunade walked to the Hokage's office without any hindrance. As soon as I entered the room, I saw that the teacher was not sitting at the desk handling official business as usual, but was standing by the window in a daze. Looking at the well-behaved disciple in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and replied, "Oh, nothing. I just dealt with some troubles with that Uchiha Kagura kid." Uchiha Kagura? When she heard the name, Tsunade's eyes suddenly brightened. She quickly pulled on Sarutobi's sleeve and asked, "What happened to that idiot? You must have gotten into some trouble again." Looking at Tsunade, who suddenly became excited in front of him, a trace of vigilance flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and a possibility came to his mind. Although he personally has no prejudice against Uchiha, if Tsunade, who represents the Senju clan, and that Uchiha kid really have something in common, then I'm afraid he, as Hokage, will have a lot of trouble. He looked Tsunade up and down and asked directly, "Tsunade, why do you seem to be so concerned about that kid Kagura? Do you like him?" Tsunade didn't expect Sarutobi-sensei to ask so directly, and a blush appeared on her face. She shook off Sarutobi Hiruzen's sleeves and said in panic, "Teacher, what are you talking about? How could I possibly fall in love with that kind of idiot? I just don't like that arrogant guy who always looks down on others. Besides, as rivals of the same class, it is normal to want to surpass strong opponents. I didn't pay any special attention to him." He was a little stuttering when he first spoke, but later he seemed to have found an excuse for himself and became more and more confident as he spoke. Page 12. After hearing Tsunade's explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. So this is He finally put his worries aside. So, never expect a middle-aged man to understand the mind of a young girl. If it was Uzumaki Mito who was here at this moment, he would be able to see the clues at a glance. The heart of my granddaughter, I'm afraid, no longer belongs to me. Chapter 10, Changes in the Wheel of Fortune. I'm 50 meters southeast, in position. Got it, I'm at the station and can start anytime. Very good, Orochimaru, follow my orders and charge forward together. 3, 2, 1. Rush. As Kagura uttered the last word rush, two black shadows suddenly jumped out from the tree and rushed towards the target not far away. Meow. Following a shrill cat cry, a huge black cat appeared in Kagura's arms. The cat was still struggling, trying to break free from Kagura's control. Holding the cat by the scruff of its neck with her right hand, Kagura held it in mid-air. It was as if some kind of switch was turned on, and the cat that had been struggling just now suddenly became quiet. Carefully place the target in hand into the cage that has been prepared. The four people in Class 7 breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Yes, they are on a mission. 3 weeks have passed since the assessment. As genin, they can now start carrying out their missions. However, for novices like them, at this stage they can only accept D-level tasks such as helping people find cats. During this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen would occasionally come over to lead them in missions. But more often than not, there were only 4 of them. Whenever this happens, the other 3 people will tacitly accept Kagura as the team leader and direct the execution of the mission. After taking a look at the restless cat in the cage, Kagura stared at the communicator in his hand in a daze. Speaking of which, this world is really wonderful. You say its technology is backward, but it still has a short-distance communicator like this one. At least within a range of 1,000 meters, the effect of this thing is impeccable. But do you think it's technologically advanced? Let alone cars, there's not even a bicycle here. No wonder all the ninjas here run so fast, it turns out they are all forced to do so. Just as Kagura was lost in thought, Tsunade interrupted his thoughts with a voice. Okay, target capture is complete. Let's go back and hand in the task. They were already accustomed to Kagura's sudden dazed state from time to time when they were in the ninja school. And this is why Tsunade always calls him an idiot. After returning to the mission handover point and the original owner confirming that the pet they caught was indeed his lost pet, the three people's mission was finally completed. Looking at the old woman with powder on her face as thick as a white wall, she was hugging the poor cat and rubbing it constantly. A feeling of pity inevitably arose in the hearts of the four people. No wonder the cat ran away. Tsunade pushed her hands up and stretched lazily. Kagura stole a glance from the side. Ah! It's still a washboard indeed. Tsunade, who didn't know what Kagura was thinking, looked at the three of them and said. Today's tasks are all completed, there is nothing to do next. Not as good as. Let's go to Kagura's house tonight for a party. Ever since they tried Kagura's cooking at his house that time, the three of them have shown enough initiative to go to Kagura for dinner. There's no way around it, in this world where even a bowl of ramen is considered a rare delicacy. The culinary skills brought by Kagura, which comes from the ancient Chinese heritage, undoubtedly opened the door to a new world for them. Hearing Tsunade's proposal, Orochimaru nodded silently in agreement. Seeing this, Tsunade waved her hand and prepared to lead everyone to the vegetable market. Hello. You have no intention of asking the parties involved for their opinions, do you? Kagura looked at the two of them helplessly and thought to herself. Unexpectedly, Jiraiya, who was always very proactive at this time, said to everyone. Oh, I won't go this time. I have something else to do later, so I'll leave first. After saying that, without waiting for others to react, he waved and left. Looking at Jiraiya's receding back, Tsunade said strangely. What's wrong with Jiraiya lately? Every time he finishes a task, he rushes to leave. I always feel like he's been very busy recently. As if she had thought of something, she clenched her fists, narrowed her eyes maliciously, and said in a strange tone. Is he going to the bathhouse to peek again? Feeling the dangerous aura emanating from Tsunade, Kagura and Orochimaru couldn't help but take a step back. In fact, when everyone was still in the ninja school, Jiraiya once asked Orochimaru to go to the women's bathhouse to peek with him. Unfortunately, Tsunade was in that bathhouse that time. Kagura only knew that Jiraiya had 6 ribs broken, both wrists fractured, and several internal organs ruptured by Tsunade. The serious injury required him to recuperate at home for nearly 2 months before he recovered. The first time I saw you was on fire. The first time I saw you was on fire. Just as Tsunade raised her leg and prepared to follow, Kagura quickly spoke up to help Jiraiya explain. I know what he's going to do. I heard that after that day he asked Sarutobi-sensei about summoning techniques. However, when he tried the summoning technique himself, he was summoned to a strange place instead. Recently he goes there every day to learn new ninjutsu and techniques. Kagura, who was familiar with the skills, naturally knew that the so-called strange place was Mount Miyaboku. It can be said that this was the important turning point for Jiraiya to grow into one of the 3 ninjas in the future. After hearing Kagura's explanation, Tsunade also stopped, turned back to look at Kagura and said doubtfully. You mean, that Jiraiya has been busy training lately? Kagura nodded hurriedly. It's strange to say, perhaps it's because Kagura is familiar with the personalities of these 3 people, or maybe he really has a kind of affinity. After the establishment of Team 7, Kagura became the person who had the best relationship with everyone. He was the one who took the initiative to talk to Kagura about Jiraiya's recent experiences. After hearing about Jiraiya's hard work and training, Tsunade looked confusedly in the direction of Jiraiya, who had already gone far away. There was also an inexplicable light flashing in the eyes of Orochimaru standing by. A slightly stern voice sounded in Myaboku Mountain. "Jiraiya, are you stupid? You can't even learn such a basic ninjutsu as fire style, flame bullet." Jiraiya was trying hard to puff up his cheeks on a flat ground, but after some preparation, he ended up spitting out a mouthful of black liquid similar to petroleum. "Idiot, when you refine chakra into oil and spit it out, you have to use fire jutsu to ignite it. Do you know what fire escape is?" A burst of angry voice came from a huge rock nearby, and the speaker was actually a toad that was jumping up and down. Hearing this, Jiraiya in the field touched the back of his head embarrassedly. Fortunately, at this time, another toad jumped in. Page 13. The new toad looked up at Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya, come with me. Our big toad fairy wants to see you." Giant Toad Immortal? Hearing this title, Jiraiya was slightly stunned. But he didn't say anything else, and followed the toad silently. "Since I came here by accident 2 weeks ago and helped Wen Tai drive away a big snake. In order to repay me, these toads offered to help me practice." Although he was scolded badly during the process, Jiraiya did feel that his strength had increased during this period of time. So he followed this sudden invitation without any hesitation. As the scenery on both sides continued to change, he soon arrived at a palace. At the very top of this magnificent palace, sat a particularly huge and very old-looking toad. The toad leading the way bowed respectfully towards the top and said, "Great Toad Sage, this is Jiraiya." After saying that, it retreated on its own. While Jiraiya was still observing the big toad sage sitting on the throne, the huge toad took the initiative to speak. "Are you the human who accidentally entered Myaboku Mountain not long ago?" Jiraiya had no idea what it meant and could only nod woodenly. The toad immortal looked him up and down and spoke again. Sure enough, he is the same human being I saw in my dream." "You are the one chosen by destiny." "In a dream? Chosen by fate?" After hearing its words, Jiraiya was completely confused. Seeing this, the toad immortal explained. "As the toad sage of Myaboku Mountain, I have the ability to predict the future. A long time ago, I spied that a human boy would come to Myaboku Mountain. And that person is you. You will become an excellent ninja in the future. When you are able to stand on your own, you will start traveling around and writing books. In the process, you will also accept apprentices. This disciple will bring changes to the world, but I don't know whether this change will bring stability to the world." Holy shit! Having said this, the toad immortal, who had been squinting his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Jiraiya, who was listening with great interest and immersed in the future being described, was startled by a sudden national treasure. He ignored Jiraiya, who had a strange look on his face below. The toad immortal murmured in disbelief. "Why? I feel this is impossible. The wheel of fortune has actually changed." Chapter 11 B-Level Mission. Ignoring Jiraiya, who was looking surprised below, the toad sage continued talking to himself. The destined decisive battle was brought forward. The child of prophecy has changed. Do not. The child of prophecy is still connected to the human in front of him. Black hair, Sharingan. That's Uchiha. The voice of the toad sage became smaller and smaller, and Jiraiya was asked to leave the palace with a feeling of confusion. Looking back at the palace of the toad immortal, he frowned and recalled his last few words. "Involved with me? Black hair?" Unfortunately, because the toad immortal's voice was getting softer and softer, he didn't hear the last few words at all. After thinking for a while, he shook his head helplessly and stopped thinking about these questions. The most important thing for me now is to practice hard and not be left far behind by my companions in Class 7. Thinking of his goal, he walked towards the training ground with full anticipation. At this time, no one knew the protagonist who had become the so-called son of prophecy in the Toad Immortal's prophecy. Uchiha Kagura himself was lying in a big letter shape on the floor of the living room. Perhaps because of the stimulation brought by hearing Jiraiya's hard work in training, the originally planned dinner party was cancelled. After that, Tsunade and Orochimaru each walked towards different places with a serious look on their faces. Well, they are all young people who refuse to admit defeat. Youth is good. Seeing this, the 8-year-old Kagura rubbed her chin and sighed. It is because of this that we see the scene where Kagura lies dead on the floor. But please don't misunderstand, he is not being lazy at this time, but practicing. Yes, he was practicing with the white one-tailed Shikaku inside his body. After discovering that there was an extra one-tailed Shikaku in his body, he had found a way to communicate with it after several days of testing. At this moment, he was constantly tearing the chakra in his body into small pieces and feeding them to the tail in his body. Shikaku exuded a joyful aura as if he had eaten his favorite food. The breath slowly transformed into energy and fed back into Kagura's body. Kagura would often use her mind to scratch Shikaku's chin or stroke its back. Shikaku was obviously enjoying this kind of caress. He closed his eyes contentedly, and his tail was wagging happily behind him. Affected by its joyful mood, the surrounding atmosphere became strong again. Kagura only felt that the chakra in her body seemed to be tempered and became stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In fact, this was not his illusion, the system's properties displayed told him that it was indeed effective. After several weeks of training, his chakra has progressed from Chunin level to 42.1%. It has become the current Chunin level, with a progress of 76.8%. The speed can be described as rapid progress. If he were to practice on his own, it would take several months to reach this level. The data of the Tailed Beast column has also been greatly improved. Tailed Beast, 1 tail, fusion degree 35%, turn on Tailed Beast coat form. Tailed Beast clothes. Kagura naturally knew what it meant. Moreover, his biggest advantage over the Jinchuriki in this world is that he does not need to resist the evil thoughts from the tailed beasts at all. Looking at the cute beast rolling around happily inside her body, Kagura thought that this was no different from having a digital pet, so where did the evil thoughts come from? With a long sigh, Kagura sat up on the floor. Today's training of the tailed beasts ends here. In fact, he has recently felt that this method of practice seems to have entered a period of stability. In the past few days, the progress of the fusion of both chakra and tailed beasts has begun to slow down. Kagura picked up a glass of water on the table and drank it all, then heaved a long sigh and walked to the window, thinking about his next goal. After traveling to the Uchiha clan, he always felt that a shadow of death was looming over him. This shadow does not entirely come from the future Uchiha Itachi. After all, there are still 30 years to go, although Itachi's extermination of his clan feels a bit like a plot-killing incident. After all, if you think about it carefully, how could a teenager be able to wipe out the entire Uchiha clan silently and without any harm by himself? But if you think about it more carefully, the entire genocide plan was actually carried out under the arrangement of the third Hokage and Danzo. Then it all makes sense. Therefore, if one wants to escape the fate of genocide, the key is not to be stronger than Uchiha Itachi, the person who is placed in the foreground. Instead, Kagura needs to possess the powerful strength to rival the entire Konoha village's top leaders represented by Sarutobi and Danzo. This is the goal that Kagura needs to pursue. After possessing the tailed beast, Kagura felt confident for the first time. However, thinking from another perspective, as someone who is familiar with the plot, I may have other ways to change the conspiracy. As long as some of the key conspiracies are destroyed, the Uchiha clan will no longer be discriminated against. Then the Uchiha clan would no longer have the intention to rebel, and the reason why the third Hokage had to eradicate the Uchiha clan would naturally disappear. As for the bigger conspiracy behind it, about Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, and even the resurrection of Otsutsuki Tarugetsu, he didn't want to pay any attention to it at all now. The boss should be left to the protagonists like Naruto and Sasuke to deal with. What does it have to do with me? Page 14. Thinking of this, he lay down on the bed with peace of mind and fell into a comfortable dream. He was not clear at this time, it was just not long ago today. The so-called protagonist in his heart, who he was sure of, had changed unconsciously due to his time travel. And the decisive battle, which he thought would take at least 40 years, would be brought forward because of this. Nothing happened that night, and it was the next morning. The 4 members of Class 7 gathered again in front of the mission collection point. But this time, except for Kagura, the other 3 were yawning with tired looks on their faces. It seemed like they all tried their best to practice yesterday. Looking at the appearances of the people in front of him, Kagura sighed again. Shrugging his shoulders, he, as the captain, walked up to the staff and asked about today's mission. The front desk clerk looked up at them and said, "Oh, it's the people from Class 7 this year. You don't need to accept the mission here today. You can go directly to the Hokage building later. Lord Sarutobi Hiruzen has a mission for you." Hearing this, several people looked at each other in confusion. I didn't hear Sarutobi-sensei talk about this yesterday. Seeing everyone's confusion, the staff member smiled and said, "Oh, this was arranged on short notice this morning. Go quickly, Lord Sarutobi has been waiting there for a long time." Hearing this, they stopped asking questions and quickly walked towards the Hokage building. In the office of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled as he looked at his 4 favorite students. In fact, in another week, he will officially take office as the 3rd Hokage, and his work has been getting busier and busier recently. This also meant that he had almost no time to lead these students in carrying out their tasks. But fortunately, I heard from others that these 4 people have recently completed their assigned tasks perfectly. This makes me, as their teacher, very satisfied. He threw the mission scroll in his hand in front of Kagura, who was standing in the front, and signaled Kagura to open it with his eyes. Kagura untied the string on the scroll and began to examine it carefully, while Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. "This time you are going to take a B-level mission, which requires you to carry out the mission outside the village. And, I will be the leader this time." Chapter 12: The World Outside the Village. After carefully reading the mission introduction on the scroll, Uchiha Kagura frowned. The mission is simple, which is to protect a wealthy businessman to the land of whirlpools. In terms of the reward and difficulty of the task, there is really no problem with it being a B-level task. The question is why Sarutobi Hiruzen led the team personally. Even if he didn't need to ask specifically, he knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would officially take over the position of the 3rd Hokage soon. At such a critical time, is a B-rank mission worthy of a Hokage to carry out personally? Even if the reason is to take care of one's own students, it is not justifiable. After handing the completed mission scroll to the 3 people behind him, Kagura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him without hiding her confusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood Kagura's question at a glance. He said directly, "I will be officially announced as the Hokage next week. And the reason why I am going to the land of whirlpools with you this time is precisely for this reason." "Are you going to Whirlpool Country because you are about to become Hokage?" After a moment's thought, Kagura instantly understood what Sarutobi-sensei meant. During the time of Hashirama Senju, the land of whirlpools was a loyal ally of the land of fire. Among them, the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan have been cooperating many times since the Warring States period. When Hashirama Senju was capturing the tailed beasts, it was the great elder of the Uzumaki clan who helped him seal the tailed beasts he captured. Otherwise, how could Hashirama Senju successfully sell this unstable power to the major ninja villages later? Later, in order to better control the 9 tails, Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage, took the initiative to sacrifice herself and became the first Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. At this point, it is only natural for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is about to become Hokage, to go on a mission to the land of whirlpools. This is just like the blue planet where Kagura originally lived. Generally, newly appointed national leaders always need to visit friendly countries as soon as possible to show their friendly attitude. As for why he went before becoming Hokage instead of after taking office? Unlike the era in which Naruto lived, the current situation is still in a state of chaos. Although a ceasefire agreement was signed between the villages, undercurrents were still surging underneath. If there is a chance to kill a shadow-level person, I believe many people will choose to try. The second generation Tobirama died because of this. Therefore, going to the land of whirlpools as the Hokage and going to the land of whirlpools as Sarutobi Hiruzen himself have completely different meanings. To put it bluntly, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen died on the road, it would not have been a big blow to Konoha's morale. Seeing Kagura's expression of instant understanding, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. Tsunade and Orochimaru, who were behind, watched the mission and hesitated for a moment before understanding its meaning. Only Jiraiya, scratching the back of his head with one hand, said naively, "Sensei, what does your becoming the Hokage have to do with going on missions with us?" Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said confidently, "I understand, you're worried that after you become Hokage, you won't be able to go out with us anymore. So this time, you specially accompanied us on one last field mission before taking up your post, right?" After saying this, he looked at the teacher complacently, as if he was expecting the teacher's praise. Sarutobi Hiruzen curled the corners of his mouth, but finally took back the curse he was about to say. He turned his head and looked to the side and instructed everyone. "Okay, go back and pack up, and gather at the village gate at noon. We will set out at noon today." The dazzling sun was hanging in the middle of the sky. At the gate of Konoha village, 4 people who were well prepared had been waiting there in advance. Kagura was wearing a combat uniform similar to that of a jonin, except that she was wearing a purple vest and had a black backpack on her back. At this moment, he was hiding under the shade of a tree with the others, kicking stones out of boredom. Like him, the other 3 also had a backpack in their outfits. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait too long. After a moment, the figures of Sarutobi Hiruzen and another person gradually appeared in everyone's sight. The person following behind Sarutobi Sensei was the target they needed to protect this time. The image of this man completely fits Kagura's imagination of the word wealthy businessman. He was wearing a purple silk coat that looked expensive. The slightly tight clothes made his fat figure more prominent. At this moment, he was wiping the sweat from his head with a handkerchief, and it was obvious that he was very hot. Seeing the 4 people, the rich businessman was stunned. Then he smiled kindly and nodded to everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a brief introduction to the customers, then turned to the wealthy businessman and said politely, "Mr. Fuchuan, time is urgent. Thank you for your hard work along the way." Then, without waiting for Fuchuan's response, he said to everyone, "Set off." As the team started to set off, a hint of excitement appeared on Kagura's face. In addition to the fact that this was the first time he had left the village since crossing over, it was also because of the task prompt he had received from the system not long ago. Mission: complete a B-level mission. Mission reward: you can randomly draw a ninjutsu and learn it. Ever since he drew the skill of Kota Amatsukami last time, he has been looking forward to what kind of heaven-defying ninjutsu he can draw from the system next time. Like Kagura, Tsunade, and others were also leaving the village for the first time. Along the way, they were full of curiosity about everything around them. After walking for a long time along the designated road, they finally walked out of the woods outside the village. Some human villages gradually appeared along the way. But unlike Konoha village, most of these villages look very dilapidated. Most of the villagers walking in the area were dressed in rags, with numbness in their eyes, doing their work like zombies. Seeing this, the crowd, who seemed slightly excited at first, gradually fell silent. Feeling that the atmosphere in the team had grown cold, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke up. The days of peace were too short. Page 15. Although thanks to the efforts of Lord Hashirama, the chaos of the Warring States period was ended. Unfortunately, this peace only lasted for about 10 years. After the outbreak of the First Ninja War, these ordinary villagers had no ability to resist and naturally could not develop. Kagura nodded secretly in agreement. In fact, even among the 5 major ninja villages, Konoha village is considered unique. After all, when the village was built, Konoha village had abundant funds from the very beginning thanks to the money obtained from the sale of the tailed beasts by the Senju Hashira. You don't see the environment of the hidden sand village and can only survive in a desert. Given a choice, who would build a village in a place like that? Traveling is always boring, especially when there is not much scenery worth appreciating along the way. To Kagura's surprise, the fat man named Tomikawa was not much slower than them along the way. But if you think about it carefully, you will understand it. After all, as a traveling merchant, this kind of daily travel is something he has probably long been accustomed to. As everyone's steps became heavier, the sun unknowingly stopped on the distant mountain. The afterglow shone on everyone, casting a long black shadow behind them. At this time they had passed the village and entered a new forest. As they walked, Kagura in the front suddenly stopped. If you stand in front of him, you can see that his eyes have now turned into Sharingan. Staring at the somewhat dark woods ahead, he suddenly made a gesture behind him. Tsunade and the other 2 who had followed him and stayed where they were suddenly frowned when they saw that gesture. Their bodies turned into a black shadow, and the 3 of them instantly came to Fuchuan and guarded him in a V-shaped formation. During the previous weeks of running in, the 4 of them had already developed some hand gestures for easy use when performing tasks. The gesture Kagura made just now meant, an enemy appears. Chapter 13 Actual Combat. Although there was no one around at this time, he still trusted Kagura. After he made that gesture, the 3 of them immediately took out their weapons and stood beside Fuchuan, ready to fight. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing aside, stood aside with his arms folded across his chest, as if he was staying out of the matter. Seeing this, everyone knew that Sarutobi-sensei had no intention of taking the initiative this time. Kagura took out a kunai from her waist and stared straight ahead. The scene fell into silence for a moment, but fortunately the silence did not last long. A voice sounded from the woods. "You little devil! How could they find us?" As if receiving an order, as the voice sounded, figures appeared from the woods one after another. Tsunade and the other 2 looked a little nervous because at this moment, dozens of figures walked out of the woods one after another. These people were all wearing a set of grey ninja tights, and their faces were tightly covered by a black mask, leaving only a pair of hungry wolf-like eyes exposed. The person who just spoke should be their leader. At this moment, he was standing on a tree, looking down at the people below. He frowned and continued. "These eyes. I see. Are you a kid from the Uchiha family? No wonder they found us." At this time, dozens of his men had slowly surrounded Kagura and others. Kagura looked up and carefully observed the leader who was speaking, and found that he did not have any ninja village logo on him, so she realized that these were the so-called Ryu ninja. At this time, the ninja village had just been established. In addition to the 5 major ninja villages, there were many ninjas that did not belong to any of them. They gather on the outskirts of the 5 countries, have no clear organization or beliefs, and mostly survive by being hired or robbed. There is no such thing as concession in a battle between ninjas. The moment Kagura saw these people coming out, she knew that this battle was inevitable. He calmly gave orders to the 3 people behind him. "Orochimaru, Jiraiya, the 2 of you will be in charge of the enemies on both sides. Tsunade should not leave Mr. Tomikawa and should be responsible for protecting him. I will take care of the enemies ahead." At this time, there were about 30 or 40 enemies on the field, half of whom were right in front of the team. Apparently Kagura took on the most difficult task automatically. There was silence in the field, and a leaf was blown down by the breeze and slowly floated down. Just like the information at the beginning, at the moment when the leaf fell to the ground, both sides suddenly turned into black shadows and rushed towards each other. Orochimaru and Jiraiya have disappeared into the team, and following Kagura's orders, they actively attacked the enemy. Tsunade held her weapon tightly in her hand, still standing quietly in front of Tamakawa. Flashes of fire appeared in the air, and the sound of shurikens colliding with each other could be heard all around. A silver-haired figure suddenly appeared in the air. It was Jiraiya. After quickly forming seals with his hands, his mouth suddenly puffed up. Fire release fire bullet. Several fireballs hit the enemies chasing after him. The enemies that were hit instantly caught fire all over and fell to the ground, wailing. However, the principle of this ninjutsu is to hold the oil refined by chakra in the mouth, spit it out and use fire escape technique to burn it. No matter how frantically those people rolled on the ground, they could not put out the flames on their bodies. Seeing that his attack had achieved such results, Jiraiya couldn't help but show a hint of excitement on his face. But before he landed on the ground, several kunai were shot towards him. Jiraiya, who was still in mid-air, straightened his face, but did not look panicked. As he formed seals with his hands again, his silver hair suddenly grew longer, wrapping up his entire body like a coat. Ninja technique, needle jizo. Those hairs were like a solid fortress, bouncing back all the kunai flying towards him. The pursuing ninja's eyes flashed, then he took out his long sword and rushed forward. Since you can't break the defense with long-range kunai, just attack with close combat. Just as several ninjas came to the top of the semicircular hedgehog, Jiraiya's voice came out again. Needle hell! Those hairs, as hard as steel needles, suddenly shot out like hidden weapons. With a whooshing sound, several ninjas who were about to attack him a second ago fell to the ground covered in blood. On the other side, Orochimaru was facing the same situation as Jiraiya. As soon as he landed from the air, dozens of attacks consisting of kunai and shurikens appeared in front of him. Orochimaru formed a seal with one hand, and a gust of wind suddenly appeared in front of him. The violent gale blew away dozens of weapons. Wind escape big breakthrough. It's my turn. He murmured something and took out several shurikens from behind. After throwing the shuriken in his hand towards the enemy with force, he immediately formed seals with his hands. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. This is the ninjutsu that Orochimaru secretly learned from his teacher Sarutobi. I saw those few shurikens split into thousands of shurikens, which indiscriminately attacked the forest in front. Muffled grunts were heard one after another, and the enemies hiding in the woods were knocked to the ground one after another. After doing all this, Orochimaru turned around and looked in Tsunade's direction. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared around Tsunade. The enemy inside was trying to launch a sneak attack, but was smashed into the ground by her fist. But she ignored the people she knocked down and looked ahead with a look of astonishment. Following her line of sight, Orochimaru also looked forward. When he saw what was happening before him, his eyes narrowed in shock. In front of them was the battlefield that Kagura had marked out for herself. The leader who had spoken earlier and his subordinates had fallen from the tree and stood in front of Kagura. But the strange thing is that until now, those people still remain standing in the same place. No weapons were drawn, and no one shouted. The entire battlefield was eerily quiet. If you look closely, you can see that those people's eyes are full of confusion. It was as if he was cursed and he stood there, unable to move. Page 16. Kagura raised the kunai in her hand and slowly walked through the crowd. Every time he passed someone, his weapon-holding arm would leave a trail of afterimages. Then a line of blood appeared on the man's throat, and as he fell to the ground, the blood dyed the ground red. Kagura is like the god of death holding a scythe, silently reaping lives. The field was filled with a weird atmosphere, and all the enemies were like chickens and ducks lined up, waiting to be harvested by their masters. Soon, all the enemies on the field fell except the leader. Kagura stood in front of him, right hand raised, about to get rid of this last enemy. However, at this time, the leader spoke intermittently. As if he had used up all his strength, he said in a voice full of regret and fear. This is an illusion. Kagura looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect that this soldier in front of her could actually break free from the control of her illusion. That's right, this strange scene was caused by the fact that he used the Sharingan's illusion on these people. Although he has Kota Amatsukami, which is known as the strongest illusion in the history of Naruto. For these miscellaneous soldiers whose level is not even up to that of a genin, it is extremely easy to control them. One can just rely on the illusions inherent in the Sharingan. Although Kagura also has other ways to defeat these people, this method is undoubtedly the most labor-saving one now. The leader was obviously stronger than the others, and was able to briefly break free from the influence of his illusion and speak. But that's the limit of his ability. Seeing the unwillingness in his eyes, Kagura spoke to comfort him. You can blame it on bad luck. In your next life, remember to choose your opponents carefully. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and made a stroke. A line of blood slowly tore open in the leader's throat, and as a column of blood spurted out, he slowly fell to the ground. Chapter 14 Spiritualism. This. Jiraiya, who had just released Jizo from his needle grip, saw the scene before him and felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He has been training very hard during this period of time and thought he would be able to make a big splash in this battle. Let these friends of mine be shocked by their own strength. But, compared with Kagura's awesome performance, his original excitement of defeating the enemy had long disappeared. Orochimaru's breathing also became rapid at this time. Is this the power of Uchiha? Weird, dangerous, yet incredibly powerful. Amazing. So envious. I really want to have it. Slowly, Orochimaru looked at Kagura with eyes full of desire, and there was a hint of dangerous light flashing in them. Feeling Orochimaru's burning gaze from behind, Kagura felt a chill all over her body. He secretly glanced at Orochimaru and was secretly alert in his heart. This pervert, doesn't he like men? Compared to Orochimaru, Tsunade now seems much calmer after her initial surprise. But occasionally, when he looked at Kagura, there was a hint of admiration and love in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen still kept his arms crossed over his chest. He had already guessed that Kagura would be able to use illusions from the incident involving Watanabe Takeshi. He was not overly surprised by Kagura's victory. After all, defeating these Ryunin who are at most equivalent in strength to the genin of Konoha village is nothing to be proud of. This is also the reason why he had no intention of helping from the beginning to the end. In fact, compared to Kagura, he was more satisfied with the progress of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The fat man from Bukwin took out his handkerchief again and wiped the non-existent sweat from his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen can certainly sit as steady as a mountain since he can judge the strength of his enemies. But for an ordinary person like him, the battle just now seemed a bit exciting. With the fall of the leader, the battle came to an end. According to the rules of ninja, they began to deal with the scene. They didn't feel it when they were fighting just now, but when they faced the bloody corpses, the four of them felt a physical discomfort. After roughly dealing with all the corpses, Tsunade couldn't hold it in any longer and started vomiting while holding onto a tree. The expressions of the other people also changed to varying degrees. Even the future pervert Orochimaru turned extremely pale. After giving his disciples some time, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Okay, get ready, let's leave quickly. Because of this episode, most of the setting sun in the distant sky has been hidden below the horizon. The afterglow had turned dark red, darkness began to spread in the forest, and everyone realized that night was approaching. Fortunately, everyone had planned to camp in this forest for one night. Before it was completely dark, they finally found a suitable spot and built a fire. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was curiously watching Kagura busying herself. A large pot was hanging on the makeshift wooden frame. Kagura was constantly pouring various ingredients and spices into it. Soon, a strong aroma wafted out of the pot. Kagura scooped a bowl with a spoon and handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen with both hands of respect. Looking at the appetizing ingredients in the bowl and smelling the wafting aroma, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but swallow. He couldn't wait to take a bite, and a taste he had never experienced before filled his entire mouth. The meat was cooked to perfection, and the spices blended harmoniously with each other. As he swallowed, he felt a warm current slowly spreading from his stomach to all parts of his body. Tsunade and the other two were obviously aware of Kagura's excellent cooking skills, and they rushed to put the food in the pot without waiting for Kagura to start. For a moment, only the faint sound of chewing could be heard at the scene. Even Tomikawa half-jokingly suggested to Kagura after eating a few bowls of noodles that if he didn't want to be a ninja anymore, he could find him to open a restaurant together. He swore by the god of business that this would make a lot of money. Kagura did not comment on Tomikawa's proposal. In fact, he couldn't make any delicious food in the wild. What he had in front of him was just an ordinary pot of beef stewed with potatoes. He just added some spices that he had researched over the years. After eating and drinking, the fatigue from the day's journey finally eased a lot. Glancing at Jiraiya beside him, Orochimaru suddenly asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Sarutobi-sensei, can we also learn the psychic summoning technique?" Obviously, the strength that Jiraiya had previously demonstrated had made Orochimaru interested in summoning techniques. Glancing around and seeing Tsunade and Kagura who were equally interested, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and replied. "Of course, summoning jutsu is actually just a C-rank ninjutsu. As long as they learn it, anyone can try to summon their own spiritual creature. Of course, spiritualism can be divided into two types, summoning props and summoning spiritual beasts." As he spoke, he summoned his spiritual object in front of everyone. As a puff of smoke rose, a muscular monkey wearing a ninja suit and holding a stick appeared in front of everyone. After the monkey appeared, he looked around, then looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "Hey, old man! What do you want me to do? It doesn't look like there's a fight going on here." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled embarrassedly and replied, "Excuse me, I was demonstrating to my disciples. Please make the trip." The ape rolled his eyes at the answer. A puff of white smoke rose up again, and it disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking at the scene in front of them, Kagura and the others all showed curiosity. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. "When you use spiritualism for the first time, if there is a spiritual beast that is willing to respond to your call, it will appear directly in front of you." Page 17. As long as you are willing to use your blood to sign a contract with it, then next time you can directly summon the spirit beast with which you signed the contract. In fact, many families have their own fixed summoning beasts. For example, our Sarutobi clan basically signs a contract with the Sarumo. A fixed spirit beast? Kagura tried hard to recall, and then asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Teacher Sarutobi, why does the Uchiha clan seem to have no fixed summoning beasts?" Hearing Kagura's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him meaningfully, and then said, "That's because the Uchiha clan in history didn't need to sign a contract. In the later period, Uchiha relied on his powerful eye techniques to basically forcibly control all summoned beasts. Your ancestor, the famous Uchiha Madara, his summoning beast was the nine-tailed fox. So there was a rule in the ninja world. Never summon a summoning beast in front of the Uchiha clan." Hearing this, the others all looked at Kagura with envy. Kagura's face changed, and she wondered how she almost forgot this setting. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at everyone and changed the subject. "Well, if you also want to try spiritualism, you can try it now. With me here, nothing will go wrong." Upon hearing this, everyone except Jiraiya looked eager to try. After a short period of study, Kagura and others easily learned the techniques of spiritualism. With Tsunade and Orochimaru looking nervous, the two of them tried their first psychic summoning technique. As two streams of smoke rose, a small creature appeared in front of each of them. Looking at the two summoned beasts, Kagura had an expression that said, as expected. A small slug with blue and white patterns appeared in front of Tsunade, and was slowly crawling on Tsunade's palm. Unlike ordinary slugs, which give people a disgusting feeling, the slug in front of me gives people a gentle and cute feeling. Tsunade held it up with both hands excitedly, and examined it carefully in front of her eyes. On Orochimaru's side, a small white snake appeared. Orochimaru also gently held the little snake in his hand. The little snake spit out its tongue and leaned against his palm dependently. Seeing that his two companions had successfully summoned their own summoning beasts, Kagura became itchy and ready to give it a try. Although Sarutobi-sensei just said that the Uchiha clan doesn't actually need to have summoning beasts. But when they thought about the future fight, the three ninjas formed hand seals and three huge monsters appeared. And I have to temporarily find someone to borrow a spirit beast before I can go on the scene? That's really too low. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and quickly formed a hand seal and slapped the ground. Oh! The smoke gradually dissipated, slowly revealing the true appearance. However, when everyone present saw the summoned creature clearly, they were all shocked. Chapter 15 is this, the legendary date? As the smoke cleared, everyone finally saw Kagura's summons. However, when the true appearance of the items inside was revealed, everyone was shocked. Because what appeared in front of Kagura at this moment was an egg. That's right, it's an egg. The egg was as big as a human head, and was as white as jade, emitting a faint glow in the dim environment. With the appearance of this egg, everyone at the scene showed different expressions. Underscore? Sigma, O, O, D. Ha ha ha. Finally, it was Jiraiya's loud voice that broke the silence. He held his stomach with one hand, pointed at the egg with the other and laughed. Ha ha ha, you, Kagura, you actually summoned an egg. Killing me. Ha 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 ha. Listening to Jiraiya's unbridled laughter, Kagura's eyes slowly narrowed into a pair of dead fish eyes. Just as Jiraiya was about to say something, Kagura spoke up. If you laugh again, I'll beat you up. A very bland tone, but very effective. When Jiraiya realized that Kagura was not joking, he immediately stopped laughing. After all, the scene of the battle during the day was still vivid in his mind, and he didn't want to be frozen in place by Kagura's illusion and then beaten up. He was deeply impressed by the strange control method. After spending so much time together, he felt that Kagura was capable of doing such a thing. Looking at the egg in confusion, Sarutobi Hiruzen said hesitantly. This. Although I have never seen this happen, maybe there is some kind of psychic beast inside the egg? Maybe it is not weak. After all, energy is needed to communicate with spirits. Kagura, you can try again later. Nodding, Kagura gently stroked the egg in front of her with her hand. As its summoner, Kagura indeed felt that there was a powerful power contained in the egg. This energy is even not inferior to the Shikaku in his body. But no matter how powerful you are, you have to be born into the world first. What else could I do with an egg? Throw this egg at the enemy as a weapon? Or should I fry it in a pan to replenish energy? With a helpless sigh, he terminated the spiritualism and the egg disappeared. At this time, Jiraiya stood up and cleared his cough a few times in front of everyone. After everyone's attention was drawn to him, he raised his head proudly and said, "Humph! You weaklings! Let me show you my psychic powers. Let you know what a strong person is." Without giving anyone a chance to speak, he quickly formed a seal and slapped the ground handsomely. Smoke rose again, but this time when it cleared, only a toad not much bigger than Tsunade's slug appeared. This toad is green all over and carries a set of miniature swords on its back. At this time, it was using its little finger, well, it should be said that it was using the end of its webbed paw to pick its nose. Looking at the little frog in front of him, Jiraiya said in surprise. Toad Guang? Am I not your psychic elder brother? Where did Toad Bunta go? Yes, the man before us is the familiar brother of Bunta, who holds a dagger in one hand and a pipe in the other, like a gangster boss. I have to say you simply cannot comprehend the growth period of these creatures. The older brother, Gamabuntat, is almost 5 meters tall just squatting on the ground, while the younger brother, Gamahiro, is only 30 centimeters tall. Hearing Jiraiya's question, Gamahiro answered truthfully. Oh, my brother is eating. He asked me to come here and tell you that if you dare to summon him without prior notice next time, you can summon him at will. He'll come over and kick your ass. Okay, I have passed on the message and I am going back too. Bye-bye. After saying that, it disappeared in front of everyone without waiting for Jiraiya to respond. Jiraiya, who was abandoned by the spirit beast he summoned, was alone and disheveled in the wind. Kagura, who felt the same way, gave him a comforting look. Page 18. Tsunade on the side couldn't help it anymore, she rolled back and forth on the ground holding her stomach and laughing. Orochimaru was relatively reserved, but he also covered his mouth and stood aside, laughing. The nonsense scene ended here, and after everyone cancelled their summons, they had a good night's rest in the forest. During the next 2 days of their journey, they encountered no more enemies blocking their way. Thanks to this, everyone traveled much faster than expected. At this time, they were sitting in a small boat. The boatman standing at the bow was paddling the boat hard, preparing to take a few people to the other side. The land of whirlpools is an island not far from the mainland, and there is currently no other way to reach it except by ferry. This is also the last leg of the journey. Once they reach the shore, they will officially arrive in the land of whirlpools. Sitting on the boat, looking at the coastline that was getting bigger and bigger in the distance, Kagura couldn't help but sigh in her heart. At that time, the Uzumaki country and Konoha had already signed a friendship agreement. In order to show the generations-long friendship between the two countries, the Konoha high-level officials even printed the Uzumaki clan's logo on the uniforms of the senior ninjas. Outside, there is Konoha as a staunch ally, and inside, there is the threat of the first-generation clan leader Uzumaki Ashina. During this period, the Uzumaki clan was still able to maintain the peace of the village. Disgusted with the world / the story of the car is about the car's position 8. But in the plot he is familiar with, the whirlpool country in front of him will be destroyed in the next 10 years. The Uzumaki clan was forced to flee in all directions. The reason for this is that other clans are afraid of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. After all, it was a ninjutsu that could seal even monsters of the level of the tailed beasts. If they possess treasures but lack the corresponding power, then only destruction awaits them. After the death of the first-generation clan leader Uzumaki Ashina, Konoha was unable to take care of itself. In just a few years, the Uzumaki country and the Uzumaki clan disappeared into history. The collision of the wooden boat as it docked also brought Kagura's thoughts back to her senses. When everyone got off the boat and stood on the dock, it meant that the commission had been completed. Tomikawa bowed deeply to everyone to express his gratitude, and paid the remaining money for the mission to Sarutobi Hiruzen on the spot. The fee for this B-level mission is 12 taels, but this time Sarutobi Hiruzen gave up the reward. After deducting the village's share, each of the 4 Kagura people could get nearly 2 taels. Generally, the cost of a B-level mission is around 8 to 20, but this is the amount the entire team can earn, and the village will also deduct a certain amount of taxes from it. By the way, let me explain the currency system in Naruto, where 1 tael 10 yen 0.5 Chinese currency. After bidding farewell to Tomikawa, Sarutobi Hiruzen announced to everyone that he would stay in the land of whirlpools for 2 days, during which time everyone could move freely. After all, the purpose of his visit this time was to visit the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan in order to maintain friendly relations between the two countries. This has its own set of diplomatic procedures. Strictly speaking, 2 days is a relatively short time. Before leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly gave them the money for this mission so that they could have a good time here. Looking at the mission fee she had just received, Kagura couldn't help but sigh that being a ninja is indeed a lucrative profession. Although the mission fee will be divided equally among the team members, they can earn a reward of 3 Chinese yuan in the original world in just 4 or 1 days. Even before I traveled through time, I didn't have the ability to make money like this. Sensei Sarutobi left, taking Orochimaru with him. Because Orochimaru wanted to study the sealing technique of the Whirlpool country, he begged Sarutobi Hiruzen to take him to the clan leader. See if I can get permission from the Uzumaki clan leader, and have the opportunity to go to their academy or directly find a senior ninja to observe the rumored sealing technique on the spot. The remaining 3 people looked at each other and didn't know where to go for a moment. To be honest, as ninjas, they rarely have such free time. Usually, he is either practicing or carrying out tasks. Now that they have real free time, they don't know what to do. With his head in his hands, Jiraiya suggested that he wanted to go to the bookstore here and left alone. Ever since he heard the prophecy made by the great toad sage at Miyaboku Mountain and knew that he would become a writer traveling around the world in the future, he began to become interested in books from all over the world. This time when he came to the land of whirlpools, he also wanted to take the opportunity to see if there were any books that were not available in Konoha village. Kagura and Tsunade were left alone and looked at each other helplessly. After a long silence, Kagura finally spoke. Well, it's still early. How about we go for a walk in the village? It's rare for us to go abroad. In response to Kagura's proposal, Tsunade nodded in agreement. So a man and a woman began to wander aimlessly in the hidden whirlpool village. Looking at Kagura's back in front of her, Tsunade realized belatedly that there were only the 2 of them at the moment. 2 people, a man and a woman, shopping. Is this the legendary date? Chapter 16 The girl's thoughts. Once the word date popped into her mind, she could no longer suppress it. Tsunade only felt her face rapidly heating up, and her footsteps seemed to be floating in mid-air, and each step was like stepping on clouds. In fact, as time went on, she had already confirmed that she had fallen in love with the idiot in front of her. When she first met him at school, she was just looking for trouble because she was influenced by the second uncle of Tobirama and disliked the Uchiha clan. But when she saw that the other party acted indifferent in the face of her provocation, she became serious. It's okay if you resist or look scared. After all, she's not an unreasonable person. It's okay if you bully her once. But you ignored me? Then I have to make you face up to my existence. Later, on one occasion, when looking at the other person's delicate face, a hint of impatience appeared. No, what do you mean? Shouldn't I feel angry? Are you impatient because you think I'm childish? Then, as the provocateur, she became angry, and for some unknown reason, she punched Kagura. But she only felt her vision flipped. And when she regained consciousness, she found herself knocked to the ground. Orochimaru and Jiraiya also fell beside him. At that moment, she was really confused. Who is she? Princess Tsunade, the famous lady in Konoha village. Even the legendary god-like existence, Hashirama Senju, was someone I often urinated on when I was a child. How dare you, a kid, hit yourself? Moreover, as a descendant of the Senju clan, he is also regarded as a genius among this year's freshmen. However, he was killed instantly by an unknown Uchiha boy. The proud girl did not tell her family about this incident after returning home, but it also aroused her desire to challenge Kagura. But after that time, Kagura seemed to have completely given up some kind of bottom line. From then on, whenever I verbally provoked him, he would beat me up without hesitation. Even Orochimaru, who stood aside and said nothing, did not escape. In this way, they studied in school for 3 years and were entangled with each other for 3 years. Fortunately, maybe because of the friendship they formed during the fight, or maybe because he grew up, Kagura realized that hitting girls was not appropriate. Gradually, they fought less and less, and instead developed a strange relationship of friends. Then they graduated, and I lost the graduation exam again, and that guy got first place again. After learning about the class division, I thought my fate with that guy was over. That was why she had been so insistent on asking Kagura to celebrate with them that time. But unexpectedly, they met again during the class placement assessment the next day. No one knew the joy that suddenly surged in her heart when she saw Kagura that day. It was at that moment that she realized that she might have fallen in love with that annoying guy. In the subsequent assessment, that person actually defeated Sarutobi-sensei. That's Sensei Sarutobi, who is about to become Hokage. Although the last move is a bit unsightly. Later, when Sensei Sarutobi was away, he gradually became the leader of the team without realizing it. Even she didn't realize that she, who had been strong all her life, had accepted that guy's leadership position without any resistance. Then a few days ago, when she was on a mission and saw Kagura reaping the lives of enemies like the god of death, she was completely defeated. This man looks so handsome even from behind. Noticing something strange about Tsunade behind her, Kagura turned around to look over. Page 19. When he saw Tsunade's red face, he instantly understood what was going on. What a joke, he's not really an 8-year-old boy who would yell that he doesn't want to play with girls. Although he was just a otaku in his previous life, as the saying goes, you have never seen a pig run, but you have never eaten pork. As an adult who is actually in his 30s, he can see through the little girl's mind at a glance. If you want to know how he feels about Tsunade, it's actually quite good. At first, he deliberately avoided Tsunade because he didn't want to be involved in trouble and attract certain people's attention because of their respective backgrounds. But after confirming that he was assigned to Class 7, he became more open-minded and no longer had his initial resistance. Besides, who is Tsunade? Even if we put aside her strong political background in Konoha, a woman who will have a devilish figure, stay young even when old, and even be able to change her body at will, truly combining the two cultivation methods of Luo and Yu. Who could refuse? But if you ask yourself, who is actually 30 years old mentally, to seduce an 8-year-old girl, he really can't do it. After much deliberation, he decided on the 3 no's policy. Don't take the initiative, don't refuse, and don't take responsibility. Well, the irresponsibility here is certainly not what you think. Instead, he decided not to consider the troublesome issues that would arise from the two's backgrounds, and let the future Hokage worry about them. After noticing Tsunade's abnormality, Kagura remained calm and took her on a tour of the village. It turns out that when a man is determined to coax a woman, it is actually a very simple problem. With huge sums of money in hand, they began to enjoy their rare holiday time. He took Tsunade to various shops with ease, and bought her some small gifts she liked from time to time. Then he took her to try the various snack stalls here and tasted the delicacies they had never seen in Konoha. Under Kagura's deliberate guidance, Tsunade lost her initial nervousness and began to slowly enjoy this rare date. Haha, it's just taking a woman shopping. Who hasn't trained with their mother when they were a child? At this time, they were walking on the street with dorayaki in one hand and an unknown red bean glutinous rice dumpling in the other. Tsunade took a big bite of the dorayaki in her hand and said incoherently, "Woo! The dorayaki here is very different from the one in Konoha. It doesn't contain red beans, but some candied petals. Although it is unique, I still prefer the red bean-filled dorayaki." Kagura also took a bite of the dango in her hand, feeling its soft and glutinous texture. After swallowing the food in her mouth, Tsunade stole a glance at him and mumbled, "But, I still like the food you cook the most, Kagura. Then when you get back, Call Orochimaru, Jiraiya and the others to my house, and I'll cook for you." As he said this, he quickly finished the remaining dumplings and threw the bamboo sticks into the trash can beside him. Tsunade's face lit up with joy, and then she muttered in a voice that only she could hear with some pain. "But, I want you to cook for me alone." "What? What did you just say?" Kagura looked at her doubtfully and asked. He really didn't hear clearly. Tsunade quickly turned her head to the other side and replied loudly. "I didn't say anything, you heard it wrong." Scratching his ear, Kagura was about to say something. At this time, two girls passed by them one after the other. The girl behind them was shouting, "Hey! Fuzu! Wait for me!" When she heard the name, Kagura stopped in her tracks. Seeing Kagura stopped where he was, Tsunade looked at him in confusion and said, "What happened?" At this time, Kagura finally found the owner of that name from his memory. He quickly turned around and looked at the girl walking in front of him. The girl seemed to be 1 or 2 years older than them and was wearing the most common female clothing here. However, what attracted his attention the most was the fiery red hair that represented the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan. "It's her!" With a flash of his eyes, Kagura quickly turned around and chased after him. Fortunately, the other party was not moving very fast. After taking a few quick steps, he caught up with the girl. He quickly called out to the other party. "Excuse me, is your name Uzumaki Fuzu?" Hearing her name, the girl stopped and turned to look at Kagura. But after seeing Kagura's appearance, she didn't remember ever knowing such a person. She asked doubtfully. I am. Are you?" After hearing the girl in front of her admit it, Kagura showed a happy smile on her face. Chapter 17 No, he is sick. "Yes, I am Uzumaki Fuzu. Are you?" Kagura felt delighted when she heard the girl in front of her admit it. Sure enough, she is that person. At this time, Tsunade finally caught up from behind. "Kagura, what's wrong with you?" She glanced at the two girls in front of her with confusion, then looked at Kagura and asked. Seeing Tsunade's appearance, Fuzu couldn't help but frown. Looking at the two strangers in front of her who were obviously not from the Whirlpool country, she instinctively became alert. Due to the special nature of the Uzumaki clan, many members of the village have been abducted from outsiders recently. Especially women with stronger abilities are the primary targets of those people. At this moment, Kagura, who looked excited, seemed not to notice the vigilance on her face and said, "Hello, Miss Fuzu. We are ninjas from Konoha, and this time we came to the land of whirlpools on a mission." When Fuzu heard Kagura say that she was from Konoha, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the previous vigilance was no longer in her eyes. As an ally of the Fuzu clan for generations, it can be said that Konoha is the person she trusts the most besides her own clan members. After introducing himself, Kagura seemed to be in a state of hesitation, but then he spoke again as if he had made a decision. "Ms. Fuzu, please remember what I'm going to say next. If you encounter any difficulties or desperate situations in the future, please come to Konoha and ask for help. Whether it's you or your children, or we in Konoha will do our best to protect you. Please remember what I said today and believe us." Fuzu, Tsunade, degree. The best friend standing next to Fuzu was looking back and forth at the two of them with excitement on her face. Hehe, is this a confession? Tsunade behind him was initially stunned, but quickly turned angry. She gritted her teeth and threw the unfinished dorayaki on the ground, and cried to Kagura with a tearful voice. "Kagura! You scumbag! I misjudged you!" After saying that, she ran out without looking back. Only then did Kagura realize that what she had just said was ambiguous, and she looked at Tsunade running away in panic. He quickly bowed to Fuzang and said, "Ms. Fuzu, please remember what I just said." Page 20. After saying that, he followed Tsunade's figure and chased after her. Watching the two figures gradually walking away, Fuzu felt as if he had had an unreal dream. It was not until her best friend touched her with her hand that she woke up from the dream. Her best friend looked at her with gossip on her face and asked curiously, "Fuzang, where do you know that boy? Or from Konoha? Come to think of it, that boy looks quite handsome." "Well, he's just a little young, and seems to be quite bad and a little stupid. You want to have two relationships at once, but you don't know how to hide yourself." Hearing this, she looked at her best friend in horror and quickly shook her head to deny it. "What are you talking about? I didn't know the boy at all, and this was the first time I saw him." After she finished speaking, she tried hard to recall what Kagura had just said to her, and belatedly said to herself, "No, he must be sick." Kagura chased Tsunade all the way and finally returned to their inn. Yes, the land of whirlpools, which had already known that Sarutobi Hiruzen would visit, had already arranged a hotel for everyone to rest. The two of them had first come to the hotel to drop off everyone's luggage before going out to play. Standing in front of Tsunade's room, Kagura explained helplessly. "Tsunade, listen to me, it's not what you think. I am not confessing, but for another reason." Tsunade's muffled voice came from the room. "Then explain why." "For it." Kagura opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. There was indeed a reason why he stopped the girl just now. The name Fuzu may be unfamiliar to everyone, but all viewers must know her son, Nagato. That's right, it's the one with the Rinnegan who founded the Akatsuki organization. Later, he killed Jiraiya and destroyed the entire Konoha village, Nagato, by himself. And his mother is Uzumaki Fuzu. In the original plot, because the Whirlpool country was destroyed, Uzumaki Fuzu and his family wandered to the Rain country. Later, during the Second Ninja War, she and her husband were accidentally killed by Konoha ninjas who came to search for food, leaving behind Nagato as an orphan. Later, due to a series of changes, Nagato gradually became an important enemy in Naruto's growth path. It was precisely because she was familiar with this series of plots that Kagura had such a big reaction when she realized who Fuzu was. Although now he still subconsciously believes that saving the world is the mission of Naruto and Sasuke. But if given the chance, he wouldn't mind using his familiarity with the plot to change some things and reduce the occurrence of tragedies. As for Fuzu, if she could have sought the protection of Konoha instead of wandering to the land of rain, then he believed that Nagato's future would be completely different. But the biggest problem now is that he can't explain it to Tsunade. Did he say that he was from the future and was trying to change that girl's life? Oh, he himself doesn't believe it. After a long silence, Tsunade finally shouted angrily. "You have nothing to say. Go. Get out of here. Hey!" With a helpless sigh, Kagura could only leave silently. Hearing the footsteps going away outside the door, Tsunade buried her head in the quilt sadly and murmured, "Kagura, you idiot." As night fell, Kagura didn't expect that the first person to come back was not Jiraiya, but Orochimaru. When he came back, he had a look of aftertaste on his face. It seems that he gained a lot today. It wasn't until he saw Kagura outside the inn that he came to his senses. Looking at Kagura, who was alone, he seemed to realize something and said, "Are you arguing with Tsunade again?" Kagura nodded helplessly. Seeing this, Orochimaru said nothing more, but sat down next to him with a smile. After a pause, he continued, "Well, Tsunade is actually a very gentle girl. And you know, she likes you. So sometimes I get a little mad at you." When Kagura heard this, she could only shake her head helplessly. This time it's different. He can't explain it even if he wants to. In fact, after spending these years together, Orochimaru was the one who most subverted Kagura's impression of her. As the villain throughout the entire storyline in the original work, Orochimaru is the childhood nightmare of many children. However, as one of the rare villains who can be whitewashed in the later period, he is also a person full of contradictions. At least now, in Kagura's eyes, Orochimaru is just a humble and polite person who has a persistent pursuit of ninjutsu. If he had not been misled by Danzo and others, he would have been more likely to become a mad scientist. As for Tsunade's feelings for Kagura, in fact, not only him, but even Jiraiya is also very clear about it. Perhaps because of this, Jiraiya rarely expresses his feelings to Tsunade. But it's better this way, because Kagura knows very well that even without her, there will be no result between Jiraiya and Tsunade. Looking at Orochimaru in front of him, Kagura changed the subject and said, "It seems that you have gained a lot by following Sarutobi-sensei today." Hearing about the aspects that interested him, Orochimaru could no longer keep a calm expression and said enthusiastically, "Yes, the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique is indeed extraordinary. Do you know? It is fundamentally different from all the sealing techniques we have learned." At this time, Orochimaru was acting out of character and kept chattering to Kagura about what he had gained today. Kagura did not interrupt him, but acted as a qualified audience, listening to his story silently. After he finally finished, Kagura spoke. "It seems that you really like studying ninjutsu." Looking at Orochimaru, who looked unsatisfied, he thought for a while before speaking again. "I heard from Sarutobi-sensei that you became interested in ninjutsu after your parents passed away, right?" When Orochimaru heard Kagura's question, his expression instantly returned to calm. He nodded silently. Seeing this, Kagura hesitantly asked the question she had always had. "So you are so keen on ninjutsu because you want to research a ninjutsu to revive them?" In response, Orochimaru thought about it seriously, then slowly shook his head and replied, "No. But they made me realize that human life is too fragile. But humans can gain power by learning ninjutsu. If immortality is possible, can humans learn the truth of this world by learning ninjutsu?" Looking at Orochimaru with clear eyes, Kagura did not object to his point of view, but looked up at the starry sky above her head. The night sky in this world was different from that in his previous life. The unpolluted sky was as clear as a black curtain. The curtain is strewn with shining stars, and the dazzling galaxy forms the most beautiful picture. After taking a deep breath, he slowly said, "Human life is fragile, but also the most powerful. Because everything we are in now is the result of countless human struggles. Life cannot last forever, but spirit can. The immortal spirit is far more powerful than simple strength." He looked at Orochimaru sincerely and continued, "I once read a sentence. Page 21. Death is the greatest gift given by God to mankind. And immortality is the greatest curse to mankind." After saying that, he patted Orochimaru, stood up and walked into the inn. Looking at his back, Orochimaru showed a thoughtful expression. Chapter 18, Sudden Mission. The conversation with Orochimaru was certainly not due to Kagura's sudden whim. After the battle that day, he had keenly sensed the hidden desire in Orochimaru's eyes when he looked at him. Thinking back to Orochimaru's obsession with the Sharingan in the original work, he naturally understood what that trace of desire represented. But after spending all these years together, he felt that Orochimaru's nature was not bad, so he had this conversation on purpose. It can be considered as an attempt by him to save his friend. 2 days passed quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen had hardly appeared in front of them during these 2 days. Orochimaru seemed to have received approval and ran to the local ninja academy all day. He didn't come back until the evening, looking very satisfied. As for Jiraiya, he seemed even crazier. According to him, he found many rare copies of novels here that were not available in Konoha. But whether it was due to lack of money or because I was unable to move so many books back, Jiraiya finally decided to stay in the bookstore and read as many books as possible. From then on, he was trapped in the bookstore almost the entire day, and didn't even come back to the hotel at night. Kagura, who was left behind, could only face the angry Tsunade alone in embarrassment. Although he tried to buy gifts or chat to calm her anger, it obviously didn't have much effect. Today, Class 7 gathered again at the dock. There was a large basket of packed books behind Jiraiya, and Orochimaru was holding a scroll and writing something on it from time to time. Only Tsunade turned her head and looked aside, standing far away from Kagura. Looking at Tsunade, who was obviously in a bad mood, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little confused, but he just thought that Tsunade was being childish and ignored her. After returning to the mainland by boat, everyone began to head towards Konoha village. Although on the way here, Fuchuan's pace was not slow. But compared to these ninjas, there is still a big difference. On the return trip, everyone ran the entire way. In the forest, several dark shadows kept flashing back and forth among the tall trees. The journey originally took them 3 days, but this time they reached the outskirts of Konoha village in just 1 day. He estimated the remaining distance in his mind and looked up at the scorching sun hanging above his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his right hand, signaling the team to stop. As several black shadows flashed by, 4 figures suddenly appeared behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. "It's about 2 hours from here to the village. Let's find a shady place and eat something before we set off." After everyone nodded, they landed directly on the ground and began to rest on the spot. After rummaging around in her backpack, Kagura took out a piece of pastry. "This is the pastry I bought in the land of whirlpools 2 days ago. It is a rare pastry made of honey, rice cake, and red beans. While maintaining a good taste, it also has the characteristics of being able to be preserved for a long time." So before leaving, Kagura specially bought a few pieces to use as dry food on the road. Looking at the last piece of cake in her hand, Kagura thought for a moment, handed it to Tsunade opposite her and said, "This is delicious, do you want to try it?" "Humph." Hearing this, Tsunade turned her head and replied angrily, "Who wants to eat your food? You should save it for your little sister in the whirlpool country. This little pepper. Do you need to be angry for so long?" Kagura thought helplessly in her heart. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were currently eating their own dry food while watching the two of them with great interest. An expression of eating melon. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has become accustomed to this situation in the past 2 days. "Apart from sighing about how great youth is, I didn't have many thoughts." Seeing this, Kagura had no choice but to eat the cake silently. After drinking some water, he leaned against the tree trunk, half-closed his eyes and took a rest. Suddenly, the voice of the system rang in his mind. Ding! Trigger an emergency mission. Mission Option 1, successfully escape from the Golden Horn. Mission Reward, you can randomly draw a ninjutsu and learn it. The ninjutsu level must be A level or above. Mission Option 2, successfully kill Golden Horn. Mission Reward, you can randomly draw a ninjutsu and learn it. The ninjutsu level must be S level or above. You can only complete one of the 2 mission options and they cannot be repeated. After hearing the mission information clearly in her mind, Kagura stood up immediately in shock. Who is Jinjiao? He is a legendary figure who influenced the development of the entire ninja world. Especially as a ninja of Konoha village, even students in the Ninja Academy have heard of this name. In the late stage of the First Ninja War, which was not long ago, the Hidden Cloud village began to split into the pro-war faction and the peace faction. Among them, the peace faction led by the second-generation Raikage decided to cease fire and form an alliance with Konoha village. At the alliance ceremony, it was the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku who led their subordinates in a sudden coup, killing the second Raikage on the spot and injuring the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The Konoha forces took advantage of the chaos to flee the scene, but were pursued by an elite force led by the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, tested everyone's overall view and ability to act at the critical moment, and then went alone to lure away the enemy and cover the team's retreat. Unfortunately, facing a large number of opponents, Senju Tobirama was eventually defeated. The seriously injured Senju Tobirama died shortly afterwards. In that battle, the 20 elite troops led by Jinjiao and Yinjiao were completely wiped out. The two brothers also suffered great injuries in that battle, but they did not die. Later, Ai, the disciple of the second Reikage, died at the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. After taking office as the third Reikage, he was determined to avenge his master and was determined to carry the heads of the two brothers to his master's funeral. Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who had been seriously injured in the previous battle with Senju Tobirama, were ultimately unable to withstand the pursuit of the one known as the strongest spear, and thus came to an end their legendary lives. The information of the two brothers flashed quickly in his mind, and Kagura's face quickly turned pale. Although no one knows what kind of accident happened, Kinkaku, who was supposed to have died at the hands of the third Reikage, actually appeared on the outskirts of Konoha village. But this is not the time to delve into this matter. Kagura is currently trying hard to think about the possibility of escape. It's not that he has no confidence in Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him, but the strength of this enemy is too beyond his ability. As one of the two rays of light in the clouds revered together with Silver Horn, Golden Horn is far more powerful than what is revealed in the animation plot. They themselves possess chakra at the level of the tailed beasts, and what is even more terrifying is the brutal personalities of the two brothers. After being swallowed by the nine-tailed fox, they actually started eating its flesh directly in its stomach. In the end, even the nine-tailed fox had no choice but to spit them out and let the two brothers go. As a blessing in disguise, they gained the power of the nine tails and were even able to use the nine tails in its tailed beast form. Most importantly, they also possess the 5 great ninja tools passed down from the 6 Paths Sage. Each of these ninja tools has the ability to influence a war. So in the original plot, even when facing two seriously injured brothers, the third Reikage could only rely on sneak attacks to achieve the final victory. Such a powerful cage-level warrior who was once above the 5 cage is really not someone that Sarutobi Hiruzen can deal with now. Seeing Kagura's strange behavior, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked over in confusion. But before he could open his mouth, his expression suddenly changed and he immediately stood up. He stared at the woods ahead with a stern expression. Seeing this, the other three looked at each other in confusion. Then a few seconds later, even the three of them felt an indescribable danger from the front. Page 22. Everyone quickly took a defensive stance, looking at the woods ahead with horror. Although it was noon, the depths of the woods ahead were still dark, as if a black hole from the abyss was staring at them. As a gust of wind blew, a terrifying pressure came from the front. Faced with that pressure, Kagura and the others felt as if they were fighting against the baptism of a storm on the sea. Just when Tsunade felt that she was about to collapse, a hoarse and crazy voice finally came from the front. "Oh! It seems I met someone I know." Chapter 19 Crisis. "Oh! It seems I met someone I know." As the slightly crazy voice came, a figure gradually appeared in front of everyone. The man had long yellow hair, 2 upright horns on his head, and 6 whisker-like textures on his cheeks. He was wearing a purple short-sleeved shirt with a white Kumagakure Jonin vest on the outside, and a forehead protector with a horizontal line drawn on it that said Kumagakure Village. He has a slightly tall stature, and the most eye-catching thing is the word gold tattooed on his arm, and he holds a huge palm leaf fan in his hand. At this moment, he was walking towards them slowly with an arrogant look on his face, at a leisurely pace. Finally, he stopped more than 10 meters away from the crowd. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the people behind him with a rather amusing look. Looking at the person in front of him, what happened in the past came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. He gritted his teeth and yelled out the name he had yelled out countless times in his nightmares this year. Golden Horn. As a ninja, the fact that he could only survive by relying on Lord Tobirama's self-sacrifice has always tormented him. If he hadn't been about to become Hokage and be responsible for the future of the entire village, he would have wanted to put everything aside and try to take revenge. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with red eyes in front of him, Kinkaku grinned and said, Isn't this the kid from the Sarutobi family who followed behind Tobirama? It seems that you are not very happy to see me. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. He quickly adjusted his emotions and kept himself calm. After all, as an experienced ninja, he knew very well that anger was more likely to lead to mistakes in combat. He secretly gestured to the people behind him with his hand behind his back and said, "I wonder what business Master Jinjiao has brought you here for?" Hearing this question, Jinjiao still smiled, tilted his head and looked at everyone and said, "Well, now that you know about that, it's not easy for me to go back to the Hidden Cloud Village. So during this period of time, I could only travel around. I didn't expect to meet you here. I heard that you will replace Tobirama and become the third Hokage." Faced with this question, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained calm, but did not answer. Seeing this, Jinjiao didn't care, but slowly raised the hand holding the banana fan and licked it with his tongue. At this moment, the smile on his face became more ferocious, and he stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and continued. "It would be pretty good if the second and third Hokage of Konoha died because of me." As soon as he finished speaking, a murderous intent as tangible as a substance instantly burst out from his body. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed and he shouted, "Run!" In fact, he didn't need to say anything. The moment the murderous intent broke out, Kagura and the other four had already retreated to the rear at the first opportunity. This did not mean that they wanted to abandon their teacher, but before that, Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly made a gesture to everyone, which meant to escape. And they also knew very well that they were facing this kind of battle between shadow-level figures. Not to mention them, even if the Anbu were here, they would not be able to intervene at this moment. If I could leave here quickly, it would be more helpful to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The scene around him was rapidly receding, and at this moment Kagura was madly fleeing from the battlefield at his fastest speed. But before he ran far, a voice as if from a nightmare rang in his ears. "Little devils, did I give you permission to leave?" Along with the voice, the face of Jinjiao appeared. Seeing that familiar face, Kagura was shocked. Fortunately, he activated the Sharingan before Kinkaku appeared. At this moment, facing the enemy who flashed in front of her, Kagura launched Kota Amatsukami without hesitation. "Okay." A doubtful voice came out of Jinjiao's mouth. He was unable to control his body at this moment. "Chance." Seeing the fleeting flaw, Kagura waved her hands forward and threw several shuriken at the enemy in front of her. But in this short period of time, Jinjiao has regained control of his body. A shadow flashed by, and he actually grabbed all the weapons thrown at him with his hands. "Ha, Uchiha's brat! You are too good!" Bang! Before Jinjiao could finish his words, several shurikens he was holding exploded at the same time. The detonating tag that Kagura had pasted in advance took effect at this moment. However, before Kagura could smile, he found that the golden horn in front of him had disappeared. A moment later, he understood what had happened. This is a clone. After realizing this, he quickly looked at the other three people. As expected, just like him, the figure of Golden Horn appeared in front of the other three people. The difference is that these golden-horned men only used one blow, either a kick or a punch, to knock Tsunade and the other two who were also fleeing from the air to the ground. Bang! 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 3 crashing sounds were heard, and 3 deep pits instantly appeared on the ground. As the dust and fog dissipated, the figures of Jiraiya and Orochimaru slowly appeared. They lay on their sides in the deep pit, unconscious from the blow. On the contrary, it was Tsunade who used her extraordinary strength in time at the last critical moment and barely resisted the attack. However, at this moment she could only stand shakily, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth and horror in her eyes. The 3 golden-horned clones perched on the tree were all stunned when they saw this scene. Although it is just his clone, there is no difference in physical skills between him and the original. And these little ghosts actually appeared one after another and were able to escape his pursuit. Thinking of this, bloodthirsty smiles appeared on their faces. With a kick of their feet, 3 figures rushed towards Tsunade, who was trembling slightly. Seeing the 3 dark shadows rushing towards her, a trace of despair flashed in Tsunade's eyes. He is worthy of being the man who could knock down his second grandfather. Even if it was just a casual attack, he couldn't block it. The reason she was still able to stand up at this moment was simply because she didn't want to admit defeat. But she knew in her heart that she couldn't move her body at all at this moment. She closed her eyes in despair, but a sentence flashed through her mind. I should have known not to lose my temper with that idiot. At this critical moment, a sea of blazing fire suddenly appeared in front of her. The 3 black shadows that looked like messengers from hell slowly disappeared in the sea of fire and were actually burned to ashes. The art of fire escape and heroic flames. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who arrived in time. Just as he said the word run, the golden horn in front of him that originally exuded murderous intent gradually dissipated in front of him like a phantom. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly stunned, and then he understood it instantly. His target is his own students. Although he rushed over at the first moment, he still failed to stop it in time. Fortunately, he finally arrived at Tsunade's most urgent moment. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a black shadow rushed out again from behind Tsunade. Another golden horn. At this moment, he was swooping down towards Tsunade, laughing and saying, "If I'm not mistaken, this is a brat from Tobirama's clan. Come, let me take her to visit Tobirama." Page 23. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tightened and he rushed towards Tsunade. However, compared to the hidden cloud village, which is better at practicing physical skills, Sarutobi Hiruzen's speed is far inferior to Kinkaku. What's more, Kinkaku is closer to Tsunade. As Sarutobi Hiruzen looked desperate, Kinkaku had already rushed to Tsunade. He raised his right hand with a grim smile, and the powerful punch even caused a gust of wind to whistle when it landed. Tsunade, unable to move, could only watch the fist grow bigger and bigger. However, right now, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Chapter 20 Shadow Level Battle. Looking at the familiar background in front of her, Tsunade's eyes were wet with tears for some reason. The person who came was Kagura, who had been rushing towards this side. After knocking down the clone in front of him, he instantly realized Jinjiao's purpose and rushed towards the 3 people at the first opportunity. However, even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not catch up in the first time, so how could his speed be faster than Sarutobi? So he saw the 3 people being shot down to the ground like cannonballs, and even when the 3 clones rushed towards Tsunade, he could only watch helplessly. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu saved Tsunade, and he finally came to Tsunade at the last moment. A ray of electric light was wrapped around Jinjiao's raised right hand, and it was obvious that he had used some kind of lightning-style ninjutsu to strengthen his body. Seeing Uchiha Kagura suddenly appearing in front of him, the grim smile on Jinjiao's face became even more intense, and he continued to swing his fist without any hesitation. The huge fist was like a god descending from heaven, carrying with it flashes of lightning and sounds of breaking through the air as it rushed towards the 2 men fiercely. Looking at the thunder-like attack in front of her, Kagura gritted her teeth and gathered all the chakra in her body into her right hand. He threw a straight punch in the direction where the blow was coming from with an indomitable momentum. It is the super strength learned from Tsunade. Tsunade's extraordinary strength is not strictly speaking a ninjutsu. She simply used the flow and application of her own chakra, combined with her natural strength, to create that strange power effect. Kagura, who possesses the Sharingan, naturally learned this move easily. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's astonished gaze, the 2 fists, one big and one small, finally collided with each other. At the moment of collision, the field suddenly became quiet. Then a huge amount of energy burst out from the fists of the 2 men, forming an invisible shock wave that spread out with the 2 men as the center. However, the gap in strength between the two is too big. After only a second of stalemate, Kagura's expression suddenly changed, and he crashed into Tsunade behind him like a cannonball. The huge impact caused the two men to knock down trees dozens of meters along the way in a straight line, and they finally stopped after hitting a hard boulder. A huge gap was smashed into the boulder, and the figures of the two people finally emerged. Tsunade behind him had fainted on the ground, but fortunately, judging from her still heaving chest, she was still alive. Compared to Tsunade, Kagura's condition seemed a little bad. His right hand was turned outward at an unnatural angle, apparently broken. With a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, he fell to the ground on one knee weakly. Although it seemed like he was defeated miserably, he still managed to take the fatal blow from Jinjiao. Seeing that the Uchiha brat actually took his attack again, Jinjiao was not angry but laughed wildly. However, before he could take the next step, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally rushed in front of him. There was a flash of cold light in his eyes, and he just completed a hand seal with his hand. The ground shook, and suddenly an earth dragon appeared in front of him and rushed towards Jinjiao. However, this was not the end. When the earth dragon attacked, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed up his cheeks and spit out a stream of flame. The flames enveloped the earth dragon, creating a fire-breathing earth dragon. It was the compound ninjutsu, earth dragon flame style. However, in the face of such an attack, Jinjiao still stood there motionless with a grim smile on his face. The earth dragon came with flames and engulfed Jinjiao's body. But after successfully attacking, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not show any excitement on his face, but became more solemn instead. This is actually a clone. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Jinjiao's hoarse voice came again from above and behind. Hiruzen boy, you are still not cautious enough. Have you forgotten that anger is a ninja's biggest taboo? I saw that the real Golden Horn had already jumped into the air. The veins on his right hand holding the palm leaf fan bulged, and he swung it hard at Sarutobi Hiruzen's back. 5 energy balls of different colors appeared from the tip of the banana fan. After a brief pause, these light balls turned into 5 giant dragons and roared towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh! With a loud bang, a huge explosion occurred where Sarutobi Hiruzen was originally standing. The violent explosion directly evaporated the trees within a radius of 100 meters. The aftermath of the explosion formed a strong wind in the forest, whistling through the entire forest. Orochimaru and others who were originally lying on the ground were also blown away by the explosion. Slowly falling from the air, Kinkaku stared at the direction where Sarutobi Hiruzen had originally stood. The dust and fog slowly dissipated, revealing a semicircular earth wall surrounded by trees. However, most of this earth wall has been damaged. Looking through the wreckage, one can see a cage made up of dozens of Ruyi sticks. The person in the cage was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Before the 5 attacks came, he instantly used Earth Escape and the diamond prison wall formed by the summoned Monkey King and Ape Demon to resist this wave of attacks. But judging from his rapid breathing and the blood-stained right upper body, he was not able to completely resist all the impacts. When seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen in the cage, Kinkaku did not show any disappointment. He stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and slowly raised his right hand holding the banana fan again. Although there was a hint of exhaustion on his face, he still waved the fan again with determination. Seeing the familiar 5 energies coming at him, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not sit there and wait for death. With a stern look in his eyes, he quickly removed the diamond prison wall. Bang 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 bang! He quickly formed hand seals, and as 4 voices rang out, 4 shadow clones appeared around him. As expected. He is the man called Professor of Ninjutsu. The 5 Sarutobi Hiruzen each made a different hand seal and used ninjutsu of 5 different attributes, fire, thunder, water, earth, and wind to attack forward at the same time. 5 styles, Great Link. Oh! A loud bang sounded again, and a destructive explosion even stronger than before rose on the battlefield. As if it had encountered a horrific natural disaster, large tracts of dense forest were razed to the ground in an instant. Several kilometers away from the battlefield, he endured the severe pain and put down the last Jiraiya in his hand. Kagura sat on the ground exhausted. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were lying neatly in front of him. As the only person who was still conscious, he quickly hugged Tsunade and ran away from the battlefield before the first wave of explosions. After settling Tsunade, he went back to find Orochimaru and Jiraiya not far away, and brought them to a mountainside far away from the battlefield. In fact, when the system presented a two-choice task, he could infer Jinjiao's strength. After all, if killing the Golden Horn was not too difficult, the system would not have given you an alternative task to choose from. It was only when she personally heard the continuous explosions coming from the distance and looked at the razed forests that Kagura deeply realized the power of a cage-level warrior. Looking at the two people in the distance who were only the size of black dots but constantly causing huge explosions, Kagura fell into thought. First of all, Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot die. At least I can't die here. With the current structure of Konoha village, if Sarutobi Hiruzen is really dead, then the only person who can become the third Hokage is Danzo. If Danzo became the Hokage, then he would probably have no choice but to defect from Konoha. But that's not right. According to the original plot, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not have died during this period. After all, why did the Golden Horn appear here? Shouldn't he and Ginkaku be defeated and killed by the third Raikage at this time? Could it be that it was because of my own time travel that caused the butterfly effect? Speaking of which, where did Silverhorn go? Suddenly, Kagura felt as if she had grasped the point. After thinking carefully about the entire process of meeting Jinjiao, an idea came to his mind. Could it be that this is really the case? Just as he was muttering to himself, the battle not far away suddenly changed. Page 24. A chakra that frightened Kagura appeared in the battle. He looked up quickly and vaguely saw an orange-red figure with several tails waving and roaring. This is... Kagura's eyes narrowed, and she already had a guess in her mind. Being familiar with the plot, he naturally knew that this was the nine-tailed fox's tailed beast coat state. Seeing that Ginkaku actually changed into this state to fight, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already at a disadvantage, might be in danger. Chapter 21 Lord Jinjiao, there is something wrong with you. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he was about to die. He had seen Ginkaku's strength before when he followed Lord Tobirama to the hidden cloud village. It was the brothers Ginkaku and Ginkaku who launched a coup in front of them and killed the second Raikage. However, he did not expect that Jinjiao had not yet shown his strongest side at that time. Later, in order to protect them, Senju Tobirama went to fight Ginkaku and Ginkaku alone, and he did not see the process of the battle. Although he had thought about revenge during this year, he knew in his heart that the strength of the two brothers was not something he could handle. After actually fighting today, he realized that he had underestimated Jinjiao's strength. If we leave aside special cases such as bloodline limits, the actual evaluation of a ninja's strength is mainly based on three aspects: chakra, physical skills, and ninjutsu. If we compare Sarutobi Hiruzen and Ginkaku, except for ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen is far weaker than Ginkaku in the other two aspects. However, Jinjiao has in his hand a ninja tool left by the Six Paths Sage, the banana fan. This is a weapon that ignores the nature of its own chakra and can release the 5 major property changes of fire, water, thunder, wind, and earth at once. Although it consumes a large amount of chakra to use, for a guy like Ginkaku whose chakra is comparable to that of the tailed beasts, this is not a limitation at all. Because of this weapon, Sarutobi Hiruzen's only advantage in ninjutsu was eliminated. Moreover, because Jinjiao used his student's ambush at the beginning, he suffered considerable damage when the battle started. Once this disadvantage is seized by a ninja with rich experience like Ginkaku, it will be difficult to turn the situation around. Even so, with his various ninjutsu, the two of them were still able to maintain a fragile balance. But this balance was instantly broken shortly after the battle when Kinkaku chose to transform into the nine-tailed fox's tailed beast outer form. Looking at the red monster with 6 tails swaying in front of him, which looked like a little nine-tailed beast, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an unusually evil chakra. The golden horn in front of him seemed to have lost his mind, and he kept muttering, "Die! You all go to hell!" With the last roar of the word death, he suddenly turned into a red light and rushed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he was prepared, the opponent's speed increased far beyond his expectations. Boom! The sound of flesh colliding was heard, and Sarutobi Hiruzen turned into a black shadow and was knocked away. The dust and fog dissipated, and Sarutobi Hiruzen barely stood up from the wreckage. But the red light flashed again, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just stood up, was knocked away again. As the sounds of collision rang out one after another, Sarutobi Hiruzen was like a ball being hit away continuously. But as a shadow-level warrior, he is not completely powerless to resist. After gradually adapting to the opponent's speed, he was able to block the subsequent attacks with the Ruyi Vajra stick transformed by the Monkey King and the Ape Demon. Although he was still being knocked away continuously, the damage he actually received was not that great. Boom! With the last collision, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally stood firm on the ground after breaking a huge tree. Although his hands were firmly grasping the Vajra rod at this time, his slightly trembling arms showed his fatigue. With a swish, the golden horn transformed into a tailed beast appeared on the tree in front of him. On the face that had turned into a black shadow were 2 white eyes without pupils. He looked down at the tiny human on the ground with his emotionless eyes and slowly opened his mouth. The 6 tails behind it stood upright and forward, surrounding the front. A huge amount of chakra slowly gathered, and a black ball of light slowly appeared in front of the mouth. The moment he saw the black light ball, a trace of fear flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. "This is tailed beast Jade." Without any hesitation, he quickly formed seals, and a water dragon with lightning suddenly appeared in front of him. This is a kind of ninjutsu that combines water-style ninjutsu and lightning-style ninjutsu to create electrified water dragon bullets to attack the enemy. Thunder and Water Dragon Bomb. As if it was an agreement, after a brief silence, the 2 of them simultaneously launched their long-accumulated attacks towards each other. The 2 attacks, one black and one blue, met in midair and then reached a stalemate. However, this stalemate lasted less than a few seconds. As the black-tailed beast ball became larger and larger, the blue side was slowly retreating. As the tailed beast ball grew to its maximum size, it instantly swallowed up the Thunder Water Dragon bullet and flew towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. A black light flashed, and with the golden horn as the starting point, a straight line 100 meters long ran through the entire forest. At the end of the straight line, Sarutobi Hiruzen was lying on the ground, obviously unconscious. Seeing the fallen enemy, Kinkaku finally dispelled the state of the tailed beast coat. He jumped down from the tree, staggered, and swayed for a while before finally standing firm. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance he had when he first appeared, and was looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the distance with a slight breath. Obviously, he didn't win this battle as easily as he had imagined. He said unwillingly, "Damn it, if it weren't for those 2 guys Tobirama and AI." Then he took several deep breaths and finally calmed himself down. He walked slowly forward, ready to take care of the 3rd Hokage himself. At this time, a slightly childish voice sounded beside him. "Really? Master Jinjiao, your condition doesn't seem as good as I thought." Hearing this, Jinjiao stopped and turned to look over. What came into view was the Uchiha brat who had resisted his attacks twice before. Uchiha Kagura. After seeing Kinkaku transform into a tailed beast from a distance, he hesitated for a moment, but still decided to come over. In order to ensure safety, he stayed several kilometers away from the battlefield. So even if he used all his strength, when he arrived at the scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already fallen. However, when he saw Jinjiao's swaying figure as he got to the ground and the words he muttered to himself, he knew that his bet was right. There's something wrong with Jinjiao. Looking at the young man in front of him, Jinjiao narrowed his eyes and did not answer his question. Kagura ignored him and continued. I guess you must have suffered a lot of damage from the battle last year before Tobirama-sama's death. What's more, you are being chased by the third Raikage, who is known as the strongest spear. I don't think your body will ever be able to recover to its best condition. Hearing the words of the third Raikage, Kinkaku's eyes narrowed. Logically speaking, the matter of hunting down his brother, the second and third Raikage, should have been kept secret. He had no idea why this genin from Konoha knew about it. He finally answered frankly. Oh, what do you know? As for my strength, even your third Hokage has fallen, you don't deserve to know. Hearing this, Kagura laughed instead. He laughed loudly and said. You didn't deny it, did you? Then may I ask Lord Kinkaku, why is it that among the 5 props from the 6-path sage in your hand, I only see the palm leaf fan? Also, where is your younger brother, Lord Yinjiao? Could it be that? Having said that, he glanced at the legendary ninja in front of him with ill intent and continued. Has your brother's head been taken back by Lord Ai to be used as a memorial to the second Raikage? After hearing these words, Jinjiao, who was already violent by nature, finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. A flash of lightning passed by, and he appeared in front of Kagura. His right hand turned into a hand knife and cut fiercely into Kagura's chest. However, the imagined feeling of flesh and blood did not come from his hands, and the young man in front of him with a hateful smile slowly faded and disappeared. Is this an illusion? But before he could make any further move, hundreds of Kagura figures suddenly appeared around him. Kagura's slightly crazy voice came from all directions. Page 25. He. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that I actually guessed it right. You couldn't even see through my illusion. Lord Jinjiao, there's definitely something wrong with your condition. One day I will have the chance to kill a legendary ninja. This is just wonderful. Chapter 22 Dance, The Boy in the Thunder. I never thought that one day I would have the opportunity to kill a legendary figure like you. This is just wonderful. As hundreds of voices rang out all around, the combined sounds startled the birds in the entire forest. The echo and the chirping of hundreds of birds gave Jinjiao a headache, and he subconsciously blocked out all the noisy sounds. A trace of a grim smile appeared on his face again, and he shouted loudly. You little brat from the Uchiha family, do you think you can scare me with just this little illusion? Although I am not good at illusion, but... As he spoke, he was already forming seals with one hand. Untie! With an angry shout, the hundreds of Kagura around suddenly disappeared. But the real scene before him shocked him again. There were 5 Kagura standing in front of him, but what surprised him was not the number of clones of his opponent, but his form. At this time, Kagura has transformed into the one-tailed beast coat form. Unlike Kinkaku's chakra that exudes bloodthirsty and violent chakra, the tailed beast robe on Kagura's body at this time is milky white. It really was as if it was wearing a translucent raincoat, with the tail swaying behind it. The aura of the tailed beast coat was peaceful and warm, without a trace of the madness of the tailed beast. Apart from this, what attracts the most attention is his eyes. At this time, the 2 megatama in his eyes were spinning rapidly, and there was even a trace of blood and tears in the corners of his eyes. It is obvious that this is a performance that pushes the other gods to the extreme. Seeing this, Jinjiao's face showed a serious expression for the first time. He asked Kagura directly. Little ghost, is this your tailed beast coat? No, there is no aura of the tailed beast. But why does it have the same power as the tailed beasts? And your weird Sharingan? In response to Kinkaku's question, Kagura did not give any answer. At this time, his previously broken right hand had recovered as before under the healing enhancement of the tailed beast coat. The 5 Kagura slowly drew out shurikens from their waists at the same time, and teleported to appear in front of Jinjiao at the same time. At this time, Kagura's physical skills, pupil skills, and chakra have all been greatly enhanced under the enhancement of the tailed beast coat. If we have to quantify it, he already has the strength of a Jonin at this time, and the kind of Jonin strength that is close to the level of Kage. Facing Kagura's attack, Kinkaku smiled contemptuously. However, just as he was about to move, Kagura's unique Sharingan flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to raise his hand to fight back, he suddenly froze and paused for half a second. When it comes to ninja combat, a half-second delay can determine a lot of things. Chiang! The 5 shurikens of Kagura accurately pierced Kinkaku's chest, but a sound of metal collision was heard. Tisk, it's not that simple. Kagura muttered to herself, but her body did not stop. The 5 Kagura kicked Kinkaku at the same time. Boom! Jinjiao was kicked so neatly that he flew backwards at a rapid speed, breaking several trees along the way and stirring up a cloud of dust. The Kagura did not chase after them, but stopped where they were, staring intently at the dust cloud. Slowly, Jinjiao's huge body gradually emerged from the grey fog. There were flashes of lightning all over his body, and it was obvious that he had used lightning to strengthen his body. This is also the reason why Kagura's shuriken couldn't penetrate his body just now. With a ferocious smile still on his face, he looked at Kagura and said, "Little devil, you want to kill me? I'm afraid I can't do it with my current strength." The figures of both sides disappeared and they chose to rush towards each other at the same time. Unexpectedly, in the following battle, both of them chose close combat. While relying on the enhancement of the tailed beast transformation, he carried out guerrilla warfare with the harassment of the shadow clones and Kota Amatsukami. On the one hand, he relied on his strong body, excellent lightning enhancement, and his own bottomless chakra to fight hard. Huge trees fell in the forest from time to time, and the sounds of flesh and weapons colliding could be heard from time to time. The two sides fought back and forth for a while, and a stalemate occurred. However, it was this stalemate that made Kagura more certain of his previous guess. Jinjiao's condition is indeed very wrong. He had a clear judgment of his own strength at this moment. Although he has the strength of a Jonin, he is still far from being a ninja of Kinkaku's level. On the one hand, the battle strategy that Jinjiao adopted against everyone at the beginning was not in line with his character. According to the plot, Jinjiao's character should be indifferent and impatient. This approach of ambushing Sarutobi Hiruzen by threatening students is more like what his younger brother Ginkaku would do. On the other hand, the absence of Ginkaku and their other 4 famous ninja tools was obviously problematic. The most important thing is the option given in the system to kill the Golden Horn. This means that the system believes that these people have the potential to kill Jinjiao. This also shows that Jinjiao's current strength is not as strong as he appears, so he used a strategy to end the battle quickly. At this time, Jinjiao was also feeling annoyed. After experiencing the battles with Tobirama and the 3rd generation of Rainin this year, his body was in a very bad state. Especially the pursuit of the 3rd generation Lei Ren AI. He still remembered that during the battle, his younger brother Yinjiao was ambushed by AI and died on the spot with a blow to his heart. He was able to escape only after paying the price of losing 2 ninja tools. This time I came to the vicinity of Konoha village, actually because I was being chased all the way and was forced to come here. But he didn't expect to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen and others here. He knew very well that he could not show his weakness at this moment, so the subsequent appearance, pursuit and ambush were all strategies he had planned in advance. The purpose is to quickly kill the people in front of him. But he didn't expect that after knocking down Sarutobi, he would be held back by a little kid. After repelling Kagura's attack from the right again, his heart sank. No, if we delay any longer, AI behind us might catch up with us. Thinking of this, he pulled out the palm leaf fan from his mouth. Although I don't have much chakra left now, I should be able to use it again. As he evaluated in his mind, veins on his right hand reappeared, and it was obvious that he was preparing to destroy the 5 Kagura in front of him at once. However, just as he was about to swing the fan, the Sharingan flashed before his eyes again. Just as he was about to wave the fan, he paused as his right hand holding the fan was hit by 2 Kagura that flashed over, and the direction of the fan changed. Tisk, these troublesome eyes! Seeing this, Kinkaku, who had regained control of his body, quickly stopped inputting chakra into the fan. Just when he looked up again, the 5 Kagura stopped their next attack and instead dispersed, surrounding him in the middle. The 5 Kagura opened their mouths at the same time, with their tails standing up high. A ball of light as bright as the sun gradually appeared. Kinkaku, who was also in the tailed beast coat state, naturally knew what this was. He was preparing to use the tailed beast ball to attack him. But Kinkaku was not surprised but happy at this time. He knew a lot about the tailed beast ball, so he also knew the shortcomings of this move. That's because the preparation time is too long. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed towards one of the Kagura. The huge palm leaf fan had been put away at some point, and his right hand was raised into a knife shape, with a layer of lightning appearing on the outside of the knife, just like a real sword. When Kagura saw Kinkaku rushing towards him, there was no trace of panic on his face, but he immediately stopped gathering the tailed beast balls. Page 26. Then he did not retreat but instead moved forward, opened his arms towards the golden horn that was rushing towards him, and actually hugged him directly. Before Jinjiao could show a puzzled expression, the 4 Kagura who were originally standing around him stopped what they were doing at the same time, rushed up and hugged his hands and feet respectively. The Kagura who was holding his body looked up at him and finally smiled. You don't really think that an 8-year-old kid like me can send out 5-tailed beast balls at the same time? My real killer move was already prepared from the beginning. Hearing these words, Kinkaku's gaze passed through Kagura in front of him and looked towards the top of a hill in the distance. At this moment, there was a dazzling flash of lightning, accompanied by sounds like hundreds of birds singing. Has he just started preparing? No, judging from the momentum built up from the long-range attack, it must have been going on for some time. How come I didn't notice it before? As this thought flashed through his mind, Kinkaku looked at Kagura on his chest in surprise. Kagura smiled slightly and explained to him. Although my Kota Amatsukami cannot make any major changes to your will, I can still make you temporarily ignore the light and sound in the distance. After hearing these words, Jinjiao suddenly remembered the hundreds of Kagura and hundreds of birds that appeared at the beginning. Yes, considering the scale of the previous battle between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen, how come there are so many birds in this forest? Before he could think further, the momentum of the lightning in the distance had reached its peak. Suddenly, the lightning turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Jinjiao in a straight line. The lightning destroyed all obstacles in front of it with an unstoppable momentum. Jinjiao, who was secretly sighing that something was wrong, was trying hard to break free from Kagura's restraints, but the long battle finally had its after effects. The abundant chakra of the past was completely gone, and Jinjiao only felt an unfamiliar sense of powerlessness all over his body. It seemed like a long time had passed, yet it seemed like only a moment. The lightning finally arrived in front of Jinjiao. The one holding the lightning is none other than Kagura. His left hand was pressing down on his right hand, and in his right palm was a ball of light made up of lightning. Horrifying lightning continued to emanate from all around the light ball, and there was a sound like 1,000 birds chirping. It's the lightning release. Chidori. At this time, the right hand had passed through Jinjiao's heart and went out from his body from behind. Golden Horn, Fall. Chapter 23 Aftermath. Looking at the slender arm that was embedded in his chest, Jinjiao was filled with disbelief. As a ninja, he was never afraid of death. But he never thought that one day he would die at the hands of a genin. Looking at Kagura who was so close to him, the thought of dying together with her flashed through Jinjiao's mind. However, just when he was about to make a move, a feeling of inner fatigue came over him. When did I start to feel this powerless feeling? When Jinjiao died in front of him? Or was it when Tobirama killed all his loyal subordinates? It might have been the moment when he and his brother decided to rebel against the village. Looking at Kagura's young face, Jinjiao sighed intermittently. Maybe. We are no longer fit for this era. This legendary figure from the cloud-hidden village left behind only these last words. As Jinjiao closed his eyes, his strong body finally fell backwards weakly. When Kagura saw Kinkaku's corpse in front of him, he realized that he had really killed Kinkaku. Her whole body relaxed, and Kagura sat down on the ground weakly, gasping for breath. Perhaps because she was unable to control the power of Chidori, or perhaps Kinkaku's body was harder than she imagined, Kagura's right hand was broken again. Kagura, who had already gotten out of the tailed beast coat, now felt that every bone in her body was groaning. Blood and tears were constantly flowing from his eyes, and his head seemed like it would explode at any moment. But all of this could not conceal his excitement at the moment. I really succeeded. Lying on the ground with her arms stretched out and her face up to the sky, Kagura laughed wildly. All these battles were carefully planned by him. The Chidori that was just used is the ninjutsu awarded as a reward for completing the B-rank mission this time. Because he had just mastered this ninjutsu, he was now unable to conceal the light and sound when using Chidori. At the same time, the damage of this ninjutsu mainly depends on speed and impact force, so the longer the impact distance, the greater its power. All of these require a long preparation time. So from the very beginning, he used Kota Amatsukami to make Kinkaku subconsciously ignore the abnormalities caused by his use of Chidori in the distance. As Kagura used Kota Amatsukami more and more times, she gradually understood the principles of this ninjutsu. Although it is called the strongest illusion, Kagura feels that its core is not illusion. Kota Amatsukami's strongest point is to use illusions to subtly change the target's will, thus making the target do things that are beneficial to him. However, this change cannot go against the fundamental will of the target. For example, when facing the attacks of those Ryunin at the beginning, Kagura could not use Kota Amatsukami to force the enemies to take out their weapons and commit suicide. Because the act of suicide goes against their most fundamental will. Similarly, the stronger the target is and the stronger its willpower is, the smaller the change in will that Kagura can make will be. For an opponent like Jinjiao, it is already the limit for him to ignore some abnormalities around him. If not for this, he could have used Bi Tianchen to make Jinjiao think that everyone was his companions and thus avoided this battle. Fortunately, the final result told him that all his attempts were successful. Kagura, who was lying on the ground, suddenly thought of something and stood up again, suppressing the discomfort in her body. He first walked to the river to wash the blood off his right hand, and then walked back to where Tsunade and the others were. After doing all this, he no longer forced himself, closed his eyes and fainted. After a long time, several figures finally arrived at the scene. Looking at the devastated battlefield in front of them, several people were stunned. Suddenly, a scream rang out. "Quick! Lord Sarutobi is here!" Several people quickly surrounded the person who spoke. These people are none other than the Jonin from Konoha. The noise of their battle was so loud that even in Konoha village, the ground could be felt shaking. Without any hesitation, Konoha's top leaders directly sent several Jonin to investigate. But they didn't expect that Sarutobi-sama, who was only out on a B-rank mission, was lying unconscious on the ground. No, this is the Golden Horn. Soon, Jinjiao's body lying on the ground was also found. Several people looked at each other in surprise. It seemed that what happened here was far more serious than they had imagined. This was no longer something they could get involved in, and they had to go back to the village and report immediately. Fortunately, just as everyone was about to leave, one of the Jonin thought for a moment and said. I remember that this time when Lord Sarutobi went out, he led the genin of Team 7 with him, including Princess Tsunade. Search the area again to see if you can find them, even dead bodies. When Kagura opened his eyes, what he saw in the dim light was the ceiling with light tubes hanging from it. With a weak groan, he felt soreness in all the muscles in his body. After opening my eyes for a long time, my vision was still blurry, as if the whole world was covered with a layer of plastic wrap. It seems that the after effects of transforming into a tailed beast and fully activating the Sharingan are greater than imagined. Noticing Kagura's movements, a clear female voice came from beside him. Are you awake? Kagura turned his head and looked over with his divine eyes. After a long time, as the focus slowly recovered, he finally saw clearly that the person who was speaking was Tsunade. Tsunade's hands were bandaged at this time, but compared to herself lying on the bed, her condition didn't seem too serious. Looking at Kagura's dazed look, Tsunade asked with concern. What's wrong with you? Page 27. How do you feel now? Looking at the handsome face with worry in it, Kagura was stunned for a moment, wondering how that face could be so beautiful. He shook his head slowly and muttered absent-mindedly. I'm fine. Well, it seems that according to the plot of the TV series I watched before, I should drink water now. Kagura, who had just woken up, obviously had not fully recovered her consciousness. For a moment, she thought she was still on Blue Planet and subconsciously even talked about the TV series. Tsunade looked at Kagura in confusion, but even though she didn't know what a TV show was, she understood that she wanted to drink water. After being helped by Tsunade to sit up and drinking a glass of water, Kagura finally came to her senses. He asked doubtfully. This is where? Taking the cup of water and placing it on the table beside him, Tsunade replied. Don't worry, we are now in the hospital of Konoha village. As Tsunade explained, Kagura gradually understood what happened next. It had been 2 days since that day. The Konoha Jonin who heard the news found all the people scattered everywhere and returned to the village with Kinkaku's body. Except for Kagura, everyone else woke up yesterday. Through Sarutobi Hiruzen's narration, the Konoha high-level officials finally knew the whole story. At this time, facing the request of the Third Raikage to exchange Kinkaku's body, the Konoha high-level officials were discussing the conditions that the Hidden Cloud village needed to pay. And since Tsunade woke up yesterday, she has been guarding the unconscious Kagura. After recounting what had happened in the past 2 days, although Kagura was reluctant to leave, the doctor who came to check on her told her that she needed to have a good rest. Tsunade had no choice but to leave the room unwillingly. It seems that Kagura's action of helping her resist Kinkaku's punch not only made Tsunade no longer angry, but also completely captured her heart. Recalling the affectionate eyes of Tsunade when she was just 8 years old, Kagura could only secretly feel guilty in her heart. Lying in the quiet ward again, Kagura finally had the chance to check her own condition. The doctor just said that it will take at least another week before I can be discharged from the hospital. As for the fracture in the right hand, it will take more time to recover. But these are not what Kagura cares about most. At this moment, he can't wait to open the system interface. At this time, a completed prompt appears under the task successfully killed the golden horn. After thinking it over again and again, Kagura did not immediately draw the reward for the task. Then, what surprised him even more was the growth of other attributes. At this time, his attributes are Dakujutsu, Dual Megatama Sharingan, progress 86.3%. Physical skills, the 5th gate, Duman, progress 32.1%. Chakra, Jounin level, progress 4.3%. Tailed beast, 1 tail, fusion degree 43%. Compared to before leaving the village, his attributes at this time have undergone earth-shaking changes. The eye technique that had just evolved to double Megatama had made a great progress, and it seemed that the next step of 3 Megatama was not far away. As for physical skills and chakra, they were directly advanced by 1 level, reaching the 5th gate and Jonin level respectively. As for the tailed beasts, perhaps because of the use of the tailed beast coat, the degree of fusion is much higher than before. As expected, fighting against opponents of higher levels is the best way to practice, even though it is somewhat life-threatening. Just as Kagura was delighted that her strength had become stronger again, there was a knock on the door of the ward. Chapter 24 The new team leader is. Following Kagura's response, the person outside the door walked in. The person who came was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Compared to Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't seem to be seriously injured and was still dressed in his usual attire. He walked to Kagura's bed, looked her up and down, then smiled and said, "It seems that you are okay." Kagura nodded in agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled out a chair beside him and sat down. There was a sudden silence between the two. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who broke the silence first. He glanced at Kagura with a teasing look, then said with a smile, "Tsunade should have just left. I heard that she stayed by your bedside all day yesterday." Hearing Tsunade's topic, Kagura's face also showed a trace of embarrassment, and she could only stammer an answer. "Ah. Yes, she always cares about her companions." "Is it?" But it seemed that after waking up, she didn't go to see Orochimaru and Jiraiya. "I will stay with you forever." Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't seem to want to let Kagura go, so he continued. Perhaps before he could still naively think that Tsunade's feelings for Kagura were just ordinary friendship. But he is just a bit straight, not a fool. Tsunade's behavior over the past 2 days clearly shows that she is interested in this kid. This is not good news for him who is about to become Hokage. In response to Sarutobi Hiruzen's questioning, the muscles on Kagura's face twitched slightly. Then he just closed his eyes and didn't answer. Seeing Kagura's cheating look, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and shook his head, then spoke again. "Actually, I'm very happy." Hearing this, Kagura opened her eyes in confusion and looked over. "What are you happy about?" "Happy Konoha's first pervert who seduces little girls has appeared?" Seeing Kagura's questioning look, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained. "I was very happy when you stood in front of Tsunade without hesitation that day. You are very outstanding. Even in the Warring States period, your talent is extremely brilliant. But you are too outstanding, so you never have the concept of companions. However, I was very pleased when you bravely stood up for your companions in the face of the Golden Horn's attack that day." Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's sincere eyes, Kagura hesitated for a few seconds before replying. "I didn't think much about it at the time, it was just a subconscious move." Hearing Kagura's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile widened. He smiled softly and said, "That's right. Subconscious actions can reveal your true inner intentions." Having said that, he stood up and walked to the window, looking towards the highest point of Konoha. There is the most famous symbol of Konoha village, the head statues representing successive Hokage. At this time, workers were busy working on it, and the third portrait was slowly taking shape. Looking closely, it was the portrait of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at the busy scene in the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen said again, "Do you know the origin of the name Konoha?" Although she knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't see it, Kagura still nodded subconsciously and replied, "I know, this is the name given by Uchiha Madara, the full name is Konoha Ninja Village. Wood refers to the Senju clan of the forest represented by Hashirama Senju who can use wood release. Leaf refers to the Uchiha clan, whose family crest is in the shape of a fan leaf. Yes, the Uchiha clan has been a very important member of Konoha village since its founding. Because of this, the Uchiha have always played an important role in guarding the village." Having said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look at Kagura and continued. "Indeed, due to Uchiha Madara, the second-generation Lord Tobirama has always been on guard against your clan. And now Danzo seems to have inherited this idea and has always had some opinions about you. But I am different, I trust all my companions in the village." At this time, a breeze blew outside the window, and several fallen leaves were blown off the tree, dancing to the accompaniment of the wind. Looking at the dancing leaves, a glimmer of fire seemed to ignite in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He said with a tone of emotion. Page 28. Kagura, I believe in you. Just like how Lord Nyanzu believed in the Uchiha clan back then. It is because of the bond between companions that Konoha exists today. Facing everything he said, Kagura just remained silent. Fortunately, at this moment, the knock on the door sounded again. The two young men stuck their heads and looked inside. It was Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Looking at the sneaky looks of the two people, Kagura couldn't help but feel a little warm in her heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but laugh when he saw this, and pointed at them and looked at Kagura and said, "Isn't this your bond?" Everyone left, and after expressing their concerns, Jiraiya and Orochimaru followed Sarutobi-sensei. Kagura fell into deep thought. He didn't ask how Jinjiao died in the end. He said this silently. Yes, the moment Kagura saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, she began to think about how to explain the cause of Kinkaku's death. Yes, he didn't want others to know that he was the one who killed Jinjiao. Otherwise, after knocking down Jinjiao, he would not have gone to the trouble to clean up the blood, and he would have dragged himself away from the scene. But these might confuse those who came later, but they could not hide from Sarutobi Hiruzen who had experienced the actual battle. Make a name for yourself? This is not what he pursues. He only knows that the more famous he is, the faster he will die. If the hidden Uchiha Madara knew that there was an 8-year-old member of the Uchiha clan who could kill a character like Kinkaku, then I will definitely be targeted, and maybe I will become Obito's replacement. These are not what Kagura wants. Right now, he just wants to stay alive until he has enough strength to survive. In fact, when Kagura learned from Tsunade that Sarutobi-sensei admitted that Kinkaku was killed by him, she vaguely felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen was protecting her. This seems to be some kind of tacit understanding between master and disciple. As for what you said, it was because Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to steal the credit? Brother, he is about to become Hokage, does he care about this kind of achievement? But Kagura didn't expect that after Sarutobi Hiruzen came over, he didn't mention anything about Kinkaku. He just expressed kindness to me and then left. Taking a deep breath, Kagura turned and looked out the window. Looking at the leaves slowly falling from the sky, he murmured. The bond between companions. Time flies and 3 days have passed. Perhaps it was because the power of the tailed beast in his body had been tempered, or perhaps it was because Kagura's body was truly gifted. The doctor originally estimated that it would take a week to heal the injury, but Kagura recovered in just 3 days. At this time, except for his right hand which was still bandaged, there was no sign of injury on his body. Faced with the doctor's sighs and dangerous looks that seemed to want to drag her away for a slice experiment, Kagura escaped from the hospital. After solemnly putting on his formal attire, he saw Tsunade and the other two who had been waiting for a long time at the hospital entrance. Unlike usual, the 3 people today also wore their best formal attire and stood there. Coming in front of everyone, Kagura smiled, raised her head slightly and said, "Let's go." At this time, Konoha village was more lively than usual. And the streets were even decorated with decorations that were only hung on festive days. Everyone solemnly put on their best clothes and poured into the streets. Because today is the day when Sarutobi Hiruzen officially takes office as the 3rd Hokage. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already standing at the highest point. Today he was wearing a white Hokage robe with the 3 big characters Sandame written on the back, a red ninja suit underneath, and a Hokage hat on his head. Behind him, the stone statue representing him as the Hokage has been completed. As he appeared, the crowd gathered below burst into thunderous celebration. Hokage is not only a symbol of strength, but also the spiritual sustenance of the people in the village. During the period after the accidental death of the second-generation leader, Tobirama Senju, there was always a feeling of worry in the village. However, today, when people saw the new Hokage above them, their confidence returned. Looking at the admired figure above, Jiraiya showed an excited smile on his face. Hokage? I will definitely be able to become Hokage in the future. No, you don't stand a chance. The next generation of Hokage belongs to the man who is known as the fastest man. Hearing Jiraiya's whisper, Kagura silently complained in her heart. However, feeling the enthusiasm of the people around him, his mood couldn't help but rise. For the first time, the emotion called desire appeared in the eyes looking at that figure. Tsunade, who was also looking upwards excitedly, suddenly asked a question. Sarutobi-sensei has officially become the Hokage, so he will definitely not be able to continue to be our leader. Then who will be our team leader in the future? Hearing this, the other three were stunned. Yes, who will take over from Sarutobi-sensei and lead the team in the future? At this moment, a strange voice replied from behind them. I will be your teacher from now on. Chapter 25. Have you ever considered human experimentation? I will be your team leader from now on. A deep male voice sounded from behind them. When everyone heard the voice, they turned around and saw a young man with a gloomy temperament standing behind them. Although the man had an X-shaped scar on his chin, it still couldn't hide his handsome appearance. It's just that gloomy temperament makes people feel a little uncomfortable. When she saw the person in front of her, although Kagura's face looked normal, she was actually shocked in her heart. Although it was the first time they met, he had already recognized the identity of the person in front of him. It was none other than Danzo, the leader of the root organization who had sent people to monitor him before. Is he the teacher in charge of the team after Class 7? After hearing clearly what Danzo said, Kagura felt that her future life seemed to be cast in a shadow. Who is Danzo? If there really is a villain in Konoha, then Danzo would definitely be the first choice. Even compared to Orochimaru, Danzo makes many Naruto fans more angry. Perhaps he has always insisted on his own justice, but there is no doubt that many tragedies in the whole plot were caused by him. Even if we ignore the fact that he was behind the Uchiha clan genocide, Orochimaru's evil transformation was also due to him. In order to study the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and obtain an artificial human with Hashirama's chakra. It was he who persuaded Orochimaru to plunder humans from the surrounding villages and bring them back for experiments. It can be said that Orochimaru's earliest human experiments were only possible because of his support. Thinking of this, Kagura couldn't help but look at Orochimaru, who was standing beside her with an innocent look on his face. Well, I will definitely change your fate this time. Unlike Kagura, who was preoccupied with her worries, after seeing Danzo, Tsunade and the other two were stunned for a moment, but they all smiled at the same time. Tsunade greeted him respectfully, which was rare. Lord Danzo. Danzo and the others naturally knew about it. As one of the 6 guards of the second Hokage Tobirama, Danzo had not yet retired behind the scenes at this time and had a very high reputation in Konoha. Although it would certainly be better to have Sarutobi-sensei leading the team, it doesn't seem like it would be a bad thing if we replaced him. Ignoring the gazes of others, Danzo kept staring at Kagura silently, observing his reaction. Hate/H. But the calm Kagura didn't show much expression. Seeing this, Danzo spoke again. Speaking of which, you did a great job in the battle a few days ago. After hearing Danzo's praise, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and others lowered their heads in guilt. In that battle, they did not make any contribution at all, and it can be said that they withdrew from the battlefield as soon as the war started. At least Kagura managed to exchange a few moves with Kinkaku, but the rest of them were almost crushed and knocked down. Page 29. Seeing everyone's expressions, it seemed that they were not good at making similar expressions. Danzo forced a smile and said, "You don't need to feel ashamed. It is normal to be defeated in the face of a powerful enemy. What is important is not the present, but the future growth. After saying this, he looked at Kagura again and said with a hint of meaning. Speaking of which, we also checked the scene and Jinjiao's body afterwards. Judging from the scene, Jinjiao was probably killed by someone using a long-distance accelerated lightning ninjutsu. But strangely, the wound on his chest was smaller than we thought. Having said this, he looked at Kagura with a gleam in his eyes, and then continued. It's like the size of a child's hand. Facing Danzo's aggressive gaze, Kagura said calmly. Well, it's really strange. But I'm sorry, a few of us fainted at the beginning and don't know what kind of ninjutsu it is. I think you should ask the Hokage directly about this question, after all, he was the one who killed the enemy with his own hands. I think he wouldn't mind explaining the situation to you. Looking at the flawless Kagura, Danzo nodded slightly and said no more. He just looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen above him again. Vaguely sensing that something was wrong with the atmosphere, the other three looked at the two in confusion. But because they didn't know the whole story, they could only remain silent in the end. The inauguration ceremony of Hokage did not last long. After Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a speech in front of everyone, the carnival came to an end. The crowd gradually dispersed, and after Danzo told everyone the place and time to gather tomorrow, he left. Afterwards, Jiraiya also said goodbye to everyone. Speaking of which, he has been quite busy since he was discharged from the hospital. Later, after Tsunade's explanation, Kagura realized that he was busy organizing books. Speaking of which, Jiraiya's luck was pretty good. Before he was attacked by Kinkaku, he had put the books he brought from the land of whirlpools under a tree. Then, that devastating battle perfectly avoided the tree where he hid his books. After being discharged from the hospital the day before yesterday, he returned to the scene immediately and retrieved his precious books. So he has been busy recording and classifying those books these past 2 days. Looking at Jiraiya's figure going away, Tsunade curled her lips and muttered. I feel like Jiraiya has changed a lot since graduation. Orochimaru on the side responded gently. Jiraiya has found something he enjoys, we should be happy for him. In the end, the three people with nothing to do chose to wander the street together. As she walked, Tsunade's eyes lit up when she saw a queue not far away. That is a new fruit drink that has been popular in the village recently. Because of its unique flavor, it is very popular among young people and there is always a long queue in front of the store. After excitedly asking her two companions and getting negative answers from Kagura and Orochimaru, Tsunade decided to go buy one alone. Looking at Tsunade's queuing figure in the distance, Kagura and Orochimaru sat on a bench on the street and waited. Not long after sitting down, Orochimaru suddenly asked. Kagura, in that battle, were you really unconscious? Hearing this, Kagura turned to look at Orochimaru beside her, and was met with his serious eyes. Obviously different from the other two thick-skinned people, the clever Orochimaru seemed to have deduced some facts from Danzo's words just now. Kagura pondered for a while, then chose to confess. No, not really. But unlike what you might imagine, the main force in the battle was not me, but mainly due to the efforts of Sarutobi-sensei. I was just lucky enough to be ambushed. Orochimaru was slightly stunned when he heard Kagura's frank words. He didn't expect Kagura to tell him the truth directly. In fact, this was not something Kagura did on a whim or she wanted to show off to her companions. It was a choice he made after careful consideration. After that battle, in addition to Orochimaru, Tsunade and Jiraiya were both a little depressed emotionally. They were hailed as geniuses, and although they were suppressed by Kagura all the way, they actually did not encounter too many setbacks. But in this battle, the opponent defeated them with just one strike, which was actually a big blow to them. In such an emotional state, Danzo now came to Orochimaru again, and Kagura couldn't help but start to worry about Orochimaru's darkening in advance. Thinking of all these things, he decided to confess to Orochimaru. After all, with Orochimaru's intelligence, even if he doesn't confess, he will easily realize the truth later. Will he have any negative emotions or something because of his concealment? As a Blue Star person who has watched too many melodramatic plots, Kagura feels that this is a very likely development. After digesting the meaning of Kagura's words, Orochimaru lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then he looked up at Kagura as if he had made up his mind and said, "Kagura, can you teach me how to practice?" Kagura was also stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that Orochimaru, who was so proud in his heart, would make such a request to him. After shaking his head slightly, he said to Orochimaru, "Orochimaru, you don't need to be so anxious. It's not that I don't want to, but because my way is not suitable for you. I think you can refer to Jiraiya's experience, and you will definitely be able to find your own opportunities." This wasn't just him trying to please Orochimaru. Although it is not explained in detail in the plot, Kagura knows that there is a snake hermit in a fairyland similar to Mayaboka Mountain in this world. In fact, the three ninjas of Konoha are the ones who have the opportunity to discover three blessed places. Although Kagura didn't know how Orochimaru finally entered the blessed land belonging to snakes, it was not difficult to guess based on Jiraiya's experience. Hearing Kagura's almost comforting words, Orochimaru did not feel disappointed, but tilted his head in thought. Looking at Orochimaru who was thinking, Kagura thought for a moment and spoke again. "Orochimaru, are you still persisting in your research on ninjutsu?" When Orochimaru heard the word ninjutsu, his eyes suddenly lit up. He nodded hurriedly, then looked at Kagura expectantly, as if waiting for him to say something. After hesitating for a while, Kagura said something that shocked Orochimaru. "Have you ever considered human experimentation?" Chapter 26 No, why are you blushing? Have you ever considered human experimentation? As soon as Kagura said this, Orochimaru's face suddenly turned pale. Well, although his face was already very pale, Kagura could still clearly see that his complexion had become even paler. As if breaking some taboos in his heart, Orochimaru said with a trembling voice unconsciously. Do you know what you are talking about? Human experimentation is a taboo in the entire ninja world." Facing Orochimaru's questioning, Kagura shrugged indifferently and replied calmly. "I know, but there are still a lot of people doing similar things, right? We can't deny that." Hearing this, Orochimaru also fell silent to show his agreement. In fact, in this world, using human bodies to experiment with ninjutsu is not a big deal. By transplanting eyes, he gained pupil skills and sealed the tailed beast into the human body, creating a so-called jinkraki. In fact, if we broaden our perspective, we will find that all countries are conducting human experiments, either overtly or covertly. Even Konoha, led by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, was no exception. In the original plot, he shouted that he was heartbroken by Orochimaru's cruelty, while tacitly approving everything Danzo did. Yamato was produced after studying Hashira cells, and the many eyes collected by Danzo after the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Didn't Sarutobi Hiruzen also silently acknowledge these? However, at this moment, Kagura is not trying to guide Orochimaru to become evil, but to guide him in the right direction. He continued. "Of course, I'm not saying that I support capturing civilians for human experimentation. I think every study can be divided into stages. When the risk is high in the early stages, we can use mice or other animals to conduct experiments and analyze the data. After all, like humans, these creatures also have chakra in their bodies." Page 30. Once we have some concrete data showing a reduction in risk of death, we will start considering human trials. Having said this, Kagura paused, as if to organize his thoughts before saying. As for human experiments, we can initially select some death row prisoners to conduct them. Of course, we can adjust the intensity and control the risk to a level that will not easily lead to deaths at the beginning. After all, death row inmates are also human beings, and we cannot take their lives lightly. Then we will increase the intensity step by step to get the data we want. In this series of experiments, we need to record the comparisons and data, analyze the reasons for each failure or success, and then proceed to the next experiment. Through further experiments and data analysis, we will control the risks to a level that we feel we can tolerate, and then recruit volunteers for the trial. In this era, I believe there will still be many volunteers to gain strength. After saying all this in one breath, Kagura licked the corner of her lips and waited for Orochimaru's reaction. As Kagura spoke, Orochimaru's eyes became brighter and brighter, and a noticeable flush of excitement appeared on his face. He excitedly held Kagura's hands and said in disbelief, "Kagura, you really are a genius." "Yes, you are right. We can control the preliminary materials of the experiment and then gradually develop it into human experiments with less harm. Well, although it feels like the experimental progress may be a bit slow, it would be a help if we could get the support of the village. I have to meet with you tomorrow." "No, I need to sort out my thoughts before going." As his voice got lower and lower, Orochimaru seemed to think of the future of his dreams, and the flush of excitement on his face became more and more obvious. Seeing Orochimaru's reaction, Kagura couldn't help but nodded with relief. In fact, in his opinion, Orochimaru's personality is no different from those researchers on Blue Planet who focus on scientific research. For such people, the key is whether they can be guided onto the right path. In fact, Orochimaru's early self-centeredness and lack of trust in his teammates was simply because he didn't want the people around him to be hurt. With such a nature, Kagura is confident that he can embark on a relatively bright future. However, at this moment, a surprised voice interrupted his thoughts. "What are you doing?" The person who spoke was Tsunade, who had just returned from queuing. She looked at the two of them in surprise, holding 2 drinks in her hands. It seems that she finally bought a cup for Kagura. But at this moment her eyes moved back and forth between Orochimaru and Kagura, and finally stopped on Orochimaru's hands that were holding Kagura's. Following Tsunade's gaze, Kagura came back to her senses and observed the postures of the two people. The 2 men clasped hands tightly, and Orochimaru was looking at them with a flushed face, muttering something. As Tsunade's face grew paler, Kagura finally realized that there was indeed something wrong with their current posture. He quickly pulled his hand out and explained to Tsunade. "Tsunade, it's not what you think." But it was obvious that Tsunade didn't listen. She looked at the two of them with lifeless eyes. Suddenly a chill ran through her body. She looked at Kagura with disgust and said, "I thought you liked this." "No. You misunderstood something. Sis, that's Orochimaru, a man." "Wait, if it's the snake ant who learns the reincarnation technique in the future, it doesn't seem impossible." "Shit, what on earth was I thinking?" Orochimaru, who was daydreaming at this time, finally came back to his senses. He looked at Tsunade, who came back, and his face became even redder. He suddenly stood up, bowed to Kagura and said, "Kagura-kun, I will always remember what you just said to me. Thank you." After saying this, without waiting for Kagura to speak, he decisively turned around and left. Looking at Orochimaru walking away and Tsunade with a pale face beside him, several black lines appeared on Kagura's head. "Thank you, uncle." "No, you're blushing. Besides, what does it mean to suddenly use honorifics to address me? And what does that sentence that caused people to misunderstand mean? What did I say to you? Please tell me clearly on the spot." Looking at Tsunade in front of her with tears in her eyes, Kagura felt a headache. "Destroy it, hurry up." Fortunately, through Kagura's explanation, Tsunade gradually understood the content of the conversation between the two. Despite this, there was still a hint of doubt in Tsunade's eyes when she looked at Kagura. Kagura also shook her head and smiled bitterly, and could only ignore it for the time being. The passage of time is not subject to human will. 2 months have passed since Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage. A week after being discharged from the hospital, the bandage on Kagura's hand was removed. Danzo's joining does not seem to change the rhythm of Team 7. In fact, their daily lives have not changed at all. To be fair, as a team leader, Danzo is indeed very responsible. To be able to become a strong contender for the third Hokage, Danzo really has his own set of things. The team's cooperative offensive formation, the use of tactics and ninjutsu in different environments, how to find hiding places in different environments, and so on. Danzo did not keep his knowledge to himself, but taught his experience to everyone without reservation. During this period of time, the four of them were like a sponge, constantly absorbing these experiences. If it weren't for the hint of vigilance in Danzo's eyes every time he looked at her, Kagura would almost have thought that this old bastard was a good person. Kagura believes that the calmer Danzo is now, the more complicated the conspiracy behind him may be. But for a genin, the most missions they can take on a normal day are C-level missions. Even most of the time, they can only perform D-level tasks. So for these 2 months, they basically stayed in the village. But during this period of time, the other three have undergone great changes. Under Kagura's subtle hints, Orochimaru and Tsunade finally encountered their own opportunities. Like Jiraiya, they also found the paradise behind their respective summons. Recently, every time Tsunade completes a mission, she will start to study healing techniques diligently. In order to demonstrate the improvement of her healing skills, she even beat Jiraiya up and then healed him with healing skills. After this happened several times, Jiraiya suffered from psychological trauma. Every time after the meeting, Jiraiya would run away from Tsunade as if he was running away, making Tsunade very angry. As for Orochimaru, to use Jiraiya's words, this guy feels more and more like a snake. Perhaps the characteristic of the snake immortal is the changes in physical skills. Orochimaru is now like another hot-blooded comic protagonist that Kagura had seen in her previous life. He can now stretch any part of his body at will. When Kagura saw Orochimaru use this skill for the first time, she realized belatedly that this was simply the magical skill that every man dreams of. But when Tsunade saw Orochimaru sticking his head over from more than 10 meters away, she felt a surge of fear. After completing another simple D-level mission, after Danzo announced the disbandment on the spot, Kagura went straight home. Seeing this, Tsunade immediately followed and said to him, "Kagura, the three of us have agreed to go to your house for a party today. Are you free?" Looking back and seeing the expectant eyes of her three companions, Kagura shook her head. He refused in a slightly heavy tone. "I'm sorry, I have something to do today and I really can't leave. Next time." After saying that, he left without looking back. This was not just a perfunctory response to them, Kagura really had something very important to do today. Because he is going to attend a very important funeral today. Chapter 27 A-Level Mission. After returning home and changing into a black formal suit, Kagura stood at the door with a solemn expression. Konoha had entered winter at this time. Although it was still afternoon, the sky was full of dark clouds. Before I even left the house, snowflakes began to slowly fall from the sky. Kagura has never been able to figure out which location on the blue planet this place corresponds to. Even though the summers are long and hot, it snows in the winter. Putting his hands to his mouth and blowing out a breath of hot air, he took out a black umbrella by the door and opened it. Page 31. Under the dark clouds, the crystal snowflakes grew bigger and bigger, adding a bit of depression. After walking for only a dozen minutes, he arrived at his destination. This was a morning hall. When the family members outside saw Kagura arrive, they all bowed to the visitor in unison. Kagura folded her umbrella, returned the greeting, and walked in slowly. Staring blankly at the black and white photo in the middle of the morning hall, Kagura felt sad for the first time since she had traveled through time. The person in the portrait was Uchiha Jing, the one who had always taken care of him. Perhaps it was because he heard the news of Jinjiao and Yinjiao's death that he, who was already weak after being seriously injured the previous year, did not survive this year. Looking at that familiar face, Kagura recalled every detail of the past. In the first few days after traveling through time, I was either afraid of the changes in the environment or worried about my future. During those days, Kagura almost locked herself in the room. Finally, it was Uchiha Kagami who rushed in and carried himself out even though he was almost fainted from hunger. When I finally accepted the fact and began to practice diligently, it was Jing who taught me how to practice. Jing is like an outlier in the Uchiha clan. He is not as proud as other members of the clan. Instead, he is like a sun, warming the people around him. So even though Kagura consciously stayed away from the Uchiha clan members, she became a unique friend only with him. Kagura bowed respectfully 3 times towards the front and looked at the family members beside her. Jing's wife was wearing the unique white Japanese dress. Her eyes were a little red and swollen, and it seemed that she had just cried. Next to her, a little boy who was only 3 or 4 years old knelt beside her. Looking at the little boy, he knew that this was Kagami's son and the father of Uchiha Shisui, the original owner of his Koda Amatsu Kami ninjutsu. After bowing to the mother and child, Kagura left. Walking out of the morning hall and looking at the dark sky, Kagura took a deep breath. Only then did he feel that he was beginning to integrate into this world, feeling the joys and sorrows brought to him by these characters who were originally just in the comics. He shook his head, as if trying to drive out the sadness in his mind. Kagura opened her umbrella again and walked towards home. But when he just walked out of the door, he unexpectedly found that the lights in the house were on. Did I leave the lights on when I left the house? Muttering to herself in confusion, Kagura opened the door. Happy birthday! As soon as he walked into the door, as the voice of congratulations rang out, a rain of ribbons broke out in front of him. After tidying up the debris on his head, he looked at the 3 familiar people blankly. It was none other than Team 7's companions, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. He asked doubtfully. How did you get into my house, and when is your birthday? Tsunade replied with a smile on her face. Oh, you didn't lock the door when you went out, so we came in directly. We are of course celebrating your 9th birthday. My birthday? This was the first time Kagura knew the date of her birthday. There was no way, because when he traveled through time, the parents of this body had already passed away. He instinctively rejected other members of the clan. And the only one close to him, Uchiha Kagami, didn't even know when his birthday was. So since he traveled through time, he sadly has never celebrated his birthday. As time went by, he also forgot his exact birthday. This time, it was because Tsunade had written down his information when she was in school that she knew the date of his birthday. So starting from yesterday, she teamed up with Orochimaru and Jiraiya to give him a surprise. But she didn't expect Kagura to be so disrespectful to her today. After rejecting her, she didn't even give them a chance to speak and just left. Tsunade, who was unwilling to give up, naturally would not give up and still came to Kagura's door with the things she had prepared. Fortunately, Kagura forgot to lock the door when she went out today because it was snowing, otherwise Tsunade's original plan was to violently tear down the door. Looking at the 3 companions with smiling faces and the table full of delicious food and cakes behind them, a smile slowly appeared on Kagura's originally confused face. He looked at the 3 people sincerely and said, thank you for everything you have prepared for me." Hearing this, Tsunade smiled happily, took a step forward, held his hand and walked behind him. As he walked he said, "Come, blow out the candles first, then try these foods. We bought these with the money we earned from completing missions, and we queued for a long time before we could buy them. Obviously, the food was spent with my money." "What do you mean? I didn't buy the cake." Amid the noise of the crowd, Kagura looked at the cake in front of her that was lit with candles and blew out the candles forcefully. Looking at the happy eyes of his companions, he felt a warm current surge in his heart. Mr. Jing, it seems that I have a group of very good companions. Time always passes quickly at a party, and the three people left after eating and drinking their fill. Looking at the room that seemed a little empty after being cleaned, Kagura did not feel the same loneliness as before. Looking at the remaining piece of cake in front of him, he was thinking about other things. With his familiarity with the plot, perhaps he could change the tragic fate of these three people. Thinking of this, a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. However, if you want to change your destiny, the most important thing is to rely on your own strength. Thinking of this, he summoned a tail from his body. After 2 months, he has successfully raised the cultivation progress of Yaiwei from 43% to 56%. When the progress exceeded 50%, he felt that he could summon the tailed beast out of his body. Looking at the shikaku in front of her that was as round as a pet dog, Kagura smiled and pushed the remaining piece of cake over and said, "Come on, try this cake, which I specially left for you." The pure white one howled with joy, then lay down next to the cake and began to nibble on it. Although the cute creature in front of me is completely different from the ferocious shikaku in my impression. There is no evil chakra, nor the cruelty of destroying everything at any time. The tail that came out of his body was like a pure white little angel. If he could take it out, it would probably win the hearts of many girls. But even so, Kagura still only dared to let it out when she was alone. There is no way, its appearance is still the same as Yaiwei. Moreover, that abundant chakra would make it difficult to escape the detection of someone like Danzo. After feeding it the cake, Kagura played with it for a while before taking it back into her body. Kagura stood up and stretched, then began to make the bed and prepared to go to sleep. There was no way. In this place where there was not much entertainment, he had long developed the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. Late at night, Kagura, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. The eyes changed rapidly and transformed directly into the form of Sharingan. He did not get up immediately, but looked towards the window vigilantly. Suddenly, a voice sounded outside the window. "Don't be nervous, it's me." However, upon hearing this familiar voice, Kagura, who was originally just alert, began to get nervous. Because he recognized the owner of that voice, it was their leader, Danzo. Seeing no response from the room, Danzo continued without paying attention. "Kagura, get up immediately and get your luggage ready. Gather at the village entrance in 15 minutes. This is an emergency. We are carrying out an A-level mission this time." Chapter 28 Doubts. A-level mission? When Kagura heard these 4 words, her heart trembled. Without waiting for Kagura in the room to respond, Danzo left after saying these words. Noticing his departure, Kagura slowly stood up from the bed. After thinking for a moment, he began to pack his luggage. 10 minutes later, Kagura was hiding in a big tree, squinting her eyes to observe the situation at the gate of Konoha village. When he saw 3 familiar figures coming, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Page 32. It's not his fault for being overly cautious. After all, who is Danzo? If she doesn't try to be more careful, Kagura might die one day without knowing how she died. When Danzo notifies you to gather at a certain place late at night, Kagura's first thought is whether there is an ambush there. However, when he saw the other 3 members of Class 7 also arrived at the scene, he realized that he was really overthinking this time. After all, even if it was Danzo, he couldn't just kill the villagers in front of others as if nothing had happened. What's more, there is Tsunade's special background involved. After seeing the 3 people, Kagura also landed and walked towards them. There was no waiting. Less than a minute after the 4 of them gathered, Danzo appeared in front of everyone. He looked around at the 4 people who were ready, nodded and said, "Very good, time is urgent, let's go first. I will tell you the specific tasks while we are on the way." In the pitch-black forest, several black dots kept jumping between the trees. They were the members of Team 7 who were on their way. During this period, Kagura and the others also learned the specific content of the mission from Danzo. Simply put, the cause of this mission was that the forbidden sealing technique was stolen. Just a few hours ago, it was confirmed that the sealed book kept in the Hokage building was stolen. Through on-site investigation and searching for clues, Konoha's top brass concluded that it was stolen by spies from other countries. And just 1 hour later, it was discovered that the thief was a Chunin named Shotanida who worked at the Hokage school. After searching the house where he lived and the entire theft process, the Anbu had reason to believe that he was a spy from the Sand Village. This action exposed almost all of the Sand Village's spies in Konoha. In addition to the obvious one, several long-hidden spies also surfaced. Through the traces at the scene and ninjutsu, it was confirmed that this group of people were fleeing westward. Judging from the route, they should be trying to enter the Sand Village through the Rain Country. After confirming these situations, a temporary A-level task was issued after a high-level meeting. At the same time, the Anbu and several teams were activated to capture Shotanida and others. The sealed book. Kagura recalled some information from the book in her memory. Simply put, this sealed book records all the forbidden techniques created by Konoha so far. Of course, up to now, this book can also be said to be the work of the second-generation Senju Tobirama. In fact, many famous so-called forbidden techniques in Naruto were created by this second generation. Whether it is the multiple shadow clone technique learned by Kagura, or the Flying Thunder God technique known as the Golden Flash by Minato Namikaze. Even in the Fourth Ninja War, the villains used the impure world reincarnation to summon many predecessors. The creator of these famous ninjutsu is Tobirama Senju. It can be said that most of the ninjutsu created by this man in his lifetime were listed as forbidden techniques. In this light, it is understandable that the reaction of the Konoha high-level officials after the book was stolen. Moreover, the sealed book also appeared in the original plot. It was the one that was stolen by the protagonist Naruto at the beginning. Speaking of such an important book, can't you just read it carefully? Are those guards at the Hokage building just there to do nothing? It was either stolen by a child or a mere Chunin. What's the difference between this and having no defense? While silently complaining in her heart, Kagura had a bigger question in her mind. Why didn't the system assign tasks to itself this time? Of course, it doesn't mean that you must have a task every time you do B-level or above. But the last time I accepted a B-level mission for the first time, the system released the mission simultaneously. At least it can be inferred that the system reaction should be triggered when accepting a task above level B for the first time. But this is clearly the first time I have accepted an A-level mission, so why is the system not responding? Confused, he couldn't help but look at the hiding figure in front of him, and always felt that there was something fishy behind this incident. It is obvious that since the thief dared to act, he must have been well prepared. They chased along the route for a whole day but still did not see the target. Taking a piece of paper from a ninja dog, Danzo opened it and looked at it. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. According to available information, Nida Shouta has entered the Land of Rain. But the good news is that the team that sets out first should be able to reach the target. We need to speed up our pace and at least be able to support the team ahead. Looking at everyone nod at him, the team, which had just rested for a quarter of an hour, set off again. One day later, in the Rain Country, a drizzle was falling on the vast plain, and 5 figures were moving quickly on the wet land. It was Kagura and his group who were pursuing the target. After 2 days and 2 nights of high-speed running, they finally arrived at the Rain Kingdom from the Fire Kingdom. This place is worthy of the name of the Rain Country. As soon as we entered this land, the originally clear sky suddenly became gloomy. After moving forward for a while, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, completely violating the laws of physics. After crossing another puddle, Kagura put her arms behind her and tried her best to catch up with Danzo in front of her. Even for him, after 2 days of non-stop running, his physical strength seemed to be running out. Jiraiya, who was at the back, had a painful expression on his face. Fortunately, Danzo didn't keep speeding up. He always seemed to adjust his speed according to their limits. Therefore, the 4 people behind could always continue to follow with a feeling of just being able to keep up. Danzo, who was in the front, stepped over a pond again. Suddenly his face changed and a sharp scream came out of his mouth. Hearing the scream, Kagura and others immediately stopped. Sure enough, following Danzo's warning, dozens of ninjas appeared from the puddles around them. These ninjas were all wearing white tights similar to diving suits, and their facial features were covered by large respirators and eye masks. This is the typical attire of the ninjas from the Rain Country. Looking up and looking around, Danzo said in a deep voice. "What do you mean, everyone from the Hidden Rain Village? Are you going to be an enemy of our Konoha village?" The ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village did not answer his question, but took out their weapons to express their stance. Seeing this scene, a gloomy look flashed across Danzo's eyes. He clenched his right fist and raised it above his head. Seeing this, Kagura and others also drew out the kunai from their waists. Because that gesture was meant to remind everyone to accept the challenge. As Danzo's figure suddenly disappeared, the battle was about to break out. As a ninja of the same level as Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo's fighting ability is naturally not bad. Although in the anime plot, it seems that he can only fight through the Sharingan he obtained. But that was Danzo in his old age after all, and there was also a suspicion that the author deliberately sacrificed him to Suzuki for the sake of plot killing. In fact, as the leader of the Root organization, Danzo is one of the best in the ninja world in terms of both physical skills and ninjutsu. Every time his figure appeared, an enemy would fall down. After just a few minutes, more than 10 bodies appeared in front. As for the Kagura quartet, although not as exaggerated as Danzo, but with the cooperation of the 4, the remaining enemies were defeated. This was the result of their defeat using only physical skills and coordination. In fact, it was not that Kagura and the others were deliberately hiding their abilities, but the continuous journey had consumed most of their chakra. But until now they have not officially encountered the enemy, so the wisest choice is to save the remaining chakra as much as possible. Looking at the enemies lying on the ground, Danzo's expression became even more solemn. Because the appearance of these people means that the Hidden Rain Village has intervened in this incident, the chase becomes more dangerous than imagined. Unlike the 5 major countries, small countries like the Rain Country have never had a firm stance. Especially the ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village. The Hidden Rain Village of this era is more like a mercenary group. They are willing to work for anyone who is willing to pay. So even though he felt it was a bit troublesome, Danzo was actually not too surprised about the Hidden Rain Village's participation in the war. Kagura on the side also looked at the fallen enemy, then looked at the dark clouded sky in the distance. It seems that this mission is more dangerous than expected. Chapter 29 Breakout. In an abandoned hut, Danzo and the members of Team 7 were taking a break around a fire. In fact, on the morning of the day Kagura and his companions set out, Konoha made a diplomatic appeal to the Sand Village. The newly appointed Sandome Hokage angrily denounced the Sand Village for infiltrating spies into Konoha Village. Page 33. Of course, politicians are the same everywhere. In the face of Konoha's anger, the Sand Village expressed regret for the loss of important items. But as for the espionage that you are protesting about, there is absolutely no such thing. Yes, you know that the thief is my man, and that man is fleeing towards us. But doing it is one thing, but from an official standpoint, it cannot be admitted even if you kill yourself. But the top leaders of the Sand Village did not expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen was waiting for them to say this. Shortly after the Sand Village recovered, Konoha's senior ninjas set out collectively and used ninjutsu to teleport directly to the border between the Rain Country and the Sand Country. Since you don't admit that they are your people, then it's right for me to just send people to guard the border. Moreover, these jonins are all within the territory of the Rain Country and have not crossed the border. The Sand Village was unable to respond to such behavior. Others have not entered your territory, and they are indeed hunting down criminals who have nothing to do with you. From any perspective, they had no valid reason to send someone to support them. This is the secret war between the great powers. The Sand Village chose to expose their spies at this time to carry out the theft, and they actually had their considerations. This was actually a test for the new Hokage. Test the style and habits of the new leader. But they didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who always presented himself as a dovish person, we will be so decisive and tough in facing this crisis. Caught off guard, the Sand Village had no choice but to suffer the loss. A group of senior ninjas were guarding the border line, which basically announced the possibility of Shodanita returning to the Sand Village. Not long ago, Danzo had received information from the Anbu. The ANBU members at the front had already encountered and fought with Shodanita. What no one expected was that Nita Shota had already gathered around him a group of masters formed by the Sand Village and the Rain Village. Both sides suffered considerable losses in this encounter. But in the end, Shodanita still escaped. The good news is that after Shodanita's route was figured out, the Anbu have roughly deduced his possible hiding place. All that remains is to wait for the subsequent reinforcements to arrive and then encircle and capture them. It was precisely because of this information that Danzo decided to find a place to rest temporarily. This led to the scene at the beginning where they were warming themselves by a fire in the abandoned house. Kagura took a piece of freshly roasted dry food from the fire and took a big bite. The hard dry food is baked at high temperature, and the outer layer becomes crispy. Tsunade and the other two were currently closing their eyes and taking a rest. After all, for the three of them, the continuous journey over the past 2 days had consumed a lot of their energy. After poking the fire in front of him with some wood, Danzo said to Kagura expressionlessly, "I think there will be more ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village intercepting us. If this happens again, I will abandon you and break out alone. At that time, I hope you can delay the enemy as much as possible." Hearing this, Kagura looked up at him, thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement with his suggestion. After all, he knew very well that sending all the Jonin to block the boundary line did look tough. But this approach is also time-limited. Not to mention how long the Sand Village can endure this kind of arrangement. Just say that this practice of sending out all the high-end combat forces will also leave Konoha village in a state of emptiness, and Konoha will also have to guard against attacks from other people with ulterior motives. So in general, they don't have much time left to capture Shodanita. In this situation, it is obviously more important to let Danzo arrive at the scene as soon as possible. Seeing Kagura nod, Danzo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew in his heart that even though he was nominally the team's leader, but the core figure of the entire team is Kagura in front of him. If he does not agree with his strategy, then it will probably be difficult to implement it later. After a short rest for an hour, everyone extinguished the fire and set out again. Soon after, in a stone forest surrounded by stones, Kagura and others were surrounded by enemies again. Danzo frowned as he swung the kunao in his hand to knock away a dart flying towards him. Apparently, more people were sent to hinder them this time. And this time the enemy clearly knew their strength. After driving them into the stone forest, they did not show up, but hid among the piles of rocks and launched harassing long-range attacks on them. It has to be said that in this rainy environment, the ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village who are good at water escape have a unique advantage. Whenever Danzo rushed towards the enemy, they would immediately perform water jutsu and hide in puddles or ponds. Then other people in the distance would throw out a bunch of ninja tools and force Danzo back to his original position. It was obvious that these people were ordered to drag them here. Looking at the tense battle situation in front of him, Danzo looked at Kagura. Kagura immediately understood what he meant, which was a signal to help him break through the encirclement. But Kagura was also in trouble at this time, because he did not have the right ninjutsu to break the deadlock. It's not that he doesn't have it, but it's not appropriate to show his tailed beast coat state and Chidori in front of Danzo at this time. The fire style that the Uchiha clan is good at cannot perform to its full potential in this rainy environment. As for the eye technique of Kota Amatsukami, he didn't mind using it in front of Danzo. But the problem was that the hazy rainy day restricted the use of pupil techniques, and the opponent did not fight back head-on, so he had no chance to use it. After thinking for a moment, he gestured to the other three. Tsunade and the others immediately understood his intention and nodded to him. He took a deep breath, and 4 shadow clones suddenly appeared around him. As soon as the shadow clone appeared, it immediately rushed out in 4 different directions. Obviously, these clones were meant to attract firepower, and the 5 of them suddenly rushed out in another direction. Just in front of them, several enemies suddenly emerged from the water. After this period of fighting, Kagura and others have obviously adapted to this water-style appearance. Tsunade jumped high and slammed down suddenly, knocking all the enemies in front of her away. It is her famous skill, the painful kick. Kagura also drew out her kunao and took the initiative to confront the remaining enemies. Orochimaru and Jiraiya followed Danzo on the left and right and continued to move forward. However, they had only taken 2 steps when a large number of kunao and shurikens appeared in front of them. A huge number of ninja tools poured down on the 3 people like a torrential rain. Orochimaru immediately stopped and quickly formed hand seals. As he puffed up his cheeks and exhaled, a huge gust of wind appeared. The violent wind instantly blew away all the ninja tools in front of them. Danzo and Jiraiya did not slow down at all and directly broke through this area of strong winds. Just as the 2 were about to leave the stone forest, the last wave of interception from the enemy finally appeared. 2 ninjas stood on the last stone, and as they formed hand seals, hundreds of arrow blades made of water condensed in the air. As soon as the water arrows condensed, they shot towards the 2 of them. In a rainy environment, water-style ninjutsu was significantly enhanced, with its power and speed being significantly stronger than usual. Looking at the huge number of attacks in front of him, Jiraiya suddenly flashed in front of Danzo. After a simple seal with one hand, his silver hair suddenly grew wildly longer. In the blink of an eye, the silver hair turned into hard armor, covering him and Danzo tightly. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding was endless, and those seemingly sharp water blades were like hitting a hard iron wall. Apart from leaving some white marks on the fortress formed by silver hair, there was no way to break through its defense. After just a few dozen seconds, the attack that seemed like it would never stop finally disappeared. Just as the attack disappeared, a hole suddenly opened in the silver fortress, and Danzo rushed out like a cannonball. A figure flashed, and a ninja standing in front suddenly changed his expression and covered his neck in fear. But his actions obviously had no effect, and blood still spurted out from between his fingers. In the moment when they passed each other, Danzo had actually eliminated an enemy. The last ninja's eyes narrowed when he saw this, and he threw all his weapons towards the black shadow without any reservation. Looking at the several kunao flying towards him, Danzo, who could have easily blocked them, dodged them in order to escape faster. Ignoring the enemy in front of him, he pushed off his feet and finally left the stone forest. However, it was at this moment that an accident happened. Page 34. With a cry of pain, a column of blood appeared on Jiraiya's chest. Chapter 30 The Unknown Strong Man. As Danzo walked away, Jiraiya covered his right chest in pain. There was a kunao on it that was supposed to be shot at Danzo, but because of his dodging, Jiraiya, who was behind Danzo, was caught off guard and was accidentally injured. Jiraiya's cry of pain made Kagura's face change at the back. But in the hazy rainy day, he had no idea what was happening. Just as he was wondering what had happened before him, the shuriken in his hand loosened. The enemy who had been entangled with him suddenly gave up the fight and rushed forward quickly. After a slight pause, Kagura began to understand their intentions. Although these ninjas received orders to block their advance, they would definitely not miss the opportunity to kill them directly. At this time, Jiraiya's right chest was covered in blood. The kunai that was originally inserted into his chest had been pulled out and thrown at his feet. But at this moment, his blood was like dripping into an ocean full of sharks, attracting countless enemies to bar their fangs towards him. Orochimaru, who was closest to Jiraiya, rushed to his side as soon as he learned that he was injured. Countless kunai and darts attacked the two, although Jiraiya resisted them with the ninjutsu needle Jizo. But in his current condition, he was almost reaching his limit and would soon be unable to maintain his ninjutsu. Seeing that the long-range attack was ineffective, the ninjas from the Hidden Rain village looked at each other and stopped throwing. Everyone drew their kunai and rushed towards the two from all directions. When Kagura arrived at the scene, what she saw was countless enemies rushing towards Jiraiya and Orochimaru. His eyes darkened and several blue lightning flashed across his body. As a dazzling light burst out from his body, it turned into a blue light and instantly came in front of the two of them. It was Kagura who no longer concealed his strength and unleashed the lightning release with all his strength. At this moment, he was like lightning in the dark night, with blue electric light surrounding him. Seeing the extra young man in front of them, the besiegers were not surprised but happy. They swung their weapons even harder, intending to chop the ignorant kid in front of them in half. Kagura, who was at the center of the siege, still had the mood to look up and around. Seeing the bloodthirst flashing in those people's eyes, the corners of his mouth curled up. He clapped his hands, and the lightning wrapped around his body suddenly became brighter. The lightning that was originally only the size of a hair suddenly became the size of a small snake, extending in all directions with him as the center. Kagura was like a spider in a spider web, with a blue electric net with a radius of more than 10 meters extending around her. The enemies around him rushed into his lightning field like moths to a flame. Pa, pa, pa. The World-Weary Man, Car Special Chapter 1-36. Tsunade, who had just arrived, opened her mouth in surprise unconsciously. She looked at all the enemies who broke into Kagura's blue lightning. Like a puppet with its strings cut, it fell to the ground. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were beside Kagura, were even more surprised. Jiraiya had withdrawn his needle Jizo ninjutsu without knowing when, and was staring at Kagura's back in amazement. At this moment, Kagura was like the god of thunder who had descended to earth, punishing all the sinners who stood in his way. Orochimaru's expression was not much better. The kunai in his hand had fallen to the ground without him realizing it. Looking at Kagura's ninjutsu that he had never seen before, his eyes were filled with burning desire. If water escape can be enhanced to a certain extent in a rainy environment, then lightning escape can be said to have doubled its effect in this environment. At this time, Kagura was using the ninjutsu derived from Chidori, Chidori style. To put it simply, it is to use lightning to spread lightning around yourself. In Kagura's own words, he was like a lightning rod in a laboratory at this moment. These guys, who were already soaked, rushed into the electric fence without any preparation, and were almost paralyzed by the lightning in an instant. As dozens of figures in front fell around Kagura, the remaining enemies behind finally understood what was happening and stopped immediately. Of course, Kagura was not yet proficient in the use of lightning release at this time. Most of those who fell down simply lost consciousness and were not actually dead. Seeing that no one came forward, Kagura also stopped using Chidori style. He was not a bloodthirsty person. Looking at the people falling in front of him, he had no intention of finishing them off. Seeing only a dozen people left not far away, he looked at his enemies with horror. He said in a nonchalant tone, "If I were you, I would take your companions and leave now. Otherwise, I will kill you with all my strength." After saying this, he once again grasped the weapon in his hand to show his determination. The people from the Hidden Rain village looked at each other, and after a little thought, one person hesitantly walked to the side of Kagura. While watching Kagura's movements, he slowly helped up a fallen companion. Seeing that Kagura did not stop him, he immediately stood up and jumped away from the scene. Seeing this, the remaining people slowly approached Kagura and helped their companions up in groups of 3 or 4. After just a few minutes, the battlefield, which was originally filled with fierce fighting, was suddenly cleared, leaving only Kagura and 4 others. After all the enemies disappeared, Kagura continued to remain on guard. It was not until several minutes later that his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing his actions, Tsunade, who was originally treating Jiraiya, cast a concerned look at him. Orochimaru also hurried to Kagura's side and helped him sit steadily. Kagura waved to everyone and said breathlessly, "I'm fine, don't worry. I just used up a lot of chakra." Yes, Kagura's posture just now was just a forced one in order to scare away the enemy. Although he now has a chakra amount comparable to that of a jonin, he is only a jonin of the lowest level. For example, Kakashi, the famous representative of Lack of Blue, Naruto can still be alive and kicking after fighting for dozens of episodes, but he basically fell to the ground after using 2 ninjutsu. Originally, they had not had any rest in the past 3 days, and their bodies and chakras had been consumed a lot. In the battle just now, he used Shadow Clone and Chidori style. Even for him, the chakra in his body was almost exhausted. The 3 companions around him were basically in the same condition, plus Jiraiya was injured. Kagura had no choice but to use her incredible performance to scare away the remaining enemies. Although he is not a bloodthirsty person, he is not a good guy either. Otherwise, how could he let go of those fallen enemies? After regaining some mobility, they decided to leave quickly and find a safe place. In a stone cave, there was a flickering fire, some bright and some dim. The fire in the cave dispelled the cold brought by the rainy day. The injured Jiraiya had a bandage on his chest and was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, resting. The kunai only hit his right chest near the shoulder blade, luckily avoiding a fatal spot. After Tsunade's treatment, he is now fine. Of course, Jiraiya's current combat effectiveness is definitely greatly reduced. Considering everyone's current situation, Kagura decided to take some time off for the time being. At least some chakra must be restored before moving forward. Looking at the rainy day outside the cave that seemed like it would never stop, Kagura was standing at the entrance of the cave on guard. To be honest, this cave is not a very suitable hiding place. Because its depth is too short, even if a fire is lit inside, people from outside can still see clues. But in an emergency, this is the best hiding place they can find. Well, fortunately, the continuous rain can reduce visibility, which is one of the few advantages of this rainy day. Looking at the sky outside, Kagura comforted herself in this way. Tsunade came to his side silently and handed him a piece of heated dry food. She said softly, "Eat something, and then I'll take over the guard duty. You should also take some time to rest, you are probably reaching your limit." Looking at Tsunade's caring gaze, Kagura smiled slightly and took the food. He took a bite silently and was about to turn around and say something to Tsunade. Suddenly his expression changed, he threw away the food in his hand, and looked outside vigilantly. Amid the patter of raindrops, a vague figure could be seen in the distance. Although the distance was still far, that figure gave Kagura a feeling of extreme danger. Kagura had only felt this feeling once, and that time her opponent was Kinkaku not long ago. The person in front of me is very strong. Page 35. Chapter 31, The Demigod Attacks. He noticed that Kagura's face looked strange, and then he saw the blurry figure in the distance. Before Kagura could say more, Tsunade rushed back into the cave and woke up Orochimaru and Jiraiya. The cave with flickering firelight undoubtedly became a beacon of light in this rainy plain. The man in the distance had obviously noticed them and was walking towards them at a leisurely pace. Kagura and others were also prepared and guarding the cave entrance. It's not that Kagura doesn't want to escape, it's just that the surrounding terrain is too open, and if she runs away she will become a conspicuous target. It is difficult to tell whether the person coming from the opposite side is a friend or an enemy. If he is really an enemy, fighting in the cave is better than fighting outside in the rain. As they were on guard with trepidation, the image of the figure gradually became clearer. The man was wearing a black tights and had a large breathing filter in his mouth. Under the messy hair were a pair of extremely cold eyes, and on the forehead protector on his head was the logo of the Hidden Rain Village. If these appearances were not enough to reveal his identity, then as the distance got closer, the person following him was enough to explain everything. The man had short black hair and an ordinary face without any special features. The only thing that made him memorable was his small, gloomy eyes that were like venomous snakes. Kagura and others have seen this man's appearance before, because he is the target of their mission this time, Nita Shota. At this time, the two men had already arrived outside the cave. When he saw Kagura and the Konoha emblem on her forehead, Shota Nita's eyes burst into undisguised resentment. With a helpless sigh, Kagura said to the three people behind him in an inaudible voice, "I'll rush out later, and you guys can take the opportunity to steal away." After saying that, without waiting for the three to respond, he clenched his left hand around his right wrist, leaned forward and stared at the ninja from the Hidden Rain Village in front of him. Sizzle, chew. As a high-pitched bird song sounded, a powerful blue electric current flashed in Kagura's right hand. Facing this unknown strong man, Kagura immediately used her strongest ninjutsu. He raised his head and looked forward. His eyes had transformed into Sharingan. The double Megatama in his eyes were constantly rotating, and it was obvious that he had already used Kota Amatsukami at the same time. However, facing Kagura's attacking posture, the ninja from the Hidden Rain Village remained unmoved, and still watched everything indifferently with his arms folded across his chest. After a brief silence, the man spoke in a hoarse voice. "These eyes belong to the Uchiha clan of Konoha village. Give up, your illusion is useless to me, but the lightning technique you have is quite interesting. Come at me, you know you only have this one chance." This is not an exaggeration. Kagura has just used Kota Amatsukami on the person in front of her. But obviously compared to the Golden Horn at the beginning, his illusion had no effect on the person in front of him. He gritted his teeth, and his rotating Sharingan slowly stopped, stopping Kota Amatsukami's activation. With a light shout, the Chidori in his hand shone brightly. And his body pressed against the ground as he rushed out like a swooping falcon. The energy leaking from his right hand left a straight groove in his attack path. Just as he was about to rush in front of the man, Kagura jumped high. The Chidori in his hand has condensed into the size of an apple, and the previous high-pitched chirping sound has disappeared. This is obviously a manifestation of concentrating energy to the extreme. Just as the lightning-like blow was about to hit the man's chest, the man seemed to slowly stretch out his right hand. In Kagura's incredulous eyes, that hand seemed to just raise slightly, and then accurately grasped the wrist of her attacking right hand. He only felt that his right hand seemed to be restrained by an iron hand made of fine iron. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move forward even a little bit. Before Kagura could make the next move, the man raised the corner of his mouth and kicked forward with his leg raised. Kagura's body instantly flew back like a cannonball, hitting the stone wall next to the cave, and smashing a big hole out of it. Without any hesitation, the moment Kagura was kicked away, the other three did not follow Kagura's instructions to escape. Instead, he rushed towards the man like Kagura. In just a moment, the three of them flew back at an even faster speed, and three large holes appeared on the stone wall again. Falling down from the stone wall and kneeling on one knee, Kagura couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, looking at the enemy in front of her with horror. Although the Golden Horn who was fighting against him was already in a very weak state, he did not expect that a person he met randomly in the wilderness actually had strength that surpassed that Golden Horn. Looking at the four little brats from Konoha being defeated in front of him, Shota Nita showed an excited smile. He said to the person in front of him with a crazy look on his face, "Hanzo, kill them. I can ask for more rewards when I return." The moment Kagura heard the word Hanzo, her heart skipped a beat and she immediately realized that the person in front of her was the legendary demigod. Hanzo of the Salamander, the future leader of the Hidden Rain Village, was regarded by other ninjas as the pinnacle of the ninja world during his prime and enjoyed the title of demigod. In the future Second Ninja World War, he will lead the country to fight against the three major countries including Konoha. Although Konoha won the battle and defeated the Hidden Rain village, it still could not defeat Hanzo of the Salamander. Of course, he is still a young man and cannot reach the kind of demigod strength praised by people in the plot. But any ninja who can be crowned as a god cannot be an ordinary person. No wonder I am like a newborn baby in front of him. Hearing Shotanita's order, Hanzo looked at him with his cold eyes. This time, there was a hint of chill in the hoarse voice. I said, don't you realize your current situation? If the village leader hadn't asked me to at least keep you alive, do you think you could have escaped the search of those Konoha Anbu? After saying that, he ignored Shotanita's angry expression and walked into the cave as if nothing had happened. But before entering, he paused for a moment and said, You four, if you are not dead, come in by yourselves. If you try to escape, I will kill you. After saying that, he ignored Kagura and the others and walked straight into the cave. Shotanita glanced at Kagura and the others with a fierce look, but he thought about the consequences of offending Hanzo if he took action here. Reluctantly, he averted his gaze and followed Hanzo's steps inside. Kagura barely stood up and looked at the other three with concern. Fortunately, it seemed that Hanzo was holding back on them, and the three of them managed to stand up one after another. Looking at the inquiring eyes of her companions, Kagura did not say anything, but just shook her head slowly and walked into the cave. The three of them frowned, but in the end they had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow in. Kagura found a place to sit down in the cave and closed her eyes tiredly. In addition to taking time to rest, he thought about the current situation. Judging from the current situation, it can at least be confirmed that Konoha's search operation ahead has definitely failed. After all, the target has already appeared in front of them. The reason for all this should be because Hanzo took action. Yeah, that's right. It is not difficult for a future demigod to take action personally and rescue someone from the eyes of those Anbu. But the question is, why didn't he kill his own people? From the brief battle just now, it can be seen that it doesn't take much effort for him to kill these people. Thinking back to Hanzo's character, in the original plot, he was indeed a very contradictory person. Kindness and cruelty are both manifested in him to varying degrees. Hanzo has a sentiment of cherishing the talents of strong young ninjas. For example, during the Second Ninja War, he faced the young Sunin who were defeated by his own men. Hanzo admired them very much, so he gave Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade the title of Three Ninjas of Konoha and let them go. However, in his later years, because Yahiko and Nagato threatened his position, he chose to join forces with Danzo to annihilate them. Both contradictory personalities are reflected in him. But judging from the performance of her group just now, Kagura didn't think it was worth it for Danzo to let her and others go. So what will happen to our group of people in the future? Chapter 32 The Truth of the Matter. After Kagura thought about it for a while, he seemed to understand Hanzo's thoughts. Hanzo is not yet the powerful person who can compete with the three kingdoms on his own in the future. He is not even the leader of the Hidden Rain village yet. Combined with his previous conversation with Shotanita, a big reason why the two of them appeared here was that Hanzo was just following the orders given by the village leader. The current situation is that all of Konoha's senior ninjas are concentrated in the Land of Rain, and a large number of Anbu are conducting a carpet search not far away. As for Hanzo's attitude towards Shotanita, it was more for the sake of the mission and he didn't want to cause any trouble. If we kill these people here, there are Uchiha clan members and Tsunade among them. It is conceivable that if the bodies of these people were discovered by the Anbu, it might be the fuse for the outbreak of a war in the Rain country. This is the main reason why Hanzo didn't hurt them. After figuring this out, Kagura secretly breathed a sigh of relief. For him, as long as his life is not threatened, nothing else seems that important. Perhaps sensing the relaxation of Kagura's body, Hanzo looked at him with interest. Page 36. After observing for a while, he asked, "What's your name?" In response to Hanzo's question, Kagura showed no expression on her face, but still responded, "Uchiha Kagura." "Uchiha Kagura? I have never seen the lightning technique you just used. Is it a ninjutsu you created yourself?" Hanzo, who had already confirmed the Kagura clan through the Sharingan, was not surprised by his name. Instead, he mentioned the ninjutsu that interested him. Chidori, also known as Reikari, is a ninjutsu created by Kakashi. Kakashi is not born yet, so this ninjutsu has naturally never appeared. After thinking for a few seconds, Kagura nodded. "Although I didn't create it myself, it's mine since it was given to me by the system, so it's not too much to acknowledge the right of invention." Seeing Kagura's response, Hanzo's eyes flashed with appreciation, and he continued. "The Uchiha clan is indeed an enviable clan. Every generation has its share of surprising talent." He added some more firewood to the fire in front of him, then looked up at the crowd and continued. "Don't worry, I don't intend to kill you. But you need to stay with me for the next 2 days, and as long as I bring this person to the target location, I will let you go. Now everyone outside is your people. If we let you go now, you will tip off the others and attract people from Konoha. I'd have a headache." Sure enough, Kagura showed a look of understanding on her face. Hanzo's thoughts were the same as he had deduced. But after hearing what Hanzo said, Shodanita's face turned ugly. He looked at Hanzo with a fearful look and said, "Why not just kill them, wouldn't that be more convenient? If you feel that the mission reward is too little and does not include these, I can add more in my personal name." However, facing Nita Shouta's request, Hanzo didn't even glance at him, and continued to stir the fire in front of him and said, "I am just a person who carries out the mission. If you have any objections to the content of the mission, go to the Hidden Rain village to discuss it with someone. Now, I am only responsible for sending you to the designated location safely." Faced with Hanzo's merciless words, although Shodanita's facial muscles twitched slightly, he still forced himself to calm down. As he walked along, he was well aware of the strength of the man in front of him. In his opinion, even the powerful Anbu could not withstand a single move from him, let alone his own strength, which was only that of a Chunin, so there was no need to compare with him. Tsunade was treating Jiraiya while keeping an eye on the situation here. The unfortunate Jiraiya, whose wounds had begun to heal, was injured again by Hanzo's attack and began to bleed again. Fortunately, Tsunade had experience once before and was able to stop the bleeding easily this time. She was using healing techniques to speed up the healing of the wound. When she heard Hanzo's words, her nervous heart relaxed. There was no way. After the brief battle just now, she already knew that Hanzo was not on the same level as them. Even Kagura, who is normally the most powerful, couldn't last more than a single round in his hands. At this time, they did not have such a strong sense of ninja responsibility. For them, how to survive was the first factor. When she heard Hanzo's rebuttal to Nita Shouta's words, she finally couldn't help but laugh. In the tightly closed cave, her laughter seemed so abrupt, echoing throughout the entire space. Nita Shouta, who was already unhappy, heard the laughter and his anger surged again. He glared at the person and said viciously, "Humph! With just a few of you genin, I can handle it myself even if Hanzo refuses to help." As he said this, he pretended to stand up, as if he really intended to do it himself. At this time, Kagura, who had closed her eyes, opened them again, and the Sharingan in her eyes slowly rotated. A cold gaze swept over, and Nita Shouta felt his whole body go cold. He looked at Kagura vigilantly. Kagura had no favorable impression of the man in front of him. He said coldly, "If Hanzo wasn't here, you'd be useless. It has already returned to the village with us under my control." Hearing Kagura's contemptuous words, Nita Shouta became furious and was about to say something. At this time, Hanzo finally looked at him with an idiotic look and interrupted. Sit down. You can't even judge your opponent's strength? Don't be unconvinced, that kid is telling the truth. Upon hearing Hanzo's words, Nita Shouta's expression froze. If it was just that little brat, he would have just thought of it as a provocation from the boy. But if it was Hanzo who said it, he would believe the other party's judgment. He sat down again angrily. He seemed to have thought of something and said to Kagura with an unhappy look on his face. What do you, a little brat, know? As genin, you are nothing more than tools in the hands of those people in Konoha. The so-called mission you carried out this time was nothing but a lie. Kagura frowned when she heard what Nita Shouta said. But before he could say anything, Tsunade at the side asked first. What do you mean? He looked up at the four little ghosts in front of him, and seeing the doubts in their eyes, Nita Shouta smiled again and said. What do I mean? I mean you were all deceived by that Hokage and Danzo. The order you received should be that I stole the forbidden book, so you have to come out and arrest me, right? Yes, I did steal, but what I stole was not a forbidden book at all. At this point, he seemed to have thought of something, and continued with gritted teeth. That's a bait. It was a bait set by your top brass to lure out the spies hiding in Konoha village. They tuned us out this way and then cleaned us out quickly. All of this is just a plan by the new Hokage to clean up the internal situation. After hearing Shota Nita's explanation, Kagura felt that all the confusion of the past few days was resolved. Why could a forbidden book, considered a treasure, be stolen so easily by spies? Why were the higher UPS able to react so quickly right after the incident happened, and even sent out all the Jonin to block the retreat at the first opportunity? Why hasn't the system even issued any tasks to itself until now? Because the specific content of this A-level mission is, arrest Shota Nita and retrieve the forbidden book from him. Since he doesn't have the forbidden book in his hand, this task is naturally not a real A-level task. This is why the system did not release the tasks together this time. However, although she was a little surprised, Kagura did not think there was anything wrong with what the Konoha high-level officials did this time. Isn't it normal to find out the spies in the village and clean up the internal environment? The only surprise was probably that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect that Kagura and others would encounter an enemy like Hanzo on the outskirts. After Tsunade and the others heard what Shota Nita said, they looked at each other and showed expressions of I see. At this moment, Hanzo waved his hand forward, extinguished the fire in front of him, and stood up. After looking around, he said to everyone. Okay, time to move on. Dear little devils from Konoha, please follow me for a while. Chapter 33 Hanzo vs Danzo. Faced with Hanzo's invitation, it was obvious that Kagura and the others had no right to refuse. Without saying anything, everyone followed the two out of the cave in silence. Jiraiya, who was still seriously injured, could only move forward with the help of Orochimaru and Kagura. The rain, which seemed like it would never stop, gradually became lighter and finally stopped. Although the sun was still not visible and the sky was still covered with dark clouds, the long-awaited rainless weather still made Kagura feel a little better. Hanzo naturally didn't pay special attention to Jiraiya's footsteps. He still maintained his own pace and walked towards an unknown location. Kagura and others who were at the end of the team were consciously trying to keep up. Although Hanzo did not urge them, nor did he look back at them. But Kagura and the others knew very well that if they used the excuse of Jiraiya's injury to fall behind, I'm afraid that this seemingly friendly enemy will chop Jiraiya's head with his butcher knife in the next second. Page 37. So even though Hanzo didn't say a word along the way, they had spontaneously quickened their pace. In rainy weather like in the rain country, it is difficult to define the length of daytime hours. After walking for about half a day, the sky was replaced by a dark curtain without anyone noticing. Hanzo, who was walking in the front of the team, stopped for the first time. He looked up at the sky, and having grown up in the rainy country, he instantly determined that tonight would also be a rare night without rain. He casually came under a big tree and sat down without saying a word. Although there were no instructions, the people behind him understood that this meant they should rest on the spot. Panting slightly, Kagura put Jiraiya down from her back and helped him sit against the tree. Although Jiraiya had been treated by Tsunade, he was injured twice in a short period of time and had lost a lot of blood, so his body was now extremely weak. At the beginning, it was indeed Kagura and Orochimaru who helped him walk. But as Hanzo's pace quickened, this supported way of walking was indeed unable to keep up. Finally, Kagura decided to carry Jiraiya on her back. Looking up and seeing Jiraiya's apologetic eyes, Kagura smiled slightly and shook her head gently. Seeing that Hanzo had no intention of lighting a fire, and even though it had stopped raining, it was indeed impossible to light a fire in the damp woods. Kagura and the other three silently took out dry food from their bodies and started eating. At this time, the best thing to do is to seize the time to replenish your physical strength. Watching the actions of the four of them, Hanzo nodded secretly. He has always admired such smart people. He finally spoke. I will let you go by noon tomorrow at the latest. After saying that, he closed his eyes, leaned against the tree and said no more. After hearing what he said, Shodanita showed a hint of ferocity on his face, but he didn't say anything in the end. As for Kagura and the others, they seemed to have not heard Hanzo's words and continued to eat the dry food in silence. As time slowly turned to late night, the dark clouds in the sky that seemed like they would never disperse finally faded away. The bright moonlight spread across the earth, casting a silver halo on the woods. At this time, everyone had closed their eyes, breathing evenly and resting against the tree. Suddenly, Hanzo, who seemed to be sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. Whoosh! Just as he opened his eyes, with a slight sound, a black kunai suddenly shot towards his upper body. Hey! A dull sound of hammering into wood was heard, and Hanzo, who had been sitting there, had disappeared. The kunai was deeply embedded in the tree trunk. But a hissing sound came from the kunai, and I saw that there was a burning explosive talisman tied to the kunai. Oh! With a loud bang, the kunai exploded violently. Kagura had already woken up when the kunai hit the tree trunk. His first reaction was to grab Jiraiya beside him and quickly back away. Although Orochimaru and Tsunade were a step slower than him, they also rushed out before the explosion occurred. A huge puff of smoke rose up, even with the Sharingan activated. But Kagura could only barely see two dark shadows constantly intertwining inside, and the sound of weapons colliding could be heard from time to time. As the smoke slowly dissipated, everyone was finally able to see the details of the battle. At this time, Hanzo and a man were in a stalemate with their weapons held against each other, and that man was Danzo, who had just left the day before. In fact, Danzo had followed them early in the morning. After breaking out that day, before he reached his destination, he received news from Shadow's ninja pet that the target had escaped. He was the main planner of this plot, and it was he who took the initiative to propose to Sarutobi Hiruzen to use fishing bait to clear out the spies in the village. In fact, Shodanita was not his main target. The companions who helped Shodanita carry out the theft were the main purpose of his plan. He is just a chunin. Since his identity is already known, he won't be able to cause much trouble under the surveillance of the Anbu. But the other spies involved behind him are the big fish hiding behind the scenes. But he didn't expect that in order to prevent Konoha from catching him, the Sand Village actually hired ninjas from the Rain Country to help him escape. Although many traitors or spies who escaped from Konoha with Shodanita were captured along the way, they were all chunin or lower characters. The real organizer behind the scenes did not reveal his identity. In this way, Shodanita's existence seems more important than imagined. As long as we catch him and interrogate him with ninjutsu, we will always get some unexpected gains. So after receiving the news from the Anbu, he immediately stopped advancing and began searching on the spot. As the leader of an organization like Root, Danzo's tracking technology is naturally top-notch. What's more, the weather was nice and the rain, which was most disruptive to our walk, stopped. So 3 hours ago, he had already discovered this large team. Although he was surprised why Kagura and others were among them, it was Hanzo's presence that caught his attention. As a ninja who survived the battlefield, he could naturally sense the danger from the young man in front of him. After a brief thought, he sent a message to the Anbu behind him and followed up alone. It has to be said that when it comes to tracking and hiding, Danzo is one of the top masters. After being followed for hours, Hanzo didn't notice anything at all. Danzo was also a very patient person. Even when he saw them stop to rest, he still did not take action, but just hid above and watched. As the night progressed, he finally launched the long-awaited attack. The two people who were in a stalemate suddenly exerted force and retreated quickly. Danzo, who was still retreating, suddenly threw out several shurikens, and then formed a seal with one hand, and suddenly the number became overwhelming. Faced with this dense kunai attack, Hanzo's response was very simple. He calmly used the kunai in his hand to knock away the hidden weapons in front of him one by one. However, a few seconds later, his expression suddenly changed. I saw those flying shurikens follow an unreasonable trajectory and go around behind him. Kagura, who was standing not far away, saw the clues with her Sharingan. All the shurikens thrown by Danzo had an almost unnoticeable thread behind them. Danzo suddenly pulled his hand back, and streaks of silver light flashed. The shurikens that were knocked away by Hanzo suddenly flew behind him. At the critical moment, Hanzo twisted his body to avoid the attack. But when he came to his senses, he found that he had been tied up by the thin wire and shuriken that looked thin but was actually tough. Hiss! The familiar voice came again, and dozens of shuriken tied to his body were suddenly ignited. Looking closely, I saw that all the shurikens were tied with yellow detonating tags. Oh! There was an explosion louder than the previous one and a huge fireball exploded where Hanzo was standing. The explosion created a huge grey fog that instantly filled the entire forest. Having succeeded in his attack, Danzo didn't care about the outcome of the battle over there. He pushed his feet hard and rushed quickly towards Kagura and others. In front of him was Shodanita, who had a look of astonishment on his face. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of competing with Hanzo. All his attacks were just to slow down the strong man. From the very beginning, Danzo's target was Shodanita, who was standing nearby. Under Shodanita's incredulous gaze, the kunai in Danzo's hand pierced into his body fiercely. Chapter 34. Are you willing to make a deal? Danzo's eyes narrowed, and Shodanita's incredulous face gradually disappeared in front of him, replaced by a piece of wood. As a veteran spy, Shodanita might not be very strong, but when it comes to caution, he is definitely not lacking in it. As early as when these two started fighting, he knew that these were people from Konoha who came to capture him. While Kagura was concentrating on the battle ahead, he even secretly used the substitution technique under his Sharingan. Shaking off the wooden block in his hand with all his strength, Danzo quickly scanned the surroundings with wolf-like eyes. A black shadow flashed by. It was Shodanita, who was hiding in the darkness. He rushed towards Kagura and others swiftly. Seeing this, Kagura and others immediately assumed fighting stances. However, in Kagura's astonished gaze, Shodanita suddenly changed direction when he was about to meet her. After a moment of hesitation, he immediately understood Shodanita's goal, but it was too late. The figure of Nita Shota flashed by, and Jiraiya, who was lying next to Kagura, was taken away by him. When his figure stopped, I saw that Jiraiya had been tightly held in front of him by his right hand. He stood behind Jiraiya vigilantly, looking at Kagura, Danzo, and others. Page 38. With his left hand, he held a kunai against Jiraiya's neck and said ruthlessly, "Don't move. Otherwise I will kill this brat." Taking hostages was obviously an idea he had thought about for a long time, and Jiraiya, who was unable to move due to his injury, naturally became the best target. Jiraiya turned his head and looked at Shotanida with shame and resentment, but he really didn't have the extra energy to resist. In this way, a stalemate occurred again at the scene. As this episode was happening, the grey fog on the other side gradually dissipated. As the saying goes, there is no harm in the smoke. Hanzo's unharmed figure slowly emerged from the grey fog. Although the expression on his face remained indifferent, there was clearly a hint of anger in his eyes. Without saying a word, he accelerated and rushed towards Danzo. Seeing this strong man attacking again, Danzo's eyes showed a hint of anxiety. As if he had made some decision in his mind, he gritted his teeth and rushed towards Shotanida again. Danzo hadn't arrived yet, but he had already thrown several darts at Nida Shouta. Seeing that Danzo ignored the hostage in his hands and launched an attack, a cruel look flashed in Shotanida's eyes. He raised the hostage in his hand without hesitation to resist. With a muffled grunt from Jiraiya and the exclamations of Tsunade and Orochimaru, several darts pierced into Jiraiya's body, causing several blood flowers to burst out. However, faced with this situation, Danzo's expression remained unchanged, and the dagger in his hand flashed with a cold light. His body was still rushing towards Shotanida at high speed, and the sword in his hand suddenly stabbed forward. He wanted to pierce Jiraiya's body directly and hit Shotanida. Tsunade and Orochimaru, who didn't expect Danzo to do this, exclaimed in surprise. Orochimaru's hand had already lengthened and he wanted to step forward to block it. But their actions were always one step slower than Danzo's, and it seemed that they could not catch up at all. As the two men looked at each other with despair, Danzo's shuriken was about to pierce Jiraiya's body. A loud shout rang out. "Danzo, how dare you!" A blue lightning suddenly appeared at the scene, and its target was Danzo in front. Feeling the rapidly approaching attack from behind, Danzo's eyes narrowed and he made a decision in a moment. He suddenly pulled back the shuriken that he had just thrust out, and turned his body around in an indescribable posture. Just when the lightning was about to hit him, he finally managed to defend himself and barely blocked the attack with the weapon in his hand. Boom! With a crisp sound, Danzo was knocked several meters away. But he quickly adjusted his body in the air while flying backwards and landed steadily on the ground. When he looked up, he saw that the one attacking him was Kagura with a blue electric ball in her hand. Kagura, who activated the Chidori, slowly dissipated the ninjutsu and looked up at Danzo. The moment he saw his eyes, Danzo was stunned. Because in front of him at this moment was a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. 9-year-old 3 Magatama. He murmured in disbelief. Time goes back to a few seconds ago, where Kagura was also caught off guard by Danzo's attack. He could only watch helplessly as the darts pierced Jiraiya's body. At that moment, Kagura felt as if time had been paused. Jiraiya's painful eyes and the blood splattered on his body were all clearly reflected in his eyes. At this moment, several images seemed to flash through his mind. That was the scene before Jiraiya's death in the original plot. With messy white hair and a regretless smile, the figure slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. Is it really impossible for me to change their fate? For the first time since traveling through time, Kagura felt a sense of powerlessness. And along with that feeling of powerlessness comes an unprecedented anger. Do not. All tragedies will be changed in my hands. As this firm thought arose, even Kagura did not notice that a Magatama slowly appeared in his Sharingan. If Kagura could open the system to check at this time, he would find that the column for his pupil technique had changed. The progress instantly reached 100%, and the attributes became I technique, 3 Magatama Sharingan, progress 0.1%. In fact, after 2 months of practice, his pupil skills had already progressed to 99%. But at the last 1%, Kagura found that no matter how hard he practiced, he still couldn't break through. In fact, this is precisely because he lacks the emotions needed for advancement. The last time he advanced, he used the system to help him, so he didn't notice this. After traveling through time, his goal was to keep himself alive. For this reason, he always keeps a low profile, and it can even be said that he just wants to survive until the day when the protagonist solves all problems. But without him realizing it, the three members of Class 7 gradually became indispensable companions in his heart. They carry out tasks together, play together, and worry together. Kagura began to get used to the appearance of these people in his life, and he even began to work hard to change the miserable fate of these companions. However, at this moment, the scene of Jiraiya being injured appeared in front of him. The bright blood seemed to have broken through some kind of psychological shackles in his body, and the strong emotions finally made him reach the level of 3 Megatama at this moment. It was at that moment that he subconsciously used Chidori. At this time, he did not notice that the Chidori, which originally required a certain amount of energy to accumulate, was used instantly this time. After forcing Danzo back, Kagura slowly stood up and glared at Danzo in front of her. At this moment, a trace of fear flashed in Danzo's eyes. The Uchiha genius who possessed 3 Megatama at the age of 9. It can be said that even Uchiha Madara did not have the talent of the boy in front of him. At this time, Hanzo finally arrived at the battlefield. Seeing that his target was not injured, he did not take the opportunity to launch an attack. In just a flash, he stood behind Shotanida, looking vigilantly at Kagura and Danzo who were confronting each other in front of him. Seeing Hanzo's arrival, Danzo knew in his heart that his plan to end the battle quickly had failed. He frowned and looked at Kagura, and said in a questioning tone, "Do you know what you're doing?" At this time, Tsunade and Orochimaru finally arrived at Kagura's side, and they also looked at Danzo with angry eyes. Kagura dusted off her feet, her face regained its composure, and she replied, "I certainly know what I'm doing. I also know that Jiraiya is my companion." In response to Kagura's response, Danzo said without comment, "Companion? Do you think you are still playing house in ninja school? I told Sarutobi Hiruzen that the education in the village is too peaceful now. People of your generation have forgotten what the essence of a ninja is. Completing the mission is the first element of being a ninja, and the sacrifice of companions in this process is not the reason that hinders the mission. Your behavior just now is a disgrace to the ninja." Looking at Danzo who was speaking with an angry look on his face, Kagura pondered for a moment and suddenly chuckled. He looked at Danzo with a pair of bright eyes and said with disdain, "I'm sorry, but I don't agree with your philosophy. My philosophy in life can only be defined by me. Only I can decide what kind of ninja you want to be." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Danzo in front of him, but turned to Hanzo on the side and said, "Hey, Hanzo! I have a deal, would you like to hear about it?" Chapter 35. Don't you want to see the power of Uchiha? Hey, Hanzo! I have a deal, would you like to hear about it? In response to Kagura's words, Hanzo did not refuse, but he did not respond either. He just looked at Kagura in silence and motioned for him to continue. Kagura didn't care about his response and continued. Page 39. I'll help you hold off the Konoha pursuers. You ask Nita Shouta to put my companion down, and then you can go directly. Seeing the thoughtful look on Hanzo's face, Kagura said, "Perhaps you don't know who this person is, his name is Danzo, and he is the leader of our Team 7. Most importantly." Having said this, he paused for a moment before continuing. "Most importantly, he is the leader of Konoha's route. You can also understand that he was the mentor of a large part of Konoha's future Enbu. Based on my understanding of him, he must have sent a message to the Enbu not far away before taking action. I believe those Enbu are definitely on their way here now. If you continue to hesitate, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to." As Kagura explained, Hanzo's hesitation slowly faded away and his expression returned to being calm again. Without saying anything more, he replied to Kagura with one word. "It is good." Then, he turned his head and looked at Nita Shota's concise order. Let him go. Shotanita frowned, not wanting to let go of the only hostage. At this moment, he really wanted to question Hanzo, why do you believe what that kid said? But when he saw Hanzo's unquestionable look, he still backed off. With a dissatisfied sound, he roughly pushed the unconscious Jiraiya in his hand forward. Seeing Jiraiya rushing towards him, Orochimaru rushed over immediately and picked up Jiraiya, who was about to fall to the ground. Tsunade glared at Shotanita angrily, then immediately went to check Jiraiya's injuries. Jiraiya's eyes were closed at this time, and a lot of blood was flowing on his body. Almost all of the darts were embedded in his body, with only a small part sticking out. She quickly pulled out all the darts and used healing techniques to stop the bleeding. Only after she felt Jiraiya's breathing gradually became stable did Tsunade feel relieved. She nodded to Kagura, who was looking at her, indicating that Jiraiya was not in any danger. Seeing Tsunade's gesture, Kagura secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After sending Jiraiya out, Hanzo didn't say much. He just grabbed Shotanita and ran away. As for Danzo, he did not stop anything from beginning to end, but just watched it all indifferently. In fact, it was not that he agreed to Kagura's so-called deal, but he knew very well in his heart that with Hanzo's deliberate precautions, he had lost the possibility of capturing Shotanita alive. After Hanzo had gone far away, he spoke slowly. Come to think of it, I'd like to know what cards you have to come up with a deal like that. Why do you think you have the strength to stop me? Looking at it, he glanced at Kagura's right hand casually and continued. Just relying on that lightning escape move you just used? Indeed, that move was very fast and powerful. But you should know very well that you can't hit me if I'm prepared. Speaking of which... At this point, he slowly narrowed his eyes, looked at Kagura scrutinizingly, and said. Goldenhorn must have died from that move. The damage from the lightning escape left a trace of a straight line sprint of several hundred meters. I see. Ignoring Danzo's speculation, Kagura looked at Danzo calmly and said. Well, your suspicion is indeed correct. That's why I have been trying so hard to hide this ninjutsu from you. But you are wrong about one thing, it is not me who is blocking your confidence. At this time, the three Megatama in Kagura's eyes that were looking at Danzo began to slowly rotate. He continued speaking at a steady pace. Haven't you always been curious about the Sharingan and the power of the Uchiha? Today I will show you. Looking at the rotating Sharingan, Danzo felt as if he was trapped in those strange eyes, staring at them intently and unable to look away. It seemed like a moment, but also like a long time had passed before Danzo finally woke up. Just realizing his surroundings, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. The environment the two people were in at this time did not change. Of course, it was not accurate to say that there was no change. Tsunade and others who were supposed to be behind Kagura disappeared, and the original night sky also changed. The starry night sky disappeared, replaced by a blood-red sky. The surrounding trees turned completely black, standing abruptly on the ground like silhouettes. Kagura smiled slightly, stretched out her hands and said, Welcome to my world. Danzo still did not seem to be at all flustered by the changes around him. He looked around and said, Is this an illusion created using the Sharingan? Haha, if it's just an illusion, I'm afraid it won't be able to trap me. Hearing this, Kagura laughed even more happily. Oh, just an illusion? This is an S-level ninjutsu, the signature skill of the genius Uchiha Itachi, Tsukuyomi. Yes, this is the S-level ninjutsu that Kagura drew after killing King Kiko last time. However, after drawing it, Kagura encountered a problem. He found that he could not fully release this ninjutsu. It was obviously just an S-level ninjutsu like Kota Amatsukami, but Kagura found that she could not release it perfectly. After struggling for a long time, he also realized that this might be due to the fact that he still had the two Magatama Sharingan. Both Tsukuyomi and Kota Amatsukami illusions actually rely on the Sharingan to operate. Therefore, the level of the Sharingan plays an absolutely important role in the performance of these two. In fact, Kagura has always felt that she has not fully utilized the power of Kota Amatsukami. As a ninjutsu known as the strongest illusion, Kota Amatsukami seems to have too many restrictions in his hands. Every time you fight, if you encounter an opponent who is stronger than you, the effect of this move is almost zero. But all of this no longer existed after Kagura broke through to the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Just now, Kagura vaguely felt that the shackles that had previously restricted her from using Tsukuyomi had disappeared. With the mentality of giving it a try, it actually succeeded. Hearing Danzo's disapproving remarks, Kagura's lips curled up slightly. He responded calmly. "Really? Then you try it." Hearing Kagura's confident words, Danzo frowned. However, he still raised one hand to seal the seal and shouted, "Untie!" However, all his actions were like those of a clown, and the scenery around him did not change at all. At this moment, a trace of panic finally appeared on Danzo's face. Seeing this, Kagura spoke again. "I've already given you a chance, now it's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, in the blink of an eye Danzo found himself tied to a cross, and Kagura was holding a familiar dagger in her hand. Kagura was carefully observing the dagger in her hand and said as she looked, "Well, is this the sword you just intended to pierce Jiraiya's body?" "Indeed. It is well made." After saying that, without any extra words, Kagura raised the dagger and stabbed at Danzo. The pain of the flesh being pierced by the sharp blade was clearly transmitted to Danzo's mind. He grunted and looked at Kagura with angry eyes. However, facing his glare, Kagura still maintained a smiling expression. He stretched out his hand into the air and an identical dagger appeared in his hand again. He approached Danzo and whispered softly in his ear, "Don't worry, we still have plenty of time to play slowly." As he said this, he stabbed the dagger in his hand again. Time passes slowly, maybe 5 minutes, maybe an hour. Page 40. Danzo's body was pierced with daggers, and his initial grunts turned into wails. What remained unchanged was that he was still glaring at Kagura with his eyes. Feeling another dagger piercing his body, he finally asked, "Why? Why didn't I die or faint?" Hearing his question, Kagura once again took out a short sword from midair and answered, "Don't worry, I told you this is my world. In that case, you will stay awake here as long as I want. Don't worry, we still have 3 full days to have fun." When he heard the time of 3 days, panic finally began to rise in Danzo's angry eyes. Chapter 36, Teacher Danzo is a good person. In the real world, Tsunade looked at Kagura and Danzo in confusion. Just after Kagura finished saying those words to Danzo, the two of them suddenly froze in place as if possessed by a demon. She and Orochimaru looked at each other in confusion, then they walked towards Kagura and Danzo respectively and began to check. However, they obviously knew that this might be because Kagura used an illusion, so she did not touch their bodies. Just as Orochimaru walked up to Danzo to observe, he saw Danzo's body go limp and suddenly fall to the ground. Kagura on the other side was not much better. She suddenly knelt on one knee and covered her eyes. The two of them quickly approached, and Kagura said while panting, I didn't expect this ninjutsu would consume so much chakra." After saying that, without waiting for the two to speak, he quickly ordered, "Remember what I'm going to say next. After I pass out, you will use this explanation to the Anbu who are rushing over." Tsunade and the others didn't have to wait long. About half an hour later, Konoha's Anbu found them. These Anbu wore vest-style combat uniforms that were convenient for combat, with a defensive vest-style armor on the outside, and white masks that imitated animals on their faces. "I saw the devastated forest, and the fallen Jiraiya, Kagura, and Lord Danzo." Although they were wearing masks, Tsunade and Orochimaru could still feel the shock in the hearts of these Anbu. After briefly listening to the remaining two people's stories, these people's astonishment became more obvious. The leading ANBU looked at Tsunade with a sincere face in astonishment and asked, "You mean to say that Danzo-sama fell into a coma after fighting a powerful enemy from the Hidden Rain village in order to protect you?" Facing the question from the ANBU, Tsunade wiped the non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes and choked back. "Yes, Danzo-sensei. In order to protect Jiraiya and Kagura who were held hostage, he actually fought the enemy desperately. But the enemy was too powerful, and Danzo was finally caught in that man's illusion and fell to the ground, unable to get up. If the enemy had not also been seriously injured and left, we might not have survived. Teacher Danzo. He is really a good teacher who cares about his students. Woo. It must be said that women are all born actors." Under the helpless and slightly horrified gaze of Orochimaru, Tsunade sobbed as she told the so-called truth. At the end, she even couldn't help crying. At that moment, Orochimaru even began to doubt whether everything he had seen before was some kind of illusion, and what Tsunade said was the truth. Even Orochimaru, who knew the inside story, began to doubt himself, let alone the ANBU. In fact, there are no loopholes in Tsunade's narration. The only problem lies with the protagonist in the content. Unlike ordinary ninjas in the Hokage village, these ANBU people know the true identity of Lord Danzo very well. Such a person would rather give up the mission than save his students? You might as well say that the little Uchiha guy lying down is the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. But the crying little girl in front of him is not a good person either. She is the famous Tsunade. If you reject her on the spot, you don't know who she will report you to when she goes back. Faced with this dilemma, the leader made up his mind and chose to believe Tsunade. There's nothing we can do, as the person involved is lying on the ground. If there is really a problem, let's wait until he wakes up. After looking around, he immediately decided to send the 2 genin and 3 wounded people back to Konoha. In any case, Lord Danzo's injury shows that there is indeed a powerful enemy nearby. Under such circumstances, these genin are no longer suitable to stay here. 2 days later, in Konoha Hospital, Kagura woke up slowly, and what came into her sight was still the familiar ceiling. This time, the ward he was lying in was the same one as last time. After staring blankly at the ceiling for several minutes, his pupils began to focus slowly. At this time, the door to the side was opened. After a while, 2 joyful voices came one after another. "Kagura, wake up!" Slowly turning his head, he saw that the people coming were Tsunade and Orochimaru. Tsunade walked to the bed, put down the fruit in her hand, and looked at him with concern. When she saw the look in Kagura's eyes when he looked back at her, she instantly understood what Kagura meant, and she patted him gently and said, "Do not worry. I have already explained clearly how Danzo-sensei saved us." After hearing this, Kagura finally felt relieved after confirming that Tsunade had indeed done what she had instructed. He didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly at the 2 of them. The next day, Kagura had already left the hospital and stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unlike last time, the reason why Kagura fell into a coma this time was because his chakra was exhausted in a short period of time. Physically, he was not actually injured. So this time, he was discharged from the hospital in just 1 day and was summoned by the Hokage immediately. Looking at the handsome young man standing in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his brows in pain. He already knew the details of how Danzo was injured through information transmitted by the ANBU. He even met Tsunade and Orochimaru in person yesterday and asked them again in person. But what the 2 of them described in front of him was still the same as what the ANBU said. As a friend of Danzo for many years, how could he not understand Danzo's character? What's more, this incident was planned and participated in by Danzo himself. At the last moment, how could he give up the important goal of capturing Shodanita? But the 2 men had the same opinion and there was nothing he could do. In desperation, he had to call Kagura to ask again. "So, your statement is the same as Tsunade and the others. Narrowing his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked directly without any further ado. However, Kagura's expression did not change at all, she just nodded solemnly. In fact, the first half of his teachings were no different from the truth, but they began to change after Danzo rushed towards Shotanida, who had held Jiraiya hostage. The purpose of rushing towards Shotanida was to save Jiraiya, and Jiraiya's injury was just due to accidental injury. In the end, in order to save everyone, he fought a fierce battle with Hanzo, and then fell down after receiving the enemy's illusion. As for the Hokage's suspicion, it was not beyond his expectations. Sure enough, seeing him nod, Sarutobi Hiruzen said unhappily. Do you think I will believe it? I know Danzo well, are you sure you want to stick to this statement? Faced with this suspicion, Kagura's response was simple. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen sincerely and said, I won't allow you to slander Danzo-sensei like this. What do you mean by this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little confused by Kagura for a moment. Without giving him time to think, Kagura continued. Although we only spent a short time with Danzo-sama. Page 41. But through the time we spent together, I deeply felt that beneath Mr. Danzo's cold appearance, he had a warm heart. He loves his motherland, loves the people in the village, and takes great care of us, his subordinates. Even though you are the Hokage, I won't allow you to slander the noble character of Danzo-sensei like this. Although he did not complete the task this time, I think this also proves that he has a soft heart. Teacher Danzo, he is a good man. If you want to punish him, Hokage, we are willing to accept the punishment together. As Kagura spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if his brain was a little confused. When did I say I would punish Danzo? No, the most important thing is who is the one you are talking about who loves the people and his subordinates? We're not talking about the same fucking person. He really had never thought that in this life, he would associate the words Danzo with good person. Looking at the confused Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of her, Kagura smiled secretly in her heart. Sure enough, sincerity is the last resort. In fact, he was not worried at all that these lies would be exposed after Danzo woke up. After Danzo was hit by Tsukuyomi, he also used Kota Amatsukami to adjust his memory. After advancing to 3 Megatama, his Kota Amatsukami can do more things. He directly deleted all of Danzo's memories of rushing towards Jiraiya, and even forgot that he knew Chidori. This was also the main reason why he exhausted all his chakra and fell into a coma. After all, he used 2S level ninjutsu at the same time. Looking at the still confused Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, he continued to speak while the iron was hot. It's just that after this incident, we have become deeply aware of the gap between ourselves and Teacher Danzo. Therefore, after discussion among the 4 of us, we decided to formally submit our application to you, Hokage. I hope that Danzo-sensei will no longer be our teaching teacher. We don't want to be a burden to him any longer. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still doubting himself, suddenly came to his senses. He looked at Kagura in surprise and asked. You mean you want to form your own team of 4? Seeing Kagura nod in response, he pondered for a moment. Well, judging from the request made by Kagura, there are indeed some problems. But this was not what he cared about most. Even today, he specially called Kagura over to question her, and his original intention was just to give her a warning. The purpose is to tell him. Boy, we all know what you have done, so don't go too far in the future. As for Danzo's vigilance towards Kagura, Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been very clear about it. When Danzo had previously offered to be the team leader of Team 7, he had clearly expressed his opposition. The consequences this time also show that they really cannot have long-term contact with each other. This time it was just a coma, and it is hard to say whether there will be major problems later. Thinking of this, he actually had a certain degree of agreement with Kagura's proposal. But in the end, he rolled his eyes, a malicious look appeared on his face and he said, "I can approve your proposal, but, hee." Having said this, he smirked and said, "You have to complete a mission first and prove to me that you have the ability to form a team on your own." Chapter 37 Shota Fuda. As far as Shota Nita remembers, he has never seen his parents. "Ever since I can remember, I have been living in an orphanage in the Sand Village. There is no gentle and lovely dean like in novels, nor is there a considerate and caring teacher. In fact, that kind of existence mostly only exists in novels or dramas. The orphanage where he lived was actually an educational institution for training soldiers. From the day he could remember, he had to train almost non-stop every day. After training every day, I eat food that is not delicious but can fill my stomach. But even so, no one around him would complain. Because those who complained were kicked out long ago and their whereabouts are unknown. Every day he faced stern-faced male instructors or the so-called dean with a dignified look. Fortunately, there is always a way to survive for these orphans. Although life was hard, there were actually not many casualties due to training. It was during this period that he finally celebrated his 10th birthday. And on this day his birthday present was a shuriken. That afternoon, in that familiar training ground, he used that shuriken to stab his best friend in the stomach. Although he can't remember the name of that good friend very clearly now. But in those difficult years of his life, it was the best friend he had in his life. They supported and encouraged each other and managed to survive the devilish training. But he didn't expect that the final exam to graduate from here would be to kill his best friend. He could not remember the battle process clearly, but when he regained his memory, he found that he had already stabbed the weapon into his friend's stomach. There was no resentment or unwillingness in the friend's eyes before his death, but instead a sense of relief and guilt. Before he died, he was mumbling something, but I couldn't hear it clearly. At that time, he didn't understand at all. Why did that person have a hint of guilt in his eyes when he was the one who killed him? As his friend's body fell, it seemed that his emotions also died. He left the orphanage where he had lived for several years, holding the bloody shuriken. It was from that day on that he officially became a genin of the Sand Village. At this time, as the 5 major countries had just been established, although the open fighting had stopped, the war had actually shifted to the dark world that people could not see. Although his fighting ability is not strong, he seems to have a talent for being a spy since he was a child. After his superiors transferred him to the assassination unit, he was mainly responsible for infiltrating the enemy, selling out intelligence, and then annihilating the opponent. Although he is only in his teens, he seems to know how to gain the trust of others. And just like that, several years later, he was promoted to Chunin. He was sent to Konoha village as an undercover agent shortly after he became a Chunin. That year, he was 15 years old. Unlike previous missions, this one will be a long-term mission. He will remain lurking there until he receives instructions from above. He joined Konoha village as a Ryunin from a nearby village. In fact, this identity was very common in the period when the 5 major villages were first established. After entering Konoha for several years, he had gained the trust of the village and became a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Even among the 5 major nations, Konoha is the village that best represents peace. He lived a completely different life here than before, and the peaceful atmosphere here even made him feel a little unreal sometimes. However, this peaceful atmosphere did not calm his heart, but made it even more violent. No one knew that every time he saw those children with innocent smiles, what he was actually thinking about was how to kill them as quickly as possible. When greeting his neighbor every day, he was secretly imagining whether that person would still be able to smile if Konoha was destroyed. His childhood experiences caused some distortion in his heart. In fact, the reason why he wanted to be a spy was because he liked to see the resentful expressions on the faces of those he betrayed when they finally found out the truth. That would even give him an inexplicable sense of pleasure. However, this mission actually lasted for 10 years. He grew from a 15-year-old boy to a 25-year-old young man. From a warrior who killed countless people on the battlefield, he became a kind and gentle teacher in the Konoha ninja school. But no one knew how tormented he was inside during these 10 years of seemingly peace. Finally, he got a chance. Taking advantage of his position, he learned about the existence of the Forbidden Book and its specific storage location. That was the work of the second Hokage. I heard that it even contained a forbidden book that could resurrect the dead. He immediately told his superiors the information, and his superiors took it very seriously. Sure enough, within a few days, instructions came from the superiors. They will ask other spies hidden in Konoha to work together to steal this forbidden book. After several days of planning, they finally took action late one night. The process of implementing the plan went more smoothly than he had imagined. Holding the huge scroll, they immediately fled along the planned route. However, Konoha's reaction speed far exceeded their original expectations. In just one night, the road to the Sand Village was blocked. Fortunately, they hired ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village in advance, so they were not directly found by the Anbu everywhere. Page 42. Finally, everyone was forced to decide to open the Book of Taboos in public and write it down. Then, as long as one person could escape, they could bring these forbidden techniques back and complete the mission. However, the moment they opened the book, everyone's expressions froze. Because there is not even a single word in that so-called forbidden book. At this moment, Shodanita immediately realized that all of this was Konoha's plan. We are just pawns in their plan. It was that night that the masked Anbu finally discovered them. A fierce battle broke out. Unfortunately, almost all of them have only the strength of a Chunin, and most of them have been engaged in espionage activities for a long time, so their direct combat capabilities are not strong. Just 10 minutes into the battle, almost all of their people were wiped out. Just when Shodanita was almost in despair, a powerful ninja rescued him from the group of hidden ninjas. It was the hired ninja from the Hidden Rain Village. The ninja named Hanzo told himself that he had received a mission and would leave after taking him to a certain target location. At this time, Shodanita could only accept this arrangement silently. After all, he also knew that as a major criminal listed by Konoha, it would be difficult for him to return to the Sand Village through formal channels in the future. Unexpectedly, they met a group of little devils from Konoha on the way. Perhaps it was because he thought about how he was fooled by the high-ranking officials of Konoha, he could hardly suppress his murderous intent towards these little brats from Konoha. However, Hanzo did not allow him to do so, and he knew the reason very well. He would do the same if he were in their shoes. After all, there was no need to offend that powerful country for an escort mission. But unexpectedly, an accident happened later. That Danzo is chasing after me. As a spy who has been collecting information, he naturally knows who Danzo is. But the subsequent developments were moving in a direction that he couldn't understand. For the sake of the loser he was holding hostage, that annoying-looking Uchiha brat actually proposed a deal? And the deal was that he had to release the hostages, and then he would be responsible for stopping Danzo? Who does he think he is? Uchiha Madara? But what was even more unexpected was that Hanzo actually agreed to the deal. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he still let go of the little devil in his hand. Who would have known that when Hanzo was running away, Danzo actually didn't chase him anymore? How did that Uchiha brat do it? After leading themselves through the Land of Rain, they arrived at their final destination, the Land of Grass. This is a small country far away from the Wind Kingdom where the Sand Village is located, sandwiched between the Earth Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom. Those people in Konoha certainly didn't expect that they would be brought here. After completing himself, Hanzo left without saying a word and returned to the Hidden Rain Village. As for myself, I found a nearby village and quickly integrated into the village as a stranger. After all, dealing with people was his forte. 2 weeks passed by in the blink of an eye. Shodanita, who had just walked out of the house, greeted his neighbors enthusiastically. Walking on the shabby path in the village, he was calculating the time to leave. It was last week that Konoha evacuated all the Jonin in the Rain country. After more than a week, there are probably not many Anin left in the Rain country. It's time for me to leave here and return to the Sand Village. While he was thinking about something, he accidentally bumped into someone on the roadside. He turned around out of habit and intended to apologize. However, the moment he turned his head, a 3-Magatama Sharingan came into his sight. He was slightly stunned, and he felt that his thoughts and will were being quickly invaded. He knew very well that if the man in front of him completely invaded his will, he would be in great danger. But he was completely powerless to stop it. Just when his thoughts were about to disappear, a scene buried deep in his memory suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was a training ground illuminated by the setting sun, and standing in front of him was the good friend he had killed. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and said in a barely audible voice, "I'm sorry, Nita Shouta. You will have to walk the road ahead on your own." "Oh, I remember his name. That's my good friend, his name is Long Kitai." Looking at Shota, Nita, who was under their control, Kagura and Tsunade and others behind him finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was strange why this man suddenly smiled after struggling to the end, the most important thing was that they finally completed their mission. Yes, the task that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave them that day was capture Shota Fuda alive. In order to complete this task, they followed the clues along the way for more than 10 days. Finally, they chased to the village and locked onto the target. Looking at Shota Nita with lifeless eyes, Kagura looked at her companions behind her and smiled. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go, we're going home." Chapter 38, The Monster from Konoha. The 25th year of Konoha, 3 years after the Danzo incident. Within the Kingdom of Water. Similar to the Whirlpool Kingdom that Kagura and others had visited, the Water Kingdom is a huge island far away from the mainland. However, its land area is much larger than that of the Whirlpool Kingdom, and there are many scattered small islands around it. On one of the small islands, a group of Chunins from the Hidden Mist village were fleeing in fear. One of them was holding a girl with completely red hair under his armpit. At this time, these ninjas were struggling to escape forward, while turning their heads to look back from time to time. The leader at the front obviously growled with gritted teeth. "Damn it, how could I meet them? Those monsters from Konoha." However, before he could finish his words, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in front of them. An object like a small mountain suddenly descended in front of them. Looking closely, it was a toad that looked like a small hill. The toad was holding a pipe in one hand and taking a leisurely puff, then he exhaled calmly at the ant-like enemies in front of him. A haunted voice came out of his mouth. "Hey, little Jiraiya, are these the people?" As he asked the question, a young man with white hair slowly walked out from above his head. He looked down at the group of people below, and when he saw the girl who was being escorted away, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. He did not answer the question of the toad under his feet, but said dissatisfiedly, "How many times have I told you? Bunta. When you call my name, don't put a little word in front of it. I'm 12 years old." Compared to before, Jiraiya at this time has indeed changed a lot. The casual kimono attire that he was used to wearing was gone, and now he was wearing a set of Jonin combat uniform similar to Kagura's. If there is any difference, it is that the color of the vest is not purple, but red. In response to Jiraiya's protest, Gamabuntai remained calm, took a puff of his cigarette, and replied calmly, "Okay, little Jiraiya. I understand, little Jiraiya." Faced with the shameless attitude of the giant toad under his feet, Jiraiya could do nothing. He pretended not to hear those words, and suddenly pointed at the people below and shouted with great meaning, "Let that girl go." Hearing this, the leader looked at the people around him, and they nodded. Suddenly the team split into 2 teams and rushed out in the left and right directions. Watching the enemies below fleeing separately, Jiraiya did not stop them, but just shook his head regretfully. The leader of the team on the left saw that the toad didn't move at all. Before he could feel happy, an accident happened in front of the team. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere in front of them. The hand holding a dagger directly chopped down the ninja who was rushing in the front. As the ninja screamed, the people behind him stopped in alert. Page 43. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the hand in the air, and as the hand was slowly retracted, they noticed another young man standing on the tree. The young man had long, smooth black hair, snow-white skin, and a pair of vertical pupils that were filled with a hint of coldness. He was wearing the same attire as Jiraiya, except his vest was black. Unlike his somewhat creepy appearance, he seemed very polite when he spoke. He bowed slightly to everyone, then spoke softly. "I'm sorry, everyone. I'm afraid I can't let you leave from here." Looking at the young man in front of him, the leader swallowed nervously, but before he could speak, a loud noise suddenly came from behind him. He quickly looked back, only to see that the other team that had separated had disappeared. Instead, there was a cloud of dust. "All of you scum who robbed young girls, go to hell." Following a vicious female voice, one could vaguely see a young girl gradually walking out of the fog. When the smoke cleared, the girl's figure finally appeared in front of them. This person is Tsunade. After 3 years, her hair grew longer, but was still tied into a high ponytail behind her. She was dressed the same as Jiraiya and the others, except that her vest was cyan. After discovering that he and his companions were secretly surrounded by these 3 people, the leader's face darkened. But at this moment, the last voice made him sweat profusely. Because the voice came from behind him. "How many times have I told you to talk less nonsense when you are on a mission? What? Don't go, stop this. If they are really that obedient, what do we need the police for? And Jiraiya, where did you learn that phrase, 'let go of that girl'? I told you not to read so many weird books." Although the tone of these words was light, the leader felt as if his whole body was frozen. He looked back with difficulty, and what came into his sight was a pair of Sharingan. Kicking the fallen enemy, Kagura curled her lips in boredom as she looked at Tsunade, who was examining the girl. Yes, this is the 7th team on the mission. This time, the mission they received was to rescue the abducted girl commissioned by the Whirlpool country. Looking at the girl's bright red hair, Kagura sighed slightly. Just as he remembered the plot, various countries have begun to extend their influence to the Whirlpool country. As the Kirigakure village is the closest geographically, it is naturally one of the main criminals. But he knew very well in his heart that this was just the beginning and the demise of the Whirlpool country was inevitable. After checking that the girl was fine, Tsunade took the initiative to carry the girl on her back. Orochimaru walked up to Kagura and asked curiously. "Oh, the police you just mentioned. What is that?" Kagura was stunned, and replied randomly, pretending to be stupid. "Did I say that? You must have heard me wrong. I said ninja, ninja. Ninja? I guess I heard it right." Orochimaru scratched his face in confusion. One day later, in Whirlpool country. Watching the girl who returned safely, hugging her family and crying bitterly. Kagura and the others also smiled with satisfaction. The staff of Whirlpool country standing by side as they looked at the 4 members of Team 7. During these 3 years, the 4 genin from Konoha have become very famous. Although they only have the title of genin, everyone in them should not be underestimated. In fact, they are recognized to have at least the strength of a chunin. Especially the leader Uchiha Kagura. One of the jonin who had fought with him once said, "I think the reason Konoha didn't promote him to jonin was to trick the ninjas from other countries. Give this kid another 2 years, and I won't be surprised if he can challenge the cage level." As his strength was recognized by more and more people, the nickname he had in ninja school was mentioned again. Monster from Konoha. This is just a title that Kagura has been given again in recent years. After completing the mission, receiving the reward, and saying goodbye to the girl's family who thanked them, Kagura and his friends set out on the journey back to the village. As they were walking, Tsunade suddenly ran to Kagura, hugged his right hand with both hands, and said coquettishly, "How about we take a walk and then go back, okay?" I have to say, in these 3 years, apart from her height, Tsunade's biggest change is that she finally started to grow. Although it is not as grand as the future, Kagura can swear with his Sharingan that he has at least reached B. Feeling the softness touched by her right hand, Kagura couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth, and an unnatural blush appeared on her face. Tsunade naturally saw the changes in Kagura. She playfully glanced at Kagura's embarrassed expression, but held Kagura tighter in her arms. Jiraiya and Orochimaru on the side were no longer surprised by this kind of scene. Jiraiya was walking while opening a book he had just found and reading it carefully. Over the years, it might be because Kagura's abilities really impressed him. Especially after he recovered from his injury, he heard Orochimaru and Tsunade describe how Kagura openly dueled with Danzo for him. He even tacitly regarded Kagura as the boss. Or maybe it was because he knew in his heart that it was impossible for Tsunade to have any romantic feelings for him. Anyway, he has resolutely abandoned the vague affection he had for Tsunade over the years. So as long as you give up early, there will be no such thing as bootlicking. As for Orochimaru, he is not interested in matters between men and women. If you have that much time, you might as well study more ninjutsu. However, this time, watching Tsunade and Kagura flirting, he rarely interrupted and said, "I think we should go back as soon as possible, otherwise if we can't make it this time, we will have to wait another year." Hearing his words, Kagura instantly came to her senses. Pulling his hand away from Tsunade with a hint of regret, he continued seriously, "Well, Orochimaru is right. Let's go back, we must make sure to attend the event in time this time. Take part in the Chunin exams." Chapter 39 Chunin Examination. Yes, the 4 of them are still genin now. But it is not a conspiracy of the top leaders of Konoha village as some conspiracy theories speculated by the outside world. It was simply because they missed the Chunin exams 2 years in a row. Like all our current exams, the Chunin exams also require advance registration and have a clear deadline. However, during the registration period for the last 2 Chunin exams, all 4 of them were away on missions. And because there was no teacher leading the group, there was no one to help them register. Kagura was also helpless about this. This task is not like any clerical work, there is no way to control the time. It's okay if there are clear and fixed enemies, but what I'm most afraid of is a missing person mission like this one. It only took half an hour to defeat those Chunins, but who knew that they would track that group of people for more than 10 days? It is precisely because of these coincidences that they are still genin until now. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen had considered whether to directly promote them to Chunin. After all, in his opinion, Kagura was more than qualified to be a Jonin. But unlike the war period, the assessment system for ninjas of all levels in the village had just been implemented by him. If we ignore the system and forcibly promote them to Chunin at this time, it would undoubtedly be like shooting ourselves in the foot. Haven't you seen that a certain young man who returned from his travels with the ability to resist an enemy like Nagato, was just a genin because he didn't take the exam? When they heard Kagura mention the Chunin exam, everyone's faces became serious. Tsunade said with some resentment, "Yes, I must catch up this time." Page 44. "If I don't pass the Chunin exam this time, I'll be nagged by Grandma Mito again." Jiraiya also turned his attention away from the book in his hand and spoke. "Hitaki Sakumo, who was in the same class as us, passed the Chunin level 2 years ago. If we don't hurry up, maybe the next time we see him, we'll have to call him Janin-sama." Hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade curled her lips in dissatisfaction and picked up a white puppy that was following Kagura. Looking at the puppy in front of her that was obviously unhappy, she laughed happily and began to rub its little face with her hands. This is a puppy that appeared beside Kagura a year ago. According to Kagura, this is the ninja dog he trained. In addition to helping them transmit information during normal tasks, it is also very helpful in tracking enemies. Of course, what they don't know is that this seemingly adorable puppy is actually Shikaku. Just 1 year ago, after his unremitting efforts, the fusion degree of Yaiwei finally reached 100%. Here, Kagura couldn't help but complain about the system settings. It took him only 2 months to complete the first 50%, but he spent nearly 2 years on the remaining 2%. But what surprised him was that as soon as the fusion degree of his first tail reached 100%, the information on the fusion degree of his second tail was automatically enabled in his system properties. As the message appeared, a pure white cat-like creature with 2 tails suddenly appeared in his body. That is naturally the second tail, Nikomata. But before he could be happy for long, he discovered something that gave him a headache. That is, the seemingly gentle first tail became visibly agitated for some reason after the second tail appeared. The 2 little guys would fight inside him every day whenever they had a disagreement. Although it didn't really affect his body, it still made him feel noisy. Fortunately, after the degree of fusion reached 100%, he could finally release the tailed beast in his body freely. Although there are certain restrictions, the tailed beasts cannot leave him too far, otherwise they will be automatically retracted. But it's still a good solution. So after some transformations by Yaiwei, a white puppy appeared in the team. And Kagura was sure that there would be another kitten with 2 tails in the near future. Even further in the future, there will be turtles, gorillas, foxes, and so on. During these 3 years, Kagura's various attributes have undergone tremendous changes. Now his properties are: Eye Technique, 3 Megatama Sharingan, progress 72.3%. Physical Skills, 6th Gate, Jingmen, progress 67.2%. Chakra, Jounin level, progress 85.6%. Tailed Beast, 2-tailed, fusion degree 78%. All attributes have been greatly improved, but except for the physical skills which have been upgraded to a higher level, the others still remain at the original level. Kagura also understood in his heart that as his strength grew, he was slowly beginning to encounter bottlenecks, and he would no longer be able to grow at the same rapid rate as at the beginning. As for ninjutsu, the system has only issued 3 missions in the past 3 years. Among these 3 missions, 2 were B-level ninjutsu and only 1 was an S-level ninjutsu. Let's not talk about the B-level ninjutsu for now, and focus on the S-level ninjutsu. This is Kagura's first physical ninjutsu, 8 Gates Ninjutsu. In fact, the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu could only be classified as A-level ninjutsu in the original classification. But it is obvious that Kagura inherited the powerful ninjutsu of Yekai, so the system classified it as S-level. Some people may ask, isn't Kagura's attribute identified by the 8 gates of the 8 gates? Doesn't this mean that he himself knows the ninjutsu of 8 gates ninjutsu? This is indeed just a misunderstanding. As we all know, the opening of the 8 gates has a lot to do with the physical fitness of the user himself. The better your physical fitness, the more doors you can open, so 8 doors are used as the standard. Even though Kagura's physical attribute is marked as 6 gates, it does not mean that he can open the Jingmen without any damage. Only when the progress reaches 100% can the gate level of this stage be truly opened without damage. Of course, in battles with different enemies over the years, Kagura has also successfully copied many ninjutsu using the Sharingan. But since these ninjutsu are not of high level, we will not mention them here for the time being. After rushing all the way, they finally arrived back to Konoha village within the registration period. Signing up is actually very simple, it's actually at the window next to where they usually accept tasks. After filling in the names of the 4 people solemnly, they handed over the mission of the Whirlpool country and then walked out. As soon as they came out, they saw 3 familiar faces. The man with silver hair was none other than Hotaki Sakumo, who they had mentioned earlier had been promoted to Chunin. Next to him was Mighty Day, wearing a green tights and a bowler haircut. The last one is a handsome guy with long light blue hair. This person is none other than Tsunade's lover in the original work, Kato Dan. Seeing Kagura and the others, Might Guy was the first to greet them with full of energy. "Hey, my archenemy, are you guys back today?" Kagura nodded and explained. "Yes, we rushed back to register for the Chunin exams. By the way, Mighty, you are still a genin, right? Have you signed up?" Hate to talk about / what is the meaning of the word? 824. At this point, Mighty Dai showed his iconic gums and replied confidently. "No, my team leader said that my ability was not good enough to take the exam, so he didn't report my name." "No, there's nothing to be proud of. Why are you so confident?" Just as Kagura was speechless, Kato Dan looked at Tsunade and the others and said gently. "Everyone is well aware of your abilities, and you already have the strength to surpass that of a Chunin. So don't be nervous, just be at ease and you will definitely pass the exam." Kato Dan is actually 1 year older than them and was their senior in the Ninja Academy. It was only after becoming a teammate with Sakumo Hitaki, who was also a Chunin, that he began to become more familiar with Kagura and his group over the years. Looking at Kato Dan, who was as gentle as an older brother, several people nodded unconsciously. After that, they exchanged their experiences on recent missions and said goodbye to each other. After saying goodbye to Kato Dan and others, Kagura had a strange look on her face and kept stealing glances at Tsunade beside her. Although the two of them have maintained a tacit ambiguity over the years, given their age, they have never taken the initiative to expose that relationship. However, due to the man's strong possessiveness, he was still a little uneasy when he saw Kato Dan. The person just now was Tsunade's lover in the original work, although the whole plot has undergone tremendous changes because of his appearance. But who knows whether this fateful connection will have any effect. Feeling Kagura's stealthy gaze, Tsunade looked back sharply, opened her almond-shaped eyes wide and asked. "What are you doing?" After being discovered, Kagura immediately looked straight ahead and replied with forced calmness. "No, I didn't say anything." However, based on a woman's unique sixth sense, Tsunade concluded that Kagura was lying. Her eyes rolled and she suddenly jumped to Kagura's side, hugging his arms again. She leaned close to Kagura's ear, and said softly with her cherry lips in a very seductive voice. "Is it true?" "Hiss. Where did this little goblin learn these little tricks?" Looking at Kagura's expression that seemed to be frozen, Tsunade smiled deliberately. Letting go of Kagura's arm, she ran in front of Kagura. With his hands on his lower back, he leaned over and looked at Kagura and said mischievously. "Humph! Who told you to hide something from me?" After saying that, he stopped looking at Kagura and turned around, skipping and jumping in front. Kagura smiled helplessly and followed silently. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the streets of Konoha, stretching the figures of the two people and finally converging into a point. Oh no! At this time, there are two friends behind them who eat all-you-can-eat dog food. Chapter 40 Undercurrent. The next day, Kagura and others received a message. This time, the Chunin will be somewhat different from the previous two. This year's Chunin exam will be jointly hosted by Konoha Village, Kirigakure Village, and Kumagakure Village, which is also to demonstrate the friendly cooperation between the three forces. Yes, you heard it right, this is to demonstrate the friendship among the three countries. Page 45. For him, who had just gone to the Land of Water and slaughtered a group of Chunins from the Hidden Cloud Village, this was like a huge joke. But at the same time, he knew very well that this was just a political tactic between major powers. No matter how we fight in secret, we may even want to kill your entire village. But on the surface, everyone still has to maintain the illusion of friendship and love. Shaking her head, Kagura began to prepare for the Chunin exam. In order to prepare for the Chunin exam, all members of Team 7 suspended their missions. Everyone adjusts their own status in this short period of time. As for Kagura, although his strength has far surpassed the Chunin level, out of habit, it is still necessary to search for information about the Chunin exam. After all, according to his memory, the Chunin exam had a written test. The scene changes to the hidden cloud village in the land of lightning. A young man was standing in front of the third Reikage AI. The young man had an eye patch on his left eye, a hat in the shape of the Chinese character on his head, and was dressed in a black combat top unique to the hidden cloud village. AI looked at the young man in front of him with satisfaction, and said in a deep voice, "Sucho, as the main representative of our lightning country this time, you must work hard to win glory for me." When the young man in front of him heard this, he didn't say much, but just nodded calmly. The Reikage didn't care. He looked at the map on his desk and continued. Although it is only a superficial piece, this kind of multinational joint assessment is still an important way to demonstrate our country's strength. What a pity. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but feel a headache. The rebellion of the Gold and Silver Brothers several years ago was a fatal blow to the hidden cloud village. In addition to the shocking act of killing the second Reikage on the spot, the most important thing is the hidden dangers that the will of these two brothers brought to the hidden cloud village. In fact, as a warmonger, he did not fail to understand the two brothers' thoughts. If you think about it, he is also a hawk in the village. Since even he thinks so, one can imagine how many followers the two brothers have in the hidden cloud village. The rebellion was almost devastating to the village. Take the 20-member Golden Horn unit under their command, for example. They can almost be said to be the 20 strongest jonin in the hidden cloud village. However, these backbones of the village were slaughtered in the battle with Senju Tobirama. After the news of Jinjiao and Yinjiao's injury and escape came, many young people in the village who agreed with their ideas secretly left the village and chose to follow them. These were the main reasons why he was in a hurry to go out and hunt down the two brothers. If those two brothers hadn't died, the hidden cloud village would have been split in no time. Fortunately, all this was stopped thanks to his efforts. But at the same time, because of this, among the young people of this generation, only the local official in front of him can give him a little hope. Just as he was lost in thought, an explosion suddenly came from somewhere in the village not far away. Looking at the direction where the explosion came from, there was not much surprise on Reikage AI's face, but a trace of distress flashed across his face. He murmured, "Is there another problem with the containment of the two-tailed Nikomata? There is also the even more troublesome eight-tailed. Alas, it's really hard to find a Jinkraki." The scene changed again, to an island surrounded by the sea. A young boy who looked unusually young was looking at the people below with his chin in his hand. At this moment, 7 young men of different appearances were standing below him. Some of them have short black hair, no eyebrows, and a large cross scar on the right side of their face. Some had long orange hair down to their waists, sharp teeth, and fluffy bandages wrapped around their necks. There was another person who was tall, with slender limbs, and wore a Kirigakure Anbu mask on his face. But no matter their size or appearance, they all have one thing in common. That is, they all hold a strange-shaped weapon. Although some of them can be seen as huge chopping swords, some are just slender bayonets. But some of them look like long thick sticks wrapped in scrolls, making it difficult to tell whether they are weapons or scrolls. The young man at the top scanned everyone with his scarlet eyes, and after a long while he slowly spoke. "Today, I officially grant you the title of 7 Ninja Swordsman. I believe you all know very well what this title means. The ninja swords in your hands are masterpieces made by the ancestors of the village. I hope you will not disgrace them." After hearing what the young man said, the 7 of them knelt down and responded in unison. "We understand, Mizukage-sama." The person who spoke above was the newly appointed 3rd-generation Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, Karatachi Yagura. Here is an explanation of the timeline. Some people may ask if the ages here are not correct. But the official did not provide his actual age. But according to official statements, this guy is born with a baby face. Although he seemed young when he became the Mizukage, he actually already had grandchildren. If we really compare them, he may be older than Sarutobi Hiruzen. In addition, since there is no information or appearance record of the third-generation Mizukage, in order to ensure the normal development of the plot, we can only make adjustments. If Kagura were present at this time, she would definitely be surprised to see the third-generation Mizukage in front of her. Although the name of the third Mizukage has never been revealed in the plot, according to his impression, the third Mizukage should be a person with long straight black hair. The baby-faced man in front of me should actually be the fourth Mizukage. It seems that due to his arrival, the butterfly effect took effect again, allowing this Yagura Karitachi to become the Mizukage ahead of schedule. Looking at the people who saluted respectfully in front of him, Kuruju Yagura nodded with satisfaction and said, "I deliberately suppressed your application for the Chunin exam last year so that you could perform well in this joint exam. But I guess Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village will also have similar preparations. It seems that an Uchiha genius has appeared in Konoha in recent years. Even a team of Chunin from the village was defeated by him earlier. Snort. Is he really worthy of the name monster? Go ahead, get ready. I'm afraid this exam is not as easy as you think." After hearing the order, the people who were lowering their heads below flashed and left. As everyone left, Kiruta Yagura looked up somewhere. There was an enclosed body of water, and there seemed to be some huge creature swimming underneath the water. You can vaguely see its back shell covered with spikes floating on the water. This is none other than the three tails taken in by the Hidden Mist Village, Isofashi. Like the third Reikage AI, Kiruta Yagura was also having a headache thinking about the Jinchuriki at this time. However, unlike the Reikage, Karitachi Yagura has already planned several plans. Including the mission that was ruined by Kagura and others not long ago, the candidate for the Jinchuriki was specially selected by him from the land of whirlpools. As the well-known best container, the girl from the Uzumaki clan is undoubtedly the best candidate. But after all, in order to maintain superficial peace among countries, he could only secretly send a Chunin-level team to capture the target. However, he did not expect that several teams of Chunin who were sent out for the sake of safety would be completely defeated by a team of genin. Looking at the three-tailed beast that seemed to be enjoying its freedom, he murmured, "It seems that we have to choose other targets. If it really doesn't work out in the end, then I will have to." At this time, somewhere very far away from the three major countries, in a dark underground space. This underground space is full of tree roots and branches. On top of one of the largest roots, there is a huge human-shaped statue. It has the appearance of a giant humanoid with 9 eyes, and its color and body are like a dead tree, with 10 column-like protrusions on its back. At this moment, a pair of samsara eyes opened in the darkness. He connected his body to the tree trunk behind him. This person was none other than Kagura's ancestor, Uchiha Madara. His sight seemed to penetrate the layers of land and look towards the water kingdom on the sea. A hoarse and deep voice echoed throughout the space. "It seems that we have to start implementing the plan." Chapter 41. Say it again? The Land of Water is a country consisting of a huge island with dozens of small islands surrounding it. It is precisely because of its special geographical location that the country suffered the least damage during the Warring States period and the First Ninja War. But the unique environment undoubtedly also limits the country's resources and development. Therefore, after the establishment of the Water Kingdom, compared with the other 4 countries, the top leaders of the Water Kingdom had a stronger obsession with strengthening the village. Page 46. Especially after obtaining the tailed beast from the middle-level pillar at a high price, the country's top leaders have been committed to finding the possibility of a Jinchuriki. Even in the development of the original plot, they even let the former 4th Mizukage, now the actual 3rd Mizukage, Karitachi Yagura become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. As a force eager to make its voice heard in the country. In this three-nation joint Chunin exam, the Hidden Mist Village took the initiative to request to be the examination venue. Of course, in order to avoid danger and unnecessary conflicts in the village, the actual venue was arranged on a small island nearby. Considering that all the candidates came from faraway countries, a full week was given for the gathering. Today is the last day of the gathering. Inoshima, this is the island chosen for the Chunin exam. Unlike the technologically advanced Blue Planet, every island in this world has retained its original appearance. Inoshima is no exception. Apart from the only pier for entering the island, there are only a few buildings standing on the plain near the shore. Beyond that, there were endless woods as far as the eye could see. Today, a rare number of people appeared on this small island which is usually sparsely populated. These were the genin from various countries who had gathered here to take the exam. At this time, the candidates were gathered in front of the door of a white building. Contrary to what these candidates expected, they waited from morning to noon, but no examiners or staff showed up. Not knowing what was going on, they could only wait there in silence. But as time passed, these candidates gradually began to gather into different groups. If you look down from mid-air, you can see that the crowd is vaguely divided into 3 groups. These 3 groups happen to correspond to the forces of Konoha Village, Kirigakure Village, and Kumagakure Village. After all, the war had only ceased for a few years, and even in this so-called peaceful era, the fighting between countries had never stopped. Under this premise, it is normal for candidates from various countries to gather together spontaneously. However, as time passed, the examiner they were expecting still did not show up. However, the atmosphere at the scene slowly began to change for the worse. Most of those present here are descendants of families that have been ninjas for generations. For the vast majority of people there, their fathers or relatives had died in the battlefield of the First Ninja War to varying degrees. And this hatred for the death of relatives will naturally be inherited by these younger generations. In the absence of examiners, a hint of anger gradually appeared in the eyes of the candidates. During the First Ninja War, these 3 nations naturally fought against each other. Even after the ceasefire, many of their relatives were killed by ninjas from the other 2 countries while performing their missions. So it can be said that the genin candidates in these 3 countries basically hate each other. There was no need for anyone to instigate the situation at this point, the tense atmosphere had already formed unknowingly. Sure enough, not long after, a burst of noise appeared, accompanied by a commotion among the crowd. I saw a young man wearing a forehead protector with the Konoha emblem sitting on the ground. He looked angrily at the group of people in front of him with sneering faces. These people included both men and women, but they all wore forehead protectors with the emblem of the Hidden Mist Village on their heads. Even though he was alone, the young man from Konoha had no intention of backing down. He angrily roared at the people in front of him. "What do you mean? Why did you push me down on purpose?" As the examiner had not shown up yet, he could no longer contain his impatience and came to the only building on the scene. Looking at the tightly closed door in front of him, he began to observe it carefully, hoping to find some clues from it. But just as he was concentrating on examining the white building in front of him, he felt someone push him hard from behind. In this unexpected collision, he was pushed to the ground without paying attention. Faced with the questioning from the young man from Konoha, the group did not answer. The leading one, a young man of similar age wearing a rain hat commonly seen in the Land of Water, took a step forward. He looked at the Konoha genin on the ground with contempt, raised the corners of his mouth, and said in a frivolous tone, "Oops, sorry. Maybe you were too small and we didn't see someone in front of us and bumped into you accidentally." After saying this, he looked at the other person jokingly, shook his head slowly, and said again after clicking his tongue twice, "But has Konoha fallen to this level now? Is a character like you who falls down at the slightest touch qualified to take part in the Chunin exams?" As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind him seemed to have heard something funny. He started laughing in unison. Faced with such humiliation, the Konoha boy immediately stood up from the ground. His face was flushed with anger, and he stared at the group of people with wide eyes, gritting his teeth and saying, "You are not allowed to insult the name of Konoha. It's not your turn to judge whether I am qualified or not. Or do you want to fight me to see who is more qualified? Faced with the provocation of the Konoha boy, the playful smile on the Amagaza boy's face did not change. He took a step forward, slightly raised the rain hat on his head with his right hand, and glanced at the person in front of him. Perhaps he had been holding a grudge against the ninjas of Konoha for a long time. After a few seconds, he just sneered and said, "No, you may have heard wrong. I didn't mean to insult Konoha. But, in my opinion, the current generation of Konoha is not qualified to take the exam." Faced with this barrage of attacks, the other Konoha genin who were watching from the sidelines finally couldn't help themselves. They moved slowly and surrounded the group of people led by Yu Li. Of course, other people in the Hidden Mist village also took action at the same time. They also walked behind the young man in the rain hat and confronted the people of Konoha. Of course, not everyone from the Hidden Mist village came over. Not far away, there were 7 genin from the Hidden Mist village holding ninja swords of various shapes. The conflict here did not seem to attract their attention, and the 7 people were still sitting there leisurely. Either close your eyes to rest, or look up at the sky, or stare at the house in your hands in a daze. Anyway, they didn't even pay any attention to what was happening on the field. Faced with the actions of these 7 people, a gloomy light flashed in the eyes of the young man in the rain hat. Of course he knew that these 7 were the special people who were given the title of 7 Ninja Swordsmen by the Mizukage. In this Chunin exam, they are the real trump cards of the Hidden Mist village. Also not moving were the people from the Hidden Cloud village. Unlike the other 2 countries which were a little more disorganized, the genin of the Hidden Cloud village all consciously stood behind a young man with an eye patch on his left eye. This young man was none other than Tsucho, who was entrusted with great hopes by the Third Reikage. He has a steadiness that doesn't match his age. Looking at the conflict in front of him, he signaled to everyone behind him to remain quiet. "I didn't participate, nor did I even watch. I just watched the development of the situation from the sidelines." Although he did not get the support of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he looked at the many companions behind him. The young man Yu Li felt that the situation was under his control. Seeing that the fight was about to break out, the young man in the rain hat moved his lips slightly, as if he was about to say something. A slightly frivolous voice suddenly sounded in the room. "Sorry, we just arrived and didn't hear clearly. What did you just say about Konoha? Would you like to say it again? Chapter 42, didn't you see anyone there? Would you like to say it again?" As the voice sounded, everyone looked towards the center of the venue. A handsome young man with black hair and black eyes, wearing a purple vest and a ninja combat uniform slowly appeared in front of everyone. Behind him were 3 companions wearing the same clothes except for the different colors of their vests. It was Kagura, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya and others who had just arrived. In fact, the reason why Kagura and others arrived so late was not because they wanted to show off. Kagura scoffed at the idea that the protagonist should appear last. Page 47. But when he heard that the gathering time was exactly 7 days away, being a miser, he couldn't help himself. "I took on another mission on the way to the Water Kingdom. However, the time to complete this sea-level task far exceeded their expectations. So after completing the task, they immediately started heading towards the venue. We hurried along the way and finally arrived at our destination on the last day. However, just as they arrived at the outskirts of the venue, they heard the provocative words of the young man in the rain hat. Looking at Tsunade's unhappy look beside her, Kagura immediately said those words with great tact. With the appearance of Kagura and others, the expressions of the people present changed differently. First, the people of Konoha. They naturally knew seniors like Kagura. Even the Hokage himself has acknowledged the strength of the legendary Team 7. If it weren't for the fact that Captain Kagura was obsessed with making money, he would have missed the Chunin exams the first 2 times because of missions. They will not end up taking the exam together with their own class. So the moment they saw Kagura and the others, the other Konoha genin showed a hint of relief on their faces. Even the anger on the face of the Konoha boy involved had completely faded. Instead, there was a look of peace. The crowd that had been surrounding the young man in the rain hat slowly retreated and took the initiative to make way for him. They have absolute confidence in Kagura and others. The large number of people from the hidden mist village in front of them seemed unable to pose any threat to them. The 7 ninja swordsmen who were doing their own things not far away all cast their eyes over the moment Kagura appeared. Under the specific instructions of Lord Mizukage, they naturally conducted a detailed investigation on this rival from Konoha. However, as I investigated during this period, the more I got to know this person, the more I felt alarmed by his strength. The moment they really faced Kagura, their ninja intuition told them that the person in front of them might be even more powerful than they had investigated. On the other side of the hidden cloud village, Toshiro was looking at Kagura's figure with a serious expression. As the only genius of this generation of the hidden cloud village, he has always been a steady person. Although his strength far exceeds that of his peers, he never underestimates any opponent. But the appearance of Kagura still made him, who was always calm and composed, feel tremendous pressure. He is. There is no doubt about it, he is the one mentioned in the rumor. Monster. From the side of the hidden mist village where people gathered together, bursts of discussion could be heard. Obviously, they had also heard of Kagura's name Monster, and they were naturally aware that this monster would take part in the same exam with them. Then through that handsome face with black hair and black eyes, and that striking attire. Although no one present took the initiative to say Kagura's name, many of the genin in the hidden mist village had already recognized him. As Kagura and the others slowly approached, a drop of cold sweat appeared on the face of the young man Yuli. Although Kagura did not do anything special, I think of his deeds one by one. As that ordinary figure gradually approached, it seemed like a huge shadow pressing on his heart and his eyes. Kagura and the others stopped a few meters away from him. Kagura picked her ears with her right little finger and looked up at the people in the hidden mist village. His gaze seemed to carry an inexplicable weight. As he raised his head, everyone in the hidden mist village took a step back in unison. The young man Yuli also took a step back, as if he was angered by his own cowardly behavior. He gritted his teeth and took another step back, forcing himself to look directly into Kagura's eyes and said, "You. What do you want?" Kagura took her right little finger out of her ear and blew away the earwax. He looked at the person in front of him as if he were a fool and answered, "I said, are you fucking deaf? Didn't I just say that? I want you to say it again." When he heard Kagura's request, the young man Yukaza's face suddenly turned pale. But in fact, Kagura was not teasing him, Kagura was speaking the truth. They had just arrived at the scene. He had the Sharingan, but not the Sharingan ears. How could he possibly hear the live conversation from such a distance? He just vaguely heard the word Konoha, and looking from afar, he saw the people wearing Konoha forehead protectors and the people from the hidden mist village standing there. Without asking any more questions, he guessed roughly what had happened, so he spoke up to interrupt the confrontation. However, when faced with Kagura's question, the young man Yukaza only took it as a provocation against him. However, facing this legendary monster, he found that he did not have the courage to repeat what he had just said. His face turned blue and white, as he suddenly exploded, perhaps out of anger at his own weakness or out of hatred for Konoha. His eyes turned bloodshot and he suddenly pulled out a dagger from behind. He roared, "I'll fight you!" Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed towards Kagura. Faced with this sudden attack, Kagura did not react at all. As the young man Yukaza had a bloodthirsty smile on his face, he swung the blade in his hand fiercely towards Kagura's head. However, facing this attack, not only Kagura, but even Tsunade and the other two behind him seemed to be unable to see it. Still standing there calmly. Just when the blade was only a few centimeters away from Kagura's head, the short blade that seemed to be moving forward suddenly stopped. The young man in Yuli seemed to have seen something horrific, with a look of horror on his face. But his body seemed to have been acupunctured, and he remained frozen in the swinging position without moving. Looking at the young man in the rain hat in front of him, his eyes were constantly moving and filled with fear. Kagura, whose eyes had transformed into Sharingan at some point, said dissatisfiedly. I'm asking, are the ninjas from the Hidden Mist village sick? I'm just asking a question. If you don't want to answer, then just don't answer. You actually took out a knife and stabbed me just because we had a disagreement. The young man in the rain hat in front of him could obviously hear what he said. His eyes kept darting around and cold sweat had seeped out of his forehead. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't control his body. He just felt that his body did not belong to him. Even if he used all his strength, he could not move a single finger. At this moment, a figure flashed. And one of the 7 ninja swordsmen appeared in front of Kagura. This person has short black hair, no eyebrows, sharp teeth, and a large cross scar on the right side of his face. The ears and neck were wrapped in bandages, and the lower half of the face was painted with red stripes. On his back was a huge beheading sword that was disproportionate to his height. It was none other than the first user of the broken blade and beheading blade, Biwajozo. His figure appeared between Kagura and the young man Amagaza. He turned his head away, avoiding eye contact with Kagura. Obviously he was aware that Kagura had the ability to perform illusions through the Sharingan, and he did this on purpose. Biwajozang said. I apologize to you for the actions of this piece of shit from the Hidden Mist village. But this is the water country after all, and he belongs to our village anyway. If we really want to punish him, it should be us who do it. After saying that, without waiting for Kagura's response, he suddenly kicked the motionless Yukaza boy away. The young man flew dozens of meters away, hit a tree trunk, and bounced back to the ground. After doing all this, he spoke again. I don't know if this can express our sincerity. Seeing Biwajozu's actions in front of her, Kagura looked at him meaningfully. Noticing his gaze, Biwajozu tilted his head even more. After thinking for a few seconds, Kagura chuckled, turned around and walked towards the white building without saying anything. And as he chuckled, the young man in Yuli who had been kicked to the ground finally let out a cry of pain. He hugged his kicked stomach with both hands, curled up into a ball, and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. However, at this time, everyone was not paying attention to him, but looking in the direction of Kagura. Kagura stopped in front of the closed door of the white building. Page 48. He tilted his head to glance at the door, then turned to look at the people behind him in confusion and said. I said. What are you all doing? Don't you see anyone there? The 2 examiners are standing here, why don't you go in? Chapter 43 The Inescapable Written Test. Don't you see the 2 examiners standing here? As Kagura's words spread, the expressions of everyone present changed. The scene suddenly returned to silence. Even the young man in the rain hat stopped coughing and looked at Kagura in disbelief. What do you mean? Is the examiner already there? After everyone understood the meaning of this sentence, they couldn't help but look at each other, and a mysterious atmosphere arose in everyone's hearts. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Kagura realized that they didn't seem to fully understand what she meant. He slowly walked towards the white building, but he was not heading towards the locked door. Instead, he walked towards a white wall next to the gate. Stopping in front of the wall, Kagura raised her right hand and stretched it forward in front of everyone's surprised gaze. When he touched the surface of the wall, it seemed to create ripples, and then his hand sank into the wall. Kagura didn't care about this situation, or rather, this was all within his expectations. He then took a step forward, passed through the wall, and disappeared in front of everyone. Tsunade and others behind him didn't say much, and followed his footsteps into the wall. The rest of the people looked at each other again, not knowing what to do for a moment. In the end, it was the Konoha boy who had just been involved in the argument who was the first to move. He stared at the wall where Kagura and others disappeared, and walked up without hesitation. After seeing that the figure of the Konoha boy was also submerged by the wall and disappeared, everyone finally came to their senses. They were no longer suspicious and followed him into the wall one by one. The genin from the hidden cloud village behind Toshiro looked at him with a questioning look. After seeing Todai nod slightly, everyone stopped and followed the crowd forward. Todai did not set off immediately, but walked slowly at the end of the team. Like him, there were also the 7 ninja swordsmen who were also standing in the same place. As Todai passed by these 7 people, he chuckled for no apparent reason. He seemed to be talking to the 7 people, but also seemed to be talking to himself. The name monster is indeed worthy of its name. But I believe that among the people present, there are also people who have seen through this illusion. After hearing his tentative words, the 7 people remained silent and did not respond to him. Todai didn't care and kept walking forward at his own pace. With the entry of the last person, everyone finally gathered in the building. This was a large white auditorium, and at the front of the crowd were the 4 Kagura members who were the first to enter. The 4 of them formed a small group, standing below the high platform in the auditorium. After entering, the others still spontaneously gathered into 3 groups. Only the 7 ninja swordsmen of the ninja swordsmen who entered last stood far away at the end, forming an independent group just like Kagura and others. At the top of the auditorium stood 2 examiners. Both of them wore forehead guards with the emblems of Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village on their heads and right arms respectively. The one wearing the forehead protector is a jonin from Konoha. He had short brown hair and an ordinary appearance, except for a shallow scar on the right side of his face. As for the jonin from the Hidden Mist Village who wore the forehead protector on his right arm, he had a shining bald head and a face full of flesh, and he was scanning the crowd below the stage with a fierce gaze. Seeing that no one was coming in from behind, he coughed lightly. This light cough seemed to be a signal, and the originally noisy scene suddenly became quiet. The bald ninja raised his head and looked around, and finally his eyes stopped on Kagura in the front. He said in a deep voice, "Did you discover the illusion I set up outside?" Facing the other party's aggressive gaze, Kagura nodded indifferently. After a slight pause, looking at Kagura's Sharingan, he muttered in a low voice, "Is this the Sharingan?" As expected, it is worthy of being called the strongest eye technique of illusion, just one glance. After saying this, he shook his head slightly and looked up at the people behind him. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his low and hoarse voice sounded again. "The illusion in front of the door is your first test. Anyone who breaks through that illusion and comes to report to us will pass the first test. If you don't come to us before 2 p.m., we will ask you to go back." After hearing these words, there was a buzzing sound from below again. If Kagura hadn't directly pointed out the illusion, they would probably still be waiting outside the wall foolishly. The bald examiner raised his right hand, motioned for everyone to keep quiet, and then announced, "Okay, although it's not quite what we originally intended, since you're all here, the first step is for everyone to pass it." Having said that, he turned and looked at the other examiner next to him. After seeing the jonin from Konoha nod slightly, he continued, "Next, we will directly start the second assessment. Everyone, follow me." After saying that, the 2 examiners turned around and walked towards a part of the auditorium. Many candidates behind him followed silently. After passing through a not very long corridor, everyone came to a room that looked like a classroom. 2 examiners stood in the classroom one after the other. After a brief pause, everyone sat down in one of the seats. The bald examiner standing at the top crossed his arms across his chest. After seeing that all the candidates were seated, he took out a test paper from behind him and placed it on the podium in front of him. When Kagura saw the test paper, she started to complain wildly in her heart. "Really? There is still a written test? I wonder if the Education Bureau in this world can be a little more innovative? What kind of written test are you asking a group of ninjas to take? Speaking of which, it seems that there are no cultural courses taught in the ninja school. Looking at the candidates in the audience who seemed to have guessed the content of the test and had their eyes wide open, the bald examiner raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He looked around and said, "As you guessed, this time the assessment is a written test. What I have in my hand is the test paper for this written test." After saying that, he took out another stack of test papers from under the podium, walked to the desks at the front and began to distribute them. For a moment, the only sound at the scene was the sound of flipping papers, and a white wave surged from the front to the back. It was the candidates in the front who consciously passed the test papers to the people behind them. After distributing the test papers, the bald examiner returned to the podium at the top. He began to explain the rules of the exam. There are pens under the desks where you sit. The time limit for answering the questions is 1 hour. The full score of the exam is 100 points, and you will pass the exam if you can get 80 points. At this time, Kagura was listening to his story while curiously checking the test paper in her hand. Because the source of the novel cannot be verified, if this resource accidentally infringes upon your rights, please trace the original disseminator and notify us to delete it in time. Thank you. But when he saw the questions on the test paper clearly, he couldn't help being shocked. This is Chapter 44. Is this okay? Looking at the test content on the test paper, Kagura felt dazed for a moment. This is the first question on the test paper. The following are known conditions. Page 49. You are seriously injured and unable to move, with only a shuriken with an explosive talisman in your hand. The enemy is about 100 meters away from you and is searching for you, and you now know the enemy's specific location. There is a big tree between you and the enemy with branches 10 meters wide and 50 meters high. The effective damage range of the explosive symbol is 1 meter in radius. I would like to ask, what should be the projection angle with the ground, and what should be the explosion time of the explosive symbol? Only then can you use shuriken to effectively damage the enemy. The moment she saw this question, Kagura felt as if she had traveled back to Blue Planet and was taking that familiar physics test. He quickly looked at the other questions and found that they were basically some basic physics problems. Of course, there is also some common sense about the human body structure. For example, what specific part of the body can cause a person to lose the ability to walk? This question asks you to hit which part of the human body can instantly make the enemy lose consciousness and give 3 specific ways. I have to say that this is indeed a test paper with a strong practical operation of the Naruto world. Basically, it lists some battle scenarios or common sense questions about fighting. But the problem is, this type of question is not difficult at all for Kagura, who had received traditional Chinese education in his previous life. Except for the part about human body structure, the other topics can only be regarded as junior high school level knowledge in Blue Star at most. Looking at the test questions that seemed like they were given to her for free, Kagura became more and more excited. Unaware of Kagura's excitement, the bald examiner on the podium continued explaining the exam rules. He picked up the first test paper and showed it to everyone, only to see that the test paper was filled with answers. Before the audience could take a closer look, he put the test paper with the answers back on the table and said, "The one in my hand is the test paper with the correct answers. All the papers submitted will be assessed and graded on the spot. Next, I will tell you the elimination rules for the assessment, please listen carefully." After a brief pause, he continued. "Those who score less than 80 points in the exam will be eliminated. You were caught by our 2 examiners for peeking at the test paper in my hand and you were eliminated. If we find out that you are peeking at other candidates' answers, you will be eliminated. If we discover the answers to the private communications between them, we will eliminate them." After hearing these rules, the candidates present instantly understood why 2 examiners were arranged for this test, and why they would stand one in front and one behind after entering the classroom. But they also heard some of the meaning of these rules. You can answer the questions by yourself and you will pass if you can get 80 points. If you don't know, there is a reference answer above. As long as you can use ninjutsu to peek without being discovered, it is not a violation. Looking at the knowing expressions of many candidates below the stage, the bald examiner still had that serious expression. He looked up at the clock hanging behind him and finally announced, "The test lasts 1 hour, start now." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a pen sliding across paper was heard. Kagura was familiar with the plot and understood the real purpose of the exam without having to understand the examiner's words. This assessment was simply a waste of time for him. In fact, with his current strength, it would not be difficult for him to use illusion to control everyone present, and then walk up to take a look at the correct answer slowly. However, these test questions were too simple for him and he didn't need to waste his chakra at all. Similarly, this kind of test paper is basically not difficult for Tsunade and Orochimaru. There was no other way. During the years of team formation, since Team 7 had no teacher, Kagura naturally became the role of teaching the three of them. As for Kagura, who has memories of living on Blue Star, he always likes to use physics to teach some physical skills or throwing techniques during the teaching process. Although it was a bit idiotic to teach this knowledge in a world that seemed to defy physics, Tsunade and Orochimaru, who were already very smart, actually made a lot of progress from this kind of teaching. Thanks to the knowledge that Kagura imparted to them, the questions on this test were easy for the two of them. Not to mention Tsunade, who was already learning healing techniques, was delighted when she saw the knowledge about the human body structure. There is definitely a but here. However, there are always exceptions to everything. The exception is Jiraiya. Maybe he really has no talent, or maybe he is not interested in these methods. Compared to the physics taught by Kagura, he prefers to trust his own feelings. Over the years, Jiraiya has read many books out of interest. But those books are basically novels or history books. Of course, it is also difficult to find books on subjects other than ninjutsu in this world. This kind of exam, to use Kagura's words from her previous life, is like being a pure liberal arts student who took the wrong science exam. Thinking of this, Kagura looked up at the people around her. As he expected, Tsunade and Orochimaru had already picked up their pens and started writing. Only Zalai still held the test paper in both hands, his eyes staring straight ahead, not knowing what he was thinking. At this moment, Jiraiya was staring at the test questions in front of him and felt his scalp tingling. Well, he vaguely remembered that some of the knowledge that Kagura had told them on a daily basis seemed to be consistent with many of the questions above. But he never listened seriously. As a ninja, how do you throw darts? Isn't it enough to just have hands? Putting down the test paper in his hand, he looked blankly at Tsunade and Orochimaru who were writing furiously beside him. At this moment, he was just like the handsome men and beautiful women who were reading the book back then. He began to regret why he didn't remember the damn knowledge well. However, this confusion only lasted for a few minutes. Jiraiya, who was originally in a daze, seemed to have thought of something and his face suddenly became confident. He suddenly stood up, without paying any attention to the candidates around him, and quickly formed hand seals. He slapped the table decisively, and a cloud of smoke rose up. As the smoke cleared, a toad wearing glasses appeared on his desk. The toad was only the size of a puppy. It used its right paw to push the glasses from the side and asked in a calm tone. "Oh? Rare. Little Jiraiya, you actually summoned me? Tell me, what's the matter?" Looking at the toad in front of him, Jiraiya raised his hand and touched the back of his head awkwardly, pushed the test paper in his hand away, and said embarrassedly, "That. Can you help me with this test?" The spectacled toad in front of him was, as far as Jiraiya knew, the most knowledgeable one in MT Mayaboku. In desperation, he could only resort to this last resort. No one knew why, it was clearly just a toad, but everyone could clearly see a look of contempt on the toad's face. It rolled its eyes at Jiraiya, but still took the test paper and started looking at it. But after a few seconds, it snatched the pen from Jiraiya's hand. He held the pen in a weird position with his paw and started writing the answer while complaining. "Can you solve such a simple problem by yourself next time? I always tell you to read more useful books. Also, if you dare to secretly leave those pornographic books with me next time, I will complain to the great Toad Immortal." After hearing the spectacled Toad reveal all his little secrets but having to rely on it for the exam, Jiraiya froze in place. He placed his hands on the table awkwardly, and finally could only lower his head silently. Tsunade, who was standing beside him, looked up and gave him a look of contempt, then lowered her head and started writing on the test paper. Jiraiya's godly operation stunned all the candidates. One of the candidates from the hidden cloud village looked at the toad speechlessly, and then looked at the bald examiner on the stage. He asked hesitantly. "I said, is this okay?" The bald examiner, who had his arms crossed, didn't even look at him, but still answered his question. "Did the rules I just mentioned say that you can't use psychic magic?" "Oh, ah. Well, it seems that there is indeed no. That's it. If you have the ability, you can also summon a beast to help you take the exam. I won't stop you." After hearing the answer from the bald examiner, the candidate lowered his head helplessly and started writing silently. Page 50. Hateful. Who would sign a contract with a scholar-type summoning beast for no reason? Chapter 45. Everyone shows their magical powers. Although Jiraiya's actions caused some commotion, the scene quickly calmed down. Although many people present have already learned spiritualism and have their own spiritual animals. But just as the candidate thought, everyone would try to find a powerful species when choosing a summoned beast. If that doesn't work, at least look for one with special functions. Things like knowledge is power obviously don't work in this world. So if someone wants to learn from Jiraiya and summon a psychic to take the exam on his behalf, he is the only exception. Speaking of summoning techniques, it is still a pain in Kagura's heart. The reason was that no matter how hard he tried to communicate with the spirits, the white egg always appeared. It was as if a ghost possessed him, and the egg seemed to have taken a fancy to him. Every time he used psychic magic, he was unable to sense other creatures at all. Later, after the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen learned about this, he also gave him his advice. Kagura listened to the advice and after careful consideration, she signed a contract with the egg using her blood. At the moment the contract came into effect, Kagura truly felt the powerful creature in the egg. However, several years have passed, and the appearance of the egg has hardly changed every time it is summoned. At one point, Kagura even imagined the possibility of throwing eggs at her enemies in the future. Back at the exam site, after the commotion caused by Jiraiya, the scene returned to being a place where only the sounds of paper and pens rubbing against each other could be heard. However, after a while, the Konoha Jonin who had been standing at the back and seemed to have no sense of existence appeared. Suddenly, he appeared next to a candidate and held that person's right hand tightly. The face of the candidate who was caught turned pale instantly, and there was a piece of paper on the palm of his right hand that was held. The Konoha Jonin bent down and gently picked up the note between the index finger and thumb of his other hand. Slowly opening it, he saw the answers to the first two questions in the exam. He looked at him and the examinees around him expressionlessly and said, "You two were caught cheating, disqualified from the exam, and eliminated." After saying that, without waiting for them to explain, he simply picked them up, one in each hand, and carried them out like puppies. Shortly after the Konoha Jonin left, the bald examiner on the stage also took action. He was originally standing on the stage with his arms folded across his chest, but suddenly he stepped down hard with his feet. With a loud bang, he smashed a big hole in the floor under his feet. There was a candidate in the pit who was sitting on the ground with a look of horror on his face, looking at the examiner in front of him in despair. Looking at the examinees in the pit, the bald examiner smiled grimly and said, "It's pretty good that you can use Earth Escape. But you idiot, can't you place a clone on your seat before using the Earth Escape technique? Or do you think I'm so blind that I can't even see that there's one less person on the field? You failed too. I declare you eliminated here, get out of here." After these 2 episodes, the atmosphere on the scene became obviously tense. They also understood at this time that if they wanted to cheat in front of these 2 jonin, they would probably have to use some real skills. However, even so, there were occasional cases where candidates were caught red-handed during the exams. And Kagura finished the test paper in front of her in just 15 minutes. Then he leaned back leisurely in his chair, his Sharingan slowly moving, watching with interest the cheating methods of those present. In fact, apart from those who were caught red-handed due to their poor methods, there are still many people who have successfully cheated. For example, Toshiro from the Hidden Cloud Village. In fact, his method was similar to that of the candidate who was caught from the ground and used Earth Escape. However, his real body did not move, but just sat there. He secretly released an Earth clone under his seat and directed the clone to use Earth Escape to reach the ceiling, which was some distance away from the bald examiner. So the clone only showed its only intact eye, taking in the correct answer spread out on the podium. For example, the 7 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, their target is obviously the candidates who are easier to attack. A thin layer of mist suddenly appeared where they were at a certain moment, but that mist only existed for a second before disappearing. However, within this 1 second, 2 of the 7 people had been replaced by water clones. The 2 of them teleported and turned into darkness, hiding in the shadow of the target candidate. So the 2 of them hid in the shadows and watched all the answers to the target openly. Then he used the same method to return to his original position, and instantly removed the water clone and replaced it. The 7 of them seemed to have their own set of secret code system. The 2 who had solved the problem moved their hands secretly and made several gestures. The other 5 people suddenly seemed to know the answer and started writing. In addition, Kagura also discovered that there were many ninjas with other methods at the scene, and their diverse methods opened Kagura's eyes. There was a genin from the Konohagama clan who used the body and mind transformation technique to directly check the answers of other candidates. There were also people from the Aberame clan, who spread a lot of bugs in the examination room. However, what surprised Kagura the most was a candidate from the Hidden Cloud Village. He didn't know how he managed to create a cloud the size of a palm above the examination room. And he actually shifted one of his eyes to the cloud. The thin cloud slowly floated above the examination room, checking the test papers of most of the candidates. As each candidate showed off his or her skills, time passed by minute. As time approached, many candidates in the venue showed different expressions. The candidates who had completed the test papers sat quietly in their seats, waiting for time to pass with a calm face. Those who did not know how to do the test and were afraid to cheat because of the intimidation from others seemed to be restless. No matter what, time continues to pass at its own pace. An hour passed quickly, and the bald examiner at the top looked up at the clock and announced the end of the exam. This time, the plot in the Kagura image was violated again, and the examiner did not do anything for the so-called final assessment. There was no test of anyone's resolve, and those wavering people were discouraged by being told that if they failed, they would never be able to take the Chunin exam. After announcing the end of the exam, the 2 examiners collected all the test papers as usual, and then sat there to mark them. However, the essence of this assessment is to test the candidate's ability to obtain intelligence. Of course, if you have sufficient knowledge yourself, you can avoid this test of ability. In fact, there are not many questions in these test papers. Most of them are in the form of large questions. Basically, there are only about 10 questions in the entire test paper. But even so, faced with nearly 100 test papers, it took the 2 examiners nearly an hour to mark them all. Those candidates with scores below 80 were asked to leave the classroom, and then the remaining 7 or 8 candidates were looked at. The bald examiner stood on the podium and congratulated with a blank expression. Congratulations on passing the second test. From a personal standpoint, I would like to give a friendly reminder here that the next assessment will no longer be so peaceful. You will face casualties and even death. If there are candidates who are afraid, I suggest that they withdraw now while there is still a chance. After a slight pause, he looked down at the many genin below. How could anyone who is able to sign up for the Chunin exam give up easily just because of these two sentences? After waiting for a few minutes, seeing that no one left, the bald examiner sighed with a look of relief and regret. He then spoke. Okay, now that you have made your choices, follow me to the next exam location. After saying this, he led everyone out of the white building. After passing through a wood, they saw a larger forest. After everyone gathered on the flat ground in front of the forest, the bald examiner turned around and began to explain the content of the next test to them. After hearing the specific content, Kagura's eyes couldn't help but shrink. It seems that the cruelty of this exam has just begun. Chapter 46 Hunting Game. It was already afternoon, the time of the day when the sun was at its strongest. However, the huge forest not far from Kagura and the others was like a giant beast lying on the ground. The layers of trees blocked everyone's view, and even the rays of the scorching sun could not penetrate. The depths of the forest were pitch black, like the eyes of a giant beast, staring at the people in front of it. Everyone gathered in an open space in front of the forest, and the bald examiner who led the team stood in front of the many candidates. In the previous written test, they eliminated nearly a quarter of the candidates because of insufficient scores or being caught cheating. Page 51. However, even so, there were still nearly 70 or 80 people standing at the scene. The Konoha's Jonin disappeared silently after the written test was over. At this moment, the only person in front of Kagura and the others was this bald examiner. He looked around, seeing the excited eyes of the people in front of him who were eager to try, and a rare flash of pity flashed through his heart. He cleared his throat and then said, "Next, it's the third assessment. You should have noticed the forest in front of you." As he spoke, he raised his right hand and pointed his thumb at the forest behind him. Without waiting for anyone to respond, he continued. "On the other side of that forest, there is a white building. Your task for this assessment is to reach that building before 12 noon tomorrow. But there is one more condition." At this point, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he glanced at everyone with a malicious look before saying, "After arriving there, only those who have 2 forehead protectors will be qualified to enter and truly complete this assessment." After hearing his words, a burst of discussion immediately broke out among the crowd. And Kagura in front also narrowed her eyes instantly after hearing the rules clearly. Kagura, who has traveled here for a long time, knows better than anyone what the forehead protector represents. It is no exaggeration to say that the forehead protector that a ninja receives from his mentor when he graduates from the genin is his second life. Don't you see that even those so-called extremely vicious rebels from various countries, when they betrayed the village, the most they would get was a scratch on their forehead, but almost no one would discard this accessory that symbolized their identity as a ninja. Speaking of this, I can't help but think of Suzuki, that fool. He should be one of the very few. It can be said that the importance of this forehead protector is far greater than ordinary people imagine. But to put it bluntly, this assessment actually requires them to compete with each other for the forehead protector. This is different from the original plot where Naruto and his friends robbed the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. Even if that kind of thing is given up, it will not affect the loser's mentality when he challenges the Chunin again in the future. But if even the forehead protector that symbolizes the ninja's identity is stolen, then the most fundamental pride of being a ninja will be basically lost. Therefore, Kagura concluded that there would not be many so-called givers in this assessment. The loser will most likely end up dead. There were quite a few people at the scene who had figured this out. Within a few minutes, the discussion gradually died down. Many candidates spontaneously kept their distance, wary of everyone around them. You should know that the assessment requirements just announced by the examiner did not say that the forest protectors must come from different villages. So in this assessment, apart from people from different villages, even genin from the same village can be your enemies. This is a personal hunting game. Looking at everyone's reactions, the bald examiner nodded secretly with satisfaction. He opened his mouth and said, "Another rule is no fighting within my sight. You can only start fighting after you are out of my sight. Next, you will enter the forest in batches. Those who heard my name come out." The first batch included Irito, Igawa Shunsuke, Koito Yuki. As he called out their names, individuals stepped out from the crowd one by one. After about 20 people, the first group walked into the forest. Next came the second group, also with more than 20 people. Looking at the last group of people, Kagura found that there were others besides Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and herself. The Toshiro he had always been optimistic about and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist village were also there. It is obviously no coincidence that almost the strongest group of people were left until the end. After thinking about it for a while, Kagura instantly understood the examiner's intention. In a form of hunting like this in the forest, the person who enters first will undoubtedly have an advantage over those who enter later. After all, the person who goes in first can choose a position that is advantageous for him to ambush. Therefore, allowing those with relatively stronger abilities to enter last can be considered a way for the examiners to balance the assessment. 10 minutes after the second group of people entered the forest, following the examiner's eye prompts, the rest of the people also started to walk into the forest one after another. As soon as they entered the forest, the last group of people dispersed with caution. Before long, only 4 people including Kagura were left in the team. Looking at the empty surroundings, the 4 of them smiled at each other. Kagura spoke first in a joking tone. "How about the 4 of us form a team? Just find a few people to fight 4 against 1, and I feel like we can complete the mission today." In response to Kagura's suggestion, Jiraiya rolled his eyes, and Orochimaru and Tsunade also looked disapproving. Seeing his teammates' attitude, Kagura put away his smile and said, "Okay, then we'll see you at the finish line tomorrow." In response to Kagura's words, Orochimaru just nodded and left. Jiraiya held his head with both hands, smiled at Kagura and said, "How about we compete to see who can reach the finish line faster tomorrow?" Kagura responded with a smile and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Jiraiya said no more, turned around, waved and left. After everyone left, Tsunade was the last one to shyly hold Kagura's hand. She stared at Kagura with her big eyes and whispered, "You still have to be careful, although I believe no one here can defeat you head-on. But if someone attacks or ambushes you, you will still be in danger." Looking at Tsunade's affectionate eyes, Kagura's expression unconsciously softened a lot. He gently touched her head and responded softly, "I know. You should be careful too." Looking at Kagura's face so close to her, Tsunade suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed her gently with her rosy lips. Kagura's eyes widened, but before he could feel the softness properly, Tsunade quickly left. Tsunade's face was red at this moment, like a ripe apple. She held her face in her hands, said only "I'm leaving," and turned around and ran away quickly as if she had done something wrong. Looking at Tsunade's back, Kagura touched her lips with her hand, as if savoring the kiss just now. However, at this moment, he was complaining in his heart. "Fuck, I'm an adult and my first kiss was taken away by a young girl? No, it would be fair for me to take the initiative next time." After a few seconds, he suppressed his silly smile, turned around and walked leisurely towards the depths of the forest. Indeed, what he had just proposed to the crowd was a good strategy. But he knew very well that his classmates in Class 7 would not agree with this strategy. Because they are the legendary 3 ninjas, the geniuses of this generation. Since this is a single-person assessment task, they do not allow themselves to rely on shortcuts to complete the task. This is their pride and also the belief that a person must have on the road to becoming strong. Looking at the dark forest in front of her, a smile slowly appeared on Kagura's face. Come on, let's enjoy this hunting game. Chapter 47 Their Respective Battles. On a dark path in the forest, a young man with an overly pale face was walking slowly. It was Orochimaru who had just parted with Kagura and the others. Regarding Kagura's joking proposal, he knew very well that neither he nor the other two would accept such an approach. However, compared to Jiraiya, I am relatively dull in expressing myself and don't know what expression I should use to deal with Kagura's bad taste. So after Kagura said, "See you at the end," he chose to leave directly. In fact, after he came to this exam, the only strong enemy he could consider was Kagura, who was both his teacher and friend. Although he was aware of the strength of the seven or that Toshiro, he did not think that those people could match Kagura. As Kagura's teammate, he has the clearest understanding of her strength. Moreover, he was very clear in his heart that Kagura had never shown her full strength in front of them, but had hidden some of it. Page 52. As a genius of his generation, he also has his own pride. Although he recognized Kagura, it did not mean that he would always admit that his strength was inferior to hers. In fact, the current Orochimaru is much stronger than his counterpart in the original plot. On the one hand, it was because Kagura taught them without reservation. Whether it was physical skills or ninjutsu, Kagura was happy to share her knowledge with them. Especially regarding the Chidori-ryu ninjutsu, he did not keep it to himself, but taught it to the three of them. But unfortunately, Jiraiya seems unable to learn it no matter what. It was Tsunade who learned this ninjutsu the fastest. But she also developed and changed this ninjutsu to a certain extent. Compared to Chidori's method of concentrating destruction on one point, Tsunade prefers to use Chidori's lightning to stimulate her own body, thereby achieving the effect of strengthening one's own strength and defense. On the premise that he already has supernatural powers, he also gets the bonus of Chidori style. Tsunade has become a well-deserved humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the past 2 years, even Kagura didn't dare to compete with her in physical skills. As for Jiraiya, he now doesn't even dare to joke in front of Tsunade. After studying the Chidori-ryu ninjutsu, Orochimaru himself has also improved his strength to a certain extent. But compared to Tsunade, he was never able to fully master this ninjutsu. Perhaps I really lack talent for lightning escape. Because of this, Orochimaru actually didn't take this test too seriously. To him, except Kagura and the members of Team 7, everyone else is just cannon fodder. Therefore, he was not on guard at this time and walked on the path openly. His tactics were also very clear. Instead of wasting time looking for prey, it would be better to attract the prey to come to him. As expected, an accident happened just as his footsteps landed on a pile of leaves. With a clear sound, a trap made of a rope suddenly appeared under his feet. The noose instantly tightened around his ankles, hanging him on the tree. Faced with this sudden situation, Orochimaru did not seem to take any action to save himself. It was suspended in the air, swaying back and forth. At this time, a figure walked out from behind the shadows of the trees. The person who came was a genin from the Hidden Mist village. He was wearing a traditional ninja outfit. The long pants and long sleeves covered his entire body. The hood even hid his hair. The only thing revealed was his ordinary appearance, but it must be said that this kind of appearance was the best candidate for being a ninja. Looking at Orochimaru, who was caught in his trap, he showed a trace of disdain on his face and said, "I thought it was great to have a companion with that legendary monster. Who knew he was such a half-baked guy that he was caught before I could even trigger the trap I had set? It's really disappointing." But before he could sigh, a cold voice came from behind him. "Oh? Then can you tell me what other traps you set up later?" Hearing this voice, the genin felt a chill on his back and immediately turned around to look over. He saw Orochimaru standing behind him, looking at him with a smile on his face. Seeing this scene, he immediately looked towards the trap on the other side. But Orochimaru was nowhere to be found, as there were several arm-sized snakes wrapped around the noose. Looking at the terrified enemy, Orochimaru's smile widened, and he still spoke in a gentle tone. "Since you've made up your mind to ambush me, you should also be prepared for my counterattack, right? As a ninja, I believe you will not give up and hand over your forehead protector." So, when he said this, the smile on his face gradually turned into a grim smile, and a dangerous look appeared in his eyes that Kagura and others had never seen before. He seemed to reveal his true nature at this moment, like a greedy giant snake staring at its prey. After looking the person in front of him up and down, he continued. "Then you won't have any complaints if I kill you, right?" Looking at Orochimaru slowly approaching him, the genin felt like he was facing his natural enemy. The biological instinct made him feel fear. At this point, he had lost the will to resist, and the only thought in his mind was to escape. "What?" After a brief scream, the forest fell silent again. Orochimaru was stroking a forehead guard with the Hidden Mist Village logo on it, with a drop of blood on it. The genin was now lying on the ground covered in blood. His face was pale and his eyes were closed. However, the rising and falling chest proved that the owner of this body was still alive. Orochimaru glanced at the enemy on the ground with disdain and narrowed his eyes in confusion. He was puzzled that he did not kill the man in the end, but instead subconsciously held back. According to his previous personality, there should be no possibility for this person to survive. "Hey, maybe I've been with Kagura for too long, and he's changed my mindset without me realizing it." Thinking of the reason in his mind, he stopped struggling with it and put away the forehead protector in his hand and headed towards his destination. Not far from him, on a small flat area in the forest, a candidate from the hidden cloud village was pinned to the ground by a giant toad, unable to move. Jiraiya jumped down from the toad's head and easily took off the forehead protector in the desperate eyes of the candidate. Jiraiya looked at the forehead protector in his hand, smiled and said, "Done." Looking at the subdued candidate in front of him, he hesitated for a moment, then said comfortingly, "Well, just consider it bad luck that you met me. Try harder in the next exam." After saying this, he looked up at the toad and said, "Buntat, after I leave, remember to cancel the summons and return in half an hour. Please help me to detain this man for a while, so that he won't come to trouble me again." Toad Buntat took a leisurely puff of cigarette, exhaled a large puff of thick smoke, and then slowly replied, "I know, go now. I'm in a hurry to go back for dinner." "You guy, you never know how to tell time when you are psychic. Psychic beasts also have their own lives, okay?" Seeing that Gamabunta was showing signs of continuing to complain, Jiraiya shrank his head. He didn't say any more nonsense and just turned and left. Then, in the desperate eyes of the genin, his figure gradually disappeared into the dense forest. The scene changed and Tsunade was walking in the forest in a good mood. Occasionally recalling her impulsive kiss just now, her cheeks turned red unconsciously. "Although I have always maintained a relatively close relationship with Kagura over the years, this was definitely the first time I kissed her. Oh, am I being too proactive? I heard from my mother-in-law that if a girl is too proactive, boys won't know how to cherish her. But I have already kissed her, what can I do?" Thinking of this, she pouted unconsciously, looking distressed. After worrying for a long time, she finally made up her mind. A dangerous look flashed in her eyes, and she said resolutely, "Forget it, never mind. Now that he kissed me, I am his. If Kagura dares not to admit it, I'll beat him." Tsunade, who had thought of a solution, finally recovered her mood and a smile appeared on her face again. However, just as she pushed aside the tall grass in front of her, several familiar figures suddenly appeared in front of her. Upon closer inspection, there were 7 people standing in front, 7 people carrying strange knives. Page 53. Chapter 48 Tsunade's Crisis. Biwajozo knew very well that the 6 people around him could not actually be called his companions. He was a genin who graduated last year. The team mechanism of the Hidden Mist village was the same as that of other countries, with 3 people in a team and led by a jonin. He was also a genius with outstanding grades in the ninja academy. From the moment he became a genin, he was expected by many people in the village. As for the 2 people who formed a team with me, well, what do you say that is? Never mind, the name doesn't matter. The important thing is that those 2 people are not as strong as me in terms of strength or luck. Yes, Biwajozang believes in the existence of luck. Otherwise, why was I the only one who survived among the 3 people who were attacked in the mission half a year ago? Even the seemingly strong jonin leading the team took the initiative to rush forward in order to stop the pursuing enemies. In the end, that person stayed there forever. I returned to the village alone, carrying the items specified in the mission. After this incident, his strength was recognized by a number of senior executives. Yes, in the world of ninja, missions are far more important than companions. Since those people died, but he was able to return to the village safely with the mission items, doesn't this just demonstrate his strength? It was also from that moment that he began to have his own understanding of the concept of companion. After completing that mission, he has been waiting for the village to arrange a new team. However, after waiting for a month, one day the newly appointed Mizukage summoned him. When he arrived at the Mizukage's room, he was instantly attracted by the huge beheading sword in front of him. As a member of the Hidden Mist village, he certainly knew what it was. It was one of the 7 ninja swords, the broken sword, the beheading sword. A magical ninja sword that absorbs iron from the enemy's blood to regenerate itself and restore the holder's physical strength. When he came to his senses, he found that besides himself, there were 6 other genin of similar age at the scene. In addition to the broken sword and the beheading sword, the legendary 7 ninja swords of the Hidden Mist village were all placed in front of them. In fact, these 7 ninja swords have been in the hands of the water country long ago. Our ancestors used countless time and experience to figure out the specific usage of these 7 ninja swords. But it was not until that day that the owners of these 7 swords truly had their own title, the 7 ninja swordsmen. The first batch of 7 ninja swordsmen were also this group of genin. Because of the characteristics of each ninja sword, different ninjutsu and taijutsu methods need to be practiced. In theory, these genin who have not yet formed their own style are the most suitable for their masters. And they are the candidates carefully selected by Lord Mizukage. In this way, Biwajozo joined the 7-member group and started a new ninja life. Fortunately, the other 6 were very similar to him. They are all a group of guys who only believe in their own strength, but it is undeniable that such people are often more likely to make the right choices in missions. Unfortunately, the other 6 were too much like him. Compared to their companions, they trust the knives in their own hands more. The only prerequisite for them to form a team is to complete the mission. Just like this Chunin exam, some of them had actually seen through the initial illusion long ago. But they knew very well that the time for assessment was far from coming. Instead of exposing this reality, it is better to sneak in during the chaos. If it weren't for the Mizukage's order that all 7 of them must pass the exam, the person who first discovered it wouldn't even want to share this information with others. But apart from the 7 of them, the trash present were not within their consideration, and they had no obligation to bring these trash with them to break through. They also saw the dispute between the Yukaza boy and Konoha in the back. But they naturally had no interest in such meaningless provocation. But then that young man appeared, and defeated that idiot from the Hidden Mist village just by relying on his eyes. If it weren't for the village's reputation, Biwajozo wouldn't even want to show up and let that idiot be eliminated directly. But then they didn't expect that Kagura had no intention of hiding anything and broke the illusion directly in public. Seeing this, they could only follow in silently. Another example is now. Different from the so-called pride of Kagura and the others, these 7 people will only choose the easiest way to pass the level. So as soon as they entered the forest, the 7 of them naturally started to form a team. It has to be said that in this environment, relying on teamwork gives them a huge advantage. In just half an hour, they had already obtained 3 forward protectors. In fact, if they had not taken the attitude of the village into consideration and intentionally let go of the people from the same village on the road, they would have more forward protectors in their hands now. As for those 3 unlucky guys, they can only stay in this forest forever. SHH. As the feeling of the knife cutting through the body came from the knife, a large amount of blood splattered on the body of the candidate in front of him. He stared at Biwajozo unwillingly, and finally lost his strength and fell to the ground. After inserting the huge beheading sword into the ground beside him, Biwajozo squatted on the ground and took off the forward guard with the blood-stained Konoha seal. This is the 4th one. It looks like we can complete the mission directly tonight and reach the final building. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, who was sitting on a rock nearby, spoke. He was a huge fat man with green streaks painted on his cheeks. He had long orange hair that reached down to his waist, sharp teeth, and a fluffy bandage wrapped around his neck. Biwajozo stood up and put away the forward protector. However, just as he was about to speak, a bush not far from them was pulled aside, revealing the figure of a young girl. The person who came was Tsunade. After seeing the appearance of the person coming, Biwajozang's brows slightly frowned. He remembered this person as the girl who was with the monster of Konoha. After exchanging a glance with the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, he spoke first. If you retreat now, we can pretend we haven't seen you. Yes, Kagura's eyes left a deep impression on them. Anyway, with their strength, it is very easy to complete this assessment. In his opinion, there was no need to offend the Uchiha boy for a forward protector. Tsunade's face became serious when she heard this. She naturally knew that the strength of the 7 people in front of her should not be underestimated. At least Kagura had specifically reminded her in advance to be careful of these people. But just as she was about to quit, she caught sight of the young man lying on the ground. The young man was the one who had previously had an argument with the candidate wearing a rain hat from the Hidden Mist village. On top of that, he's from Konoha too. At this moment, the young man who was full of energy before was now lying in a pool of blood. His eyes were closed, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The steps that were about to retreat stopped again. Tsunade thought for a few seconds and then gritted her teeth and said, "Give that man to me, I want to take him away." Hearing Tsunade's request, Biwajozo was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect that after he let her go out of kindness, the girl would be so ungrateful. But before he could speak, someone beside him said, "I say, Biwajozang, what are you afraid of? Isn't he the companion of that boy from Konoha? We'll kill him if we want. Even if we meet him again later, are you afraid that the 7 of us can't beat him alone?" "That's right, and there may be competitions involving small teams in the subsequent assessments. It might be more beneficial for us to kill one of their companions here first." The 2 people who were talking, one had long fluffy yellow spiky hair, a black top and trousers, grey shoes and gloves, and a Kirigakure Anbu mask on his face. He had a fluffy bandage wrapped around his neck, and he was tall with long limbs. The other one had long black hair, vertical braids, a long beard, thick lips, and sharp teeth. His left eye was covered with a black cloth and his head and neck were wrapped in bandages. They were Kurikawa Kushimaru and Murashi Shinpeki, who were known as the ruthless duo among the 7. Hearing the words of his 2 companions, Biwajozang sighed silently. He pulled out the beheading sword beside him, looked at Tsunade and said, "This is your own choice, don't blame me." Chapter 49 Dare to Hit My Woman? Page 54. Seeing the opponent's actions, Tsunade realized that this battle was inevitable. Yes, she had the opportunity to retreat directly, but she still made a seemingly stupid choice. But as the descendant of the first Hokage, if she were asked to abandon her companions in Konoha and run away, she would no longer be the famous Tsunade-sama. With a light sigh, Tsunade tightened the cuffs around her wrists. He assumed a ready posture with both fists clenched and his left hand forward. If Biwajozo and others had eyes like Kagura at this moment, they would find that there were tiny flashes of electricity on Tsunade's body at this moment. It is the Chidori style that Tsunade learned from Kagura. However, unlike Kagura's fierce attack method, Tsunade's method is more delicate. She spread the Chidori's electricity throughout her body, using it to stimulate the muscles throughout her body. As a result, his speed, strength, and fighting ability have been greatly improved. When Kagura first saw this application, he first thought of another great manga from his previous life. It was a masterpiece drawn by an old thief whose name consisted of 4 positive characters, and Tsunade was very similar to the electric mouse form of one of the protagonists in the work. The confrontation on the field became increasingly tense, but contrary to everyone's expectations, the first to launch an attack was the seemingly weak Tsunade. She pushed hard with her right foot, and a huge crack appeared on the ground. Her body rushed towards Biwajozo in the front like a cannonball. Looking at Tsunade, who was rushing towards him with full of domineering power, Biwajozang did not dare to underestimate him, and quickly raised the big knife in his hand and held it across his body. Dang! A crisp collision sound was heard. Under the horrified gaze of Biwajozo, the big sword in his hand was smashed by Tsunade and a huge crack appeared. But before he could think more, he felt a huge force coming from the hilt of the knife. After a brief pause, Biwajozo's body flew backwards quickly like an arrow. Bang! 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 After knocking down several large trees in succession, Biwajozo's figure finally stopped. He barely supported his body with the giant sword, but his face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Seeing that Tsunade's ordinary punch had such power, the others present finally looked serious. They all knew Biwajozo's strength, but he, whose advantage was in physical skills, was actually knocked away by a young girl. Kurisha Kushimaru, who was standing on the tree, took the lead in launching a counterattack. The ninja sword in his hand is called the long sword, sewing needle, which is a long and thin sword like a needle. He instantly appeared in front of Tsunade. With his slender figure, he was like a spider, waving the slender ninja sword and stabbing at Tsunade continuously. Obviously Tsunade was also very clear that she could not withstand such an attack with her physical body alone. The thought flashed through her mind and she quickly dodged. However, her opponent's agility was far beyond her expectations. Even though she had retreated in advance, she still had several bloody scratches on her body. However, these are not the most dangerous things. As Tsunade's eyes flashed, several silk threads were entwining towards her. This is the true face of the long sword and sewing needle. A blade that pierces everything and sews it up. This knife has a long attack range and great lethality. There is a steel wire tied behind the back that can hold a person up. Both the steel wire and the knife are aggressive. Seeing that the thin threads were about to wrap around her body, Tsunade clenched her fists and slammed them hard on the ground. Boom! Another loud bang was heard, and a huge pit appeared between Tsunade and Kurishan Kushimaru. The flying stones were neatly cut into pieces by those seemingly ordinary silk threads, but they also blocked the progress of those silk threads. After taking several steps, Tsunade quickly distanced herself from Kurisai Kushimaru in front of her. However, while she was still gasping for breath, a figure appeared above her head. It was none other than the other member of the heartless duo Mori Shinpeki. He raised the Bakuto Fiemo in his hand and smashed it hard on Tsunade's head. Why do we say smashing? That's because the exploding knife flying drops is different from the sharp long knife sewing needle. The shape of this knife is basically equivalent to a large scroll. Looking at the huge blade smashing towards her, Tsunade did not retreat at all, but instead swung her fist upwards with force. Boom! Boom! However, two huge explosions appeared in front of Tsunade's astonished eyes. As soon as her hand touched the explosive knife Fiemo, she was blown away by the huge force of the explosion. This is the ability of Explosive Blade Fiemo, a blade that combines perfectly with explosions. The knife possesses explosive power and contains countless detonating tags, making it extremely lethal. The explosive sword technique throws an explosive scroll of explosive sword droplets around the enemy, causing a large-scale explosion that is impossible to escape. But now as a teenager, Shinpei Kimori is still unable to control this ninja sword well. Now he can only control 2 explosions at the same time. Tsunade's body flew backwards uncontrollably, but at this time her strong body appeared again. In just a few seconds, she adjusted her posture in midair and landed steadily on the ground. But the explosion just now obviously caused her great harm, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. At this time, a figure wielding a huge sword rushed towards her again. It was Biwajozo who had just returned. Looking at the figure in front of her wielding a giant sword, Tsunade barely adjusted her breathing and rushed forward again. This time her strength was obviously much smaller. She could only resist the attack and was stuck in a stalemate with Biwajozang. Just at this moment, 2 large fish-shaped swords appeared behind her. This time, Tsunade was finally unable to resist. The 2 knives emitted gas from their 2 round holes, and then the entire knife glowed as a whole. The chakra aggregate that formed was like a blue ball of energy, and then a chakra light ball burst out towards Tsunade's back. Tsunade almost completely absorbed the power of the entire chakra ball and flew out like a kite with a broken string. It was not until this time that the main bodies of the 2 swords were revealed, which were the double swords, flounder. This is the weapon used by the ordinary person Kojiro in the mobile game. The person holding the weapon is a young man with standing hair, wearing a blue top and spotted pants. I checked all the information. And this guy is the only one among the first group of 7 people who doesn't have a name. Tsunade's body flew dozens of meters away and finally fell heavily to the ground. She lay on her side on the ground and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His trembling hands supported himself on the ground, as if he was trying hard to stand up. But after trying several times, I still failed. Biwajozang slowly walked up to her and raised the beheading sword in his hand. There was no trace of pity in his eyes, only indifference. He looked coldly at Tsunade, who was still trying to stand up, and said, "I admit that you are strong. But that's it." After saying that, he stopped talking nonsense and swung the giant sword in his hand with force. At this critical moment, a blue lightning rushed towards Biwajozo from the depths of the forest at a speed faster than the speed of sound. The dazzling blue light made Biwajozo pause involuntarily. In the moment he was stunned, the seriously injured girl in front of him had disappeared. The blue lightning also stopped, and a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. He was holding the weak girl in his arms, turned his head back to face them, and a pair of angry Sharingan appeared before them. A roar sounded in the silent forest. "How dare you hit my woman! Chapter 50 Leave one of you and I'll let you go." 15 minutes ago, under a big tree deep in the forest. Standing in front of Kagura was a candidate from the hidden cloud village. Just from the appearance, it can be seen that the candidate is in an abnormal state. He stared ahead with lifeless eyes, and with trembling hands he slowly took off the forehead protector on his head. Afterwards, he handed this item, which he usually regarded as the most precious, to Kagura in front of him as if it were a piece of trash. The 3 megatama in the eyes of Kagura, who was standing in front of him, were slowly rotating, obviously casting an illusion on her. However, just as Kagura took over the forehead protector, a look of pain flashed across the candidate's face, and his hand tightened, tightly grasping a corner of the forehead protector. Seeing this, Kagura sighed slightly and activated her Sharingan again. After a few seconds, the pain on the candidate's face disappeared, replaced by numbness. After completely handing the forehead protector to Kagura, he closed his eyes, his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Since the goal has been achieved, Kagura doesn't mind wishing the other person a good dream. In fact, cruelty and kindness are extremely contradictory in him. Page 55. He never shows mercy when performing his duties. No matter what kind of opponent he faces, he can kill him without leaving any trouble. That's because he had read many movies, TV shows and novels in his previous life, and he knew it very well. Villains die because they talk too much, and saints are eliminated in troubled times. In this environment where peace has not yet been truly achieved, if you do not kill the enemy in front of you while performing a mission, the enemy's weapon will pierce your body in the next second. However, outside of combat, Kagura would not mind releasing his mercy. When the enemy loses the ability to harm him, he will always subconsciously spare the opponent's life. Kagura was well aware of all this, but he didn't care. Human nature is not black and white. As long as you follow your heart, everything will be fine. Having successfully completed his mission, Kagura stood on top of a huge tree crown, squinting his eyes and looking into the distance. He was trying to identify the direction of his final destination. However, at this time several loud noises were heard from a distance. Kagura turned her head and looked over, but only saw some smoke rising there. Hiss, are the battles between Genin so fierce? The battle in the distance aroused his interest, and he activated his Sharingan and decided to secretly watch the live broadcast. But when he saw the blurry figure in the smoke, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. This is the Seven Swordsmen. But before he could think more, he saw Tsunade being blown away by the explosion caused by the explosive sword Fiumo in Jinpachi Mori's hand. Seeing this scene, Kagura felt the blood in his veins run cold. Without thinking too much, at this moment he immediately opened the fifth gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, Dumen. During the period when Dumen is open, his speed will be greatly increased, even exceeding the speed of sound. Here again, the protagonist's current physical attribute progress is physical, the 6th gate, Jingmen, progress 67.2%. This means that his body can perfectly control the state of the 5th gate. Although the 6th gate can also be opened, there will be greater sequelae afterwards. In addition to opening the 8 gates, he also used the Chidori style, all in an effort to increase his speed. His body turned into a ray of lightning and rushed towards Tsunade at a high speed. Finally, at the last moment, he saved Tsunade from Biwajozo's knife. Without paying any attention to the enemies of the 7 swordsmen, Kagura turned her back to them and carefully examined Tsunade in her arms. This was Tsunade in a weaker state than he had ever seen her in. There was blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, her face was in pain, and her eyes were closed. There was a huge wound on the part of his back that was hit, and blood was constantly dripping from it. She opened her eyes with difficulty, and the moment she saw Kagura's face, she finally relaxed. "Can you still heal yourself?" Looking at Tsunade, who was still conscious, Kagura asked softly. Kagura breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Tsunade nodded. He gently placed her next to a tree and had her sit on the ground with her back against the trunk. Squatting down, he gently rubbed her head and said, "Don't worry about it from now on. Just get treatment. I'll take care of it soon." At this moment, Tsunade no longer had her usual bandit-like temperament. She was just like a weak little girl, nodding and saying obediently. Giving Tsunade a smile, Kagura stood up and slowly turned to face the 7. As he turned around, his temperament changed completely. He was a gentle boy 1 second and turned into an angry beast the next. As he became more angry, his Sharingan seemed to become redder than ever, and the slowly rotating Megatama made people unconsciously fall into it. Looking at the people in front of him who were eager to try, Kagura no longer suppressed his anger, and a slightly hoarse voice came out of his mouth. "You scumbags, you dare to hit my woman!" Kagura, who had his back to Tsunade, didn't notice that after he said that, Tsunade's face turned red. She was not in a hurry to seek treatment, but instead held her face with both hands, her eyes turned into stars as she looked at the back of the boy in front of her. At this moment, Kagura was like a god of war from mythology. The opening of the 5th door made a faint red aura emanate from his body. The lightning formed by Chidori was like electric snakes, swimming around his body from time to time. Biwajozo, who had been on high alert since Kagura appeared, clenched the sword in his hand. But before he could make any move, a figure suddenly rushed towards Kagura before him. It was Kurishan Kushimaru, who was holding a long knife and a sewing needle. He held the sharp long knife in his hand and stabbed Kagura, who was standing in front of him. Looking at Kagura, who seemed to be motionless, he revealed a sinister smile under his mask, and was about to feel the wonderful touch of the long sword piercing his flesh. However, the next second, in his astonished eyes, Kagura in front of him suddenly turned into a residual shadow. There was a sound of breaking wind in his ears, and before he knew what was happening, he felt like he was kicked hard. His body was blown away at a faster speed than when he came, and fell to the ground quickly like a meteorite, stirring up a cloud of smoke. Seeing this scene, Biwajozang, who was standing at the front, swallowed nervously. Kurasai Kushimaru, who was in the middle of it, might not know what was happening, but he could see it clearly as he was watching from the sidelines. Facing Kurasai Kushimaru, who was known for his agility, Kagura only took a split second to dodge and resist. When we investigated him before, we only knew that his dojutsu and ninjutsu were very strong, but no one ever said that his taijutsu was also so abnormal. At this time, the rest of the people finally put away their previous leisurely appearance, and everyone took out their weapons and surrounded Kagura. On the other side, Kagura slowly retracted her right foot. Looking at the figure that was knocked flying, a trace of disdain flashed through Kagura's heart. Are you kidding? Are you competing in speed with me, who opened the fifth door? If this is not fast enough for you, I will quit the ninja industry as soon as possible and find a secluded place to live out my life. Looking up at the 7 swordmen surrounding him, a smile appeared on his face. Gently brushing off the dust on his body, he looked at everyone seriously and said arrogantly, "My demands are not high, Tsunade probably hasn't completed her mission yet. Of the 7 of you, leave one behind and I will let you go." Chapter 51, The 7 Swordsmen. It's time to change people. Of the 7 of you, leave one behind and I'll let you go. Hearing these extremely arrogant words, everyone felt a little angry. It was obvious that his side had the advantage in numbers, but why did it seem as if they were surrounded by him alone? As if not noticing the anger on everyone's faces, Kagura continued calmly. So, have you decided which one to keep? Hearing Kagura's provocation, which seemed like she was really determined to defeat them, everyone finally couldn't help it. The first to take action were the members of the ruthless duo. I'll keep you M. Mori Jinpachi rushed out from the crowd and jumped high into the air. While roaring angrily, he raised the huge explosive sword Fiamo in his hand and smashed it hard at Kagura. Kagura, who was so arrogant just a second ago, seemed to be unable to see his attack. Wuli Jinpachi was furious, but his face became even more ferocious. He increased the strength in his hands again and smashed hard towards the defenseless Kagura. Boom! A huge explosion was heard, and Kagura's body flew sideways as if it was slapped away. However, his attacks did not stop. Wuli Jinpachi, who had just landed, adjusted his body slightly and rushed towards the direction where Kagura flew again. He rushed to Kagura in midair and swung the explosive sword Fiamo in his hand again. A loud bang sounded again, and Kagura's flying direction was changed by the violent explosion. So, in the midst of Jinpachi Mori's hideous grin, Kagura was like a ping-pong ball, being hit away continuously by him. The continuous explosions left obvious wounds on Kagura's body, and the flying flesh and blood made Mori Shinpei fall into a state of excitement. However, in reality, after Mori Shinpei shouted that angry roar, in front of the surprised gazes of Biwajozu and others, they saw his body, which was rushing forward, suddenly stop halfway. Mori Jinpachi seemed to be possessed by a ghost, with his hands hanging down and his body standing upright. Just looking from the side, you can still clearly see the expression on his face. The expression kept changing, from a hideous grin at the beginning to a crazy and insane laugh from the heart at the end. Everyone who saw this strange scene felt cold sweat on their backs. At this moment, they knew without anyone reminding them that their companions had fallen into Kagura's illusion. Biwajo Zhang took a half step back in fear, but still reminded. Don't look him in the eyes. However, his reminder was still a step too slow. Although he shifted his gaze away from Kagura's face in time, that pair of strangely beautiful Sharingan seemed to be imprinted in his mind and could not be erased for a long time. Page 56. Kagura's slightly teasing voice reached his ears. The voice was so close to him, as if Kagura was whispering something in his ear. Oh? That's a good reaction. But when did you get the illusion that I didn't use any illusion on you? Facing Kagura's seemingly gentle voice, cold sweat began to flow on Biwajozo's forehead. He closed his eyes tightly, all the muscles in his body were tense, and the huge beheading knife in his hand could not give him a sense of security at this moment. Everything around him seemed to disappear when he closed his eyes. The breathing of my companions, the rustling of the wind through the trees, and the beating of my own heart. All these sounds disappeared, and not just the sounds, it was as if the touch and perception of his skin were deprived. He was like being in an extremely quiet darkness, unable to feel anything except himself. The suppressed emotions gradually occupied his brain, and he felt as if he had only spent a few seconds, but also as if he had spent a whole day. Just when he was about to be unable to bear this oppression and silence and was about to open his eyes and fight back against Kagura, all the senses of his body returned instantly, and he felt like a person who was about to drown in the sea and finally returned to the shore. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a familiar scream sounded beside him. He could no longer care about anything else and quickly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. But the next second, the scene in front of him made his heart stop for a second. I saw that Kagura had come among them without knowing when, and stood in front of the companion holding the double swords, Tai. At this time, he held a blue ball of light composed of lightning in his right hand, and his entire arm pierced through the chest of the owner of the ninja sword. Blood continued to ooze out of his pierced chest, dripping down his arms onto the ground. The user of the dual blades, Tail, stared at Kagura in front of him with a look of disbelief. The corners of his mouth moved slightly several times, as if he wanted to say something. However, he did not have the chance to say it in the end. His eyes gradually became empty, and his body seemed to have been drained of all its strength, and he slowly fell to the ground. Kagura supported the man's body with her left hand and slowly pulled her right hand out from her chest. Looking at the companion who was standing beside him the last second, he was lying in a pool of blood in just a moment. Biwajozo and the others subconsciously wanted to stay away from Kagura in front of them, and their bodies automatically retreated a few steps from the bottom of their hearts. Kagura looked unconcerned about their performance. He slowly squatted down, untied the forehead protector from the man's neck and put it in his arms. After doing all this, he slowly stood up and looked at everyone. He smiled and said, Since you don't want to, I will make the choice. I have already saved one person for you, or do you want to keep more? Seeing Kagura's dangerous eyes sweeping over them, everyone just remained silent. No one retreated, but no one dared to step forward easily. The silence did not last long. Mori Shinpeki, who had been standing there, suddenly screamed and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the smile on his face was gone. Instead there was a look of horror as if he had seen something horrible. He sat on the ground, the weapon in his hand fell to the side, and he was gasping for breath. He covered his face with his hands and kept mumbling. Why? Why can't I kill him? He is a monster. Correct. He is a monster. Looking at Mori Shinpeki who had lost the will to fight, the rest of the people exchanged glances with each other. In the end, Biwajo Zhang asked Kagura carefully. Are you really willing to let us go? In response to his question, Kagura simply shrugged and replied. I have always considered myself a person of integrity. After hearing Kagura's answer, everyone did not relax immediately. They looked at each other, and finally Kurasan Kushimaru walked to the side of the collapsed Mori Shinpeki. While helping him pick up the weapon beside him, he carefully helped him stand up. No one dared to look into Kagura's eyes again, but looked cautiously at his feet and slowly backed away. But at this moment, Kagura suddenly spoke up. And many more. Hearing this, everyone immediately raised their weapons, fearing that Kagura would go back on her word. Kagura didn't care. She just pointed at the double swords, the flaming. Take this knife back. It's too ugly, I don't want it. After saying that, he exerted force on his feet and kicked the two swords at his feet out. Biwajo Zhang raised his right hand and caught the weapon steadily. He paused for a moment, and finally said, "Thanks." After saying that, everyone slowly retreated, and their figures gradually disappeared into the dark forest. A battle ended here. The Seven Swordsmen, which was established not long ago. It's time to change people. Chapter 52, An Irresistible Proposal. Kagura watched with a smile as the remaining 6 figures slowly disappeared into the forest. After confirming that the 6 people had really gone far away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, released the 8 gates and sat on the ground. Although his physical skills have now developed to the point where he can fully master the opening of the 5th gate, the Dumen, he cannot avoid the normal sequelae. At the same time, he quickly stopped the operation of the Sharingan and pressed his eyes with one hand. At this moment, he was not as invincible and powerful as he seemed before. Kagura now felt that every muscle in his body was groaning, and the feeling of soreness all over his body made him not want to move even a finger. But it's not just the body that's sending out warnings. After overusing the Sharingan, the most terrible thing is the throbbing pain in the head. The veins on my forehead bulged, and it felt like the blood vessels there would burst at any time. Seeing Kagura's condition, Tsunade, who was not far away, didn't care about her own injuries and hurried over. She anxiously helped Kagura rub her temples and looked at Kagura with a worried look on her face. After a long while, the throbbing pain finally subsided, and Kagura put down her hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up and seeing Tsunade's concerned look, he smiled and said, "I'm fine, I just overused my Sharingan. Let's leave quickly. Although the chance is small, those people might come back. If they did that, we would really be facing a crisis." Tsunade nodded in agreement, and the two of them stood up, supporting each other. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, but still said to Kagura, "Wait for me a moment." After saying that, she limped to the back. There was a man lying in a pool of blood. He was the Konoha boy who was knocked down by the 7 at the beginning. Tsunade walked to his side, squatted down and examined him carefully. When she heard the other's heartbeat, which was weak but still beating strongly, Tsunade couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. A green light slowly came out of her hands and she began to heal the boy's wounds. After just a few minutes, the boy's body stopped bleeding and was bandaged with gauze by Tsunade. After rubbing the bag around her waist for a while, Tsunade took out a pill and asked the boy to swallow it. Shortly after swallowing the pill, the boy's breathing became noticeably calmer. At this time, Kagura had finally adapted to the soreness in her body and walked towards them. As he passed by the body of one of the 7 people he had killed, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I have to say that these people from the 7 Swords group are really realistic. In fact, they could have taken their companions' bodies away with them just now. But for that 1 in 10,000 chance, they finally chose to give up the body. After a brief sigh, Kagura helped Tsunade move the boy to a relatively safe tree hole. Finally, they cleaned up the scene a little and left. Page 57. In fact, although in the battle just now, Kagura seemed to have crushed his opponent. But only Kagura knew that if she had not handled the situation properly, she would probably have to escape with the injured Tsunade. On the one hand, in terms of strength, there is actually not that big a gap between the two sides. In order to rescue Tsunade in time, Kagura used the 8 gates ninjutsu from the beginning, and was able to rush to the scene from several kilometers away at a speed that broke the speed of sound. At that time, he knew very well that he could not maintain the 5th gate for as long as he imagined, and a quick victory was the only way. After a brief thought, he realized that everything that happened next was intentional. He highlighted his arrogance by saying that he would leave one person behind, and then he activated his Sharingan with all his strength and used illusion to control 7 people at the same time. Then he used Chidori to quickly kill one person, thereby shocking everyone present. Fortunately, the other party was indeed frightened by his moves, and finally chose to retreat just as he had planned. Otherwise, Kagura will face a tough battle next. You know, although his strength is indeed very strong, those on the opposite side are not ordinary genin. Those are the elites specially picked by the Mizukage who are most suitable for using ninja swords. These people hold powerful ninja swords in their hands, and their true strength is probably beyond the reach of even ordinary chunins. Coupled with the fact that she had to take care of Tsunade who was seriously injured, one can imagine the difficulties that Kagura faced. Of course, if they really have to fight, if they decide to use the tailed beasts in their bodies, although they cannot be killed, Kagura is still confident that she can defeat them. But this involves another factor that Kagura has to consider, which is that if she really kills all these people, she will probably have to face the wrath of the Mizukage later. These were the elites specially selected by the Mizukage and were given the title of the first generation of 7 ninja swordsmen. As a result, the others had just been established and had not yet made a name for themselves when they were completely destroyed by you alone. You can imagine how the Mizukage feels just by thinking about it. Although after the exam, he doesn't have to pay too much attention to such things. But for him who just wanted to grow up quietly, facing the hatred of a shadow level was not a good thing after all. This is also the reason why he finally returned the double swords, Flounder, to them. It's true that I dislike it because it's not pretty. Thinking of this, Kagura felt tired. It would be great if I were really just a teenager. I wouldn't have to think about these things and could do whatever I wanted like Naruto. The 2 injured people finally found a hidden hiding place before nightfall. At this time, Kagura had basically completely gotten rid of the after effects of the 8 gates. Hiding in a relatively narrow cave, he lit a fire. Looking at Tsunade who still looked a little depressed, he said comfortingly, "Now that we both have the forehead protection required for the assessment, we don't have to worry about going out to hunt others. Let's have a good rest here tonight, and tomorrow morning we will head directly to our final destination." Tsunade nodded when she heard this, and then she suddenly blushed as if she thought of something. After twisting her body for a while, she said in a voice not much louder than a mosquito, "That. I need your help to treat my injuries." As she spoke, she took out a bottle of ointment from her bag, then turned away embarrassedly. As her body turned, her white back appeared in front of Kagura. The final blow from the double blades, the Flounder energy wave, hit her back solidly. The clothes here are naturally not like the Hulk's shorts. After suffering such a severe attack, the clothes on Tsunade's back would have been torn long ago. At this moment, her jade-white back was completely naked in front of Kagura. But there was only heartache in Kagura's eyes, because there was a hideous wound in the middle of the back. Although the bleeding had stopped, the protruding wound and the coagulated blood scab still caused him pain. Due to the location of the wound on her back, Tsunade was unable to use healing techniques herself, so she had to ask Kagura to help her apply the ointment. Taking the bottle of ointment, Kagura carefully applied it on the wound. Ah! Woo! But as soon as his hand touched it, Tsunade let out a groan. As if she realized something was wrong, Tsunade quickly lowered her voice. She closed her lips tightly, looked at Kagura with tears in her eyes and looked aggrieved, whimpering in her mouth. Kagura, who was a little distracted by Tsunade's moan, swallowed subconsciously. He forced himself to keep his hands steady and continued to apply the ointment as if nothing had happened. Hamawavu. Just like that, with Tsunade's murmurs, Kagura finally helped her apply the medicine with great difficulty. Putting down the ointment in his hand, he exhaled lightly, feeling even more tired than after fighting during the day. Isn't it just taking medicine? Do you want to scream like this? Touching the non-existent sweat on his head, he found that Tsunade was still staring at him with a wronged look on her face. What happened? He asked with concern. Tsunade shrank her body towards him and said with her big eyes. I am cold. Forehead. This is something Kagura really overlooked. The forest at night is indeed much colder than imagined. Besides, the back of Tsunade's shirt was almost completely gone at this point, and she was badly injured, so it was normal for her to feel cold. But for a moment he didn't know what to do, he only had one shirt. Well, there is a vest. But in order to provide both defensive functions, the vest is not filled with cotton, but a thin layer of metal. I won't feel warm even if I wear this. Just as Kagura was struggling over whether to take off her only shirt and give it to Tsunade and spend the night naked, Tsunade seemed to see his embarrassment and spoke again. Or, will you hold me to sleep tonight? Saying this seemed to have exhausted all her courage. She lowered her head shyly, and Kagura couldn't see her expression. Nani? Upon hearing this, Kagura's face became stiff, and she felt as if her brain was unable to process for a moment. Before he could respond, Tsunade's buzzing voice came again. You always have to try. After the trial, we will be adults. Kagura. Hiss. Tsunade, are you so bold? But I have to say. Hey, this is a great idea. Chapter 53 The Fourth Assessment. The sun reluctantly climbed up from the distant east, and the morning light penetrated through the lush trees. As a ray of morning light shone into the cave, Tsunade and Kagura finally woke up from their sleep. The two walked out of the cave, and Tsunade stretched comfortably. Unlike the weakness she showed last night, Tsunade now looked refreshed. On the other hand, Kagura behind her had obvious dark circles under her eyes and looked listless. After looking at the direction, Kagura prepared to discuss the direction of advance with Tsunade. What? You asked me what happened last night? Please ask the student who asked this question to go to the side and face the wall for a while. They are just two minors, even though they are alone in a room, but what do you think could happen to them? Although our protagonist Kagura did think of some plots, it is obvious that he and Tsunade did not think the same thing. Last night, he just slept with Tsunade in his arms. So when he woke up in the morning, he finally couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked Tsunade. Page 58. Is this what you said about becoming an adult after trying it? Facing his question, Tsunade answered as a matter of course. Yeah, Grandma told me. Adults sleep together in each other's arms. At this moment, Kagura deeply regretted why she had stopped Jiraiya from taking Tsunade to see his pornographic books. As for why he looked so depressed. Although she is still young, Tsunade is now a real girl. The soft and curvy touch made it impossible for Kagura to fall asleep in the first half of the night. It was not until the last half of the night that he managed to fall asleep. Back to the main text, the two of them identified the direction and then found a stream to wash up. During this time, Kagura thought about it and decided to give her vest to Tsunade. After all, we can't let her run around in a backless dress all the time. Come to think of it, I don't know if it's because she has the blood of the Senju clan or because her physique is indeed different from that of ordinary people. After just one night, the hideous wound on her back had scabbed over and had become noticeably smaller. Tsunade felt it and couldn't even feel the pain coming from her back. Because Kagura had determined the direction of the finish line by standing on a high place yesterday afternoon. So now after determining their location, the two of them headed directly towards the destination. Along the way, they certainly met other people. Some people who consider themselves smart go directly to the path to the destination early in the morning, intending to ambush those on the way by setting traps. Of course, this kind of crude trap could be easily seen through by not only Kagura but even Tsunade. However, even though the two of them avoided all the traps, the person who ambushed them did not dare to show up from beginning to end. Logically speaking, it has come to this point, and even if the opponent knows he is no match for the opponent, he should make a final attempt. After thinking about it for a while, Kagura also figured out the reason. It seems that the news that I killed a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen yesterday has reached the ears of certain people through some means. That's why after seeing me and Tsunade, those people were so scared that they didn't even have the courage to take action. They even encountered a battle on the way, and the two people in the battle retreated and stopped fighting tacitly the moment they saw them. Seeing this situation, Kagura, who had wanted to watch the fun, could not help but shook her head helplessly. Only after they were far away did the two men resume their fight. So the two of them ran through the forest with no traffic jams. Under such circumstances, it took only 2 hours for them to arrive at the white building that the examiner mentioned. When they arrived, they were not surprised to see many people already sitting in the open space outside the building. As soon as they walked out of the woods, they saw Jiraiya waving at them excitedly, and Orochimaru was sitting next to Jiraiya. Kagura smiled at the two of them and led Tsunade slowly towards them. Just as they were reunited, before Jiraiya could speak, the usually silent Orochimaru spoke first. He frowned and looked at Tsunade, then asked when he saw the obviously damaged clothes. "Tsunade, are you hurt?" After hearing Orochimaru's question, Jiraiya noticed Tsunade's abnormality. He walked around Tsunade with his eyes wide open, and suddenly said angrily, "With your strength, no one here can hurt you like this. Were you ambushed? Or was he beaten up by someone?" Hearing the concern from her companions, Tsunade felt as if a warm current flowed through her heart. But she didn't say anything in the end. She just shook her head at the two of them to indicate that she was fine. Seeing this, Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked at Kagura in confusion. Seeing that Kagura also shook her head, the two of them stopped asking questions, closed their mouths and sat back on the ground. Kagura knew Tsunade's psychology very well. She was always so proud, but now she was beaten so badly. She would definitely not tell Orochimaru and Jiraiya about this. But with her vengeful character, she will definitely find a chance to take revenge. As the 7 parties involved. Oh no! Now they should be called the 6. At this time, they had already reached the finish line and were not far away from them. However, when they saw Kagura and the other person coming, there was a hint of obvious fear on Jinpachi Mori's face. The rest of the people seemed not to have seen them and remained calm. Kagura and the others were naturally not the last group to arrive, and the closed door of the white building in front of them seemed to tell everyone that this door will not open until the last minute. Later, several more candidates came one after another. Kagura raised her head and looked around. There were only 30 people including herself. He still remembers that when he first entered the forest, there were nearly 80 candidates in total. According to the rules, with a 50% chance, there should be close to 40 people. However, considering that some of them were seriously injured after getting the forehead protectors, or some people hunted for more forehead protectors in order to eliminate more competitors in advance, that number is still reasonable. The sun gradually rose and reached the highest point in the sky without anyone noticing. Just as Kagura was still counting the number of people, the tightly closed door in front of her made a teeth-grinding creaking sound. Everyone was attracted by the sound of the door opening and looked over there. As the door opened, 2 instructors walked out. One was the same bald examiner from the Hidden Mist Village, and the other was a new face. This is a Jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village. He has a forehead protector tied around his neck and is wearing a Jonin-style combat uniform. In stark contrast to the bald examiner next to him, this man had thick, long, beautiful hair. And underneath the long straight black hair is a face that is both beautiful and handsome. If she had only looked at the face and hairstyle, Kagura would have almost thought that this was a female examiner. The two walked out of the building side by side and looked up at the crowd. Looking up at Liang, the bald examiner spoke again. Time up. This test time ends here. Bring me yourselves and the extra protection you have obtained. Hearing this, everyone present consciously formed a long line in front of him. After collecting the forehead protectors handed in by everyone, the examiner looked at the registration booklet in his hand and announced. Very good, I hereby announce that the number of qualified people in this third round of Chunin exam is 30. You guys follow me in. After saying that, the two examiners turned around and walked directly into the building. Everyone followed them without hesitation. After passing through a not-so-long corridor, the view in front of everyone suddenly opened up. Looking at the scene in front of him, Kagura, who had already anticipated what was going to happen, sighed inwardly. As expected. Chapter 54 Team Competition. Everyone followed the two examiners through the narrow and dark corridor. The crowded space and dim light made people walking around gradually feel a depressing atmosphere. Fortunately, this kind of oppression did not last long. After only a few minutes, everyone felt a bright flash in front of their eyes, and a huge space appeared in front of them. The first thing that catches your eye is the towering dome and countless spotlights shining white light. The spotlights illuminate a huge arena. The only difference from the arena that everyone imagines is that this is a white round arena. The radius of the arena is up to 20 meters, and its huge space can accommodate various types of ninjas to challenge. And around the circular arena, there are also circles of circular seats. Looking at the large number of seats, it was not difficult for Kagura to guess that this arena must have hosted many duels. Looking at the arrangement in front of her that resembled the ancient Roman Colosseum, Kagura showed an expression that said, as expected. From the illusion in the first level, to the written test and the hunting game in the forest. Although there were some deviations in many details from the plot he remembered, the general content of the assessment did not deviate too much. But if you think about it carefully, for a ninja, the test is nothing more than illusion, intelligence acquisition, application of ninjutsu, practical skills and team coordination. Then naturally the examination methods for the Chunin of successive generations will not change much. The two examiners ignored the surprise of the many candidates and walked directly to the stage in front of them. Page 59. The long-haired examiner from the hidden cloud village stood half a body length back with a smile on his face. The bald examiner from the hidden mist village, which was the main venue for this exam, spoke up. This is the main venue for your fourth assessment. The rules of this battle are to form teams to compete against each other. As soon as the words team competition came out, there was an uproar below. Upon hearing this, Kagura was also stunned. He had never thought that this type of assessment would appear in the fourth round. Hearing the noise from the crowd, the bald examiner did not stop it immediately. Instead, he let the candidates discuss for a while before waving his hand for silence. Seeing everyone gradually quiet down, he spoke again and continued. First you have to form a team. There are 30 people here. There are 3 people in each team, and there are 10 teams in total. Afterwards, the teams will fight each other in pairs, for a total of 5 times. There are no requirements for forming a team and there is no restriction on nationality. This means that candidates from the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Cloud Village, and the Hidden Leaf Village can be freely paired. Once you have successfully formed a group of 3, come to me to register. Having said this, he paused for a moment, letting everyone digest the information before speaking again. Let me remind you first that team battles are still conducted in a 1v1 format. Anyone who automatically surrenders on the field, loses combat consciousness or combat ability will be judged as the loser. The loser leaves the game, while the winner can stay on and continue to play in the next game. Once all 3 members of a team lose, the entire team of 3 will be eliminated. Therefore, selecting people and forming a team is also a very important strategy. If you can choose exceptionally strong teammates, you can advance smoothly even if you fight 3 people at once. As he said this, he glanced at Kagura in the front intentionally or unintentionally. Following his gaze, everyone present couldn't help but look towards Kagura. Facing everyone's gaze, Kagura shrugged without changing her expression, her face still calm. However, in reality he was constantly complaining about the bald examiner in his heart. Just say it, why are you looking at me? You really have to remind everyone to be careful of me or to curry favor with me, right? Am I such a limelight seeker? Don't you understand that those who become famous early will die quickly? The best way is to stay alive and develop slowly. Just as he was complaining in his heart, the bald examiner looked at the clock above the entrance of the arena and said, "It takes 15 minutes to form a team. Once the team is formed, give me a team name. If you haven't found a team after 15 minutes, I will randomly group you together. Start now." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene immediately became like boiling water, with a loud bang. "Hey, are you interested in joining us? Team up with me and I guarantee you will pass the test. Hey, little sister, do you want to come over to our group? Brother guarantees that we can fight 3 against 2, so you just need to lie down. But after this, are you interested in going shopping together? Fuck. Go away. Just now in the forest outside, you sneak attacked me. Do you think I didn't see your face? Haha. I have never seen such a shameless person." Facing a group of people looking for a team, Kagura looked calm and at ease. He smiled and looked at Tsunade and the other 2 behind him and said, "Haha, isn't this God helping me? They didn't expect that our entire team would make it to this exam. Compared to others, we don't even need to form a team. Just the 4 of us, hey." At the end of his words, he thought of something and hummed in confusion. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly said "damn it" and turned to the examiner on the stage and asked, "Did you just say threesome?" Faced with this nonsense, the examiner looked at him as if he were an idiot and replied, "Aren't there 3 people in each team in Konoha? Isn't it common sense to work in groups of 3? Oh my god, how could I forget about this?" Because she has always teamed up with Tsunade and others, Kagura has forgotten that a normal team consists of 3 people. Class 7 became the only special one just because I was a transfer class. Looking back at Tsunade who looked helpless, and Jiraiya who was trying to hold back his smile, Kagura couldn't help but roll her eyes. Fortunately, there was still a more reliable Orochimaru at this time, who asked the most crucial question. "So, which one should we give up?" Hearing this question, the 4 of them looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a moment. But the problem always needs to be solved. After a period of thinking and discussion, they came up with the best solution. That means giving up Kagura. In fact, this proposal was first made by Kagura herself. The reason is very simple. This is the best way for them to get everyone through the exam. With the strength of Tsunade and the other 2, they have a great chance of winning even against the ninja sword holders of the 7-6 people. As for Kagura, I have to say that the bald examiner was right. Even if he was alone, it would not be difficult to defeat 3 people at once. Of course, there is also a worst-case possibility, which is that Tsunade and the other 2 face off against Kagura's group. However, the probability of this happening is very small, and even if this situation really happens, Kagura won't care. Whether they were defeated by themselves or they voluntarily withdrew, the 4 of them would not have any objection. Because they didn't care much about the title of Chunin, otherwise they would not have missed the Chunin exam for 2 consecutive years. However, Kagura has made up her mind that if she really encounters this situation, although I may feel a little sorry for my teammates, I will choose to give up directly. After all, for me, it is not necessary to become a Chunin this year. Moreover, if Tsunade and the other 2 are upgraded, I will be even more carefree next year when I am alone. Then, for him, becoming a chunin would be a piece of cake. I watched Tsunade and the other two go up to the stage and register with the examiner, even though it was my own initiative to suggest it. But Kagura, who was standing in the audience, couldn't help feeling a little sour and lost. At this moment, a voice came from behind him. "Hey, are you interested in teaming up with me?" Hearing this, Kagura immediately turned around and looked back. But when he saw the person who was speaking, he was a little surprised. Because the person who invited him was somewhat unexpected. Chapter 55 Successful Team Building. Are you interested in forming a team together? Hearing the invitation, Kagura turned around and looked back. But the person who invited him made him a little surprised. Because he knew this person, and he was also one of the few candidates among the many candidates in the early stage who could attract his attention. This person is none other than Toyo from the Hidden Cloud Village. When he first arrived at the examination room, apart from the 7 people, this person was the only one who could give him a sense of threat. Not to mention that he acted like the boss of many genin in the Hidden Cloud Village at that time. Anyone who was not stupid could know that this man was very powerful. This is exactly what surprised Kagura. Logically speaking, this guy should not be short of people to team up with him. Seeing Kagura's puzzled look, Toshiro instantly understood the other party's doubts. Page 60. There was a trace of sincerity in his only exposed eye, and he spoke sincerely. Well, I don't lack people to form a team with. But I want to choose a team member who has a higher chance of advancing. At first I saw you talking with those 3 people, so I didn't want to come over and disturb you. But since the 3 of them have already registered, I won't hesitate to invite you again. Hearing this, Kagura was slightly stunned. He could feel that what this man said was sincere, and logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with what he said. But he didn't expect this person to speak so bluntly. Seeing that Kagura remained silent, Toshiro's expression did not change at all, but he continued to speak actively. Maybe I speak bluntly, but this is my habit and I can't change it. So, what is your answer? As he said this, he stretched out his right hand towards Kagura. Looking at Toshiro with clear eyes in front of her, Kagura thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. He also stretched out his right hand and shook it. While shaking hands, he responded. You're funny, I don't hate people like you. The scene of the 2 of them holding hands was naturally seen by everyone else, and everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Well, this is a strong team that they definitely don't want to meet. The teaming of Kagura and Toshiro was naturally noticed by the 2 examiners on the stage. The long-haired examiner who had been standing at the back finally couldn't help but walked over to the bald examiner. He looked at the candidates below and asked his doubts in confusion. I really don't understand why you set this rule this time. Oh? Any questions? Hearing his question, the bald examiner turned around and replied. Looking at the candidates who had already formed a team and were standing aside, the long-haired examiner continued. I can understand that this kind of 1v1 confrontation can better show their strength and character. But don't you think it's a problem that the winner gets to stay on the court? He turned his head and looked at the bald examiner's expression before continuing. In this way, the one who is too strong can fight 3 at once. For example, Kagura. You and I both know that even if we fight him one-on-one, we cannot guarantee that we can defeat him. This kind of person is simply not on the same level as other candidates. The bald examiner still did not react when he heard this, and continued calmly. I know, what next? The long-haired examiner was slightly stunned, and said a little hastily. Then wouldn't it be very likely that the people in his group would go straight to the next round? This is totally unfair to other candidates. Some people simply choose to do better than those who work hard. At this moment, a change finally appeared on the bald examiner's face. He looked at the other person with some disdain, and said in a slightly contemptuous tone. Are all the Jonin in your hidden cloud village the same as you? It seems that from now on, we in the water country don't need to be afraid of you anymore." Hearing this, the long-haired examiner's expression changed, his brows furrowed, and he asked back in dissatisfaction. "What do you mean?" Faced with his question, the bald examiner did not answer directly, but began to answer his previous questions. "You just asked me if that was fair. In my opinion, this couldn't be fairer," I said. "There are no restrictions on team formation. This also means that everyone has the opportunity to team up with someone like Kagura. You asked me again whether choice is more important or hard work is more important. Personally, I would answer that both are important. But as a ninja, I will tell you that choice is more important." Having said this, he paused for a moment, then continued. "On the battlefield, those who make the right choices are most likely to survive. Only those who survive can continue to work hard. This exam not only tests their strength, but also tests their ability to choose. You can put aside your pride and choose a strong person, and enter the next round by making him a vassal. You can also keep your original intention and stick to your own path. But since you have chosen to be the enemy of the strong, don't complain, but do your best to overcome that hurdle. This is the path that ninjas should take." Hearing these words, the long-haired examiner remained silent. Although he did not completely agree with this point of view, he did not refute it out loud, but silently stepped back again. Off the court, Kagura and Toshiro were worried about one thing: they were still missing one member. Although Toshiro has many companions from the hidden cloud village, similar to Kagura's previous situation, those people can just form a group. In fact, Toshiro and Kagura are both the extra people. As for Kagura, although there were many people from Konoha at the scene, he was not familiar with any of them. In fact, apart from his friends in Team 7, he didn't even know anyone in the Uchiha clan. So the two of them looked at each other at this time, but they didn't know how to get the last person together. Fortunately, at this moment, a soft voice came from behind them. "That. Do you still need to recruit team members? Can I join you?" Hearing this, the two turned and looked at each other. The person who spoke was a short and thin girl. She wore a Konoha forehead protector on her head, and her short hair was neatly combed into two buns and tied at the back. She had a delicate but not particularly pretty face, and wore thick black-framed glasses. She was wearing a blue short-sleeved tights, but what Kagura cared about most was the logo on the back of the clothes. It was a symbol similar to a palm leaf fan, which was the symbol of the Uchiha clan. The moment he saw the sign, Kagura's brows jumped, and he asked hesitantly, "Who are you?" The girl in front of him knew that this was the brother in the family. She nodded slightly and replied, "Well, my name is Uchiha Shizuka." "Quiet." Hearing the name, Kagura frowned and tried hard to recall. But no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't remember this tribesman. "Hey, it seems that I need to take some time to get to know the people in my family when I go back. At least remember the names of those tribesmen." He thought silently in his heart, but his face showed understanding. He turned to look at Todai and asked for his opinion with his eyes. The corners of Todai's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything in the end. He frowned and thought for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. Seeing that he had no objection, Kagura said to the tribesman in front of him, "Well, no problem, then let's form a team of 3. Don't worry, you don't need to play." In response to Kagura's words, Uchiha Jing nodded timidly. That fragile look makes people feel an inexplicable desire to protect him. At this time, Kagura, who had successfully formed a team, said no more words. He turned around and walked towards the stage, intending to find the examiner to register. Page 61. However, Kagura, who turned around, did not see it. There was a hint of deep fear in the eyes of Todai behind him when he looked at Uchiha Jing. Chapter 56, Team vs Ninja Swordsman. 15 minutes passed in a flash. The actual situation was that only 10 minutes had passed and everyone had formed a team. Obviously, no one wants to leave their fate to so-called randomness. The first ones to go up and register were not Tsunade and the other members of Team 7, but the 6 people. Speaking of which, perhaps they should thank Kagura. Because Kagura helped them reduce one member, they were able to form teams instantly with only 6 people. Since a draw will be needed to decide the battle list later, each team needs to come up with a team name on the spot and inform the examiner. The names of the 6 people were also simple, and they were named Ninja Sword Team 1 and Ninja Sword Team 2 respectively. As for Tsunade and the others, after a brief thought, they submitted the name Team 7. As for Kagura and the others, they finally chose the name God Band. This is really not because Kagura wants to show off. He was not good at naming, so he asked the 2 team members for names at the beginning. However, the other 2 also said that they were not good at this. It only took them 2 minutes to form a team, but in the end they wasted 5 minutes because of this. In the end, it was Toshiro who suggested that they just use Kagura's name as the team name. Seeing Uchiha Shizuka agreeing, Kagura, who had no better suggestions, finally had to adopt this proposal. Seeing that the candidates had been automatically divided into 10 groups according to their teams, the 2 examiners stopped wasting time and started to take the next step. The names of all the teams were written on a small piece of paper and thrown into a square box. The box was shaken up and down several times. After it was shaken evenly, the bald examiner reached his hand in and fumbled around for a while. Looking at such a simple and flawless way of drawing lots, Kagura's facial muscles in the audience couldn't help but twitch. After groping for a few seconds, the bald examiner finally took out 2 slips of paper. Slowly unfolding the first piece of paper, he glanced at it, and then said the name of the first team in a deep voice. The first match will be between Team 7 and... Having said this, he slowly unfolded the second note. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he continued in a calm tone. Fight against Ninja Sword Team 1. Hearing this result, Tsunade was slightly stunned, and then showed a happy expression. She gave a charming smile to the 3 members of the Ninja Sword team not far away. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were standing nearby and knew Tsunade's character well, felt a chill run down their spines when they saw that smile. You know, Tsunade always smiles like this before she gets ready to beat someone up. Looking at the 3 people who were still calm not far away, they could only mourn for each other for a minute in their hearts. In order not to disturb the subsequent battle, except for the first member sent by each team to fight, all others left their original positions and went to the high platform seats at the highest point of the circular auditorium. There is no doubt that the first person sent by Team 7 is Tsunade. In fact, when she expressed her desire to be the first to play, the 2 team members did not dare to say a word and turned away consciously. The opposing ninja swordsman team is composed of the familiar ruthless duo Mori Shinpeki, Kurikaze Kushimaru, and Zigwashin Pufferfish. After a brief discussion among the 3, they finally decided that the Zigwashin Puffer Ghost would fight the first battle. As the other candidates left, only Tsunade, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon and the Bald Examiner were left on the competition stage. The long-haired examiner did not go away, but stood on the stage with his arms folded across his chest, looking ready to take action at any time to prevent any accidents. Obviously, they don't want any casualties in this assessment. After all, the candidates who can make it to this stage are considered the future elites of their countries. Looking around at the 2 candidates competing against each other, the bald examiner temporarily took on the role of referee and said, "There is no time limit for this duel. The winner will be decided after one of the parties is knocked off the ring, one of the parties voluntarily admits defeat, or loses the ability to continue fighting. As for what is considered as a loss of combat capability, it will be judged by our 2 examiners. Once we announce the result of the duel, you must stop immediately and not kill your opponent maliciously." Seeing that the 2 people in front of him had no objection, he slowly raised his right hand and swung it down with force. I declare that the first match will be between Tsunade and the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. Start now. After saying that, he jumped to the stage and stood with another examiner. After hearing the starting instructions, the two did not immediately attack each other. Looking at the fat man with long orange hair that reached his waist, Tsunade's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance. In the previous encounter in the forest, this person never took action from beginning to end. As for Tsunade, she knew very little about this person's abilities. On the contrary, her own abilities were fully demonstrated in that battle. So in terms of information, the two were in an unfair position before the war started. Kagura, who was watching the fight between the two on the high platform, fell into deep thought as he looked at the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon with a mouth full of shark teeth. Kagura was naturally clear about this person's abilities. In fact, this guy is more like Danzo of the Hidden Mist Village, and will control the Anbu of the Hidden Mist Village in the future. If we have to choose a leader among the 7 ninja swordsmen, this guy is undoubtedly the most suitable one. As the first owner of the broadsword Samehada, he has many similarities in appearance with the later Hoshigaki Kisame. Although the plot does not explicitly state it, he feels that there is a high probability that the two are from the same ethnic group. Therefore, it is very likely that the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon will be able to allow Samehada to merge with himself into a fishman after he becomes an adult. However, he is still young now and may not be able to master the big sword Samehada to that level. Moreover, unlike his appearance, this guy is a very cunning opponent with a very high combat IQ. Seeing Kagura's solemn expression, Todai walked up to him and asked, "Who do you think will win between the two of them?" Hearing this question, Kagura tilted his head and thought for a moment, and finally answered affirmatively. "My companion will definitely win." Oh! Hearing Kagura's decisive answer, Toshiro was a little surprised, but he didn't continue asking. But only Kagura knew that he was not blindly trusting his teammates when he said this. Although the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon is also a tough enemy, Tsunade is no longer the same person she used to be. Because of Kagura's existence, she is now much stronger than her previous self. In a one-on-one situation, Kagura didn't think there was any chance that she would lose. Turning his gaze back to the arena, looking at Tsunade who was on guard, Zigwashin Puffer Demon directly took out the big sword Samehada from behind and held it tightly in his hand. His face was calm as he said to Tsunade, "Aren't you going to attack? Your strength should be in physical skills. Or are you also proficient in ninjutsu?" However, in the face of his provocation, Tsunade still did not attack easily. In fact, her combat IQ is not low. She naturally understands that when there is information asymmetry between the enemy and us, she should take the backup plan. Looking at Tsunade who was still motionless in front of him, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost didn't care. He waved the weapon in his hand and spoke again. "In that case, I won't be polite." After he finished speaking, he swung his right hand vigorously, and the sword Samehada, which was originally wrapped in cloth, revealed its true appearance. The strange weapon covered with barbs was like a living snake. After a brief wriggling, it suddenly grew longer and rushed towards Tsunade. Although Tsunade remained vigilant, she never expected that the knife would have the ability to change its length at will. Faced with this unexpected attack, she could only dodge to the side in panic. But even though her reaction speed was not slow, her arm was still scratched by the big knife. The barbed knife left a noticeable scar on her arm. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost still stood in the same place, and he retracted his right hand towards himself. The snake-like sword, Samehada, returned to his front like a well-behaved puppy. A blue light flashed from the Samehada sword and flowed into his body along the handle. Feeling the surging chakra, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost licked his lips with satisfaction. He looked at Tsunade who was covering her arm and grinned. "You taste very good." Chapter 57. Who's next? You taste very good. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Page 62. After hearing these words, Jiraiya, who was sitting in the audience seats on the high platform, pressed his hand to his forehead helplessly, as if he was recalling some unpleasant past events. Even Orochimaru, who usually does not show his emotions, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. I've seen people seeking death, but I've never seen anyone so eager to die. As expected, when Tsunade heard this, she was stunned for a moment, and then an uncontrollable anger rose on her face. Although through her own experience, she has understood that the big sword Samehada has the ability to steal other people's chakra. And what the Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon said was actually referring to her chakra. But as a girl, when she heard such words, she felt like she was being harassed by a smelly and obscene pervert, and Tsunade felt the hairs on her body stand up. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, there was an uncontrollable anger. Driven by this anger, she clenched her fists tightly, and traces of electricity snakes were running through her body. The Zigwashan Puffer ghost, who didn't yet understand what was happening, put the big knife in his hand on his shoulder, moved his lips slightly and was about to say something. At this moment, Tsunade in front of him suddenly turned into a shadow, and a spider web-like crack appeared on the ground where she was originally standing. Tsunade's figure appeared in front of him faster than the whistling sound in the air. At this time, she had jumped into the air, clenched her right hand into a fist and pulled it behind her, and swung a fist that looked small but was actually full of power towards him. Seeing the fist that suddenly appeared in front of him, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost, who already knew Tsunade's strength, did not dare to underestimate her at all. He quickly raised the Samehada in his hand to block in front of him. Dang! A sound like metal collision resounded throughout the venue, and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost only felt a huge force coming from the shark muscle in his hand. Only then did he understand how Biwajozang felt yesterday. His fat body was uncontrollably thrown backwards by the huge force. Feeling uneasy, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost thrust the sword in his hand into the ground in midair in order to avoid flying out of the ring. The Samehada was inserted into the ground fiercely. Fortunately, the barbed design on its body provided good friction. However, even so, he was pushed more than 10 meters before he stopped, and a straight deep pit of more than 10 meters appeared on the ground in front of him. But before he could stand firm, there was a sound of breaking air, and the petite figure appeared at his side again. Tsunade still threw out a simple straight punch, but facing this simple attack, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon could only helplessly raise his weapon to block. On the ring, Tsunade turned into a violent berserker and continuously attacked the Watermelon Mountain Puffer fish demon. Her body turned into dark shadows, and her figure could only be seen clearly when she attacked the enemy. The huge Watermelon Mountain Puffer ghost seemed helpless and could only passively raise the weapon in his hand to resist. Seeing this battle situation, everyone in the stands showed surprised expressions. Hiss! This girl is so strong! No! Is this the strength of the legendary 7 ninja swordsman? Why do you just passively take the beatings all the time? I wonder if your information is a little delayed. There are no 7 people now, only 6 people. Right. That's it. Come on, Tsunade, smash it down harder. The final cry came from Jiraiya's mouth. Looking at the fat man who was being beaten below, he seemed to remember something. He waved his hands and roared, his face flushed with excitement. Kagura on the side looked calm, as if he had expected this situation. Just looking at the battle situation in front of him, the Uchiha Jing who was originally behind him quietly leaned behind him. She covered her mouth with both hands, looking surprised, and said, "Sister Tsunade is so amazing. You are indeed a descendant of the Senjua family." However, when she approached, Todai, who was also standing nearby, immediately stepped back a few steps, keeping a distance from her, as if he was deeply afraid of her. This scene naturally did not escape Kagura's attention. He frowned and looked at the two of them with a little confusion. His lips moved slightly, but no sound came out in the end. Just because of this incident, he became a little wary of that tribe member and slightly turned sideways to keep a distance from her. As for Uchiha Jing, he continued to watch the battle below as if he didn't notice anything. Faced with Tsunade's continuous attacks, the watermelon mountain puffer demon felt depressed. This woman is not only faster than me, but also so strong. He didn't even dare to use his body to block the opponent's punch. Otherwise, if he is given a chance to catch his breath, he will be able to reverse the situation. But Tsunade's continuous attacks left him with no chance at all, and gradually, he discovered a new crisis. Unconsciously, under Tsunade's attack, he began to slowly move away from the center of the ring and reached the edge. If he doesn't think of a solution, he will be knocked out of the ring by Tsunade next time and be declared the loser. Tsunade, who was in mid-air, also knew this. Looking at the fat figure who was already standing at the edge of the ring, she clenched her fists tighter. The next strike will decide the outcome. A hint of confidence in victory flashed in her eyes, and all the chakra in her body gathered in her right hand. She was already using all her strength. However, just as she was about to rush towards the other party, she saw an unexpected scene. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost was seen inserting his weapon beside him and making a simple seal with his hands. The bright orange hair behind him suddenly grew longer. The long hair tightly wrapped around his whole body, and then each hair hardened and wrapped him into a hedgehog. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya on the stage was also stunned. Isn't this the same as his needle Jizo Jutsu? Tsunade, who was also familiar with this ninjutsu, was also stunned, but then a smile appeared on her face. She did not change her direction and just rushed towards the ball of orange fur. As she expected, those hard hairs as long needles suddenly shot towards her like sharp thorns. She was well prepared and dodged several times, avoiding most of the attacks. Even if there were a few strands of hair, they only brushed past her and tore her clothes. These dodging did not affect her forward speed. The next second, she was already in front of the ball of orange hair. Looking at the hard long thorns on it, Tsunade punched straight and without fear. The small fist hit the hard shell with a sound of breaking through the air. The spikes instantly pierced Tsunade's fist, but could not stop the fist from moving forward. With a cracking sound, she smashed a big hole in the round shell. In the surprised eyes of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, a blood-stained straight punch suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could react, the straight punch hit his fat face hard, and his body turned into a black shadow and flew backwards like a cannonball. Boom! The body of the Zigwashan puffer ghost directly crossed the distance between the ring and the audience seats and was smashed into the audience seats halfway up the mountain. As the dust and stones scattered, his disheveled figure gradually appeared before everyone. Seeing this, the bald examiner immediately appeared in front of Tsunade and announced, "Tsunade wins this one." Tsunade, who had no intention of continuing the pursuit, didn't care about this. She raised her right hand and turned to look at the audience seats on the podium. He raised his head and looked at the remaining two opponents, and asked loudly, "Who is the next?" Chapter 58 Explosion Feast. Who is the next? As Tsunade's slightly provocative question fell, the whole place fell silent. This result was really beyond the expectations of most people. In terms of appearance, the huge watermelon mountain pufferfish demon holding the big sword Samehada is much stronger than the petite Tsunade. In terms of fame, because Kagura's name as a monster is too famous, the three people with him have remained unknown until now. Compared with the famous 7 ninja swordsmen, Tsunade's current fame is not worth mentioning. However, it was such a seemingly ordinary girl who actually defeated the watermelon mountain puffer ghost so cleanly and neatly in the end. Everyone found it difficult to accept this reality for a while. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost that was smashed into the seats in the audience pushed away the rubble in front of it with its hands and slowly walked out of the small pit. His face remained calm, and he did not show any resentment or loneliness because of being defeated. He dusted himself off, then walked back to the stage calmly and pulled out the big sword, Samehada, that was stuck in the ground. Looking at Tsunade, who raised her head, he said, "I admit that you are very strong. I hope I can have the opportunity to compete with you again in the future." After saying that, he turned around and walked off the stage without waiting for Tsunade's response. Looking at the calm-faced watermelon mountain puffer demon, Kagura couldn't help but respect this man a little more. People who can maintain a stable mentality in the face of failure are the most terrifying enemies. Page 63. He knew very well that the reason Tsunade was able to defeat her opponent so easily this time was because she had taken advantage of all kinds of favorable conditions. Firstly, if this wasn't a ring match where the one who falls out of the ring loses, this fight would never have ended so quickly. Tsunade suppressed her opponent right from the start with her advantage in speed and strength. But she was actually unable to completely break through the defense of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. If it were to be fought in another venue, the battle would probably become a protracted war. In the end, even if Tsunade wants to win, she will have to pay a certain price. But it's no use saying anything, what this world values is the results. The bald examiner looked at Tsunade, then raised his head to look at the audience seats on the podium before speaking. "Please invite the next contestant to the stage." The remaining heartless duo looked at each other, and finally it was Jinpachi Murasaka who took a step forward. He held onto the railing of the platform with one hand and flipped over to stand on it. Then he exerted force on his feet, jumped directly down from the platform, and stood steadily on the ring. Compared to yesterday, his face looked much paler. In fact, in yesterday's battle, he was the only one who was truly defeated by Kagura's full-strength illusion. After all, even with Kagura's current chakra, he couldn't support him in pulling 7 people into a deep illusion at the same time. So in the end, Muri Shinpei became the only lucky one. In that illusion, at first he was still enjoying the pleasure of continuously hitting Kagura. But later he found that no matter how he attacked, the enemy in front of him could not be knocked down. The repeated explosions had already turned the Kagura in front of him into a bloody human-shaped piece of flesh. But when that pool of flesh and blood that could be used as dumpling filling stood up again and again under his attacks, he finally felt a trace of panic. Finally, when he used all his strength to strike, it caused an explosion beyond the limit. The pile of blood actually stood up by moving its muscles and even smiled at itself. At that moment, he finally broke down. So even though he didn't seem injured on the surface, he was actually the one who suffered the most psychological damage. So much so that until today, he dared not look Kagura in the eye. Looking at the pale-faced opponent in front of her, Tsunade understood a little more. After all, as one of the people who is most familiar with Kagura, she has absolute trust in Kagura's illusions. Standing opposite Tsunade, Mori Jinhachi had long black hair in vertical braids, thick lips, and sharp teeth. His left eye was covered with a black cloth and his head and neck were wrapped in bandages. As for the huge explosive sword Fiemo that he was carrying on his back, Tsunade had already witnessed its power in yesterday's battle. Looking at the enemy in front of her who had once injured her, Tsunade's eyes were already filled with fighting spirit without any provocation from the other party. As the bald examiner announced the start of the battle, the 2 figures instantly disappeared from the spot. Boom! When the 2 figures appeared again, they were already confronting each other. Mori Jinpachi had already drawn the explosive sword Fiemo from his back and held it in front of him. Tsunade on the opposite side still relied on her pair of iron fists to attack fearlessly. However, before the 2 of them had confronted each other for a few seconds, the explosive sword Fiemo in Jinpachi Mori's hand suddenly flashed with a bright light. Tsunade, who already had some knowledge of this ninja sword, narrowed her eyes, moved her feet slightly, withdrew the force from her fists, and immediately chose to step back and dodge. Sure enough, as soon as Tsunade left the spot, the ninja sword suddenly emitted a bright light. Oh! Just as everyone on the platform squinted their eyes at the dazzling light, a violent spherical explosion occurred on the ring. Fortunately, Tsunade dodged in advance and escaped from the explosion range in time. The explosion caused a cloud of dust on the stage, but just as Tsunade narrowed her eyes, a figure rushed out from the dust. It was none other than Mori Shinpeki, who was holding the explosive sword Hibu high in the air. He swung the huge weapon in his hand and slashed it hard at where Tsunade was standing. Faced with such a situation, Tsunade did not choose to step forward and fight hard as before, but chose to continue to retreat and dodge. As it turned out, her choice was right. The huge scroll-like weapon smashed to the ground, causing another huge explosion. The next battle turned into a chase, but unlike the previous one, the roles of the chase were reversed this time. Tsunade was like an agile rabbit, constantly dodging and moving on the ring. Behind her, Mori Shinpeki held his weapon high, chasing her like a hungry wolf. Every time Mori Shinpeki swung his weapon, a violent explosion would occur. Watching the battle with such explosive sound and image effects, the candidates on the stage began to discuss excitedly. As expected of someone who was given the title by Mizukage-sama, the attack power of that ninja sword is so terrifying. Well, you are right. It seems that the girl from Konoha is in danger this time and is likely to lose. Haha, you were so arrogant before, but you must have met a tough guy this time. Haha, that's not what you said before. When she knocked her opponent away just now, who said it was a good thing that it wasn't you who was fighting against her? What do you know? It's called a different time and a different situation. I was analyzing the strategy at the right time. How can you be so young and incompetent that you can't even walk when you see a woman? What do you mean? How about we go down and fight each other later? Go if you want to. Anyone who doesn't go is a bastard. Compared to the noise over there, Kagura still looked relaxed and contented. Looking at the calm Kagura, Todai couldn't help but speak. Do you think she can win this time? The battle situation is not looking good right now. If it continues like this, it would be great if she can be defeated with only minor injuries in the end. Facing Toshiro's question, Kagura still answered with confidence. Don't worry, she's stronger than you think. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions continued to ring out, and in the battle between the two men, countless holes appeared on the ring. Tsunade seemed to be being chased all the time, but there was no trace of panic in her eyes. While she seemed to be dodging every attack, she was actually observing her opponent's attack method and power. After cleverly dodging another attack, she suddenly changed the direction of her body and stopped running away. Instead, she turned around and faced her opponent head-on. Looking at Tsunade, who was finally facing him for the first time since the battle, a hint of doubt arose in Mori Shinpeki's heart. But he didn't think much about it, and still raised the weapon in his hand and swung it towards Tsunade in front of him. Just as the two figures were about to collide, Tsunade suddenly clenched her hands and slammed them hard on the ground. The effect of her attack was even more powerful than Mori Shinpeki's previous explosion. Following a loud bang, the entire venue was shrouded in smoke. Mori Shinpeki did not panic when his vision was suddenly obscured by the dust. He immediately stopped and stood still, alertly sensing his surroundings. Sure enough, there was a barely audible sound of something breaking through the air suddenly coming from his side, and a dark shadow rushed towards him. But all this was within Jinpachi Mori's expectations. He tightly grasped the explosive knife Fiimo in his hand and swung it fiercely at the black shadow. At the same time, he directly activated the explosive symbol above, and two rays of light lit up on the huge scroll. Boom! Boom! Two explosions sounded at the same time, and with the burst of light, a violent explosion followed. The strong wind caused by the explosion instantly blew away the grey fog that filled the entire arena. However, when the grey fog dissipated, the scene before him shocked Mori Shinpeki so much that he felt his whole body stiffen. Chapter 59, Orochimaru appears. The grey fog dissipated, and when he saw the object he had hit, Wu Li Jinba felt his blood run cold. Because what he hit was not Tsunade as expected, but just a huge rock. Just when he thought something was wrong and wanted to pull back, a delicate little hand pierced into his left shoulder like a scalpel without any hindrance. After feeling pain in the stabbed shoulder, it was followed by a unique feeling of numbness. The numbness quickly spread from his shoulders to his entire body. Pfft! He felt that all his muscles were weak and he could no longer support his body, so he fell to his knees on the ground. He used all his strength to tilt his head and looked behind him to the left with difficulty. The first thing that caught his eye was Tsunade's pretty face. At this moment, her right hand was in the shape of a knife, stabbing into his left shoulder like a real sharp knife. One can vaguely see translucent chakra spreading around the hand knife, with some tiny flashes of blue electricity in it. This is Tsunade's new ninjutsu that was created by fusing the chakra scalpel and chidori. Use the scalpel to easily cut the enemy's flesh, and then use the subtle control of chidori to inject electric current into the enemy's body, causing a paralyzing effect. Page 64. Perhaps it's because of Tsunade's talent as a doctor. Compared to Chidori's own powerful attack method, Tsunade seems to be more adept at this kind of subtle control. At this moment, Jinpachi Mori was in a situation where he was unable to move because of this new type of ninjutsu. Looking at the enemy with a hint of fear in his eyes, Tsunade clenched her left fist and shook it in front of him. She gave Jinpachi Murasaki a sweet smile and spoke frightening words to him in the gentlest tone. "If you don't surrender, I'm going to smash your head off." The corners of Wu Li Jinpachi's mouth twitched slightly, but within a second, he made the right choice. I admit defeat." Hearing this, the two examiners in the audience nodded slightly, and instantly came to the stage and stood beside the two people. Tsunade had no intention of adding insult to injury. She took the initiative to pull her right hand out of the other person's body and took 2 steps back to show her attitude. The long-haired examiner carefully looked at Jinpachi Mori's injuries and nodded to the other examiner, indicating that he was not seriously injured. Seeing this, the bald examiner also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this is the future of their village. It is impossible to say that there is no selfish motive at all. Although I will not interfere with the progress of the game, I will try my best to ensure the safety of these people. Watching Mori Shinpei silently retreat from the stage, he exhaled lightly and announced, "Tsunade wins the second match." Seeing the girl off the stage defeat the ace of the Hidden Mist village once again, everyone on the stage couldn't help but gasp. However, Tsunade, as the winner, did not seem that excited. At this moment, she was breathing slightly bent over, standing on the stage with her hands on her knees, looking tired. She had been seriously injured in yesterday's battle and her physical condition was not at its best today. After 2 battles, she felt that her physical strength was reaching its limit. Seeing her like this, the long-haired examiner walked up to her and asked with concern, "Are you going to take on another fight? Or should we change someone else?" Tsunade pursed her lips when she heard this, and just when she was about to continue insisting, a voice suddenly came from the stage. "Examiner, I will be the next one to appear in our group." "Tsunade, step back." Tsunade looked up and saw that the person who spoke was Orochimaru from Team 7. She was about to open her mouth to refute, but Orochimaru shook his head slightly at her and said, "It's okay, Tsunade, you've proven yourself. It would be foolish to persist any longer." Tsunade did not refute, but just frowned unwillingly, then obediently walked off the stage. Seeing this, the bald examiner nodded, and then added, "Players who voluntarily request to leave the game after such a victory will be deemed to have eliminated themselves and will not be able to play again." After a pause, he looked at the people on the platform and continued, "The next match will be between Orochimaru and Kurifume Kushimaru. But before that, please wait a moment." After saying that, he suddenly formed seals with his hands and slapped the ground. The arena that had been damaged and full of holes in the previous 2 duels instantly returned to its original state after a surge in the ground. Seeing this scene, Kagura couldn't help but sigh in her heart. I have to say, apart from the wood release that only Hashirama Senju and Yamato can use, the earth release is the most useful. If such talents were brought to Blue Star, I wonder how much salary they could get in a real estate company. Not knowing what Kagura was thinking while standing on the platform, the bald examiner on the field said after tidying up the field. Please invite the next 2 contestants to come on stage. As soon as the words fell, 2 figures easily landed on the brand new arena from the stands nearby. Looking at the 2 candidates who were in place, the bald examiner waved his right hand, indicating that the duel officially began. Kurishan Kushimaru had already taken out his long knife and needle. He leaned down, lightly touched the ground with his left hand, and held the long knife behind him with his right hand. With his long limbs, from a distance he looks like a praying mantis waiting to attack. On the other hand, Orochimaru still had his hands hanging at his sides, standing there seemingly casually. As for the long sword, the sewing needle, Tsunade had just roughly explained its characteristics to him, but Orochimaru didn't seem to care too much about it. Seeing his opponent's relaxed look, Kurisan Kushimaru showed a hint of anger under his mask. Chirp! With a slight sound of breaking wind, his body turned into a phantom and rushed towards Orochimaru at a rapid speed. However, facing the opponent's sudden attack, Orochimaru seemed to have no defense at all and still stood there. Seeing Orochimaru's reaction, Kurisan Kushimaru felt a little confused, but then he made a decision. His figure flashed slightly, and he who was originally rushing towards Orochimaru suddenly changed direction. Countless phantoms flashed around Orochimaru, which were the after-images of Kurishan Kushimaru moving around him at high speed. Suddenly, as his figure appeared behind Orochimaru, the countless phantoms disappeared. I saw Kurishan Kushimaru holding up the long sword with his right hand and holding a thin silk thread on the handle with his left hand. He grasped the silk thread tightly with his left hand and pulled it hard. The countless silk threads originally surrounding Orochimaru suddenly contracted and bound him tightly. Orochimaru, who was tied up by countless silk threads, did not show any fear on his face. He stretched his head to look at the silk thread on his body and said thoughtfully, "Is this the characteristic of your ninja sword? Well, it combines your agile physical skills with the special shape of the knife. I think I understand your attack method." Looking at his opponent who was controlled by him but still didn't care, Kurisan Kushimaru couldn't help but feel a little angry. "Humph, you pretentious guy." As he spoke, he exerted force and began to tighten the silk threads. Although the silk threads carried by the long knife and sewing needle seem thin, he has actually done experiments and found that even hard stones can be easily cut. As the threads gradually tightened, he revealed a bloodthirsty smile under the mask. Watching the enemy being cut into pieces by those threads and blood splattering everywhere was one of his favorite scenes. But as he slowly exerted force in his hands, he suddenly felt his hands loosen. He saw Orochimaru in front of him suddenly split into countless small snakes. And those small snakes surged and easily broke free from their restraints. Seeing this scene, everyone on the platform frowned unconsciously. The girls in particular looked horrified and turned their gazes away. There's no way. Even Kagura is still not used to this move, let alone others. Seeing this situation, Kurishan Kushimaru on the field felt something was wrong. But before his body could react, a long figure suddenly appeared from the shadow behind him. Orochimaru's body was wrapped around him in an extremely twisted posture. His neck stretched to half a meter in length, allowing his head to go from behind the enemy to the front and stare directly at the masked face of Kurisan Kushimaru. A gloomy smile appeared on Orochimaru's face. Looking at the slightly frightened look under the mask of his opponent, he said in a slightly hoarse voice. "So, you like bondage? Chapter 60. How about the three of you come together?" When Orochimaru entangles his opponent, the outcome has already been decided. As if being entangled by a giant python, Orochimaru only exerted a little force and Kurisan Kushimaru lost his ability to fight. As the referee announced that Orochimaru had won, Team 7 qualified as the first group to advance. But unlike the admiration and whispers when Tsunade won before, the stands were now dead silent. Everyone had an expression as if they had seen a ghost. There was no way. The little snake still crawling around on the ring and Orochimaru's twisted posture really made everyone feel like they were watching a horror movie. Especially the hunched back of Kurishan Kushimaru after his failure. Even through a mask, everyone seemed to be able to see the desperate expression on his face. After all, no matter who is entangled by the enemy like this, and still looks at the enemy with his neck stretched out and asks face to face, "Do you like bondage?" I guess no one will be in a good mood. Compared with physical injuries, this psychological trauma may take more time to recover. As Orochimaru slowly walked back to the stands, everyone along the way subconsciously made way for him. It is estimated that after this battle, Orochimaru's name will spread in the villages of the other two countries. Well, it's just that this reputation may not sound good. In the stands, only Kagura, Jiraiya, and others walked over to greet them without any concern. Jiraiya held his head behind his hands, curled his lips and said dissatisfiedly. Page 65. Tisk. You are a smart guy. Why didn't I think of volunteering to go down just now? I advanced without playing a single match, which makes me look like a sucker. In the face of Jiraiya's complaints, Orochimaru did not say anything, but just stood there and looked at him with a smile. Looking at the polite and gentle boy in front of him, Toshiro, who was following Kagura, couldn't connect him with the pervert on the ring before. No matter how much Jiraiya complained, the result of their advancement would not change. The on-site drawing is still going on. As the square box reappeared, the two teams drawn by the examiner this time were the Ninja Swordsman Team 2 and the Konoha Struggle Team. There is no need to say much about the Ninja Swordsman Team 2, and you can know the origins of the members of the Konoha Struggle Team just by listening to the name. Although the bald examiner said there were no restrictions on team formation. But in fact, the candidates present still formed teams based on their country's affiliation as the first factor in forming teams. In fact, among the 10 teams on the scene, except for Kagura's group, the members of the other 9 teams are from the same country. This battle is between the 3 ninja swordsmen from the Hidden Mist Village and the genin of Konoha. As for the course of this confrontation, it can only be described as one-sided. I don't know if it's because he was beaten by Tsunade and Kagura and he's got some anger that needs to be vented. Or was it that the continuous failures made these people who were hailed as geniuses in the village feel a little anxious? The first to appear, Biwajozang, showed everyone a 1-on-3 trick. Although in Kagura's eyes, this person's strength seems to be ordinary. But if compared with other genin, Biwajozo is among the top ones in both physical skills and ninjutsu. Compared to the other 6 ninja swords, the ability of the broken sword and beheading sword can be said to be the most ordinary one. Apart from being sharp and able to repair itself, the knife does not bring much enhancement to its owner's strength. But because of this, Biwajozo, who holds the broken sword and beheading sword, is actually the one with the best strength among the 7. It was this duel that made the rest of the people feel the difference between the 7 genin who possessed ninja swords and ordinary genin. At the same time, they also realized the strength of Tsunade and Orochimaru, who were able to defeat these ninja swordsmen before. These people are simply not on the same level as us genin. After Biwajozang gave everyone a wonderful duel, the next 2 group duels seemed a bit ordinary. Perhaps it was a coincidence that the next 2 group duels were between the group from the Hidden Mist Village and the group from the Hidden Cloud Village. In the first group match, due to their similar strength, they played for 5 games before the winner was decided. All 3 members from both teams participated in the battle, and all members left without regrets after exhausting all they had. Although these 5 battles were not very impressive in terms of strength, Kagura and others still watched them with great interest. After all, compared to a pure battle of strength, this spirit of trying one's best to win can resonate more with people. In the end, the team from the Hidden Cloud Village was more skilled and won the final victory. After hearing the victory announcement, the 3 people who were obviously a team put together temporarily hugged each other and cried bitterly on the stage. The people in the stands couldn't help but applaud them for watching the scene. The next group match is still between the Hidden Mist Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. But this time, the accident finally happened. In the second individual battle, the candidate from the Hidden Cloud Village failed to dodge the enemy's attack in time and had both arms chopped off by a short knife. Fortunately, the examiner in the audience came on stage in time and the man's life was not in danger. However, the broken arms lying on the ground also meant that the candidate's ninja career would probably come to an end. Regarding this result, Toshiro, who was also from the Hidden Cloud Village and standing next to Kagura, looked angry, but in the end he did not do anything unnecessary. After all, he knew very well that the existence of those examiners was only to ensure that the candidates would not lose their lives on the stage. In battles between genin, since both sides are not very capable, it is more likely that they will be unable to control their strength. Even if the examiners had anticipated that kind of attack, they would not have been able to go on stage to stop it. After all, if you rashly go on stage to interfere with the competition just to avoid injury, then the meaning of this exam will no longer exist. But even though he knew it clearly in his heart, seeing his companions being injured like that still made his emotions fluctuate a little. At least Kagura, who was standing aside, could clearly see that the veins on his hands were bulging as he gripped the railing of the stands. Kagura was even a little worried that the thin railing would be broken by him. This accident also ignited the emotions of both sides. In the next few battles, it can be clearly seen that the movements of both sides became larger and the number of injuries also increased significantly. But fortunately, situations like broken arms did not happen. This time, the two sides also fought for 5 rounds before the winner was determined. In the end, the Hidden Mist Village was stronger and won the final victory. Seeing this result, the bald examiner who was also from the Hidden Mist Village couldn't help but smile. Although he strictly abides by the duties of a referee here, he certainly hopes in his heart that people from his village can have more chances to qualify. Especially after the 7 people who were highly regarded by the village failed one after another, this unexpected group should also bring some comfort to Lord Mizukage. The first 8 groups of battles were over, so there was naturally no need to draw lots for the remaining 2 groups of duels. Perhaps it was fate that the opponent that Kagura and his group faced was a group entirely from Konoha. Without discussing with the 2 temporary team members beside him, Kagura flipped over and jumped onto the ring. He looked up at the 3 people who were also from Konoha and said, "I'll be the first one to come out here. To be fair, would you consider going all 3 together?"